Chapter 457. Knock, knock. May I come in? After the argument broke haphazardly, Wanda came into Dio's room. She saw Dio staring out of the window with a thoughtful expression. What happened? Have you guys reached a decision? No, Steve received a message and left in a hurry, Wanda said while embracing Dio. What about you? What do you think about all this? I honestly don't know. Dio could see the confusion in her eyes, so he just smiled gently and hugged her passionately as his way to say that he would support her decision. As for Wanda herself, she knew Dio would never wipe out a city or destroy the world for just a personal grudge despite how detached Dio was. I will follow your decision. If you didn't sign it, I wouldn't either. Wanda said confidently. You don't need to do that, you are your own person and your choices should yours to decide. Dio said with a frown on his face. No, that is my decision, I will follow you wherever you go, Wanda said solemnly. Her feeling wasn't tied to the Avenger. Although she appreciated the Avenger's genuine goal, she was determined to follow Dio from the start. As for Dio himself, he felt warm and fuzzy that he never felt before from Wanda's word. Great, then we will leave Earth. Remember when I told you that we should go on our little space adventure? We can go see various cultures on another planet ourselves. But before Wanda could say anything, Pietro came in and interrupted their time. Pietro. How many times do I have to tell you that it's extremely rude to eavesdrop on people? Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that when I knock on the door, my sister, who was born 12 minutes later than me, is about to be abducted by a creep. Now, shouldn't you guys give me an explanation about all this? What explanation do you want? I am having a relationship with Dio, and that is the end of it. She didn't hide it from Pietro anymore as she knew that it was useless. Did you think I am a fool? I already know that you two spend your time joined at the hips almost on every opportunity. I am not that oblivious. He never told Wanda that he knew because he wanted her to tell him herself. I mean, if I don't find out about this little getaway of yours, what then? Would you leave me behind to deal with this shitty situation without anyone I can trust? Of course not. You are Wanda's twin brother, even if I want to take Wanda away, I will always include you in. But Pietro just looked at Dio inquisitively as he didn't have the power to distinguish the truth as Wanda did. However, seeing Dio's expression, he could somewhat believe that his words were the truth. Good to know. But I will make it clear now, Wanda is my only family right now, and I don't know what you did to her to make her fall for you. But I will willingly trust and follow you as she does as long as you treat her right. At least until she got married. But if I knew that you hurt her, even in the slightest, I swear to God, I will kill you myself. Pietro said solemnly. After saying all that, Pietro smiled and took out his phone for some game while Wanda and Dio blankly looked at him with a blank expression. Did Pietro's word move them in any way? It definitely did. Wanda finally noticed that her brother also knew that they will eventually have their own family in the future and would not be able to stay together like now. But then again, Wanda started to wonder how Pietro will keep his word if Dio did hurt her while Pietro has no chance of winning a fight against Dio. But she knew that her brother said it out of goodwill and that was all she needed. Remember to call me when you're ready to go, Pietro said coolly while moving out of the room. Dio and Wanda immediately looked at each other. Did he hit his head when he was a kid? Dio asked Wanda sarcastically. Well, he may be, it is not my job to take care of him back then, Wanda said with a smirk on her face. No wonder, but did he really just give us his consent? Dio asked awkwardly. I guess so, Pietro believes that I will marry you, so why did he still hate you like that? Wanda wondered herself. It's probably his ego, you know, for never winning against me, Dio said as he laughed warmly. He didn't really understand what just happened, but he seriously didn't want to find out. Dio no longer hesitated, he would take Wanda, Pietro, and Mantis from the Avenger with him, and that also included the dark battleship that now was in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s care. Although he knew that his action could be said uncooperative, he didn't have the slightest care. So, without any delay, Dio contacted the Dark Elves and ordered them to evacuate from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base immediately. He permitted them to use non-fatal measures if anyone got in their way. The Dark Elves acted quickly and efficiently. They arrived at Dio's location in an hour. However, Nick Fury immediately called, like Dio expected him to be. Are you leaving Earth? Nick Fury asked curiously. Dio was a little surprised that Nick didn't nag him, but he could clearly notice that Nick's voice was full of exhaustion. Nick's prediction wasn't wrong. Dio indeed thought of leaving Earth right away, but after remembering the MCU plot, he knew that Thanos' arrival was just around the corner. That depends on what action does those UN leaders chose to take, either they gave up their hands, or force my hands. Dio said casually. Chapter 458. After a sincere conversation with Nick Fury, Dio finally realized how much pressure that Nick Fury was currently under and how determined he was to fight it all. Nick has known the existence of the Sokovia Accord in advance. Although he has been trying to prevent it from coming into fruition ever since it was still in the drafting process, he couldn't stop the decision that all the country has made. Even if he could suppress the aftermath of Hulk's rampage as well as Wanda and Pietro's status as the Avenger, he couldn't provide the necessary push to protect the Avenger this time. He wasn't the director of Avenger, but he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and therefore, the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s well-being comes first. As a subgroup of the International Council, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't go against the order, as the S.H.I.E.L.D. itself could be disbanded if Nick, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., went against the order. So the last thing he could do was to try his best to weed out the unreasonable and excessive conditions in the Sokovia Accords, which led to the Sokovia Accords that Dio and the others saw today. The original Sokovia Accord was even more demanding and excessive than this one, but then again, the demand directed to Dio was still excessive. It was clear that the countries that were included in drafting the accord were tempted by the incredible power that Dio possessed. Without Nick Fury's intervention, the Avenger would be reduced to a group of civil servants. Nick was tempted to say that Dio wasn't part of the Avenger at first, but he immediately realized that it would become a greater problem in the future. The greed that resided within the country's leaders of the countries began to show their fang as they began to question why such a powerful alien weapon was allowed to be owned by an individual while it would pose a greater purpose on Earth itself. Some of the country's leaders even called Dio a freak who needed to be controlled. It was clear that some of these people felt threatened by Dio's power and tried to take it for themselves. As for the Sokovia Accords, these politicians predicted that Dio would never sign it as they knew that it didn't matter in the end. As long as some of the Avengers members signed the accord, they could just announce that the Avenger has agreed. They would then order the Avenger to capture those who wouldn't sign the accord themselves. They still thought that their nuclear weapon was the best weapon in the world. As long as they still had it, they were confident that anyone would submit to them. No matter how many it was who agreed to sign the Sokovia Accords, everything would be different. The country's leaders knew that the Sokovia Accords would cause the Avenger to be restless, and thus internal conflict couldn't be avoided. Nick Fury has deducted that far and asked Dio to consider not to leave the planet immediately. Since you have deducted what they wanted, why didn't you go tell this to Steve? I am sure he would be able to do something about it. Does it matter? Dio was startled by Nick's rhetorical question, but after giving it a thought for a moment, Dio knew that it wouldn't matter. Steve wouldn't have the power to reject a 117 countries decision anyway. Then why are you telling this to me? Dio asked curiously. I think you are the only one who can stop all this. At the very least, you have to keep the Avenger together, don't let them fall apart, Nick said solemnly. I never knew that you think that highly of me, but I don't think I want to get involved with this mess, Dio said as he shook his head. You can't hide it, you already know that they would be trying to claim your possession. That doesn't matter. I will just kill anyone who tries to block my path. I am a free man, even God won't be able to stop me if they pick a fight with me. It seems that you have decided what you would do. But I do hope you stay here until all of this is resolved. I am a little bit worried that without you here, the Avenger would suffer irreparable damage. The S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be able to do much at this point. After hearing those words from Nick, it was Dio's turn to stay silent and contemplate the weight of Nick's words. Then find me a secret place to land. Dio said to Nick Fury as a confirmation that he would help. Dio chose to believe Nick's word after some thought, but he knew that he shouldn't trust everything Nick said. Nonetheless, Dio wanted to stay as he wanted to see everything unfolded before his eyes. Noticing Dio's intention, Nick Fury immediately sent a location including specific information. The location was almost identical to the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. But it was still under construction, making it a good spot for Dio to land temporarily. The most important thing was that place had some supplies that Dio might need. After all, that place has become an alien tech junkyard for now. The World Security Council themselves wouldn't think that Dio would use this place, not to mention there was little to no human activity in the area. Nick never thought that this place would come in handy in this situation. After taking care of everything, Dio immediately gathered everyone who would go with him earlier. Do you plan to go on your honeymoon now? Aren't you worried that I might follow you there? She knew that Dio would be planning his escape, but it seemed that Dio had slight care about them after all. Well, I definitely want to take a little trip, do you want to join us? Dio asked casually. I don't think so, I might still be needed here, maybe things aren't bad as we thought they would be, maybe we can still turn the situation around, Natasha said hopefully. Such a naive word didn't suit you, Natasha. Maybe so, I might be infected with Steve's optimism after all, Natasha said as she smiled at Dio. Then, see you later. Well, have a safe trip, and be careful out there. Of course. I will always be careful. Chapter 459. When it came to stealth tech, the Dark Elf was really at the top in the universe. Even if Nick Fury reported the Dark Elves were gone with the spacecraft, the World Security Council wouldn't be able to do anything about it. There was nothing in this galaxy that could detect the Dark Battleship. Nevertheless, World Security Council could predict the place that the battleship would be heading. So, when the Dark Battleship appeared out of its stealth mode in the Avenger base, dozens of armed helicopters were already prepared. They were eager to take control of Dio's power. Hey, it's okay. You don't have to be nervous, it would be alright. Pietro at the side was clearly annoyed by Dio's attention towards Wanda, but he couldn't say anything as he knew that Dio was Wanda's boyfriend. Dio immediately let Pietro, Wanda, and Mantis aboard before he went in. Once he was inside the ship, the helicopters immediately fired a rocket towards the Dark Battleship without any warning. Dio smirked as he immediately understood that the government didn't care whether anyone on the Dark Battleship died or not. It also showed that the government was afraid of the Dark Battleship's power. It seems that the world government was okay with not having the Dark Battleship intact as they didn't seem to hesitate in wrecking it. But it seemed that the world government itself failed to see that the owner of this spacecraft was Dio, the man with little to no information about himself on the shield's record. After the rocket bombardment, the soldiers inside the helicopters were all shocked to see that the Dark Battleship didn't even have a slight scratch on it. Dio smirked as he saw the energy barrier that he spent a lot of money to buy at the Nova Empire was working just fine. If it were not working like intended, Dio would file a complaint to Nova Empire right away. Sir, do you want to return fire? If it was Steve or the other member of the Avenger, they might hesitate. However, Dio was different. All he saw was people who pointed their guns at him, and he sure didn't like it. Return fire, destroy them all, Dio ordered indifferently. Those who wanted to kill must be prepared themselves for retaliation, for they just started a war. Yes, sir. Right away. With Dio's order, the Dark Elves immediately got busy, they began to activate various switches, and the top of the Dark Battleship opened up, revealing countless small holes. Then in the next second, hundreds of orange laser rays streaked across the sky. 30 armed helicopters were split into pieces without even a chance to react and then burst into a cloud of fire. Sir, hundreds of jets are detected heading towards us from the southeast, ETA 43 seconds. Dio sighed as the battle didn't seem to be anywhere near ending. It seemed that the laser earlier didn't deter the world government from continuing their attack. Did they really think that they could win against Dio in terms of firepower? Take off immediately and charge the annihilation cannon for now, we will wait for them here and gave them a big surprise, Dio said with a smirk on his face. Yes, sir. From a cannon at the top of the Dark Battleship, a red light was visibly getting darker, giving off the dangerous vibe to it. At the same time, Natasha and the others, who were still in the Avengers base, were already outside due to the commotion they heard. They soon saw the situation and felt like they wanted to puke. Even Rhodey, who supported the Sokovia Accord, felt sick of what the government was trying to do. None of them expected that the world government would do something reckless and inhuman like this. What is he doing? Why didn't he leave yet? Natasha knew that all those soldiers wouldn't worth anything to stop Dio, but what she didn't understand was why he was still here when there was nothing left to stop him from going. But when she saw the red glow rapidly condensing from the top of the Dark Battleship, she immediately paled. It's over. At the same time, inside the Dark Battleship. The target has entered the shooting range. Fire the cannon. As everyone watched, hundreds of fighter jets were rushing in the sky towards the Dark Battleship. Suddenly, the cannon that was charging the red light immediately discharged a ball of light towards the fighter jets at an unbelievable speed. With a blinding light and a deafening blast, like a repeat of Sokovia, the entire fighter jet units on the sky were annihilated. Not even a speck of dust was seen after the light dissipated from the sky. Chapter 460. After seeing the feed from the soldier, the Secretary of State immediately slammed the table. All the representatives from other countries, including the World Security Council, turned pale after witnessing Dio's power. They were furious, but they knew that there was nothing that they can do about it. How dare he does that? They continued watching and saw that the spacecraft slowly ascended into the sky and vanished out of thin air. The Secretary of State regretted attacking Dio, but there was nothing he could do about it now. But the thought of something that powerful falling into some other countries worried him the most. Nick Fury's warning about Dio kept playing on his head now. I warn you to stay away from that guy. Not everyone on Avenger has a heroic personality like Captain America. And that guy is definitely the worst. Your action right now would just annoy him at most. Nick had told him that his action would have no effect, and seeing the feed right now, he understood why. But then again, it was already too late, and therefore, he has to push onward. It was the time that Dio became the most wanted man on Earth. Obviously, the world leaders had no problem since the one that lost so much money right now was the USA. It was no doubt at all that every country in the world wanted to seize Dio's power and equipment for themselves. Especially the Dark Battleship. Even though not all countries could take Dio on, at least they would be able to get something out of it from the winning country later. Moreover, their action was justified in the pretense of justice. 2 days later, at Peggy Carter's funeral. Steve was the only one who remained on the grave as everyone else has finally left. Natasha then came and sat beside Steve. She was dressed formally in a dress and high heels. When I woke up after being frozen for 60 years, I thought that she has already left this world, but when I know that she was still alive, I just felt so lucky. I think she was happy too when she found out that you are still alive. After a deep sigh, Steve looked at Natasha, and a look of determination returned in his eyes. How many people have signed up? Steve asked curiously. Tony, Rhodey, Sam, and Vision, Natasha said as he took a deep breath. So, where are the others? Steve asked confusedly. That is why I come to you now. Dio, Mantis, Pietro, and Wanda have become the world's most wanted criminals. Natasha said with a worried look on her face. She immediately filled Steve in about all the details that happened on the Avengers base earlier. You are saying that Dio and the others were attacked as soon as they left the Avengers base? Natasha could only nod and say, I noticed something unusual when the Secretary of State left the base at that time, but in order not to cause a bigger commotion, I did not say anything. Besides, his path was never blocked in the first place. But it still came off a shock after I realized that the world government was after his alien tech. Their greed was showing. They wanted not only the Avenger for themselves but also Dio's equipment. Dio was right all along. It's better to leave, as the Sokovia incident was just a reason to do this kind of stuff. With that reason, I wouldn't sign the agreement. Natasha wasn't surprised and smiled. I know, I just want to comfort you this time. We shouldn't go back to Avenger Mansion, though. What about Sam? What happened to him? He is fine. I locked him up inside his room with some food and movie if he ever got bored. You have him under house arrest. Well, Dio left after causing such a big commotion. The military has pushed us to sign the agreement. There is nothing I can do. I am afraid that he is going to rile up the soldiers if I let him loose. What about me? When are those people going to arrest me too? He felt betrayed for his country that he has been fighting for almost his whole life. Steve, calm down. Secretary of State didn't want to kill you, but you become their target as the problem escalates. So, the government have been planning all of this? Steve asked curiously. The foundation of trust that he built up all this time with the government was destroyed in an instant. In the meantime, Natasha tried to explain her thoughts involving this matter. I will be going to Vienna to attend the Sokovia Accord meeting. If you have no place to go, I can take you to somewhere safe. Natasha said with worry laced on her face. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you. It's nothing, I am used to it. By the way, did Dio ever tell you where he would be going? I asked, but he didn't say, but I think he probably didn't leave Earth. Otherwise, there's no need to hide it from me since I don't have the tech to come after him into space. A woman's intuition, coupled with the experience accumulated over a long period of time as an agent, allowed Natasha to see through Dio's thoughts with little effort. Steve's heart was suddenly moved as he thought of something. However, he did not say anything. Now was not the time, especially at this juncture. Chapter 461. A bomb. Hidden in a news van exploded in front of the United Nations building in Vienna, injuring over 70 people and killing at least 12, including the current king of Wakanda, Chaka, who tragically lost his life. Officials have released a photo of the suspect. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base that was still in development, Dio leaned back on his seat while watching the news. He also knew that Bucky Barnes was somewhere out there, still under the Hydra's influence. What's wrong? Do you know this guy? Steve's former best friend, but this one is a fake. But Wanda, can I ask you a question? Do you think someone who has killed a lot of people deserves forgiveness just because he's under someone else's control? After hearing Dio's question, Wanda was thinking for a while and started to remember what she had done to Hulk not too long ago. No, this is not about you or anything that you have done, I just simply wanted your input, Dio said awkwardly as he remembered what Wanda had done before. Wanda sighed and took a deep breath before answering, probably yes, after all, the one controlling that individual is the worst. Sorry, my bad for making you remember the past. Dio said sincerely while wrapping his hands around Wanda. He didn't mean to make Wanda remember the past, but he totally forgot about it earlier. He still wanted to ask some more questions, but it was clear that Wanda was affected by this question. There was no way he could make Wanda feel more uncomfortable than she already was. However, he also knew that not everyone would have the same answer, depending on what you have seen in the past. From the victim's standpoint, the killer had to pay with their life, regardless the person was under control or not. However, if you looked at it from the perspective of the one being controlled, obviously, they never wished for such a thing to happen. They were manipulated to do things and therefore, they were also a victim. So there was no right answer to this question. At the same time, at the capital of Hungary, Budapest, there was a lot of fighting and chasing happening in the city right now. However, the end result wasn't a happy one. Steve, Bucky, and Chala was apprehended by the police. Congratulations, Cap, you're a criminal now. Colonel Rhodey's tone was slightly mocking. A disappointed look was clear on his face. Berlin, Germany. Under the escort of heavily armed soldiers, Steve and Bucky were brought to the UN's interrogation room. When Bucky was taken into a special prison, Steve couldn't help but ask what would happen to his old friend. You should worry about yourself first, the soldier said indifferently. This is Ross, the deputy commander of Joint Counter-Terrorist Act. Thaddeus Ross introduced himself while Sharon Carter was standing beside him. Steve knew her as Peggy's niece. Okay, so what will happen now? Steve asked curiously. We will evaluate your psyche and extradite you to the U.S. Ross said indifferently. Can I hire a lawyer? You are funny. Well, no, we will lock up your weapon, and you will probably never see it again. You should be thankful that this time you are given a room instead of a prison. So, you better behave now and stop your farce. Steve saw that Natasha and Tony have been waiting for him inside the room. Wow, welcome our superhero. Because of you, the entire team almost went to military court. And by the way, Secretary of State wants to indict you. Well, they already took my shield away. Technically speaking, that's the property of the state. That shield is something that my father made, so technically speaking again, it never belongs to you in the first place, Captain, Tony said sarcastically. Steve sighed but didn't say any words after that. But for humanitarian reasons, it can be yours, forever, Tony said while giving Steve a pen and a paper. Steve took the paper and saw that it was the Sokovia Accords agreement paper. Steve clicked the pen and rolled it away. What is this? A bribe? A threat? He couldn't believe that they were a comrade in arms just a few days ago, but now, it looks like Tony just cared about his own issues rather than what happened in front of him. Now Avenger has officially fallen apart. Dio has left with those who trusted and believed in him, while Tony and Steve were fighting against each other with their respective accomplices. You're free to interpret it as you please, at least it would be better than jail, don't you think? Tony said indifferently. Seeing Tony's apprehensive attitude, Steve wanted to laugh, a sad laugh. Is Pepper here too? I don't see her anywhere. Steve asked as he knew that Pepper could at least hear him out. No. She is pregnant? No, we broke up. Tony said while having a sad smile on his face. Chapter 462. Steve could tell that Tony was in pain and struggling. I'm sorry, Tony, I didn't know. A few years ago, I threw away all the Iron Man suit I have just to regain her trust. But then the problems with Hydra and Ultron forced me to take upon the suit again. Of course, the problem itself arises because of me, but I couldn't stop now. I didn't want to lose Pepper. So I thought maybe this accord could resolve the problem for her and bring her back to me. Tony laughed very bitterly. You know, Tony, I didn't mean to give you a hard time, it's just, Steve said with some mixed feelings. I know. You are a good man. Although sometimes I really want to hit you hard, I do not want to see you leave. We need you, Captain. Everything is messed up, but with your sign, we can turn this incident into a legal act. And Barnes can be transferred to an American mental hospital instead of a prison in Wakanda. Even, the fact that Dio and the others are a wanted criminal is negotiable. How do you even plan to negotiate it? Make him give up everything? Steve asked sarcastically while looking at Tony straight in the eye. But Tony's silence was all the answer Steve needed. At this moment, Steve felt that he no longer knew the man in front of him. It's just temporary, I am sure once everything is back to normal, he will get back all his toys, I can promise you that. Tony said as he saw Steve's judging looks. Can you guarantee that? You're supposed to know him the most. Did you really think he would let anyone push him around? That's enough. I had no choice but to compromise before the situation got worse. Did you know how many people Dio has killed while you were away? Don't tell me that it was his decision to do so. You know damn well that he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. I can't agree with his method. But I don't think he chose the wrong move to defend himself. You clearly have changed Tony to something unrecognizable. After letting everything out, Steve turned around and walked away. The conversation turned sour at the last moment, but when he was about to leave, the entire building suddenly went dark. Something was wrong. Steve immediately turned to Tony, and they looked at each other. They knew that a new incident might occur, so they immediately rushed out to find out what happened. Keep an eye on Barnes. And start the backup power already. However, when the relevant personnel arrived at the 5th floor of the West Wing basement, they saw many downed soldiers and Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, near their body. A chaotic battle has started. A few hours later, in an abandoned factory somewhere in Berlin, Bucky, whose metal arm was pinned under a heavy metal, finally woke up. Steve. Which Bucky are you? Steve asked curiously. Your mother's name is Sarah, you used to put newspaper in your shoes, Bucky said as he laughed as he recalled his memories. You don't read about that in museums, Bucky, Steve said as he, too, laughed as he let Bucky go. What did I do? You better off not knowing for now. I knew I had done bad things, Steve, I know that Hydra transplanted something in my head that activated whenever someone says some specific words. Bucky said through clenched teeth. Who is that person? I don't know. He killed a lot of people just to make you kill some more. I didn't understand his purpose. Siberia. Bucky said suddenly. What? He wants to know about Siberia, the place where I was once imprisoned, and he wants to know the exact location. Why? Because I'm not the only Winter Soldiers. Bucky said with a worried expression. Are they all like you? No, more terrifying than me, they can speak 30 languages, can hide themselves perfectly in plain sight, infiltrate, assassinate, sabotage, they can infiltrate any country overnight and do unimaginable things, yet no one will ever notice them. Steve's face finally paled as he realized the dire of the situation he was in. We have to find a way to stop him from releasing them. Steve said nervously. Are you going to call the Avengers? Steve shook his head grimly. If this information came to light a few days ago, he would call the Avenger immediately. But in their current situation, Steve knew that he had to handle this matter by himself. He couldn't even go back to talk to Tony as he knew that Tony would never believe him. Furthermore, now that Tony has signed the accord, he doubted that Tony would act without the approval of the UN. Steve knew for a long time that it wasn't a good idea to control a supergroup like the Avenger under the reasoning of a government, as not everyone wished to become a military unit. Then it's up to the two of us, however, we have to find a way to get your shield back and some weapon for me. Bucky said as he felt helpless without any kind of weapon in his possession. But then again, he trusted Steve would make the right decision, and thus he would follow Steve's direction. It wasn't that important, Steve said while smiling lightly, and immediately pulled out a small snail from his pocket. What is that snail for? Don't tell me that was all we have for dinner. Steve immediately rolled his eyes and said, I mean, the owner of this snail can help us, if that guy agreed to help us, several more Super Winter Soldier would be nothing. Originally, Dio retrieved all the snail after the Ultron incident. But after the day Dio warned Steve that the government might try to control them, Dio gave Steve one snail without giving any reason why. He never thought that the time to use the snail would come. Steve began to wonder if Dio could read the future or something, assuming Dio had many power that he has yet revealed, it might be possible. Chapter 463. An arrow hit the bullseye steadily. Lila's face was filled with excitement as she waited for praise. Good job. How about we practice a few more rounds while your mom is still making the sandwiches? Little Lila nodded heartily and ran over to the target to pluck the arrows off the target to start over. Barton was satisfied with his life. He lived at a cabin in the jungle outskirt with his wife and children without the need to be constantly reminded of the bad things that might happen later. He owed too much money in his circus days that followed him even though he was already married. Type, Growth and Evolution Type. Ability, ACT-1 had the ability to materialize sound and throw it at the target. ACT-2 had the ability to shoot sound effects from its tail. The projected sound would reflect the sound's characteristics, such as a hot sound, which would make the target feel the heat. ACT 3-inch and 3 freeze. Suppressed, A, target with sound gravity wave. To switch between ACT, you have to resummon the stand. Attributes. Destructive power, ECB. Speed, EDB. Range, BBC. Durability, BB. Precision, CC. Growth, AA. Evaluation, a stand that swore, SHIT. Chapter 464. I really don't understand how you can use this car to escape. Sharon Carter said as she teased Steve for driving a Beetle. It's very low profile. Okay, but not so much for the content. Sharon said as she opened up the trunk of the car and revealing a vibranium shield, Captain America suit, and a lot of weapons. I owe you a favor, Steve lamented. I wrote it all down, you know, he almost killed me. Sorry, I'll make a note of that too. When Steve and Bucky got their equipment and left the place, little did they know that Tony had already predicted their movement and pinpointed their location through the unsuspecting Sharon Carter. In the Berlin airport, when the heavily armed Steve and Bucky arrived, the first thing that they did was to wait for Dio and the others' arrival. But at the same time, the airport radio suddenly announced for the civilian to evacuate the airport. Damn it. We're exposed. Was it that woman? Bucky said as he was suspicious of Sharon. He knew that the person that Steve contacted using the weird snail wouldn't be the one to expose their whereabouts. But Sharon was different. But still, Bucky couldn't say for sure that the woman really betrayed them. No, someone might be using Sharon to get to us. She may be bugged or being followed without her knowing. So, what now? Should we escape this place first? It's already too late. Steve said while shaking his head. It was obvious that the enemy has taken control of the situation as went ahead and made such a broadcast earlier. The enemy might have already set a trap for them before their arrival. So the only chance of escape was to wait for Dio's arrival. While the two of them were hiding in the shadows, Tony and Rhodey, with their iron armor suit, directly flew to the open field for Steve and Bucky to see. Wow, this is so strange. I never expect to run into my acquaintances at the airport, what a small world. Steve and Bucky immediately knew that their whereabouts were already spotted, and thus they walked out and met with Tony and Rhodey. Did you take advantage of Sharon? Took advantage. Wow, such a harsh word. Don't you know I am helping her? Just think about a senior CIA officer betraying the country to steal several weapons for a criminal. She would be getting the CIA infamous death punishment. But I don't mind saying that she did everything under my command. So she wouldn't go to jail, heck, she would even get a commendation for her work. Tony said sarcastically. Stop talking bullshit, Tony. What is the premise for all this? Of course, the premise is that I would capture you again and bring you back to Ross in 36 hours, now, can you cooperate and come with me in peace? Tony asked honestly. You got the wrong person. The psychiatrist on the secure building earlier was the culprit for all this. Your judgment is faulty, Captain, your old comrade already killed a lot of innocent people, it didn't matter whether he was really the one behind all this or not, Tony said indifferently. There are 5 other Winter Soldiers just like him that may have been released by that doctor as we speak, we have to stop them. Steve said desperately. However, Black Panther arrived with Natasha. Steve, you know what will happen next, do you really want to kill any of us to make your way out? Natasha said solemnly. Well, we don't have time for sure. Underoos. Tony shouted, and suddenly a boy in a spider costume jumped out of a building and stole Steve's shield from his hand. Bucky was subconsciously ready to shoot the little spider, but Black Panther immediately stopped him. The bullet hit Black Panther's battle suit, but it didn't affect him whatsoever, and Black Panther's claw immediately destroyed Bucky's rifle. In an instant, Steve and Bucky were at a disadvantage. They didn't have any weapons, and they were also losing in terms of number. Yet Steve just laughed as he didn't think that he would be captured today. Are you really going to do this? Steve asked Tony while laughing. At a time like this, do you think I'm going to preach chivalry? Tony said indifferently. Very well, that's what I thought, Steve said with a smile on his face. Tony immediately understood that Steve's backup was already nearby. Everyone, watch out. Tony said as suddenly the dark battleship appeared in the sky and started to shoot a laser towards Tony's crew. But Tony knew that Dio would never kill the Avenger member, and the laser was just meant to throw them off their formation. However, the others didn't understand Dio as he did, and so, everyone was trying hard to dodge the laser as they were afraid of getting shot and died. But as sudden as it appeared, the dark battleship stopped shooting as it landed on the ground. Hey, you'll have to visit me in prison if you come a little later. Steve said as he waved his hands to Dio with a smile on his face. Dio tossed his poker card, and suddenly, the web that bound Steve to the wall was cut easily. It seems that you are in quite a pickle earlier, but don't worry, the real heroes are here. Hawkeye said as he came out of the dark battleship with Wanda, Pietro, Mantis, Sam, and Scott, the Ant-Man. Dio personally fetched Scott from his house as he knew that Scott's role was needed in the future. Thanks, I would expect no less from you. Steve said solemnly. We've already predicted everything that would happen today, haven't we? Dio laughed a little and then held out his hand to Steve. Steve immediately took the hand and smiled bitterly. Even though he was happy that Dio had saved him from Tony, he never wished to become Tony's enemy in the first place. Any idea who we're up against this time? Scott asked with a confused look on his face. Yeah, these guys behind us. Sam said sarcastically. Does it mean we are criminal now? Scott asked again. Well, I wouldn't put it that way. Barton said with a frown on his face. Scott shrugged indifferently as he prepared himself to fight. Chapter 465. Both sides lined up, ready for battle. Tony's side, including the sudden appearance of Vision, consisted of only 6 people, whereas Dio and Steve's side had 9 people. Even if they counted Mantis out, who had little to none combat capability, they still had 2 more people than Tony's side, not to mention Dio's combat power, and the intimidating dark battleship next to him was overwhelming. It was safe to say that Tony's side was at a complete disadvantage. It's over, Tony, Dio said solemnly as he gazed at Tony. Why do you have to come back and involve yourself with this mess? I always thought you are a smart guy, Dio. Pulling Clint and dragging Sam out of safety. I have been trying my best to keep the Avengers from falling apart. The Avengers has already fallen apart as soon as you signed those accords. Dio said calmly. Tony wanted to retort, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Then there's only one way to conclude this conflict. That is just what we expected. The 2 sides collided instantly. Technology and mutation, enhanced individuals and intelligent beings, super soldiers, and stand users. Different powers, different people, different personalities, different choices. At this moment, everything clashed against each other. The world carried Dio to the sky while blocking Vision's energy blast. Dio knew that Steve and his team could take care of Tony and the rest while Vision was the only threat. So, Dio kept chasing Vision while carefully observing Vision and the Mind Stone on his head. Furthermore, only Dio and Wanda's ability could resist Vision's illusion from his Mind Stone. You're not the first Infinity Stone user that I've seen, but you're clearly the most unique, so, don't let me down on this. Dio said as he wielded his scythe, ready to slash Vision open. Normally, Vision would go intangible, but he already knew from the training that Dio's power was special. Vision wouldn't be able to escape unscathed even if he went intangible here. So, Vision's only option was to dodge the best he could and return fire as soon as possible to keep Dio from closing the distance between them. Just like Vision, Dio didn't want to take the Mind Stone blast right in the face either. He couldn't guarantee that he could block it with his Hammond shield. Go! Seizing an opportunity, Dio violently threw the Reaper's gaze while controlling it on the air using a whistle towards Vision. Vision quickly used his energy blast to knock the Reaper's gaze out of the way, but Dio was already behind him, using the scythe as a distraction. Zoom punch. Vision barely turned around to block the punch, but he failed to measure the distance of the attack. Dio's fist extended in such a way that his block was meaningless. Dio's arm violently extended out and struck him in the face. Seeing that his attack connected, Dio immediately threw out a series of attacks to pressure Vision some more. Dio also used the world to ensure that Vision couldn't escape his reach, as the world attacked Vision from the back. Finally, Dio threw a big hit that immediately sent Vision flying to the ground. Like a shooting star, Vision fell, and a big crater was created on the ground. It seems that the results of the special training are not that remarkable. I am disappointed to see your close combat skill is nowhere near usable. But an energy blast that was more powerful than anything Vision ever shot before was discharged from the ground. Dio immediately dodged, and the energy blast destroyed the tower behind Dio. It's true that my close combat ability is not great, but I am confident in my defensive capabilities. The unharmed Vision flew out from the crater once again. He could freely modify his body's density, allowing him to slip past through objects or became as hard as diamonds. But Dio already rushed towards Vision and launched his own attack. A breaking sound was heard throughout the field. Vision immediately covered his chest as he took a step back painfully. Apparently, your defensive capabilities is not that flawless either. Dio said as he held a silver pistol. Although Dio wasn't used to using a gun, after getting Emperor, he couldn't say no to having a gun as a weapon. The shot that wounded Vision just now was a homing bullet that was also wrapped in metal silver overdrive, producing an unblockable shot. That shot is just a warning, the next one won't be anything like it. Dio said casually. Vision sighed as he realized that Tony's disadvantages were more critical than they thought. I am sorry but, I still can't just let you guys leave, Vision said as the Mind Stone on his head suddenly dazzled with a brilliant yellow light. Mind Stone's power wasn't as simple as firing an energy blast, it was far more complicated than that. As the bright yellow light immediately covered the field, Steve and the others immediately fell unconscious while blood flowing down their nose. It was a devastating mental attack. However, Vision clearly held back the power to refrain from killing anyone. Tony and the others immediately took advantage of the opportunity Vision has created and ordered Spider-Man to capture everyone with his web. Even Dio felt slightly dizzy from Vision's attack and couldn't retain his power. However, because of his high mental resistance, Dio quickly recovered and whistled for Reaper's gaze to return. The Reaper's gaze penetrated Vision's abdomen. One more move, and you'll die. Dio said coldly as he immediately turned around to help the other member. But Dio didn't have to say it twice as Vision couldn't move either way. If Vision didn't have a powerful exoskeleton, he would have been killed by this scythe. Mr. Stark, I did my best. Chapter 466. Vision's attack just now completely changed the flow of the battle. Everyone on Steve's side was knocked down aside from Wanda and Dio, who possessed resistance to mental attack. However, Tony's side didn't receive any damage at all. But it still didn't change the outcome. Suddenly, everyone felt really hot, as if the air itself was made of fire while the sky was suddenly blinding. Tony's mask wasn't affected by this light, but he realized that he had no way of winning the battle as he looked up. There was another sun in the sky, although the size was much smaller than the real sun, it still has all the sun's property. That was the result of combining the power of the sun and Magician's Red. Dio also empowered the sun with his overdrive Hammond technique, increasing its power exponentially. And finally, Dio also empowered the two stands with his Scarlet Overdrive, increasing the heat even further. Everyone could feel the heat, but due to his extra-sensitive sensory, this heat was unbearable for Spider-Man. After intaking dry air a couple of times, Spider-Man was down for the count. Even Natasha, who was prepared for every extreme situation, began to show heatstroke symptoms as she began to feel dizzy and unsteady. Tony realized that everyone wouldn't be able to resist the heat, so he released freezing dust into the air, giving himself and everyone else a room to breathe and save themselves. However, Tony's action only bought a little bit of time as the freezing effect only lasted for a few seconds. Dio himself had to summon White Album to regulate his temperature. After all, the temperature attack from the two stands was indiscriminate. It's over. The entire place would completely dry up in just a few minutes. Rhodey, who was slowly roasted inside his War Machine armor, was preparing to fire a few mini-missiles towards the artificial sun as he thought that they would be able to break out of this desperate situation if he, by any chance, could destroy it. But how come Dio would make such a low-level mistake? The Magician's Red, who was staying on top of the sun, suddenly opened its beak and spew a thick pillar of fire. The mini-missiles immediately collided with the fire pillar and exploded mid-air, increasing the surrounding temperature even more. Why did you never listen to my words? Dio immediately rushed towards Rhodey and hit him straight in the chest, sending Rhodey flying a dozen meters away. Dio's punch directly destroyed the arc reactor on his chest, causing the armor to lose power and making him unable to move the heavy armor. Rod, hey! Tony shouted angrily as he shot Dio with his palm cannon. However, Dio only needed to move slightly to dodge Tony's attack. Although the surrounding environment has become unbearable, the White Album's ice armor was extremely strong. So he didn't need to exhaust himself just to dodge such a desperate attack. Dio then rushed towards Tony and held his neck in the air. Simultaneously, Magician's Red also spewed a dozen fireballs that hit Tony's back, knocking him out from the battle. Furthermore, Dio also summoned the world and punched Tony repeatedly to make sure that he wouldn't get up so quickly. As a final attack from Dio, the world also punched Tony's arc reactor, destroying it completely, giving Tony no chance to retaliate on this battle. At this critical moment, the little spider quickly latched his web to Tony and pulled him to safety from Dio. However, the deed was done, and there was no way Tony would be waking up anytime soon. Dio, stop it. Do you really want to kill us all? Dio stopped for a moment and tapped the communicator on his arms a few times. Immediately after that, several dark elves came out of the dark battleship and helped Steve's team that was bounded by the little spider earlier to safety inside the spaceship. Dio then snapped his fingers, and Reaper's gaze immediately flew and pulled Vision to his side. Dio then rushed to the side, away from the sun, for Vision's safety, but suddenly, Black Panther appeared, blocking Dio's path. Black Panther immediately clawed Dio, but Dio attacked the Black Panther with the scythe immediately. The force of the scythe shocked Chala as he knew that his vibranium suit was the strongest defensive equipment in the world, yet the claw part of his suit that was made by pure vibranium was almost cut off from Dio's scythe slash. Impossible. Didn't you hear from Tony what metal did I use to create this blade? Dio smirked to the Black Panther. Chala immediately understood and stood aside immediately, watching Dio, and the Dark Elves evacuated towards the Dark Battleship without intervening. Before entering the ship, Dio left Vision's body on the side as he had no intention to bring Vision with him. Those who were still conscious enough to watch from the side also left Dio alone as they knew that it was their loss. When the Dark Battleship started to take off and disappear in the air, the sun immediately disappeared. Natasha immediately regained some strength as she struggled to stand up. She immediately called for help as she knew that Vision, Tony, and Rhodey was seriously injured, while Chala, the spider, and herself sustained many minor injuries. She already knew that the confrontation would result in another disaster, and she was correct. Stand name, the Sun. Introduction, a stand that has the appearance of the Sun and has all of its characteristic. Type, long-range manipulation type. Ability, Sun replica. Attack the target indiscriminately with a powerful heatwave and blinding light. Attributes. Destructive power, B. Speed, E. Range, A. Persistence, A. Precision, E. Developmental potential, E. Evaluation, the vampire's biggest weakness, but ended up as the vampire's henchman. The world sure revolves in a weird way. Substitute, magician's red. Introduction, having many undeniable similarities with the Egyptian sun god. Type, long-distance manipulation type. Ability, pyrokinesis. It had the ability to control fire and heat and could create high-temperature flame to attack. Attributes. Destructive power, B. Speed, B. Range, C. Persistence, B. Precision, C. Developmental potential, D. Evaluation, is Grey home? Do you want to play? Chapter 467. Tony was hospitalized after getting beat up. He woke up and immediately made a fuss to get discharged soon. Tony, what you need now is rest. Natasha walked in with a helpless look on her face. How are the others? They're all pretty much in the same state as you, beaten up pretty badly, but nothing serious. Are you still defending those bastards? I am not. I am just stating the fact here, you know damn well that Dio could kill us all if he wanted to. You are right, probably I have to talk to them soon. Tony said while sighing exasperatedly. How would you find them? I think they would want nothing to do with us after that fiasco. I know, I got this, Tony said as he pulled out his cell phones and did something with it. A red dot appeared on the screen, and Tony let Natasha know that it was the current location of Dio's spaceship. How did you track that ship? Natasha asked curiously. Since I knew that guy would come, I've already prepared for this. I considered the worst outcome would happen, and thus I already ordered the Spider Boy to put a small tracking device on that spaceship. Despite being all ragged out, Natasha could sense the little smug on the corner of Tony's mouth. Are you going to report it to Ross? Tony asked as he looked at Natasha. But Natasha didn't have the time to say anything as a message suddenly blared from Tony's phone. He immediately took a look at what Friday had to report and found out about the murder of the psychiatrist that was supposed to be Bucky's psychiatrist earlier. Tony immediately realized that Steve was right. What's wrong, Tony? Natasha asked curiously as she saw Tony's mood suddenly shifted. We're all screwed, that psychiatrist was the real problem. We have to go immediately. Just us? That's right, don't notify Ross for this one. All right then. Natasha took Tony to a chopper, and then Tony immediately told everything he knew to Natasha. The psychiatrist, Dr. Theo Broussard, who came to check on Bucky's mental status that day, wasn't the real one, and the real one was already dead somewhere in a hotel bathroom. The police also found a wig and human skin mask in the room, while the mask was very similar to the psychiatrist's face. Everyone was fooled, and Steve was right. Friday, pull up all the information we have on that guy, Tony said as he uploaded the security footage to his system. The man's name is Helmut Zemo, he is a colonel of Sokovian Armed Forces, he is in charge of paramilitary death squad in Sokovia. Friday's voice filled the room. Damn. And right after Tony and Natasha left the hospital, 2 helicopters followed them quietly. They didn't know that the Secretary of State has caught wind of what they would do and ordered several people to follow him quietly. It didn't matter what Tony do as long as he led them towards Steve's whereabouts. A new problem arose at Berlin Airport as the people there were also disappointed by the Avengers' mess and started to lose faith in them. The nations on Earth finally saw the dogfight that the Avenger was in and started to condemn them for such an embarrassing display. Moreover, Black Panther, who was eager for revenge, also quietly followed Tony, ready to find the opportunity to kill Bucky. Because of that, all forces with different ideas flocked to a remote place in cold Siberia. Inside the spaceship, Sam and the others were depressed and resting their head for a moment. Vision really caused extensive damage to their mental state, and Dio didn't have a good way to heal a mental trauma. The most he could offer was to tell them to drink a lot of water and have plenty of good rest. When they were close to their destination, Steve could not help but be a little worried. Is it already too late? We have to see it for ourselves, but once those guys leave Siberia, we will have a hard time finding them. Bucky said solemnly. That is unnecessary. If it's just to find people, I am good at it. Even if they run to the end of the earth, they couldn't hide from me. With Hermit Purple and Moody Blues, no one would be able to hide from his tracking. For now, that was all Dio could say. He knew that Tony could probably still find this place, but regardless of that, Dio wanted to get rid of the video where Bucky killed Tony's parents. Steve's action in the movie where he wanted to conceal the truth was probably for the best. Both of them were his friends, comrade in arms, and therefore it wasn't right to choose sides. If Bucky was really a bad guy, Steve wouldn't be stressed about choosing what to do. However, Bucky was brainwashed, and therefore all the things Bucky had done in those moments weren't his fault. After hearing so much bad news, finally I heard good news, Steve said with a relaxed attitude. After he landed near the base on the Siberia Arctic Ring, Dio ordered everyone except for Steve and Bucky to stay on the ship. He needed the other to have a good rest so that they could support him later. Can I borrow this thing? Bucky said as he pointed to the energy gun that a dark elf held. Give it to him, Dio ordered the dark elf. Yes, sir, the dark elf said without any hesitation and handed the gun to Bucky. The dark elf then continued to guard the exit without saying anything else. Clearly, they didn't have any intention to teach Bucky how to use the gun. However, with his knowledge of armed weapons, Bucky got the hang of it pretty quick. After we leave, conceal the ship. No action without my permission is permitted. If anything happens, report to me immediately. Yes, sir. Dio spoke loudly as the words weren't only meant for the Dark Elves, but also for Sam and the others. Dio didn't care if he had to face the gods, but an idiotic teammate was frustrating. He didn't want a stupid teammate barging in, ruining his plan later. After taking care of everything he had to do on the ship, Dio, Steve, and Bucky walked towards the base entrance vigilantly. Chapter 468. Where is he? I don't know. Didn't you say that you are good at finding people? Steve said annoyedly at Dio. Well, true, but I need to find where they have been first. Dio said as he rolled his eyes and walked ahead. He didn't really remember how the psychiatrist looked like, and therefore, he couldn't just use Moody Blues casually. Well, it wouldn't really matter since the psychiatrist most likely has already killed all Winter Soldiers if everything went according to the movie plot. Steve and Bucky looked at each other as they followed Dio helplessly. At the same time, Tony and Natasha were about to arrive at Hydra's Siberian base. About several minutes later, Dio and the other finally found the frozen warehouse where all the Winter Soldier was being kept in their frozen state. Is this the place? It should be careful, they may have been awakened. Right, when they stepped into the room, the lights suddenly lit up, and they could immediately see everything in the room. At the same time, Helmut Zemo's voice was heard through the speaker inside the room. Welcome to Siberia, you don't have to worry about anything here as I already killed all of them. Did you seriously think that I want more people like you out there? But I have to thank them for bringing all of you to this place. Steve immediately checked the frozen cribs and found out that every Winter Soldier had a hole on their head. Did you kill so many innocent people just to lure us here? That's correct. I spent a whole year just studying the Avengers and follows you around to make sure I didn't miss anything about each and every one of you. We are here now. Show yourself. Another light was suddenly turned on in another room, showing Helmut Zemo behind a protective glass wall. Steve immediately threw his shield towards the glass, but it just bounced off without damaging the glass. Don't bother, Captain, the Soviets built this chamber to withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion. But as he finished his sentence, a glowing red scythe sliced the glass like tofu. The tip of the scythe almost reached Zemo's head. Looks like the Soviets doesn't try that hard either. I didn't have to try hard to get you out of that cage. Oh, of course, I believe you can do it. I already received the truth, Mr. Dio. But I already prepared for it. Why do you think I lured all of you here but killed all those winter soldiers? But, it's a pity that I can't see Mr. Stark before I leave. Stark? Are you a Sokovian? So you're doing all this for revenge? That's half of the truth. I made an oath to punish you for all your wrongdoing that couldn't be judged by the law. You've lost someone, Steve said knowingly. I lost everyone. So, you will also feel the same thing that I did. An empire could rise again when it was overthrown by enemies, but it will end miserably if it was destroyed from within. Suddenly, the big screen lighted up, playing a certain video. But before anyone could see it, Dio immediately sliced the video in two. Don't waste your time, I know what you're trying to do, Dio said coldly to Zemo. Oh, so you also already know the incident that happened in 1991, no wonder Stark couldn't come here, Zemo said with a disappointed expression, while Steve and Bucky were confused and surprised by Dio's action. It doesn't matter, but if I kill you now, everything will be back on track, Dio said coldly, but Zemo just laughed. Do you think this is the only tape? I lured you here just to see you all kill each other. But now that Stark wasn't here, I guess the video will find its way to Stark in another way. I see you want to die that badly. Dio said as he pulled the implosion grenade and threw it towards the glass wall. As the grenades imploded, the glass wall was broken. Dio immediately yanked Zemo out of the room and punched him hard in the face. What else did you do to the video? Dio said coldly. I just made a copy of the video, timed it with an email to Stark's email, by now, he should have. Before Zemo could finish his little speech, Dio immediately punched him again, breaking Zemo's nose in the process. You really want to die, didn't you? You think I am bluffing? Wait a minute. A voice suddenly shouted from the door, and here came T'Challa, complete with his Black Panther suit. Steve and Bucky were startled and immediately aimed their weapons towards T'Challa. I heard your conversation just now, and I know that what happened before was just a misunderstanding, a conspiracy, but I want to execute him myself. For the sin of masterminding my father's death. Dio pondered for a moment and withdrew his scythe. Dio then kicked Zemo towards T'Challa's side. Dio's kick was powerful enough to wound Zemo's lungs. So, whether or not T'Challa really killed Zemo, he wouldn't live for long. T'Challa knew what Dio was doing, and he frowned a little but refrained from saying anything. How did you know about this place? Steve asked curiously to T'Challa. I followed Stark. Let me also remind you that the UN's troops are also on their way here, if you don't leave this place quickly, you will be in trouble later. Dio was surprised by the information that T'Challa gave since T'Challa was following Tony, that meant Tony was here before T'Challa did. Dio immediately realized that the situation was far worse than he thought. Before Dio realized it, Steve immediately ran towards Bucky and blocked several energy blasts from the door. You already knew it, right? Captain, be honest with me. Chapter 469. Tony opened his visor and glared at Steve silently. Tell me, did you know about it? Tony said while gritting his teeth, preparing for the worst answer he would hear. Natasha also came and looked at Dio with a helpless look on her face. Apparently, she also saw the video. At the same time, Steve avoided Tony's eyes and nodded, confessing that he already knew about it. How about you? Did you know about this too? Dio fell silent for a moment as he was trying to think of what he was going to say. He already knew about a lot of things since the beginning, so it was hard to say something that would not upset Tony any more than he already was. I didn't know what you are talking about, but this is all the enemy's ploy to split us up. Dio said confidently. Are you telling me that all this was a conspiracy? That the video was tampered? You are joking. Tony, calm down, maybe we can talk about it, Natasha said as she sensed that Tony was starting to lose it. But before she could reach Tony, he already rushed over to Steve and punched him right in the face, before rushing towards Bucky with an intent to kill. Bucky wasn't some amateur either. He already knew why Tony was furious, so he was already prepared for a confrontation to some extent. Before Tony could reach him, Bucky immediately shot out the energy gun in his hands towards Tony, blasting him back several meters. But before Tony was too far apart from Bucky, he already shot his own energy blast from his palm, hitting Bucky's energy gun and blasting it out of Bucky's reach. Are you really going to stand there and let them fight to the death? Natasha shouted at Dio frustratedly. She already knew that she couldn't stop Tony and the others, but she knew that Dio could easily do so. So, are you suggesting that I should get hit by their attack? What did you think I am supposed to do here? Dio already knew that nothing he did would matter as Steve was the only one who could help Tony and Bucky. If he restrained Tony here, Tony would resent Dio for a lifetime. After all, Tony didn't completely lose his ability to reason. He was just clouded with intense hatred towards Bucky, who killed his parent. Natasha looked at Tony and the others before she sighed, clearly at a loss as well. She saw that no one had the intention to back down and kept fighting, but clearly, Tony was at a disadvantage here. "Bucky, you need to get out of here," Steve shouted as he tried to stop Tony by himself. Bucky nodded and tried to get away from Tony. That wasn't the real him, Tony. It was Hydra who controlled him. The same thing happened in Berlin. Bucky and your parents were both a victim of Hydra. Just step aside, Steve. He killed my parents. Your revenge against him wouldn't change anything. I don't care, he killed my parents, Tony said stubbornly. Steve felt helpless, but all he could do now was to buy enough time to let Bucky escape before Tony broke free out of his grip. At the same time, Dio's communication device rang. "Sir. A large number of fighter jets and fleets are approaching. Please give your order." Dio frowned as he realized that the UN hasn't given up on capturing the Avengers. "Prepare for battle and check the ship thoroughly. I believe that some sort of signal transmitter was in there somewhere," Dio said casually. "Yes, sir, right away." As Dio hung up, Natasha approached him. "You already knew about the tracking device?" Natasha asked curiously. "A hunch, that's all. How can you guys find this place otherwise?" "It's just simple reasoning that Tony would definitely do something like that." "Well, after I retire, can I come live with you?" Natasha said out of nowhere. "Why, I don't think a farm life will suit you," Dio said with a smirk on his face. "Well, you will never know before you try," Natasha said with a big smile on her face. "Are you serious right now?" Dio said as he looked at Natasha weirdly. "Who knows, I am full of surprise, you know," Natasha said with a grin on her face. Dio was surely bewildered. Natasha was worried about Tony just a moment ago, and now, she was proposing to live with Dio after her retirement. Dio was convinced that Natasha was truly frightening. He would never know what was on her mind, ever. "Let's go. We have to take a look at what the three of them are doing now." Yeah, sure," Dio said as he followed Natasha towards where the three were still duking it out. There, Dio saw that Bucky was lying on the floor, completely battered, while his metal arm was removed from his body. At the same time, Tony was pinned under Steve, while Steve was trying to destroy Tony's arc reactor with his shield. At this point, Tony, who completely lost his fighting spirit, has failed his revenge. Tony's face was filled with sadness and anger as he knew that he couldn't do anything to exact revenge against his parents' murderer. "That shield isn't yours. It was made by my father. You don't deserve it." Steve immediately dropped the shield after damaging Tony's reactor. He knew that on this day, he regained an old friend while losing the other. After looking at Tony's miserable state, Steve helped Bucky back on his feet and left the base to escape the incoming UN troops. After Steve left, Dio walked towards Tony to check on his condition. "I didn't expect that it would come to this," Dio said honestly. "You already knew about all this, didn't you?" Tony said angrily. "You know, it doesn't matter what I already know at this point. I couldn't change the past anyway. I am also sorry that I couldn't help you in this situation. It really wasn't my call, and I really don't like the option you two gave me, but I will not stop what you are going to do," Dio said honestly as he knew that there was no point to lie at this point. Tony fell silent and leaned to the nearest wall as he started to wonder about something. "Take this, you know how to use it, and it can also heal you up now, but I really hope that we won't be enemies the next time we see each other," Dio said as he put a little snail in Tony's palm before he turned away and left Tony alone. The fight between Tony and Steve was temporarily over, but this was just the beginning of a larger-scale battle to come. "Are you done talking some sense to him?" Natasha said as she waited for Dio. "It doesn't matter what I said to him, it depends on what he truly thinks about all of us," Dio said honestly. He then kept walking, making his way out of the base. "You should be careful, this place should be surrounded by those soldiers already," Natasha said with a smile on her face. "Aren't you coming with me?" Dio said confusedly. He remembered Natasha chose to join the other side after the fight according to the original plot. "Do you need me that much?" "But I don't think that there is any place for me besides you. I'd rather help that poor guy over there, letting him know that he wasn't completely alone, you know." "Well, I still could use a farmer girl or two by my side if you want it," Dio said with a smile on his face. "Well, let's talk about it when I retire," Natasha said as she walked away from Dio and helped Tony. Dio just smiled and shook his head before pulling out his scythe, ready to make his way out of this place. Chapter 470. Everyone inside, you are already surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Mr. Secretary, Wakanda's prince, has come and explained the whole situation while also handing the perpetrator of everything that happened to us earlier, a soldier said as he reported to the Secretary of State. Chala didn't kill Zemo as in the end. He realized that he couldn't allow himself to be consumed by revenge. He realized after seeing Zemo that revenge could be his end, and it was not a good end either. In addition, Chala believed that death wasn't a punishment. It was a relief. After reflecting upon his mistake and instinct, Chala handed over Zemo to the UN troops before he walked away from Siberia. After hearing the soldier's brief report, the Secretary of State enthusiastically thanked Chala for everything he had done and promised that Zemo would be locked up and would be judged lawfully by the court of law. Chala just shrugged and kept walking away from the scene as he didn't have any business left there. Chala knew that the Secretary of State wouldn't bother hearing his words when it came to Steve and the others. There was nothing he could do to help anyone inside the base. After all, in the eyes of other countries in this world, Chala was only a prince of a small country in Africa. People from many large and powerful countries would think that Chala only had an abysmal influence and ignored him. How is everything so far? The Secretary of State asked the soldiers. We have eyes on every corner, sir. The soldier answered. Have we found the spaceship yet? We are still looking for it, sir. I believe with this many eyes covering every nook and cranny, we will find it soon. All right. Keep your eyes peeled, we couldn't underestimate those monsters. Are the ICBM ready for launch? Ready, but are we really going to use such a weapon, sir? The soldier asked nervously. This is the unanimous decision of all countries. No matter how many sacrifices we might end up with, the spaceship must fall on our hands, even if only its wreckage is left. No one would want such a superweapon in the hands of criminals. Do you understand that? Yes, sir. Understand, sir. At the same time, gunshot sounds were heard along with the screams of soldiers. Wanted criminal Dio Brando, Steve Rogers, and James Barnes have been located, sir. Your order, sir. A soldier ran towards the Secretary of State worriedly. Outside the Soviet secret base, heavily armed soldiers were surrounding Dio while Steve and Bucky didn't have any weapons to defend themselves. Knowing that Dio sighed as it was all on him to save Steve and Bucky out of this mess. Dio immediately ordered the dark battleship to prepare for takeoff to make sure they were ready whenever Dio was close enough. Dio knew that he would be facing 117 nations this time, so he also ordered the dark battleship to retaliate if the soldiers found them. Steve, take Bucky to safety for a while. I don't think I would be able to cover you from incoming bullets this time. Dio immediately noticed that Steve wanted to refuse and stay with Dio, but Dio immediately beat him to it before he could say anything. Look at you now. You will only embarrass yourself and hinder me from going all out. Dio said coldly. Steve immediately frowned but didn't say anything as he was aware of his current predicament. But it still annoyed him to no end that he was once a national hero, a war hero in fact, but now was a wanted criminal. He was so disturbed by it that he finally snapped out of it only after Dio patted his shoulders. Steve finally moved out of the way and covered himself and Bucky from the soldier's line of view. Now, Dio could go all out, and the only thing in his line of thought was to kill every soldier that stood in his way. Dio didn't have any inhibition like Captain America as he didn't have the same patriotism as Steve Rogers have. Besides, the UN clearly wanted something from him that they shouldn't have. Target has shown himself, open fire. The soldiers shouted at the same time as Dio moved out of the building. The barrage of bullets immediately rained down on Dio, but thanks to the Hammond energy that enveloped him and the white album that also created a protective layer of ice, the bullets were stopped short. Dio also summoned Horus as the ice and snowy environment of Siberia created empowered his ice stands. Dio immediately used White Album's Ice Age power to move quickly through the battlefield. Because of that, Dio instantly turned everything 100 meters from him into ice sculptures. In this cold environment, he didn't have to hold back both of his ice stands as it only consumed a small amount of his Hammond energy. As Dio moved quickly, more soldiers were frozen solid. They didn't have the time to retaliate as nothing worked against Dio right now. Everyone, don't approach the target. I repeat, don't approach the target. Use long-range weapons. Sniper, try to cripple the target first. Several soldiers began to snipe Dio, and some even shot a rocket launcher towards Dio. But it was all in vain. Dio was prepared for such an attack earlier, and the Ice Age still rendered the sniper bullet and rocket explosion obsolete. No bullet would be able to retain its momentum in absolute zero. And the temperature of Ice Age would instantly evaporate the explosion. In a normal environment, Dio wouldn't be able to keep the Ice Age for so long as he had to manipulate the temperature to an extreme degree. However, here in Siberia, where the land was cold, to begin with, he didn't have to try that hard to alter the temperature. Chapter 471. Cryokinesis. Dio shouted as a huge amount of ice shards was condensed in the air. Steve saw the ice shards in the air in awe, but the opposite effect was instilled in the soldiers. They were looking at the ice shards in fear. They finally realized the terror of Dio's power, and as Dio waved his hands forwards, the ice shards were quickly propelled towards them. Keep shooting him. We have to kill that monster. But not all of them were that heroic. Many of them also ran away in terror. But the result was still the same. Thousands of soldiers died in a matter of seconds. Dio saw the Secretary of State and smirked as he saw that the Secretary was trembling in anger instead of fear. Dio knew that the Secretary of State was distressed about what to say to the UN later. Send out half of the Air Force here, now. The Secretary of State shouted to the soldiers hurriedly. But we haven't found the spaceship yet, sir. The soldier said confusedly. Do as I say. The Secretary shouted annoyedly. The soldiers immediately called the Air Force. Not too long after, the Air Force came and covered the ground around Dio with bullets. They clearly didn't want to underestimate Dio's power as they fired at Dio while keeping their distance. The Secretary of State was delighted after seeing the show in front of him. He was sure that Dio would be dead this time. But that thought alone meant the Secretary of State was still underestimating Dio. The dark battleship was quietly ascending and suddenly fired at the Air Force from their blind spot. The dark battleship's weapons far surpassed the Air Force's, and the lasers that the dark battleships fired easily cut through the fighter jet in half. Only a few fighter jets managed to escape in time as they saw the dark battleship from afar. At the same time, Dio was still standing on the ice like nothing happened. The jet fighter's machine gun couldn't penetrate Dio's defense. There was no way Dio would be injured as long as Dio was on the icy ground, as the ice stand had one of the most powerful defenses in the JoJo universe. It was surely the end for the Secretary of State. Even if Dio didn't kill him now, he would definitely lose his job and probably turned into the scapegoat for the media. But the Secretary of State was still determined to shoot down the spaceship. Shoot the missiles. Let's destroy our little alien friends. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded and immediately called out the missile strike from the mothership. A powerful missile was launched from the sea towards the dark battleship, but the Dark Elves were already prepared for it as Dio already warned them beforehand. The Dark Elves immediately shot the missiles, destroying it before reaching the battleship. The Dark Elves also prepared the annihilation cannon immediately. Dio, who saw the missile was really launched towards him, was surprised. He didn't expect that the entire world really became his enemy just because he had a superior weapon at his disposal. Dio immediately ordered the Dark Elves to charge the annihilation cannon to the third stage and aimed it at the mothership. Dio realized that he had to become a demon in this situation to show that he wasn't an enemy that the world could afford. The third stage of the annihilation cannon was the same amount of energy that Dio used to erase the entire Sokovia. Although it was unfortunate to kill so many soldiers that only followed orders, his options were limited. When the purple energy began to gather at the tip of the spaceship's cannon, the Secretary of State immediately became frightened. He already saw what happened in Sokovia, and he knew that he couldn't afford to lose another unit. But he now realized that Dio was fucking lunatic. Marine forces, evacuate immediately. Stay away from there. But he knew deep down that he was already too late. It only took a few seconds for the spaceship to charge up, and there was no way the Marine could move that fast. The purple lights were finally fired from the spaceship and plunged towards the mothership. The purple lights illuminated the sea, melting everything that it hits. The mothership was obviously destroyed. Even the seawater, the fishes, and the seafloor was destroyed. As the purple lights disappeared, a huge vortex was gradually formed on the sea. Raging waves shook the other ships towards each other, but sadly, the soldiers on board wouldn't be able to escape. Now that the vortex pulled everything towards its center, the soldiers wouldn't be able to leave the ship. The sea raged as wave current kept pulling everything and torn them apart. Even another mothership couldn't escape its rage. No matter how large the vessel would be, nothing was spared. The soldiers on land could only watch in horror as they watched the entire fleet being swallowed by the sea. There was nothing that they could do to help as they would be dead as well for even trying. This was far worse than the Sokovia tragedy. Dio himself was in awe after seeing the power gem's energy for himself. He knew that the power gem was the most powerful thing in the universe, but he never knew that it would produce the firepower on such a level with only a slight charge. Now he knew why the collector held this power gem as the deadliest item in the universe. Other infinity gems couldn't hold a candle against this tremendous power. Dio finally watched the soldiers slumped weakly on the ground, disarming themselves as they gave up on capturing Dio. Chapter 472. Because of the Annihilation Cannon. The Dark Battleship was at a disadvantage right now. The energy barrier that protected the Dark Battleship was damaged due to the impact from the Annihilation Cannon itself, and now it was almost completely worn out. So, Dio called Galaxy through telepathy, and immediately, Galaxy appeared before him. As an animal that possessed a stand, Galaxy was quite reliable. It has awakened Dimensional Wanderer stand where it could teleport or create a wormhole to travel around. It was really similar to Dr. Strange's teleportation rings ability. But Galaxy's stand ability was very limited right now as the amount of Hammond energy that Galaxy required to teleport was determined by the distance of teleportation. Due to its amount of Hammond energy right now, Galaxy couldn't teleport far away just yet. I don't know if the Hammond beads have any effects on you, but I will give you some later. Dio said to Galaxy as he hopped onto its back. Now, let's go. We have to destroy those annoying soldiers. Galaxy nodded as it understood what Dio ordered and then immediately created a portal towards the sea. Dio summoned Red Hot Chili Pepper immediately, and every jet fighter that surrounded the Dark Battleship was electrocuted. There is no better stand for dealing with modern technology than the Red Hot Chili Pepper as it only took a little electricity to overload the machine. Dio didn't just sit back and watch either. He destroyed the jet fighters that was out of Red Hot Chili Pepper's range with Reaper's gaze. The Dark Elves also began to shoot the jet fighter with the laser gun while maneuvering through the jet fighter's line of fire. Even without the Annihilation Cannon, Dio had spent a lot of money to arm the Dark Battleship the best he could, making it a lot better than most advanced jet fighter on Earth. Not even Tony's current technology could be considered advanced enough to be compared with the Dark Battleship. Aside from the laser gun, Dio also armed the Dark Battleship with drones that covered all sides of the Dark Battleship so that the Dark Battleship didn't have any blind spot. These drones provided other advantages besides covering all blind spots. One of them was the capability to automatically open fire once the target was locked on without requiring any manpower to operate it. But of course, they also had their disadvantages too. Knowing that they would attack the enemy automatically meant that strategies were meaningless. If they attacked an enemy who could see through the drone's pattern, the drone would be easily destroyed. Seeing that the cost of each drone was very expensive, it would take a toll on Dio's pocket if they were destroyed later. But against the Earth's jet fighter, Dio didn't really have to worry about that part as he thought that the jet fighter wouldn't be able to destroy the drone on their own. And of course, Dio would also upgrade these drones later after incorporating the Sovereign's remote technology. For now, the pattern of the drone would be hard to predict, seeing that the soldiers were in a panic. Seeing all the destruction in the air, the Secretary of State looked anxious. There was no doubt that the UN's leaders would drop all the blames on him. His image would shatter to millions of pieces, and there was no doubt that the public would hang him later. When he got there, he brought 2 motherships, 4 vessel ships, 500 jet fighters, and nearly 10,000 fully armed soldiers, but it was all in vain. There was no result to report back to the UN, and the worst of all, how would he return with nothing but mourning report for the deceased soldier's family? He would definitely live in a nightmare later. He thought he was fully prepared after so many people warned him about Dio's absolute power, but nothing worked. He now understood what Nick Fury said about the Avengers could only be dealt with another Avenger. In the past, the army also failed to capture Thor and the Hulk on several occasions. He should learn from this past event, but he underestimated Dio too much instead. At the same time, Dio was flying around in the air with Galaxy. He immediately went down towards the Secretary of State. The soldiers were terrified and immediately ran away, leaving the Secretary of State alone. But Dio was impressed by some soldiers who chose not to run away but instead running towards the Secretary of State despite the fear and horror was still clear on their face. Dio began to wonder if these soldiers were the elite soldiers. They clearly had better control of their instinct than any ordinary human. But nevertheless, they were nothing in front of Dio. Dio Brando, what do you want now? Do you want war against the whole world? Wow, is that what the world wants? I could do that if I must. But clearly, you are delusional. Just look all around you. Is this what the world wants? Are you really doing all this in the name of justice? Or is it in the name of greed? At first it was just a misunderstanding, but you clearly become a threat as soon as you killed so many soldiers near the Avengers Mansion. Now, you could avoid going to war against the world as long as you sign the Sokovia Accord. We wouldn't put any blames on you if you do that. You will also become the leader of the Avengers, and we can discuss any other condition later. The Secretary of State said confidently, although he was frustrated and desperate, he couldn't just put down his professionalism. But after listening to the Secretary's word, Dio laughed out loud and immediately felt pity towards Tony and the other Avengers who already signed the accord. You are dreaming. If you really want war, then I will give you one. Let's see what would happen if I level Washington, D.C. and New York to the ground. Would you still stubbornly demand my toys then? Chapter 473. Dio's words sounded so condescending. Everyone in the UN's secret conference heard everything Dio said as they put a hidden mic on the Secretary of State's shirt. They began to rack their brains about what action Dio would take if the world actually declared war against him. They also calculated the heavy loss they just suffered as their abundant resources were destroyed single-handedly by Dio. They understood that the gap between Dio's technologies and theirs was too far apart, that there was nothing that they could do to overcome it. The 117 nations could only sit back and watch as they knew that they had chosen the wrong option, and there was nothing else they could do about it anymore. The biggest issue was the threat that Dio could be anywhere undetected, while they were like sitting duck, easily targetable. If Dio's threat were real, the nations must remain on alert all the time, waiting for Dio to strike one of their cities. They obviously couldn't afford to be on alert that long, since the economy in that city would be crippled and thus would create another chain reaction that would just become a nuisance later. The nation's leaders regretted their decision to create the Sokovian Accord as they now realized that they couldn't control the Avengers. The greed and political play would pollute the Avengers, making it ineffective in the long run. The small countries began to take a step back and gave up as they could no longer afford to support the UN on their crusade against Dio. Since the country that suffered the most damage right now was the United States, they had no reason to take part in it. Come on. We can't shut down the operation now. We have to form the United Nations Army now and eliminate that lunatic immediately. And how do you plan on doing that? We can use the nuke, but do you know where to launch it? So, what do you want us to do? Comply to that lunatic? Well, I will not join on another crusade. You can do whatever you want, but don't expect me to be part of it. You, motherfucker. Don't blame me now, I never agreed on using force, to begin with. Just look what violence you bring. I am done here. I hope you realize what you are doing here was chasing after a fool's gold. Goodbye. I agree with him. Now, my country is small, there is no way I would get anything out of this. The risk is not worth it, and there is no guarantee that we can pull it off. The end. I am also done here. Good day, everyone. Now, we should use this chance to look back. The Avenger was superheroes who try their best to defend the Earth. Without them, we would have been long gone. I don't know what we are thinking back then, but clearly, everyone was blinded by greed to somehow get their hands on the spaceship that not even one of us has anything to do with. So, with that thought, I don't see any reason left for me to be here. So long. Everyone. The screen that projected the 117 nations leader began to turn black one by one. Most of them realized that they didn't gain anything from antagonizing Dio and the Avenger any longer and therefore immediately called it quit. They realized how dumb they were for being tempted by the USA to take part in this charade while they clearly didn't have anything to do with it. They hoped that they could turn back time and revert everything to how it was before. But some countries did believe that Avengers wouldn't give in to the UN's pressure, and therefore they've already expected that something like this would happen. They wanted to weaken the USA, and Dio's threat seemed intriguing as the destruction of New York and Washington, D.C. would be a premise of the USA's demise. The public would surely be rioting against the decision to antagonize the Avenger soon enough. At that time, the USA would face a problematic matter as the USA had the most willful people. As for Dio, even though the nation's leaders said that he was a lunatic now, they knew that Dio didn't have anything to worry about now. Under the pretense of self-defense, no one would blame him for retaliating. Because of that, the online conference ended abruptly without any clear solution. The USA president was dumbfounded as he has always thought that the USA was the most powerful country in the world. Nobody ever dared to fight back against the USA, but now that Dio clearly demonstrated that he didn't have anything to fear against the USA, the president realized that there would always be someone that he shouldn't pick a fight with. Now his option to use the Avenger was gone too. The only one who could fight Dio at this point was Vision, since Tony, Rhodey, and Natasha obviously wouldn't be able to fight Dio. It was a shame that Hulk and Thor weren't present. Nonetheless, Vision wouldn't be able to defeat Dio alone. Out of desperation, the International Security Council was forced to call S.H.I.E.L.D. and contacted Nick Fury to see if he had any solution to deal with Dio. After all, the Avenger was Nick's creation, and he was on good terms with Dio. If Nick didn't have any solution to this matter, the USA would have no other option besides waging war against Dio. I know something about Dio that the others don't. So, hear me out now. He was the type of person who didn't know the concept of fear. He was the kind of person who will not give a fuck no matter who his opponent is. In fact, he also has a strong thirst for revenge. If you all still remember the case of Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., Dio's parent was the victim of this case. Do you know what happened? Dio investigated the case alone and killed all of the perpetrators in cold blood. He wouldn't care about the consequences of his action as long as he thought that he was on the right. For your information, he has already gone on a little adventure to another galaxy and earned himself the notoriety as a cold-blooded overlord. He has even destroyed a planet before. He also has a planet of his own that he could control to his liking. So you better keep this in mind and take an appropriate measure. Nick Fury said coldly. Nick also brought up Dio's evaluation report and some record of Dio's experience in the universe that Nick had successfully acquired when he researched Dio's ship earlier. Nick wasn't jealous of Dio's accomplishment, but he honestly wanted the International Security Council to reconsider their idea of making Dio their enemy. Although everything that Nick has said to the International Security was indeed the fact, he didn't mention Dio's good deed to them. As an example, the planet that Dio destroyed was Ego that threatened to destroy the entire galaxy. If Dio didn't kill Ego, then Dio could be considered cold-blooded, but because he killed Ego himself, Dio should be praised as a hero. But Nick Fury's goal right now was to scare the International Security Council a little bit so that they would refrain from doing something stupid such as antagonizing Dio like this. So, your point is? The International Security Council asked. My thoughts are still the same as before and always would be, don't mess with that guy. As long as no one bothers him, he wouldn't do anything that we need to worry about. I would guarantee it myself. But you never listen, don't you? Now, even I am not too sure what he would do next. Chapter 474. In Wakanda. Do you really want to do this? Yes, it is better to be frozen instead of becoming everyone's enemy again. Bucky said honestly. Steve couldn't say anything to stop Bucky as he realized that Bucky was thinking for the best. Your friend and my father was a victim, T'Challa said as he took off his Black Panther mask. You realize that you will be in a lot of trouble if they find me here, right? This place is safe, only a few people outside knew about our technology, so there is nothing to fear, T'Challa said confidently. Dio, who was standing near them, smiled at Steve, assuring him that nothing would go wrong again. Look at this, the UN has revoked the Sokovia Accord, 68 out of 117 countries has withdrawn their vote and therefore the accord is useless now. They're clearly afraid of what we can do. Dio said assuredly. If those people remain stubborn till the end, would you really do it? Destroy a few cities just for the sake of it? Well, I will leave it to your imagination, Dio said while laughing. T'Challa thought of what had happened earlier, and with the current established image of Dio as a lunatic, there was no way the nation's leaders would take a risk. You really are a lunatic. I am starting to regret my decision to bring you here. After handing over Zemo to the UN soldiers, T'Challa immediately left the Siberian base. However, after he boarded the Wakandan stealth plane, he saw Dio destroyed all the jets and ships in the air and in the sea while threatening the world. T'Challa had to say that Dio really took it to the next level. So, to mend the bridge, T'Challa sent a message to Dio, asking him to stay in Wakanda. At first, Dio wanted to take Steve and the others back to the unfinished base, but he knew that it was too risky. So many people came and went to that building, and he didn't really know how long Nick Fury could hide them there. And with that thoughts in mind, Dio agreed with T'Challa's invitation. It's too late now, we villains are going to use this place as our base for the time being. Well, after we figure out our next goal, we will pay all our expenses while we live here in full. Dio said confidently. But Steve just shook his head in embarrassment as he didn't know what to say to Dio's shameless remark. Well, it's okay, as the king of the richest country in the world, I don't mind if you use our facilities, just don't destroy anything while you are here. T'Challa said with mock seriousness. Although T'Challa sounded like he was joking, Dio knew that it was meant for him. That was why Dio didn't really like rich people, as they thought that their banknote could solve everything. Well, if that's the case, how about you make a shield for this guy? Dio said as he patted Steve's shoulder shamelessly. Steve was again embarrassed by Dio's lack of shame. But instead, T'Challa laughed. It is for the better. Now, follow my guards there, he would take Mr. Rogers to the lab, and we will get him a golden shield. T'Challa said as he pointed his finger to the guard behind him. Steve was surprised as he didn't expect Chala to actually take Dio's words seriously. To be honest, Steve also had a hard time dealing with most rich people. But it was to his own surprise that he could become a good friend with Tony like they were before all this happened. That was also why Steve parted way with his trusted shield, as Tony claimed it back after their little quarrel. Both of them couldn't look past each other's mistakes and misunderstandings and took their separate ways. Steve finally left the room with the guards, leaving only Dio and Chala in the room. Dio didn't have anything left to do there. And he wanted to return to the ships again to cuddle with Wanda, but before he could, Chala stopped him for a little chat. Remember the promise you made that time? What promise are you talking about here? Have we ever met before, Your Highness? Come on, we know that you are the person who impersonates our border guard, and not only you stole some of our vibranium, you also kidnapped my sister. Now, that said man also said that he owed Wakanda a favor before he left my sister and me in Japan. Now, why did you do all those things? Chala asked curiously. Chala clicked something on his bracelet, and suddenly Will Smith's face appeared. Did Your Highness confuse me with Will Smith? We didn't exactly look alike, did we? Chala sighed and put away the projected image and then smiled. No, it's nothing, I am just asking out of curiosity, but can you show me your scythe for a moment? I believe it has a very precious metal on its core to be able to cut through my vibranium claw. Chala said confidently. Oh, shit. I forgot that I was searching for it too. Once I find it, you can take a close look at it later. Until next time, Your Highness. Shuri, I found that bastard. Chala said to his communicator as he smiled after Dio left the room. Chapter 475. Dio remembered that he once saw the Marvel and DC leaderboard for the richest character in both universes. Among them, within the top 3 were Bruce Wayne, at number 3 with assets approximately at 80 billion. Tony was coming second with assets approximately at 100 billion, and at the top was King of Wakanda, T'Challa the Black Panther, with assets approximately at 97 trillion. It could be said that T'Challa dominated both universes in terms of monetary power. T'Challa's massive wealth was thanks to the vibranium mine, which was the treasure of Wakanda itself. With over 10,000 tons of vibranium reserve, Wakanda most definitely became the richest country in the world. So, Dio really disliked these people with a silver spoon as he was jealous inside. Dio was thinking of opening his branch of Dio's fantasy restaurant here to squeeze out their money. But then he noticed that Princess Shuri kept following him from afar and watched him from the distance. Dio knew that Shuri should have realized that Dio was the one who stole their vibranium a few years back. He didn't know how they figured it out, but it could be when he cut the vibranium claw with Reaper's gaze. So, he absolutely couldn't take out Reaper's gaze here no matter what. There was also a chance that Tony had mentioned that Dio's weapon was indeed made of vibranium. But then again, Dio didn't want to think about this as he wouldn't know what to do if Shuri didn't make any move to confront him about it. In the afternoon, Dio and Wanda were watching some Netflix shows while Wanda suddenly got off topic. What did you do to the princess? What do you mean? What is going on? Did you two know each other before? I don't know what you are talking about. Dio said defensively. Well, why is she always following you around like a stalker? Did you ever? Wanda wanted to say something but refrained from doing so as she trusted Dio and still did. I don't know, honestly, but it may be because I am too handsome. Dio said while laughing it off. Good, I would like it to stay that way. Wanda said as she leaned on Dio's chest. Well, this is not the first time. Every time I walk among the crowds, every talent scouts was handing me their cards, saying that they would make me a star. Dio said shamelessly. Wanda was thrown off by Dio's narcissism, but she knew that Dio should have never come to such a secluded country before. After all, Princess Shuri was at the age where she found the opposite gender fascinating. Realizing Wanda no longer asked any question, Dio smiled and continued cuddling with Wanda contently. But suddenly, the door was opened, and Dio saw Shuri standing by the door surprisedly. Ah, sorry. I got the wrong room. Shuri said as she immediately closed the door and hurried away. Didn't you lock the door when you walked in? Dio asked Wanda awkwardly. Why would I do that when we originally just want to watch a movie? Wanda said defensively. Sure, it's my fault, next time I will make sure the door is locked. Dio said with a smile on his face. But Wanda was already embarrassed, so she threw Dio out of her room with her power and locked the door. You have to explain that to her and apologize. I don't want to hear your excuse. Dio was confused as he didn't understand what he needed to explain to Shuri. After all, she was the one who barged in inside the room anyway. Dio also didn't believe Wakanda to be rather ignorant and didn't give any sex education to their people. Nonetheless, he had to make sure that Wanda was happy. So, he searched for Shuri, and after asking around, he found out that Shuri was in the lab. Dio knocked on the lab's door, and after hearing no answer whatsoever, Dio opened the door. He then saw that Shuri was so immersed on her research while wearing a headphone. Dio then walked over and tapped Shuri's shoulder to gain her attention. "What are you doing here?" Shuri said surprisedly. "I already knocked on the door, but apparently, you are too immersed in your work," Dio said with a smirk on his face. "But that is not why I am here. Apparently, you are walking at the wrong time, and Wanda wants me to apologize for having you see our private time," Dio said awkwardly. "Well, it doesn't matter, really, I only saw you guys kissing, it was common here," Shuri said calmly, although she was a little bit flustered. "Well, nice knowing that Wakanda is not one of those countries that banned PDA, but may I ask why are you searching for me?" Dio said with a smile on his face. Shuri was startled as Dio bluntly asked what she was doing. My brother's coronation will be scheduled soon, and I want to invite you to come and watch the ceremony," Shuri said confidently. She was relieved to come up with a somewhat decent answer. "I heard that King's coronation was special here. It seems only the major tribes are qualified to attend the ceremony. Are we, outsiders, qualified to attend that too?" Dio asked curiously. "Well, that might be the case, but there is no explicit rule stating that the outsiders aren't allowed to observe the ceremony, but you may be right. I will discuss this with Chala and Mother," Shuri said honestly. "If by any means we could go and observe the coronation, just come over and tell me," Dio said while smiling warmly. Shuri blushed and nodded her head. At first, he wanted to confront Dio about what he did in the past, but she lost her cool after seeing such an intimate moment. She never expected that things would be this complicated. Chapter 476. A few days later, Nakia, Chala's childhood friend, returned to Wakanda. "Dear Queen, Her Royal Highness, it is time to celebrate in happiness. Let's forget our grief for a moment," Nakia said as she greeted the Queen. Nakia saw through the Queen's sadness of losing the late king. "Nakia, it's great to see you can return in time for the coronation," the Queen said while changing her facial expression. At the same time, Shuri saw her brother enter the throne room and realized that her brother was staring wantonly at Nakia. "Brother, take a picture, it would last longer," Shuri teased Chala casually. "Your Highness, that was inappropriate right now," Okoye reprimanded Chala. She was the royal guard captain, and she was already like another family member for Chala and Shuri. "I know, you guys could be annoying sometimes," Chala said annoyedly. He forced a smile and signed for the guards that guarded the throne room to wait outside for a while. "You are still the same as always, I see. I didn't expect our princess would still babysit you like this," Nakia teased. Chala just laughed at Nakia's remark as he couldn't deny it. Without the presence of the guards around him, he could freely exchange banter with his family member. "Well, if anything, I still have to upgrade your suit and your bracelet," Shuri said to Chala. She knew that Chala would always forget something like that. "Why would you upgrade it now? It worked just fine as it was." "That again? How many times do I need to tell you that a tool needs to be improved constantly?" Okay, no need to yell," Chala said with a flustered face. "Well, that is because you keep ignoring my words. But you know, I know better than you, he. Your ceremonial dress would be ready soon. I am working on the finishing touch right now. I can't wait how it would look on you," Shuri said teasingly. But the Queen immediately glared at Shuri, knowing that her remark was inappropriate. Shuri realized the Queen was glaring and immediately apologized to the Queen and her brother. "By the way, can we invite others to attend the ceremony?" Shuri asked again. "Others? You didn't mean the outsiders, did you? They are your guest. I think it should be okay to let them witness your glorious moment together." "Is it really your true intention?" Chala asked questionably. "What else could it be? If you don't want them there, just be frank about it." "Shuri, is this one of your jokes? You know that there are no outsiders ever allowed to witness such an important event since our ancestor day. Do you want to embarrass your brother?" "Well, there are no written rules about it. We have been living in seclusion all this time. But nothing ever stated that we couldn't bring outsiders to our country. Now that brother finally found a leeway, why don't we create our new culture as well?" Shuri retorted. "You are being unreasonable. You'd better keep that idea to yourself for now. You always act this way. In the end, we would never move forward," Shuri said angrily and left the throne room, leaving everyone bewildered by her attitude. "I am worried about that child. She has already reached adulthood but still acts like a child." Relax, mother, as her brother, would never let Shuri take the wrong path, Chala said assuredly. You know, I am proud of you, and I believe that your father would do too, the queen said with a smile on her face. Are you still mad at mother and me? Chala asked Shuri while trying out the clothes that Shuri has made in her laboratory. Seeing that she didn't talk at all, Chala knew that she was still a little bit upset. As a princess of Wakanda, you should know how important the coronation ceremony and how many secrets that the Black Panther must keep hidden from the outsiders. I do believe that those people wouldn't do us any harm, but there is no guarantee everything would go well either. Chala said as he tried to explain things to his sister. But I accidentally invited them. I can't go back on my words now. By them, did you mean that guy? Did he admit what he did in the past? Shuri just remained silent as she knew that Dio hadn't admitted anything, but Shuri's silence only made Chala laugh as he realized what has happened. I don't understand what you saw in him, but I assure you that I wouldn't make you lose face in front of him, Chala said confidently. Really? You promise? Yeah, I still can't let them attend the ceremony, but we can make our own little ceremony later for them. Chala said confidently. Are we going to deceive them, brother? Shuri asked surprisedly. Don't make me sound like a bad guy here. One was for our country's internal business, and the other was for the outsiders. As long as they don't know about the real one, that doesn't count as deceiving at all. Alright, I would believe what you said for now, Shuri said as she let go of the matter. But, since we already at the topic, what did you really think about that guy? You have searched for him for all these years, and now that you have found him, you seem to be more assertive than usual. Me, no. Of course, all I wanted was to resolve our bad blood, you know. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. But he wouldn't admit it, would he? Chala said teasingly. Chala has received some intel about Dio from Tony as they were allied for a while, thus making him suspect Dio was the one who stole the vibranium and kidnapped Shuri in the past, but he still had some doubts then. But after seeing what Dio was capable of himself, he was convinced that Dio was really the thief in the past. Yeah, he didn't admit anything, because of that, we couldn't do anything to him. Shuri was annoyed. Do you really want to make that guy work as a miner for his crime? Let me tell you in advance that Dio is a monster. He is unbelievably strong. His alien technology is beyond our own technology. So, right now, I was thinking about how to form an alliance with him. Chala admitted. Shuri was relaxed after hearing Chala was aiming to cooperate with Dio, and she immediately got a good idea. Seeing that a playful smirk was clear on his sister's face, Chala chuckled as he knew what would happen next. He knew that Shuri had some kind of unrequited feelings towards Dio because that was just how Shuri was. She always tried hard to pry into something that she didn't quite understand. Chapter 477. In the training room that Chala has provided, Steve felt embarrassed after witnessing Dio's power firsthand. He was sparring against Dio after acquiring his new shield, but it didn't seem to matter. Stop. Let's take a break for a minute. What? We've only practiced for a little while. Dio took the shield from Steve and tried to use it himself, but Dio found it too light for his taste. Your habits haven't changed, that's why you are unable to improve yourself. Dio said with a frown on his face. Steve kept saying that the shield was way too different from his usual shield, but he never complained to Shuri as he heard Shuri's opinion about the shield's improvement. The shield wasn't round like his old one, it was created more oval-shaped to increase its offensive capabilities, but because of that, Steve could no longer hide behind his shield anymore. Shuri created this shield in hopes that Steve would fight aggressively in the future. Steve has agreed to such an idea in the making process, but now he kept complaining that the shield wasn't the same as it was used to. Because of that, Steve kept saying that he didn't feel like the Captain America he used to. He felt like he wasn't the same person at all. Sometimes I felt jealous of the others Avenger, you know, especially for people like Thor, who didn't need to think much of anything, whatever he did, people would always know that it was him. Steve said while contemplating his action. Don't lump me with that guy. Compared to him, I have to work hard to get to where I am today. He then threw the shield back to Steve, who looked surprised at what Dio said just now, but Dio just shook his head. He didn't want to explain nor tell a story of his life to Steve now. Maybe Steve thought that Dio had it good, but in reality, Dio was the most hardworking guy in the group. Ever since he got the Hammond energy, he has been training his Hammond technique until it basically became second nature to him. People might think that Dio was slacking off, but in reality, he was practicing all day long. The power of Hammond energy was fully integrated into his body now, strengthening him physically and mentally. Even if, by any chance, he lost the world, Dio knew that he would be on top again in no time as long as he still had his Hammond energy. So, Dio and Steve continued their training, and after 2 rounds, they were interrupted. 3 days from now, Chala's formal coronation ceremony will be held in the palace. We hope that you could attend the ceremony then, Shuri said casually as she entered the training ground. Of course, we will be there. Do we have something that we need to know by then? Maybe like a dress code or a gift that we need to bring, perhaps. There would be people attending to your care, they will tell you of what you need to do there, Shuri said calmly. She didn't answer Steve's question as she knew her brother didn't need any gift. But after hearing everything Shuri had to say, Dio wasn't certain of the ceremony itself. Are you sure the ceremony would be inside the palace? Yeah, I am sure. What's wrong? Although she felt guilty, having to lie like this, it was for the best. It's probably nothing, it's just that it doesn't seem to be the same ceremony that I was thinking of, Dio said, acting like he was just thinking of something else. Shuri sighed as she knew that Dio had caught onto her lies. In truth, there is a tradition of the royal challenge before the coronation ceremony, but it was for Wakandans. I hope you understand our circumstances. Shuri's lie probably would pass hadn't Dio knew about Wakanda more than any other people inside this room. But of course, Dio wouldn't burst Shuri's bubble by thinking that no outsiders would know about her countries. Oh, I don't know about that, but sure, I understand that it was a sacred procedure, Dio said with a smile on his face. Shuri just nodded her head as she was relieved that Dio would ask her more about the issues. But she suddenly remembered her brother's goal to get on Dio's good side, and thus she couldn't contain her Inquisition nature. So, what do you think of our technologies? Shuri asked curiously. It is very advanced. I believe that Wakanda should be the most powerful country in the world. Dio said praisingly. Are you interested in forming an alliance with us? I heard that you have an unusual alien technology. We can exchange technologies, you know. Dio was a little bit surprised by Shuri's inquiries as he didn't quite understand whether it was Shuri's own curiosity or Chala's idea. However, he found the idea was quite ideal. He found that Wakanda's technology was quite inventive and efficient. But still, there were some technologies that he couldn't expose to anyone, like the Dark Elf stealth tech, implosion grenade, and also the existence of the power gem. It was not because Dio couldn't trust Chala and Shuri, but because the impact of those techs was far too powerful that Dio himself wasn't confident if he was up against those who could use these techs efficiently. Chapter 478. When Dio realized that Shuri wanted to use Wakanda's most advanced remote control technology as a negotiating piece in exchange for Dio's partnership, Dio could only smile. Shuri thought Dio didn't believe in Wakanda's remote control technology, but the truth was quite different from what she thought. Dio had the remote control tech from Sovereign, and nothing could best Sovereign when it came to remote control tech. Wakanda's remote control tech couldn't even be used in space just yet. You don't have to, I already have a remote control tech of my own. It was quite an interesting sight as I could control hundreds of ships with no restriction of distance. Dio said confidently. That couldn't be possible. How could you send a signal that covered everywhere? As far as she knew, Wakanda had the best remote control tech on Earth, but she still had a hard time covering the signals at certain places on Earth. That was the most Wakanda could do for now, so space was out of the question. Nothing is impossible. This is the way the sovereign planets fight their war. This tech was made so that none of their people had to suffer due to war. When you are ready to explore the galaxy, you would know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Dio said casually. Even though Shuri had no way to ascertain what Dio just said, she decided to believe it. She hoped that Wakanda would achieve a breakthrough on space travel soon. Then you have this sovereign tech? Shuri asked curiously. Those sovereign people were notoriously arrogant. They once came to me for trouble, but because of that, I persuaded them to give me their technology for war compensation. Are you interested in their tech? Dio asked with a smirk on his face. Dio was telling the truth, but the look on Shuri's face said it all. She felt like Dio was only bragging about his feat. But she didn't know that everything Dio said so far was indeed the truth, and the fact that Dio even had a planet of his own that he has already armed heavily to retaliate against any kind of attack. If the technology you said indeed exists right now, what price did you want for them? Shuri asked curiously. To tell you the truth, I didn't know which of your tech would be useful to me, Dio said honestly. Wakanda indeed had many advanced technologies, but it failed to compete with the same kind of technology from another planet. Furthermore, Wakanda's advanced healthcare had little to no benefit to Dio as he already had his Hammond energy and several stands that could recover any injury for him. But after hearing Dio's word, Shuri frowned. She couldn't believe it. Dio didn't seem to want anything from Wakanda, while the whole world would do anything to get their hands on Wakanda's tech. She immediately left in panic to recollect her thoughts, and at the same time, Steve looked at Dio with a sigh. Couldn't you be a little bit more sympathetic? I could have done that, but it wouldn't make the situation any better. She wants to form an alliance with me, so I have to be honest about what she has to offer. 3 days later, it is time for the ceremony. Chala, who already received the recognition of all tribes in Wakanda, drank the heart-shaped grass potion to receive the Black Panther's real power. And, of course, this was just a formal ceremony, where all the outsiders were welcome to join. Everything was prepared in Western style as there was a buffet, champagne, and several people giving speeches to congratulate the new king. But, it couldn't fool Dio as he already knew how the real king of Wakanda's coronation worked. Nonetheless, it was always good to have a banquet to celebrate this eventful day. Of course, Dio gifted several rare metals that he found on other planets to the new king of Wakanda. Chala learned about the value of these metals, and therefore he gifted Dio with a big volume of vibranium to return the favor. At the same time, Dio regretted his choice for not gifting the asteroid fragment that was sitting inside the dark battleship warehouse. The asteroid fragment was heavier than his earlier gift and didn't serve any particular use for him, and it was none of his concern regarding what Wakanda would do with it. After the banquet, it wasn't Shuri who approached Dio to talk about the alliances, but Chala himself. He talked about many things and finally reached a consensus that Dio would trade the remote control tech with Wakanda health tech and some supersonic weapons. This was just the initial trade as Wakanda needed to verify the authenticity of Dio's tech before they could determine its value. But Dio didn't really care as he could reverse engineer Wakanda's tech later in Hammon and sell it to others to get a profitable income. Chapter 479. A few days later, Chala was chasing after Ulysses Claw, wearing his new Black Panther suit in South Korea. Ulysses Claw was the only one, other than Dio, who successfully stole the vibranium from Wakanda. But unlike Dio, who resolved the incident without any casualties, Ulysses Claw was actually killed several vibranium miners in Wakanda before his escape. Furthermore, Ulysses also created a prosthetic arm from vibranium that could create a soundwave capable of killing a person. But he was unfortunate enough to lose his hands in the first place from Ultron's attack. Not only that, but Ultron also took every single vibranium that Ulysses had stored in his secret warehouse before it left Ulysses dying. He no longer had any vibranium to make a good life out of, so Ulysses started to steal from Wakanda again. He tried to rob as many vibranium from any Wakanda-related museum and sold them at a high price to any underground buyer. That was all Dio heard from Shuri as she went on rambling at Chala's reckless behavior. Although this was a secret information, Shuri couldn't help herself as she was annoyed that the king himself was going out to deal with a mere thief. Dio shook his head as he realized that Shuri was the only one who had some sort of rationality in this kingdom. Hadn't Chala listened to his sister well, Wakanda might have been long gone. Not only that, but Chala also started a car chase on a bustling street of Busan. However, Chala failed to kill the criminal. But Dio was a little bit surprised to hear that the CIA's agent Everett Ross wasn't fatally wounded, and therefore, Chala didn't bring him to Wakanda. Otherwise, it would be Shuri's time to shine as she would show off Wakanda's health technological advancement. But the good news was Chala has successfully retrieved the vibranium that would be sold to the black market. Still, Chala was annoyed that he failed to finish off Ulysses' Claw this time. Not too long after that, a man came to Wakanda while bringing Ulysses' Claw's body in a body bag. "We don't welcome outsiders here," Wabi said as he was stationed at the border. "An outsider? No, I have proof that I am a local. I've never seen you before," Wabi said as he frowned. He has never heard of any Wakandan who was still outside the country at this moment, but the symbol couldn't be faked. "Isn't this enough to prove my identity?" Eric said innocently. "We will see about it later," Wabi said solemnly as he immediately brought Eric inside the country to further inquiries. Whether or not the man before him was lying, Wabi would know about it later. "Here, I brought you a present. I have heard that Wakanda wants this guy dead." When Eric was brought into Wakanda and passed the body bag to the guards, Wakanda's tribe leaders and King Chala immediately assembled to hold a meeting about Eric's origin. The tribe's leaders wanted to know whether or not Eric was a real Wakandan or just an imposter. But Chala already knew about the truth and chose to remain silent while staring at the ring on his finger. The guards finally brought Eric to the throne room, and Chala immediately spoke. "Speak your intentions. I'm standing in your palace now to tell you that I killed the demon who stole your vibranium and murdered your people while your king keeps failing to do something so simple," Eric said tauntingly. Chala immediately approached Eric aggressively after hearing his taunting words and whispered, "I don't care even if you really bring Ulysses Claw's body back, but I know who you are. So, tell me, what do you want?" Chala asked coldly. "I want the throne," Eric said confidently that everyone in the room was surprised and began to laugh. Chala, you don't have to waste any more of our time hearing this child's word. The former queen said worriedly as she noticed who the man was. But it was already too late. Child. You know who I am, so why don't you tell everyone here who I am? You are Eric Stevens, an African-American spy and mercenary with a code name, Killmonger, that is your identity. Shuri said confidently. Ah, but that is the thing, Her Royal Highness, that wasn't my real name. Why don't you ask what my real name was? Chala was dumbfounded and turned a little pale as he couldn't say anything, but Ramonda could no longer endure it. Take this man down. How dare he act rudely to the king and princess? But the other was overcome with curiosity, and therefore, Wabi immediately asked. Who are you? I am Jadaka, son of Prince Njobu. Eric said confidently that immediately surprised everyone in the throne room. Chapter 480. I found the panther paw print on my father's body when he died. I knew instantly that it was a staged murder. You are not the son of a king, but the son of a murderer. That's bullshit. Everyone else said, but the silent Wabi told them differently. I am afraid that is the truth. Wabi said solemnly. He then nudged Eric, and Eric immediately pulled out a golden ring that was the exact replica of Chala's golden ring. You truly are the son of Prince Njobu. The clan leader said at the same time as they recognized the ring of the ruler's blood. I want to exercise my rights to claim the throne as the descendant of the royal family. Eric shouted confidently. You don't have to do it, Chala. Ramonda, Chala's mother, said worriedly. But, as the rightful son of Prince Njobu, he has the right to declare the duel. Wabi said solemnly. As everyone started to argue over Eric's rights to challenge Chala, Chala finally gave his word. I will accept your challenge. Chala said solemnly, and with this word, the Black Panther ceremony began anew. A few hours later, Princess Shuri came to Dio's and the other Avengers' room with haste while her face was still decorated with tears. What happened? Why are you in such a rush? Chala was killed. A new king would rule over Wakanda, and I am afraid you all would be banished from Wakanda soon. What? Chala is dead. There is no time to explain. Come with me, or you all will be in danger. Shuri said hurriedly. Dio immediately followed her as he didn't expect the story of the Black Panther would be changed quickly, but he at least knew that Chala was still alive. Seeing that Dio followed Shuri without any question, everyone else also did the same thing. The team immediately escaped from the palace. And Dio suggested that they used his dark battleship to escape, to which the former queen and Shuri immediately complied. At the same time, Eric was receiving the full power of Black Panther. He didn't care about what the others might do at the moment, as all he wanted was to get the Black Panther's power and exact his revenge. Until the dark battleship fully escaped, Shuri could only see the palace from afar with tears in her eyes. In the process, Ramonda explained the situation to the rest of the Avengers with every single detail as she knew that the Avengers was the only hope left for her to retrieve the rightful throne to her descendant. Dio already knew what happened, so he didn't ask or say anything to the former queen. He originally wanted to stop Eric before he could enter Wakanda, but he didn't expect Eric to come this fast. You are right to mourn about Chala's death, but what do you want to do now? Steve asked curiously. You are all Chala's friend. I know that Eric was a bad guy, and I hope that you all will help me avenge his death. Shuri and Nakia were a little bit surprised as they knew that the Black Panther ceremony was held fairly. Tribes members would never help them while it was clear that Eric won the duel fair and square. That was also the reason why Shuri immediately went to Dio and the Avenger, as she knew that Dio wouldn't ignore their words like the rest of the tribes would. Chala is a good person, but according to your story, the person who killed him was the current rightful king of Wakanda. It means that we would have to take down the entire Wakanda just to avenge Chala. Steve said solemnly while he saw that Dio was still silent. Shuri was also silent as she knew that her mother's request was far-fetched. If the new king exploited his authority and mobilized out the soldiers, the innocent Wakandan would be at risk of becoming a pawn to an unnecessary war. At that moment, Dio finally spoke. I don't think that we have to plan anything for now. If you want to kill Eric, you just have to win in the ceremony's duel. Dio said casually. But the only one who can challenge the king is now dead. There is no one else qualified to challenge the throne. No, he is right, I am also the direct descendant of the royal family. I also have the right to challenge the throne. Shuri. You can't do that. There is no way you would win against that villain. Your courage is commendable, but it's just utterly stupid. You clearly fail to recognize your own capabilities. If your brother fails to win the duel, would you, the one who is obviously weaker than your brother, win said duel? Damn, you are right. But I believe you have something in mind, right? You are smart, at least I will not argue with that. I have a reason to believe that Chala is still alive, and if I am wrong, I will give you the power to defeat Eric. Chapter 481. You said my brother wasn't dead, right? Shuri asked as she tried to confirm Dio's word. I didn't say that, but Chala might be still alive. Although the chance is slim, we shouldn't give up hope that easily. But it was clear in Steve's eyes that it was a bad idea to blindly give false hope to the family, as they would only experience another despair as they saw Chala's body later. Steve, I know what you are thinking, and I hope that you would know better. After all, you've already experienced such a miracle. Steve nodded in response as he couldn't say anything, to begin with. That way, Shuri and the rest of the Wakandan on Dio's ship hoped that Chala really survived the fall. They finally reached the bottom of the cliff, and Dio slowly navigated through the water current. Dio knew that the water current wasn't promising, seeing that it was covered with jagged rock, and the water itself had so many whirlpools. A normal person would never survive such a fall, but Dio knew that with Chala's training as the Black Panther, he would be able to survive the fall, at least barely. Dio also used the dark battleship's searching device to help track Chala's fall. As they traced the river bank and the surrounding water, Shuri was excited that they couldn't found Chala's body, meaning that Chala's probability of surviving was higher. Steve, who also searched for Chala's trace old school style, finally reported that he found some footprints dragging something like a cart in the nearby riverbank. It has to be someone that saw Chala. The person might also save him from his death. Dio nodded and quickly followed the river bank to see where it would lead. Apparently, it wouldn't take long as they immediately found a small village near the foot of the mountain. It was the Jabari tribe. Ramonda immediately recognized someone being carried by a cart in the middle of the village, and it was Chala. It's Chala. It's Chala, my child. The fishermen of the Jabari tribe immediately took a fighting stance, but as soon as they saw Ramonda and Shuri, they lowered their guard. I saved him, I have to bring him back to tribe chief. The fisherman that brought Chala with his cart said solemnly. Thank you, warrior of Jabari tribe. Thank you for saving my son. The fisherman smiled happily as he suggested that Ramonda and the others followed him to the chief's house. How is he? His situation is bad. He must be treated immediately, we have to take him to my laboratory, I will treat him there. Your laboratory? And how would you plan to go there? He wouldn't survive the trouble of the journey with such a risk. Ramonda immediately cried again as she saw her son in a helpless state. We have to find another way. How about the heart-shaped grass? Heart-shaped grass? What does it have to do with our current situation? Doesn't Black Panther have a healing factor? He might survive that way. Shuri's eyes immediately brightened with hope but dimmed not too long after. Heart-shaped grass was cultivated at the back of the hill in the palace, we clearly can't go there. Shuri said with a sad expression. Dio was startled as he heard Shuri's word. The story was all messed up. Dio tried to think of the reason where it was started and finally realized that Shuri and Ramonda originally wanted to ask Mbaku, the Jabari tribe chief, to fight against Eric, using the heart-shaped grass as a bargaining chip. That means, now that Shuri never thought about the Jabari tribe, she never considered making Mbaku the next Black Panther. This was the fundamental change to the original plot. So, knowing that Chala would never get back the heart-shaped grass the original plot intended, Dio had no other way besides healing Chala back to shape himself. Bring him inside the dark battleship, I will heal him myself. Dio said as he sighed exasperatedly. This is why Steve and the rest of the Avenger didn't seem concerned with Chala's condition, as they knew that Chala would never die as long as Dio was still here looking after him. But the Wakandans still looked troubled as they were confused with Dio's request. Relax, that guy would definitely heal him back to shape. He could save someone from death's door as long they are still breathing. Shuri and Ramonda didn't have any other option but to trust Steve's word, so they returned to the dark battleship with Chala's weak body. Inside the battleship, Dio immediately took out the small snail, placed it on top of Chala's body, and delightful golden light brimming with life immediately merged into Chala's body. But at the same time, Dio knew that it wasn't enough. Chala's condition was so grave that vital energy alone wouldn't save him. But at the same time, Dio discovered small purple energy residing inside Chala's body that devoured the life energy that Dio transferred. Dio immediately realized that he was looking straight at the origin of Black Panther's power. Chapter 482. To be honest, Dio couldn't understand the heart-shaped grass' complex origin. It could give someone the Black Panther's power, while consuming it again would take away the power. And now, the purple energy that was clearly the Black Panther's power inside Chala was consuming the life energy that Dio gave to save his life. Dio sighed and injected the life energy directly from Gold Experience to Chala. The Black Panther's power inside Chala began to grow as it consumed the life energy at a very significant rate, but it also immediately treated Chala's injury. Dio found it interesting as he inspected what the purple energy was doing inside Chala's body. At the same time, everyone else couldn't see what Dio's doing, but they could see the golden light shining in Dio's hand, and Chala's complexion gradually returning to normal. Everyone realized that Dio's treatment was working quite well. After a minute or so, Dio injected some life energy into the snail so it could fragment itself again later and desummoned the Gold Experience immediately right after. Dio sighed again as this time he consumed 200,000 Hammon energy to save Chala. Dio wouldn't do such a thing if he weren't the Black Panther. Right after Dio desummoned Gold Experience, Chala opened his eyes. Shuri immediately rushed toward him with excitement and joy as she saw her brother finally opened his eyes again. However, none of the Avengers seemed relieved or amazed at all as they already knew from the beginning that Chala would be saved. "Where are we?" Chala asked as he smiled at the three most important women in his life. Although he didn't know what happened after he fell from the cliff, he didn't expect that he would survive. So, Shuri immediately began to fill Chala in with what happened after that. Chala wasn't surprised to hear that Eric has become the new king and gained the Black Panther's power. However, hearing Dio help the royal family escape along with his search and treatment was surprising for Chala. "Thank you. But can I get a blanket or a piece of clothing here?" Shuri sighed, but she didn't bring any towel and gave a necklace instead that was supposed to be Chala's new Black Panther suit to Chala. And therefore, Chala was back with his Black Panther suit, looking gallant as ever. "I will take back my throne. Although it was rude of me to ask this to my guest, I hope that you all will help me. I can't promise anything to you now, but I will entrust with my life in your hands in the future." Chala said to Dio and the rest of the Avengers sincerely. Although he believed that as long as the news that he was still alive reached the royal palace, Eric would undoubtedly do anything to get rid of Chala. Chala believed that Dio's help was paramount for him to get his throne back as there was no way he could fight against the Wakanda royal army by himself. Chala knew that his request was too much, and therefore, even if Dio and the Avenger ended up not helping him, he would always recognize them as his friend. Well, it was not a bad thing to befriend a king. After all, I don't want Wakanda that has the most advanced equipment in this world, falling into the hand of a murderer. Steve said casually. Sam and Bucky nodded as they would always join up with Steve, while the rest was waiting for Dio to agree. Aside from Barton, who has made his way back to his home as he realized that he was no longer a wanted man, everyone considered Dio their leader. "Let's just say that we are even after this, don't bring it up again in the future," Dio said as he sighed exasperatedly. Everyone was confused by what Dio was talking about, but Chala and Shuri immediately knew what Dio was talking about. "So it really was you. You finally admitted it. But, you are the only one who was able to reclaim your throne. We will try our best to secure your path, but the rest is up to you." "Okay, you won. I will do as you say." Steve and the others didn't really know what happened in the past. They clearly looked puzzled, but Dio wouldn't tell them anything as he was quite embarrassed by what he had done in the past. So, after discussing what they would do, it was decided that they would have one night rest and settle the score with Eric tomorrow. With the presence of Chala, the former king, all they had to do was cause a diversion and drew the attention of Eric's royal guard and let Chala fight against Eric himself. That way, Chala's reign wouldn't be questioned by the Wakandan later on. The only thing that Dio and the Avengers had to watch out for was refraining from killing too many soldiers in this battle. After all, they're simply following their king's orders. Chapter 483. The next day, the newly appointed King Eric was almost impatient to attack the outside world. He has already packed many boxes of weapons ready to be transported to the outside world to initiate war into the fighter jet. Everything went according to plan, Wabi said as he reported back to Eric. Wabi, the frontier tribe chief in Wakanda, was eager to make Wakanda known to the world, but because he was Chala's best friend, he was forced to behave conservatively. "Have the spies been notified?" Eric asked casually. Although he knew that Wakanda is a powerful nation, he didn't realize the extent of Wakanda's power until he became the king. "Yes, but there were some spies who opposed our mission, but the one on London, New York, and Beijing were on standby." "Alright, then we would proceed as planned," Eric said casually. "After seeing our weaponry and what it could do, the world will fear us soon." "What about the Avengers? We are too late to stop them from fleeing the other night." They're not that formidable when it comes to numbers, they are just some people who have earned an adequate reputation, but now, they've already lost those reputations. I don't think they would interfere with our plan, Eric said dismissively. But suddenly, an explosion happened outside of the palace. Everyone immediately looked at what has happened outside and saw that a huge battleship appeared out of thin air. It's the Avengers ships. They are back. Eric frowned as he didn't expect this turn of events. It was clear that the Avenger was looking for trouble. But just as he wanted to order the soldiers to retaliate, a voice that he wanted the least to hear shouted on the hall. Eric. I am back, let's pick up where we left off. It's Chala. He's alive. You are a sore loser. The challenge is already over, and I am now the official king of Wakanda. But apparently, you didn't kill me off just yet. Chala said tauntingly. Clearly annoyed, Eric immediately ordered the royal guard to capture Chala and destroy the battleship. Most people obeyed the order and immediately took arms against Chala, but Okoye, who believed that a killer like Eric didn't deserve the position as a king of Wakanda, chose to stand with Chala. As a result, Chala was now with Okoye, fighting against the royal guards and Eric. But it was obvious that Chala was at a disadvantage as Wabi joined the fight. But suddenly, a blue blur appeared, and the Avenger arrived one after another. Now it seems we're evenly matched. Quicksilver said with a smirk on his face. He brought Steve and the rest of the Avenger except for Mantis to the throne room. Well, I am sorry for the trouble. Chala said as he smiled under his mask. Chala knew that even if Wakanda technology was advanced, it still couldn't defeat the Avengers. He knew this firsthand as he struggled just to capture Bucky earlier. On the other hand, Dio, who didn't show up in the throne room, was sitting in the dark battleship, shooting down as many fighter jets as he could from the air. The situation has tipped the scale to Chala's favor. Wabi. It's already too late. You should stop now. But Wabi was already too disappointed by Chala that he didn't want to let go of Eric's plan just yet. I can no longer tolerate Wakanda living in the shadow of the world. Although Eric might not be the best king, he would certainly change Wakanda. He surely would change Wakanda, but it wouldn't be for the better. Does the future of Wakanda not concern you? At the same time, everyone was fighting everywhere, except for Quicksilver, who came and went as he pleased. Wanda could use her ability to fend off a bunch of enemies, which was the best scenario as the enemy would end up unconscious. On the other hand, Steve was charging forward with his shield, mowing down the enemy in his path, rendering them immobile, while Sam provided support from the sky. The most obvious one out of them was Scott, who suddenly transformed into a giant and started to kick the soldiers away. With just one kick from Scott, the soldiers lost their will to fight. The energy barrier that was provided by the cape that was also infused with vibranium was rendered useless. Seeing the disadvantage he was currently in, Eric realized he was underestimating the Avengers too much. The heart-shaped grass and the Black Panther's power indeed increased his combat effectiveness, but it was clear that he couldn't handle the power of those monsters. So, the only thing that he was thinking at the moment was to escape. Chapter 484. After realizing that the royal guards wouldn't be able to hold the Avenger off, Eric immediately escaped from the throne room in haste without hesitation. He thought that this day would be the pinnacle of his life, but he never expected that there are people who would spoil his plan. But as he was about to board the fighter jet nearby, the dark battleship immediately destroyed it. At the same time, Eric's Black Panther suit detected a danger from behind and immediately rolled around to the side to save his life. He looked back to his assailant and found that he was almost hacked in two by Dio. Don't even think about escaping this place. I will catch you no matter what idea you have to escape. Chala might spare your life, but I wouldn't be so nice. Did you think you can stop me alone? Eric said annoyedly as he held a knife and a spear in his hands. I don't know where that confidence is coming from, but don't lump me in with Chala. Dio said coldly. Fuck you. I will kill you, loser. Dio sighed and flicked Reaper's gaze to cut Eric's weapons and immediately kicked Eric in the chest, throwing Eric back several meters away. But Eric immediately got up as the Black Panther suit was protecting him from impact. Apparently, Dio's kick didn't have any effect on him. How could you cut a vibranium dagger into two? Eric said as he threw the dagger away in shock. Now, he only had his spear since Dio's attack didn't hit it earlier. But Eric was still shocked as vibranium was supposed to be indestructible. But Eric failed to realize the critical information that Dio's weapon was a perfectly balanced mix of vibranium and adamantium. Dio had never encountered anything that could block Reaper's gaze's attack nor anything that could damage it. Are you willing to surrender now? Dio said sarcastically. Eric clenched his teeth and immediately rushed towards Dio again. This time he made up his mind to dodge every attack from Dio as he realized that Dio's scythe was unusual. Eric was confident in his fighting skill as he was a well-trained martial artist, and now thanks to heart-shaped grass that he consumed, his physical prowess was strengthened beyond what a normal human could achieve. However, his confidence would soon be shattered by Dio's overwhelming strength. Anubis that was inside Reaper's gaze immediately analyzed Eric's fighting style and created a counter-move for it almost immediately. But Dio was not in any hurry and wanted to see how far Eric could go to push him. Dio didn't want to end the fight too quickly, so he held back, and his strike only cut the Black Panther suit that Eric was wearing while slightly cut Eric's skin, leaving noticeable cut marks. Although the new Black Panther suit had the ability to regenerate any broken part of the suit immediately, it couldn't heal Eric's injuries beneath the suit. So, after a few minutes, Eric felt dizzy as he was bathed in his own blood beneath the suit. Had it not because of the heart-shaped grass's power, Eric would have died of blood loss already. Realizing that Eric wouldn't be able to play anymore, Dio immediately sighed and cut the spear in Eric's hands easily and brandished the scythe under Eric's neck as a way to tell him that he had lost. Eric, who had lost his ability to fight back, looked horribly upset, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sometimes, the gap between people's power was too high that there was no point in trying. As Eric wallowed in his shortcoming, the battle around Wakanda Palace came to an end. The Wakandan royal guards and soldiers that Eric has prepared to fend off any possible distraction couldn't win against the Avengers' might. Even Wabi, who was still reluctant to realize that he already failed, was defeated by T'Challa and brought into custody. Regardless of the rules, the winner would become the new king as it was a tradition since ancient times. Seeing that there was nothing they could do, the rest of the royal guards and soldiers immediately dropped their weapons as a sign of surrender. After everything was resolved, T'Challa walked towards Dio's side. Although I already said it before, I have to express my gratitude one more time. T'Challa said thankfully. It's okay, this way, we are even. Now, I will let you decide what you want to do with this guy here. T'Challa nodded and immediately took off the panther necklace on Eric's neck. The Black Panther suit that Eric wears immediately came off, revealing a bloodied Eric beneath it. You won, now kill me. Eric said heavily. Maybe we can heal you. T'Challa said with pity in his eyes as he looked at Eric. Do you think I will accept that? You think I would be happy while counting hours inside some cell for the rest of my life? No. I don't need your pity, but remember to bury me by the sea. Eric said with finality on his voice, and with his last strength, Eric reached for the broken spear near his arms and tried to attack T'Challa. T'Challa knew that Eric wouldn't be able to harm him in that condition, so he didn't act, but the soldiers who came with T'Challa didn't share the same sentiment. No, don't attack him. T'Challa shouted as he realized his miscalculation, but it was already too late. The soldiers had shot Eric with the sonic gun several times. Since Eric didn't have any protection left, he fell directly towards T'Challa's arms while the broken spear was still in his hand. Eric, who had been the king of Wakanda for exactly 1 day, finally drew his last breath. But T'Challa didn't blame anyone as he only held Eric's body in silence. T'Challa had always understood why his father had to kill his uncle, but after the repeat of history today, T'Challa had to make a decision. He was confused, sad, puzzled, and frustrated, but after all these emotions subsided, all that was left was confidence and determination. Although Eric and Wabi's ideas were too radical, they did have a strong reason to act like that. And T'Challa also realized the mistake on his part, and their idea opened his eyes that Wakanda needs to change. Wakanda could no longer be partial and hid from the world. Wakanda had to become a country that helped the world to change for the better. Chapter 485. With Eric's death, T'Challa immediately announced that Wakanda would be open to the public. Although T'Challa knew that his decision would create many problems in the future, he was confident that he had made the right decision. And so, with such determination, T'Challa immediately sat on the throne once more. Eric was immediately erased from Wakanda's history as he burned all the heart-shaped grass on the mountain behind the royal palace. Now, Wakanda would have to face the crises where the future generation of king wouldn't be able to draw the Black Panther's power. T'Challa also had to call back all the spies that Eric had deployed in his plan to start a war earlier. Although T'Challa was worried that the spies that clearly support Eric earlier would throw a tantrum and cause chaos in other countries, T'Challa still had to call them back to assess their perspective on the new Wakanda that T'Challa has already planned. But for now, T'Challa could breathe in relief as he knew that not everyone shared the same ambition as Eric. After spending a few days cleaning the mess that Eric has caused, T'Challa pulled some strings and held a global speech in the United States of America while inviting representatives from all countries all around the world. Although many countries had many questions towards Chala regarding what a small country in Africa had to say that required all countries to attend, with a single video of Chala showcasing a little bit of Wakanda's power. Every nation was caught in a big surprise, especially USA that thought they were the most advanced nation in the world. After the meeting, Chala once again showcased Wakanda's power by having Wakanda's state-of-the-art stealth jet landed on the street and picked Chala without being detected by the USA. With this stealth jet, Chala has cleared any doubts from the country's representative on the thought that Wakanda might be lying. And thus, Chala showed a bright smile as he achieved a good result. And, of course, many suspicions towards Wakanda couldn't be avoided. Since Wakanda has hidden its technological advancement for so long, they would have to deal with relatively troubling matters in the future. Like the change in relationships between Wakanda and some other countries. Many countries would also suspect Wakanda was trying to take control of the world if Chala acted even a little bit aggressively. Of course, the suspicion is definitely necessary. The news of Wakanda immediately occupied every country's news channel. Nobody in the world ever expected that a continent that was always filled with poverty and many humanitarian problems would be the world-leading technological country. Chala knew that the world's hype in Wakanda wouldn't die down anytime soon. Are you really going back now? Although we are no longer a wanted man, people might still treat you with a cold stare. Dio understood that Scott wanted to see his daughter again, but it might not be for the best now. But Scott's determination to become a good father actually moved Dio a little bit. Because of that, when Chala decided that he would hold the speech in the USA, Dio and the others decided to take a look and follow Chala. Don't worry, they won't be able to catch me. I really miss my daughter. Scott didn't regret his decision to join and help the Avenger. He also didn't care about how others looked at him. All he wanted was to see his daughter again, and maybe Hope would also miss him too. Dio understood his reasons. So he wouldn't keep Scott inside the battleship any longer. Dio knew that his actions to destroy the whole army that came to attack him would affect the USA later, but he shouldn't force Scott to share the same fate as him. Alright, I will take us all to New York again, but if there is anything bad happened, I will leave you with Chala. He would make sure that you will see your daughter once a month, Dio said confidently. I am sorry for the trouble, Scott said shyly. He felt bad as he asked too much from Dio right now. It's no trouble at all. You helped Chala to regain his throne, and that alone is already worth the effort. By the way, you should have no money right now. You better come with me, and we will get you some money to buy a gift for your daughter. She will hate you if you come empty-handed. Alright. Thanks a lot, man. Dio always hated the idea of giving money to someone without gaining anything in return, but for now, a few measly hundreds of dollars wasn't worth anything anyway. Chapter 486. Dio once saw a story regarding a farmer who believed that he would become an emperor one day. It was clear that the farmer was delusional. Some might say that being a rich person would certainly bring happiness, but that wasn't the case. In fact, rich people rarely appreciated the good things that happened to them. In Marvel Universe's case, Tony was the one who casually spent so much money without even batting an eye. Tony didn't care how much he spent because he believed that he would always get that amount back soon enough. The same could be said to many people out there who put their trust in certain products or companies to invest their money on. There was no guarantee that their investment would end up profitable, but they surely were confident, if nothing else. This was why Dio didn't ask Chala in a roundabout way, as he knew that Chala has already trusted him enough. Chala wouldn't suspect Dio at this point, hence wouldn't question Dio's reason. So, Chala immediately agreed with Dio's idea and gave Scott 10 million to purchase a gift for his daughter. If Chala didn't notice the look of embarrassment on Scott's face, Chala might give a few million more. After Dio let Scott know that Wakanda was a very wealthy country, Scott finally understood and took the money happily. He knew that if the media found out that he got so much money so easily from Chala, he would be on everyone's radar. But then again, Scott never thought of telling anybody. So, Scott immediately went to Wakanda's market to find anything that might make his daughter happy. But while accompanying Scott to the market, Dio couldn't understand why Scott was looking at wedding dresses while he knew that Scott's daughter was still too young for that. Was Scott already thinking about the time when her daughter was ready to wear that? After Dio talked some sense to Scott, he finally let go of his idea to buy everything that Casey may need in the future from now. But he bought so many toys nonetheless that the amount would easily fill up a room. The amount was still crazy, but Dio let it go as he knew that Scott had a soft spot for his daughter. After the shopping spree was done, Scott picked some more gifts for his ex-wife. In contrast to his previous shopping spree, now Scott was thinking hard about what to buy and didn't spend much on it. Scott even took his time to buy a gift for Hope and Hank Pym, which was much better gifts than the gift he bought for his ex-wife. He knew that he wouldn't be here right now if it were not because of those two. After bringing back all of his gifts to his room in Wakanda's palace, Scott immediately shrank their size for a much more convenient size so that it would be easy to bring along later. He even put them all inside a Santa-looking bag. Although it was not yet Christmas, he knew that his beloved girl would appreciate it nonetheless. At the end of the day, he still had to sneak up and met with Casey without his ex-wife knowing. It wasn't a problem for Scott as he could just shrink himself later. As they approached Scott's ex-wife's house, Scott immediately shrank himself and bid his farewell to the rest as he wanted to spend the night with his daughter for now. But as he jumped from the invisible battleship, he felt someone patted his shoulder. He instantly turned around to see who it was as he was aware that he was currently in Ant-Man mode, and that was when he saw Dio, who was the same size as him. Scott was startled as he didn't expect Dio was able to shrink himself just like him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it better to go in together?" "Dio!" Scott shouted surprisedly. He began to doubt that his Ant-Man suit was ineffective, but he noticed that everything was much bigger than himself as he looked around. "Don't worry, I could only get smaller," Dio said as he noticed Scott's curious glare. "Did you also wear an Ant-Man suit?" Scott asked curiously, but Scott only saw Dio's casual clothes right now. "The ability to shrink wasn't exclusive to Ant-Man's suit, you know," Dio said with a wry smile. Scott was still in shock as he started to think of other ways to become smaller. But he found no other way to become small without the help of the Pym particle. But the real reason Dio could shrink wasn't because of science, but it was because of the help of his stand. Stand name, Little Feet. Description, avatars with special abilities to shrink or grow. Type, close range power type. Ability, zoom out. The user's body could expand or contract freely. In addition, allow the user to shrink an object that was cut by the stand's fingers. Attributes. Destructive power, D. Speed, B. Range, E. Sustainability, A. Precision, D. Growth, C. Evaluation, it has nothing to do with the 3-inch golden lotus. Dio always felt that Little Feet is useless for him because compared to Ant-Man's power that retained the user's original strength, Little Feet weakened him as he shrunk, which was a disadvantage that Dio couldn't have now. However, now he knew that it was an exciting way to experience this world occasionally. Chapter 487. "Hey, little peanut, how is my pretty little princess doing?" "Dad." "Hush, don't let your mother hear that I am here." Looking at how affectionate Scott was towards his daughter, Dio was a little bit bored, but he kept hanging around the room for a while. He did say that he wanted to experience it by himself, but he still didn't have the commitment to actually marry someone. "What is this?" Dio said as he saw a black button under Casey's bed. But as Dio observed and inspected the black button, he realized that it was a concealed spy button that allowed the owner to eavesdrop on the room. Dio also realized that it was a common item used by the FBI and CIA. "Although I didn't want to interrupt your father-daughter reunion, we have to go, Scott," Dio said as he returned back to his original form, startling Casey, who didn't know Dio was also with them. "What? This is not a visit to jail. If you have somewhere else to go, I will catch on later." "Well, sure. But I hope that you could escape the CIA's clutch later." "What? Is this CIA's? Don't tell me this is your first time seeing a wiretap," Dio said with a frown on his face. Scott became so much more annoyed and immediately destroyed the wiretap with his hand. He was upset that the CIA dared to invade his daughter's privacy. "Those people understand that they may make me their enemy, right? This is disgusting. I doubt that this is the only wiretap that they set up inside this room." Scott himself was angry and immediately rummaged the entire room. Although Scott knew that the CIA would lock on his position, he still destroyed all the monitoring devices that he could find. He found many wiretaps and one pinhole camera and destroyed them all. "Come on, we have to go. The CIA must be on their way here as we speak, it is best to leave this neighborhood immediately." He knew how the CIA's modus operandi worked. Even though this was indeed infuriating, there was nothing Dio could have done. "Little Peanut, Daddy has to go now, have fun with all these toys that I brought, and don't forget to give your mother's gifts," Scott said with a smile on his face. Although his wife has disappointed him so many times, Scott wouldn't hate her as she was the mother of his beautiful daughter. "I see, bye Daddy." "Bye Peanut, Daddy will come to see you again soon," Scott said as he and Dio jumped down the window to the garden below. In the entire way of their escape, Dio could feel Scott's anger. Not that Dio didn't understand why Scott was so angry. After all, Casey was a very sensible little girl. Plus, Casey was still an underage girl. It was illegal to do such a thing without the parents' consent. Dio, you should go on without me first. I will catch up with you later, Scott said casually. Did you want to teach some lesson to those agents? Dio asked curiously. Although he wasn't fond of Scott's idea, he understood Scott's feelings. Would you stop me if I said yes? Scott asked coldly. No, but are you sure you want to do that alone? Dio asked again. Yes, I want to deal with them myself. Scott said confidently. Dio patted Scott's shoulder and left without saying another word. He understood that Scott's dignity as a father was being tested. And he also knew that it was useless to convince Scott otherwise. But whatever happened, Dio would back the current Avenger the best he could. After Dio left, Scott immediately returned to his original size and began to run toward the other direction. Scott Lang. Please don't get us wrong, we didn't have any malicious intent, we just want to talk to you. Talk to me? Then why would you wiretap and monitor my daughter? That is a complete breach of privacy. Above all else, she is still a little girl. That is just a mere protection protocol, the agent said calmly. Protection? Then what about all this gun pointed at me? Is this also your way to protect me? We are sorry, but this is to ensure our own safety, but I guarantee that if you come with us, we would also ensure you the safety of all your family members, the agent said indifferently. Scott was already disgusted and frustrated that the agent didn't consider his daughter's feelings at all, so he immediately shrank down, disappearing from the agent's field of view. Everyone, be careful. The target has shrunk down, switch to the grid gun, and try to capture him. Understood. Chapter 488. You guys think you are capable of handling me by yourself? How naive. Scott said coldly while he was getting bigger by the second. But the CIA agents didn't seem to be fazed by what Scott could do. Is the laser grid ready to use? Yes, it's already set. Activate it and teach Mr. Scott here a lesson. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a buzz from an electromagnetic laser transmitter was heard, and the area was covered by blue light. The CIA agents immediately escaped, while Scott, who didn't know what was happening, was too late to react. When the blue light finally stopped expanding, Scott was already trapped inside. He tried to walk past the blue light to no avail, and he even tried to attack it, but it was useless no matter what he did. Your effort is futile, Mr. Scott. This is a special energy field that was developed to contain Ant-Man, you can never get out on your own. Obviously, Scott didn't believe such a thing and tried to dig a hole to escape through the ground, but he soon realized that he was in complete spherical containment as he finally saw the blue light on the ground. But Scott would never give up. He immediately expanded his body some more to try breaking the containment with his huge body. But the blue light containment that seemed fragile didn't budge, and Scott, that could no longer grow bigger, was forced to return to his original size. Give up now, Mr. Scott, you will run out of air if you continue to struggle in there, the leader said indifferently. But then the leader saw that Scott was smiling and suddenly rushed towards the blue light to just disappear out of everyone's vision. The leader knew that Scott was shrinking himself so that no one can see him, but it was useless inside the electromagnetic field. Find him, use the scout. The leader ordered the agent near him. The agent nodded and immediately did as he was told, but he was surprised to see that there was no one inside the electromagnetic field. There is no life signal from inside the field, sir. The agent told the leader. There is no way. Does he keep shrinking further? He knew that the only way for Scott to get out of the electromagnetic field without someone turning off the field generator was only to shrink down to particle level, but there should be no way for Scott to achieve such a feat. It's still a possibility, keep an eye out. He didn't have that many PIM particles left. He shouldn't be able to keep this up much longer. Notify the headquarters for reinforcement and seal this place up. He knew that he couldn't let Scott escape this place now as the situation would be bad. The leader knew that Scott shouldn't be able to keep evading the CIA for much longer as he wouldn't be able to keep being small the entire night. Not many people knew, but Ant-Man needed more food when he shrank. Not long after that, a bright light appeared outside the laser grid, and Scott emerged after the bright light dissipated. The agents were all surprised and raised their guns subconsciously. Target sighted, open fire. The leader shouted immediately. The agents immediately shot Scott as they were told, firing countless bullets. Scott, who just rushed out of the quantum field, was still dazed, but as the situation in front of him didn't give him any chance to catch a breath, he immediately shrank back and fled. Although he was angry at these agents, his morals didn't allow him to kill these people. Scott knew if it were Dio, these agents would be dead without any mercy. Once he has put some distance, Scott reverted to his normal size and felt that the bones and muscles on his body were shaking and crackling, causing intense pain. This is the side effect of using the Pym particle to alter his size successively. It was the same side effect of constant physical constraint for a long period of time. At the same time, Scott immediately made a promise to himself that he would use his free time at a gym to improve his physical endurance later. Scott was angry, but now, there was nothing he could do as he heard so many sirens coming his way from afar. It was obvious that the CIA agents have called for reinforcement. Scott wanted to shrink back down again, but as he pressed the button, nothing happened. He immediately checked his equipment and realized that he has finally run out of the Pym particle. As Scott pondered on how he would escape the agents, a car stopped right beside him. "Have you calmed down? If so, you should get in a car, we need to get out of here ASAP, Dio said casually. Although Scott wanted to solve the trouble by himself, he still appreciated Dio who came when he was in a pinch. Scott immediately breathed in relief as he knew that he was already saved. There was no way those CIA agents or even any other organization could stop Dio. But as soon as Dio and Scott left the place, a blurry figure that constantly shifted between reality emerged from behind a tree. Watching Dio's car left the place from afar. Chapter 489. Dio and Scott talked about what happened yesterday to the rest of the Avengers, which immediately left a frown on their face. They learned that they were no longer wanted criminals, but they didn't expect to be still targeted inside the country. They now have learned that although the countries have said that they would try to compromise, they were still threatened by the Dark Battleship, and therefore, they would be willing to do anything to conquer it. This meant that the Avengers would be in constant monitoring from the countries, and their normal lives would never return. Fortunately, Wakanda's rise of power might have caused some distraction for them. Otherwise, their situation might have been worse. I think what CIA did to Scott yesterday is to test the limit of our patient, but it might also their attempt to find a cause of disruption within our group as well, Dio said casually. Dio's thought was on point as the CIA might just threaten Scott with his daughter's welfare. Once the CIA figured out their weakness, they would try their best to exploit it. After all, the CIA always operated without preservation of normalcy. I agree. It is too dangerous for Scott's daughter to stay with her mother right now. The CIA can use her as leverage to put a collar on Scott's neck later if we let her stays there. And now, with all problems the country's leaders have caused, the public wouldn't trust us, at least not as much as they used to. Steve said solemnly. So, what do we do now? Should we bring the people we love to Wakanda? Everyone was silent as they didn't want to make the decision, especially Scott, who began to feel guilty for bringing his daughter to all this trouble. Scott would do anything for his daughter, but if his action caused stress building up for his daughter, he would be willing to put an end to all this comradeship. Unfortunately, I have another bad news. Due to the mess caused by the Sokovia Accord, the Shield has become the scapegoat for the public's backlash. Now, the Shield was on the verge of falling down to the ground. To put it simply, the International Security Council has deemed that the Shield had no more value and threw them out under the bus. Chala said solemnly. His information has managed to surprise Steve and the others as they believed that Nick Fury would do everything he could to survive. But what happened to Natasha? Dio asked curiously. The International Security Council didn't rush it themselves. They only take over most of the Shield's department. But not all. They wanted Shield to self-destruct as they stopped providing resources for the Shield. But after I heard about this news, I personally gave resources to the Shield so that they could survive. Natasha is potentially still in Nick Fury's company. Oh, Stark is also doing his best to help Shield out of this problem. Chala said solemnly. Hearing this news, the look on everyone's faces became complicated. Only a few years have passed since the New York War, but some people have already forgotten the threat from the outside world and forgot who the hero that saved the day back then. I have another news for you, Scott, Chala said solemnly. I hope this is the good one. Scott said with a frown. I don't know whether it was good or bad, but Dr. Hank Pym and Hope Van Dyne were spotted after you leave the vicinity of your ex-wife's house. But their current whereabouts were unknown. I heard that many people were trying to find them right now. Chala said solemnly. Shit. I have to find them before anyone else. Scott wasn't keen on involving any of his loved ones in danger, and therefore, Scott, who has already considered Hank Pym as his own family and Hope that was his crush, didn't want to hear that they are in danger. In other words, Scott realized that he had to find them, even if he has to put himself in danger. Scott, calm down. Even Chala couldn't find them, and that is a good thing. Even if you go out there, where would you start searching? No, I can find them. Only I can. Then we will go with you. So, there would be nobody taking advantage of you. He saw the confidence in Scott's eyes, and thus he believed that accompanying Scott was the right decision. No. In this case, Hank and Hope have to be careful. I know how to find them, but I didn't know where they are. They will come to me as soon as I showed up in public. I didn't think they would come if you guys are with me. I am sorry. Scott said as he shook his head. Steve frowned a little, but he didn't show it as he knew that Scott's word made sense. Dio also knew this fact from the beginning, as he already knew that Hank Pym has a personality that made it hard to trust others. Chapter 490. Scott, who has disguised himself, sat in a cafe across Hope's house. Scott knew that Hope and Hank should have known what happened yesterday, and he hoped that they would make their approach soon. The only thing he could do right now was to wait for them to fetch him, as he really had no idea where they were. After waiting for quite a while, finally, Scott got his release. He saw an ant crawling under his cup and gradually formed the word, Hope. So, without further question, Scott picked up a newspaper to conceal the ant from plain sight while excitedly whispers to the ants. Hope, it's me, Scott. Where are you? The ant soon lined up once again, forming a line, flower shop. Van. License plate number. Respectively. This is the best hidden message ever. As there was no way a normal person would suspect a colony of ants. But still, Scott had to be careful of his surroundings. But several ants began to show odd behavior. They began to spin in place, making Scott a little confused about what Hope was trying to say. Curious by what was happening, Scott entered the toilet and changed into his Ant-Man suit. After he was at the size of an ant, he immediately rushed towards the flower shop. Sure enough, he found a mini-size van under the bench. Scott excitedly rushed towards the car, and before he could see what was inside, the van door opened. And someone immediately dragged him inside and drove away. Just several minutes after, several CIA agents in casual clothes gathered around the flower shop and immediately searched for Scott, but he was long gone. Hey, Hope, Hank. I'm so happy to see you're all right. Thanks to you, our freedom is gone. But of course, you got to be a happy guy among others. I am sorry, the Avengers appeared all of a sudden, saying that they need my help to save the captain. I didn't know that it would turn out this big. Scott said, trying to defend himself. Scott, we are here not to hear about your apology but to determine something. What is it? Did you enter the quantum field yesterday? Hank asked inquisitively. Scott froze for a moment and nodded. He was a little bit afraid of acknowledging it, as he knows that Hank has specifically told him that he couldn't enter the quantum field. But he was a little bit confused as he saw Hank and Hope smiling at each other. But, how did you know about it? Did you monitor the CIA? Of course we did. You are the biggest security threat to America, and therefore we have to know what the government was thinking. Hope said casually. In fact, Hope also monitored Casey, but unlike the CIA, she only sent the ant to scout the surrounding house and didn't violate Casey's privacy. After moving around for 20 minutes, the van stopped in front of an abandoned apartment in the suburb. And Hank immediately reverted the van to its original size. Obviously, Hank Pym has made many breakthroughs with the Pym particle, so he could already apply it to many things. At the same time, Dio, who has already altered his appearance, walked through the street of New York. Dio was a little bit annoyed that Troubles kept showing its rear end since Dio came back to Earth, so he wanted to see everything that he left behind in his spare time. He walked towards the villa that Jessica originally lived in. When Dio arrived near the villa, he could see a sports car in front of the villa and a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. Dio immediately realized that it was Irene herself. Dio was a little dumbfounded as he saw that Irene already grew up into a beautiful teenager. But Dio didn't let his own emotion get the better of him, so before the girl could ask who he was, Dio got back inside his car and drove away. And right after he left, Jessica and Will walked out of the house. Irene, what did you see? Why are you running there? Jessica asked curiously. I don't know, I thought I saw someone familiar. Irene said dejectedly. She thought she saw Dio for a moment, but the height was different, making her doubt it. But one thing for sure was that she missed Dio a lot. After that, Dio immediately drove towards Strange's private clinic, but as soon as he got there, the name has already changed. Hello, isn't this Dr. Stephen Strange's private clinic? Dio asked the waiting nurse on the information desk. Oh, Dr. Stephen Strange had a car accident a while back, and this clinic has been sold to Dr. October. Dio froze for a moment as he didn't expect that Dr. Strange's accident has already taken place. He just hoped that he found his way to the Comartage just like the plot in the movie. Did you know where the working doctor's whereabout? Dio asked curiously. He only wanted about Christine's whereabout but refrained from asking about it specifically. I am sorry, but I didn't know them well. After Dr. Strange's accident, he drove everyone away. The nurse said apologetically. Chapter 491. After leaving the private clinic, Dio lit up a cigarette. Those who he once knew have already gone their separate ways. There is nothing wrong with it, but it was just a little bit sad. But it may be good for them as they wouldn't be caught up in the mess that was about to come. Dio wanted to go to Will's solo concert, but he thought that it might be a good idea not to show himself up again. But as Dio wanted to go back to Wanda for a little cuddle time, he saw a kid snatching an old woman's bag. The old woman immediately shouted for help, but the kid has already crossed the traffic, making the old woman chase fruitless. But as Dio sighed as he encountered another trouble that he didn't want to deal with, the kid was suddenly captured by a tight web. Dio was impressed by the urban web-slinger as he easily captured the snatcher without alarming anyone. Whose bag is this? It's mine. Here you go, pay attention next time, man, but if you are in a pickle like this time in the future, just try shouting my name. As long as I am nearby, I will come and help you. I don't have a break, maybe except holiday. I see, thank you, Spider-Man. The Spider-Boy just waved his hand and immediately swung away towards the nearest rooftop while telling the man he just saved to look out and stay safe. Everyone, on the other hand, just look at the scene with confusion. Dio sighed once again as he thought that the spider could use his brain some more. He really liked the current Spider-Man as the other iteration of Spider-Man that he saw in the movie on his previous world had a major flaw that the current spider didn't. As Dio saw that the man who was holding the pink bag runs towards him, Dio stretched his leg, tripping the man down. Who tripped me? Did you want to die? Seeing that he draw everyone's attention, the man stood up quickly and tried to run once again, but Dio kicked him back down while taking the little pink bag from the man. The little spider swung angrily towards Dio. Why did you do that? Give me that bag back. Dio understood that the little spider was annoyed since the man that he thought he just saved was immediately bullied again by others. Are you in cahoot with that snatcher earlier? Spider-Man said warily. Dio sighed once again as he knew that the little spider still didn't understand the current situation. First, I have nothing to do with those two goons. Second, don't you use your brain often? He said that this little pink bag was his and you immediately gave it to him. Did you ever saw a big man walk out with a little pink lady bag? And the third, the real owner was already on her way. Dio said annoyedly. After listening to Dio's word, Peter, behind his Spider-Man's mask, blushed awkwardly, then at the very moment, the real owner finally arrived. My bag. The old lady shouted as she picked her bag from Dio. The woman then kicked the guy on the ground, who tried to claim her bag as his. Seeing that the old lady was a little bit aggressive, Peter wanted to apologize, but before he could say anything, the lady has walked towards Dio in one large stride. Thank you very much. I thought I would never saw my bag anymore. But thanks to you, I get it back. I have seen what happened from afar. If it weren't for you, I would never get this bag back. Can I have your number? I would like to invite you to dinner. You don't have to, lady, you better check if you lose something in there. Dio said as he refused the lady invitation decisively. The lady immediately checked the bag and saw that nothing was missing. Everything is here, how should I thank you then? The lady said hopefully. Well, if you really want to, you can give me a head. Dio said shamelessly. The lady immediately froze as she heard Dio's words. She didn't believe such a nice-looking guy to be so shameless. Now that you didn't want that, it might be good to thank this young man too. Although he made a few mistakes, his intention was worth encouraging, Dio said as he pointed his finger towards Peter. But the lady was already too angry to listen to Dio. She immediately stomped away with a red face of anger and didn't even look back at Dio or the Spider-Man. Dio couldn't bear looking at Spider-Man's discouraged expression, so he patted Peter's shoulder and encouraged him. You have done a good job, but you have to be more cautious in the future. Pursuing justice was a very courageous action, but you have to put your mind to it, so make sure you make a good judgment in the future. My own judgment? Peter said confusedly, but he was surely encouraged by Dio's word. He recalled what he had done ever since he became the Spider-Man, and he surely remembered that he didn't really think over what he had to do the entire time. Chapter 492. In this current society, people's attitude isn't black and white like in the movie. Everyone has a complex individual trait that might differ from what society implied. For example, A villain might be a good husband, a good father, and a well-respected neighbor to somebody. Then came a question on why Tony didn't invite Peter Parker to join the Avenger. It came with his affection towards Peter that he saw himself in Peter's. Tony knew that the Avengers couldn't protect themselves and that one fact may become Peter's downfall if Tony invited him to Avenger. After all, Peter was just a child, waiting to be guided to the right path. Tony knew that Peter wouldn't be able to handle the public pressure that would come as he joined the Avenger, and he wouldn't want that to happen to Peter. Society would prey on Peter without mercy. Dio smiled and patted Peter's shoulder as he gave him another piece of advice. Remember to throw those two thieves to the police. As he walked away from the scene, Peter, who surely wasn't quite sure what was happening, scratched his head confusedly. But as Dio got back into his car, a dagger suddenly flew towards him from behind. Dio immediately raised his hands to block the dagger's path subconsciously. Although his Hammond energy armor would make sure that he was safe all the time from something like this, he still reflectively blocked it. But the attacker didn't seem to get the idea and attacked once more, this time aiming for Dio's head. But this time, Dio didn't even try to block it as his Hammond energy armor wouldn't be penetrated from some measly dagger. This is impossible, the attacker said as he fell down on his knee. He couldn't explain why his dagger couldn't hit Dio. Dio didn't know why the enemy was so surprised. Could it be that blocking a projectile was supposed to be that surprising? Although the attack was very precise, the dagger itself was nothing special. Maybe if it was the same vibranium bullets that Tony once used on him, he would be on edge. Who sent you? Dio said coldly to the attacker, who has already lost his will to fight. Dio then grabbed the man's shoulder menacingly as he really wanted to get it over with. But as he expected, the assailant wouldn't open his mouth that easily. Dio then heated up his Hammond energy on his hands, burning the attacker's shoulder little by little. I'll give you one last chance, but if you choose not to say anything, you will be burned here. No. You are not my real target. Who is your real target? Say it. Otherwise, your arm is toast. You are a woman. I am looking for Scott Lang. My father was a former colleague of Dr. Hank Pym, and I need their help. Dio was surprised to hear what the woman said. But Dio believed nonetheless, since it was hard to stay with your conviction when you see yourself began to burn. You are weird. You need their help, but you choose to attack me. I advise you to think clearly before I send you towards them inside a body bag. Can you let go of me? I swear I wouldn't run away. If this was a movie, this woman would surely try to get away, but here, Dio had the upper hand, and this woman would be a fool to try out her luck right now, so Dio let her go. At this moment, Dio looked like a villain that has dominated the hero that he was supposed to fight. Dio's confidence was tied with the ability of his trusted stand, and he already transformed the woman's hand into a bomb using Killer Queen ability. But surely this woman wasn't keen on living as she suddenly turned blurry as soon as Dio let her go and walk out of the wall. Ah, that ability, I remember it now. Dio said as he remembered who she really was. Thus, he decided to let her live as she would have a profound role for Hope Van Dyne and Scott Lang later on. Chapter 493. The woman was very pitiful as she watched her father died after getting pushed around by Hank Pym on their quantum field project. In their desperation, they rushed the project. As a result, the entire lab blew up, including the woman's parents, while their daughter survived as a ghost, a person that was trapped between worlds. She became an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., killing people and spying on the enemy because S.H.I.E.L.D. has promised to cure her. But she didn't know that the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director at the time was Hydra's leader, Alexander Pierce. But it was unknown what she did to escape the Hydra clutch and escape on her own. It was because of this tragic background that Dio chose to let her go. But he also knew that the woman wasn't in her right mind right now for him asking her to sit down and have a talk. Instead of following her, which was impossible to do right now, Dio immediately called Chala. Help me find Dr. Hank Pym's old research team. I believe several of them became lectured on certain campuses, Dio said casually. After hanging up the phone, Dio waited leisurely as he didn't have anything else to do. But it seemed Chala's network was really fast as it hasn't even been a half hour yet. And he already called Dio back. After receiving the information about Hank Pym's old teammate and took his time to check each name, Dio finally stopped at the name Bill Foster. Looking at Bill Foster's photo, Dio immediately remembered that he was the man who saved the ghost. As Chala's information actually gave the home address of each personnel, Dio wanted to take things slow as he always had the time to go there later. In a dilapidated villa outside New York suburbs, Eva Starr, in her white uniform, walked in with her arms folded. What happened, Eva? Fortunately, Professor Bill Foster didn't have class the entire day and chose to stay at home. He immediately brought Eva into molecular repair room to make her better. Because Eva was trapped between worlds. Her molecule was unstable, and thus she was under constant danger of disintegrating. Bill Foster then built a room to prevent the disintegration, which was this molecular repair room. I want to find Scott Lang today, but I only found his companion. I tried to attack him from his blind spot in order to force him to spill out where Scott is, but I couldn't even hurt him. Eva said frustratedly. So basically, you attacked him, but nothing happened, and then he attacked you, and you took damage? Bill said in a matter of fact. Yes, my power didn't even work, but after I escaped his grasp, I can use my power again, Eva said, still frustrated by what happened. Bill Foster immediately racked his brain regarding what happened to Eva as he knew that her condition was gradually taking the worst direction. Eva really needed Hank Pym's help right now. But Bill thought Hank wouldn't even consider helping her right now. But as he was deep in his own thought, his doorbell rang. He immediately checked who was on his door and immediately noticed Hank Pym was standing there. He was surprised as he never expected Hank Pym would talk to him, let alone come to his house. But, how would Hank even know where he lived? But it was too confusing for him right now, and thus he asked Eva to hide before he opened the door for Hank. Hank. How are you? Cut the talk for later, Bill, let me in first. Hank said annoyedly. Bill Foster surely understood Hank's current predicament, so he looked around and let Hank in immediately. Well, what do we have here? Hank Pym himself, who arrogantly chased away his own team, is now coming to his former colleague's house after 30 long years. It's all because you tried to flirt with my woman. That logic is not gonna fly now. You think you deserve Janet? You are the worst partner that she could ever have. You are moody, jealous, and impatient. You basically drive everyone around you away. Now. What did she got? She paid a terrible price because of your arrogance. But Hank just stood there, taking all Bill's word without a hint of fury. Well, I am not here to talk about the old days, let us talk business. Who are you? Bill said confusedly. What do you mean? Hank said with the same confused look. The Hank I know would surely be furious after hearing all that. But you are too calm, there is no way you are the real Hank. Chapter 494. Seeing that Bill Foster didn't believe him, Hank had no choice but to expose his hand. If I hit you now, would you believe me then? Hank said annoyedly. But Bill Foster kept backing away as he became more suspicious. Hank sighed and froze the ground immediately. Who the fuck are you? What do you want from me? I suppose there is a woman here in a certain condition, can you call her out? Dio said innocently as he reverted from his Hank Pym cover and sat on the sofa. Bill immediately realized that the man in front of him right now was the man that Eva attacked earlier. Eva, don't come out. Bill shouted nervously as he knew that Eva was in danger, but clearly he wasn't fast enough as Eva has already crossed the wall and reached behind Dio for another surprise attack. She punched the back of Dio's head, but Dio immediately caught her hand. So, your name is Eva, I am glad we meet again. But this habit of yours that keeps attacking me from behind need to change. Dio said casually as he threw her over his shoulder. Eva then finally saw that the man in front of him wasn't Hank Pym, but Dio, the man that he attacked earlier on the day. But then, Dio changed his appearance into Scott Lang. You can call me Dio, but I am Scott Lang now. Well, I am sorry for intruding into your house, Professor Foster, but me and Eva here have some unfinished talk. Dio said casually in Scott Lang's form. Although they were reluctant, they knew that both of them couldn't do anything to Dio right now. Mr. Dio, I think there may be some misunderstanding here, Bill said calmly while Eva was anxious. He tried to compel Dio's calm nature as Dio didn't seem to come here for revenge. Now, that is way better, Professor, I like dealing with smart people. Dio said casually as he put his leg on the table. Eva was always on alert the entire time, but she couldn't find any opening to attack. However, as soon as she heard Bill talk, she was confused as to why he wanted to compromise with the enemy. Well, can you believe that I also have a magical ability myself? I can transform anything I touch into a bomb. Sure, then I can return to the past. Eva said sarcastically. Do you really think you escaped my clutch? I am not sure you will laugh again soon. Bill immediately paled as he didn't know what else that Dio has touched earlier. But if what Dio said was true, then there were so many bombs here already. But Bill was a man of science, so he didn't fully believe Dio either. But when he recalled that Dio had grabbed Eva's hand earlier became the deterrent that he must obey whatever Dio had to say for now. It's a wonderful magic. Eva said sarcastically. Oh, there is more exciting stuff coming. Dio said as he picked a piece of hair from the floor. Dio then squished it on his palm and showed it again. What do you think would happen next? Both Bill and Eva were clearly confused as they saw that Dio only had a piece of hair there. Would you like to check for props? Or maybe it was better to put this piece of hair on your head? Dio asked again. There is no need for that. Bill said as he was sweating profusely from anxiety. Wise choice, Dio said as the hair suddenly shone brightly and exploded into a tiny flare. What do you want? Eva shouted horrifiedly as she knew that her arms had become a bomb. Well, first of all, I want to tell you that you have become my living human bomb. Dio said as he smirked. Now, would you like to be civil and sit down so we can have a good talk? Or you want to run again? But this time, I wouldn't be so kind. Eva began to tremble from anger. But she knew that she didn't have any option here. She looked at Bill and saw that Bill nodded and tapped the sofa beside him for her. She immediately calmed down and sat down, hoping that Dio was as calm as he has been so far. She also knew that the best thing she could do right now was to obey Dio's every word as her life was in Dio's hands. Now, is it possible for you to answer my previous question? How did you find me earlier? I have been looking for Hank Pym for a while now. And I have been staying on Scott Lang's house, hoping that he would lead me to where Hank Pym was, but then I saw he was fighting the CIA, and once I followed him after the fight. I saw your car picking him up. So, I followed your car. Dio was quite surprised as he never expected that he was being followed, but he never noticed it. But it was a given, seeing that the one who followed him this time was the ghost. Chapter 495. So you are saying that I am not a person that you were looking for, and it was better if I am dead? Dio asked indifferently. I am sorry, I just want to know where Scott's whereabouts, Eva said as she took a deep breath. If you find him, what would you do? I will force him to cure me. Eva said with a desperate look on her face. She knew that there was no hope for her other than asking help from Hank Pym. I believe you, but I don't like your game, threatening others like that. So. You have 3 minutes to explain your condition. If it was really that desperate, I would take you personally to Hank Pym. But you need to calm down. Dio said indifferently. Bill and Eva didn't understand Dio as he said that he didn't like threatening others, but clearly, he was threatening them now. But as he said, if it could be solved peacefully, why use any force at all? With this on his mind, Bill nodded at Eva. Eva then began to talk about her background. From the arrogant Hank to her unlucky father. From the accident to what happened to her after. She also told Dio what happened to her when she was recruited by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only did S.H.I.E.L.D. lie to her, but they also treated her like a tool. But after learning that the S.H.I.E.L.D. would never cure her, she ran away. Obviously, the S.H.I.E.L.D. only wanted her power. She understood that if she was cured, the S.H.I.E.L.D. would lose an important asset. Who was the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director at that time? Dio said as he interrupted her. Is it Nick Fury? No, it was Alexander Pierce. He was the one who trained me to become the Ghost, but after Nick Fury became the director, I also executed some mission for him, Eva said informatively. Dio nodded his head as he expected that much. Nick wasn't someone who would go back on his words. He probably didn't know what the Ghost's original goal was, as it was under Alexander Pierce that she was contracted as an agent. Of course. He might try to cure the Ghost but eventually found out that it was completely impossible and thus gave up. But fortunately for her, Dio knew how to cure her. And now that all the prerequisite condition is almost done, he could do it immediately. But Hank had to go to the quantum field and save Janet first. When Hank returned with the quantum energy later, it will be easier. How long would you be able to sustain your body? Dio asked curiously. Eva immediately looked at Bill as he was the one who has more say in this regard. If you were to stay at the repair cabin for 12 hours a day, the shortest would be 1 year, and the longest would be 2 years. Bill said after he thought it over for a moment. Eva already knew that her body was at its limit, but hearing that she only had 1 or 2 years left to live, still took her breath away. No one wanted to live like this, but no one really wanted to die either. Well, it's quite fortunate, so if it comes to the worst, she would still be able to live for a couple of months, right? That would be enough, Dio said as he laughed. You have a way to save Eva? Bill asked curiously. From the way Dio talked, Bill got the feeling that Eva's condition was not a big deal for Dio. Even Eva looked quite hopeful of the possibility that Dio would be able to cure her. I know that all she needs to repair her body was a sufficient amount of quantum energy. Now, Dr. Hank Pym can open the quantum channel. But there are still several details that have to be considered before we proceed, but let's save that for later. Dio said casually. I already considered that treatment plan too, but no one can come back from the quantum field. This plan was doomed to fail. Bill said with disappointment on his face. He really expected an insight from Dio, but he didn't expect it to coincide with one of his plans. Are you trying to say that Janet was the example for it? Dio said as he laughed. Yes. Hank is a guy with a lot of shortcomings, but he was probably the best scientist in terms of the quantum field. Still, he couldn't find a way to save Janet. It is true, but it was all in the past. What if I told you now that someone successfully entered the quantum realm and survived? That's impossible. Who could possibly do that? Is it Hope? No, Hank would never let his precious daughter take such a big risk. Is it Hank himself? But at the same time, Eva shouted the right name. It's Scott Lang, isn't it? Bingo, you are correct, but there is no reward. Dio said, still with a smirk framing his face. Although Eva witnessed Scott's battle with the CIA. She didn't see how Scott escaped the CIA's laser grid, but she predicted to some degree that Scott used some sort of new tech for his escape. Now she finally knew that Scott entered the quantum realm and returned safely. Chapter 496. It doesn't matter whether Bill would believe it or not, but the fact was already in front of him. Scott should be with Hank Pym, and they should be on their way on rescuing Janet from the quantum field by now. Now, Professor Bill Foster should go say hello over there and help out creating the machine that would safely create a path to return, and at the same time. You should also create the collector for quantum energy. Therefore, we would cure the ghost in no time. Dio said casually. When Dio watched Ant-Man 2, it was a mess. Bill and Eva could just work with Hank to get their hands on quantum energy instead of fighting them. They could just cooperate to have a win-win solution. So, why bother making an enemy out of Hank? Eva might hate Hank. But it wasn't on a personal level. Hank surely fired her parent, but it wasn't something unusual. At the end of the day, her parent was the reason of their own accident. Furthermore, in the movie, Dio learned that Eva chose to let go of her hatred towards Hank Pym later on as she was saved thanks to Janet. So, thanks to Dio's planning, Eva and Bill agreed to do as Dio said. Even so, Bill was a little bit hesitant as he still remembered that working with Hank was hell on earth itself. After finding back her hope, Eva finally smiled again. She was only in her 20s, but she had already experienced so much pain. May I ask one more thing? Bill suddenly asked. He wanted to know about Dio's power that suddenly robbed Eva of her power earlier, as no one was supposed to be able to touch Eva when she was in phased condition. Dio was surprised by the question as he didn't know that was the case. He began to wonder if it because of his Hammond energy. If it were really because of that, then Dio once again discovered the magic of his Hammond energy as time went by. He already knew that Hammond energy could be turned into another type of energy with the help of his stands. It could become fire, electricity, and even could imitate the sun itself. Could Hammond energy transform into anything? That was not all with little feet. He could shrink the target infinitely. Did infinite in this description also mean shrinking the target into the quantum field? What would happen if he really did that? Does that mean he would be able to use this ability to enter the quantum field freely? Dio found the idea interesting, but he didn't dare to try it now as he didn't have any assurance that it would work as he intended it to. 3 days later, Scott guided Dio and the team towards Hank's secret laboratory. Although Hank nor Hope really wanted a guest right now, it was clear that Scott took Dio's importance to the extreme. Therefore, Hank and Hope couldn't do anything as Scott was the only one who could return from the quantum field safely. But as Scott returned with Bill and an unknown woman, Hank wasn't having it and immediately taunted Bill rudely. Oh my God, look who's this. I remember that you swear that you would never see me again in this life, but look what the demon brought. Bill anticipated that Hank would act like this, and thus he has already prepared himself for the beating of Hank's words. Bill knew that the best thing to do right now was to ignore Hank entirely, and he would eventually get bored. But as Hank continued to pester him non-stop, Bill finally couldn't stop himself. That's right, God obviously failed to drag you to hell, and because of that, good and innocent people are being hurt left and right. Bill said rudely. You bastard, what did you just say? Hank said furiously, but Hope immediately stood between them and reminded Hank that they had to finish the project soon. Bill immediately changed their topic to Janet since he knew that Janet was the only sensitive topic that Hank could never free himself from the guilt until now. But Dio, who observed the two of them from the side, was a little curious. From the way it looked, Bill was also at a loss here regarding Janet, and thus, Dio assumed that Bill also took a liking to Janet. Or maybe, Bill and Hank were once rivals fighting for Janet's love. Calm down, you two. Do you really have to fight right now? Let me go. How dare he blame me when my hands are tied? Hope, let me go. I will make his face know how much pain I feel. Let's just go, Eva. I didn't want to see his arrogant face either. Dio, who observed from the side, was also exhausted after seeing their exchange. Dio even looked at Eva and immediately knew that she would resort to violence if things didn't work her way. This was a quite common super agent's mindset, as their mission always involved them killing someone. Chapter 497. Dio grew tired as he saw no point in this pointless fighting. So, he stood up and told Scott to come along. Where do we have to go now? Scott asked curiously. Back to Wakanda, of course. CIA is still chasing after you here, Dio said as he winked at him. Oh, sure. Let's go. You are not allowed to leave. Not until Janet is rescued. Hank said as he dropped his banter with Bill. Scott was a little embarrassed, as he knew that Hank and Hope had done so much for him, but he knew that Dio's word was meant to remind Hank of his original goal. Hank, why are you so obnoxious? Even if you gave Scott the Ant-Man suit, it doesn't mean that he will give you his life in return. How dare you? Did you ever think of what he is going to be right now, his daughter too? That is all because of you. It doesn't matter. The King of Wakanda has promised to provide a sanctuary and a stealth jet for Scott to travel between Wakanda and here easily. Plus, if I want to take Scott with me, I will surely make sure that my guest is comfortable. But what are you doing to your guest now? Dio said indifferently. Hank was obviously enraged after hearing Dio's word, but Bill was looking at Dio with complicated emotion. Obviously, he felt that Dio was so cool. What on earth did you want from us? Hope asked annoyedly. I just want to invite all of you to Wakanda, where you would be able to research the quantum realm safely without worrying that anyone could steal the project away. If I were your enemy, I would easily snatch Hope and threaten to kill her unless you hand over your research to me. Dio said casually. Hank's face contorted as he started to realize the seriousness of the situation. Is this a threat? Hank asked carefully. It wasn't, but now that you understand that we are all serious, it's better if you calm down, isn't it? It'd be better if we all work together now. Han was pale as he could do nothing about Dio now, and Scott couldn't be counted on in this situation. Mr. Dio, if I heard it correctly, you came here to seek our cooperation, right? So, can you give us some respect? It seems you still don't understand the situation here. So let me get this straight. First, I have no interest in your quantum research. Second, Bill and Eva didn't necessarily have to cooperate with you. And third, hadn't I found out what you were doing this time, Bill and Eva would have already stolen your hard work. Dio said as he laughed. I found the fight is unnecessary, and it's best to have both parties cooperate, isn't that right? Now, let us see your skill, Eva, so that they can understand what is going on, Dio asked casually. Eva immediately smiled and walked towards Hope menacingly. Scott tried to stop Eva as he knew that Hope didn't have any defensive equipment on. But he was shocked to see that Eva just phased through him without any effort. In the next instance, Eva handled Hope easily with one hand and choked Hank with another. Now, that's enough. Dio said as he clapped his hand, and Eva immediately let them both go. So, what do you say? Even if Scott were here, he wouldn't be able to stop Eva. And so, if you still insist on being stubborn, I would leave with Scott, and you are free to handle Hank and Eva by yourself. And I almost forgot that Eva's full name is Eva Starr. The daughter of Elijah Starr. I believe you are also familiar with that name. Dio said casually. After hearing the name of Eva's father, Hank's furious face immediately changed into a gaze of guilt. Even so, he would never admit that he really did something wrong back in the day. The truth to be said, if it weren't for Janet's support, Hank would have probably died alone. I promise that once Janet is rescued, I will collect enough quantum energy to treat her, but that is the extent of it. I would never share my technology with anyone else. Hank said his final decision. A flash of excitement flashed on Eva's face. No one really knew how much pain she was in and how much she already endured. With each second passing, her cells were torn apart and regrow, torturing her endlessly. And now, she had a hope to live a normal life. Chapter 498. After reaching a consensus, Bill and Hank finally developed a professional ethic. Although they still didn't want to be around each other. They both wanted to rescue Janet and cure Eva, so they were looking forward to what Wakanda had to offer to help their project. Hank was still very reluctant, but once he arrived at Wakanda and saw the scientific research equipment that they have, he immediately put all of his concern behind him. Although his own equipment on his lab weren't bad, it was preposterous to compare it with the wealthiest country on the world. After all, if Hank wanted the same kind of equipment, he must have an astronomical fund of his own. For the sake of confidentiality, Dio and Eva were responsible of transporting the necessary equipment for Hank, as the two of them weren't necessary for the project. After all the equipment needed for the project has been sent to Hank's temporary lab, so Dio greeted Scott and prepared to leave. But when he started the engine of the jet, a figure suddenly appeared in his co-pilot's seat. After you are healed, there is a high probability that you will also lose your power, so I think it was better for you to start using a door like a normal person. Dio said to Eva. That might be hard for me later, but that is if they really cure me. Eva said worriedly. Don't you believe that they could cure you? You can't be so pessimistic like this, you know. It's not that I didn't believe them, but it's hard to trust someone completely when you've been disappointed for so many times. If this one fails too, I think my mind wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Then you should stay positive and keep yourself be happy until they come up with the research results, Dio said with a warm smile. He didn't understand the pain she suffered, but he knew that she was a tough person. So, where to? Dio said casually. What do you mean? Eva asked curiously. A hotel? Your home? Or wherever, I will drive. Your house, maybe, Eva said flirtatiously. I am so sorry, I have a girlfriend, Dio said with a sorry expression. So what? If she doesn't know, it wouldn't hurt her. She wouldn't know, but I will, Dio said with a smile on his face. The situation got awkward after that as both of them remained silent. I am sorry, my life is too short and boring, I just guessed you might be into me somehow, after seeing that you are at least trying to save me, Eva said with a guilty look on her face. Dio sighed as he looked into Eva's sad expression. He knew that Eva wanted to feel alive again, but he couldn't do that to Wanda. He has promised that he would be loyal to her, so Dio would feel guilty later if he agreed to Eva's proposal. Well, you have Bill who cares about you so much, he already treated you like his own daughter, so you should trust him more like he has always believed in you all this time without reservation, Dio said with a smile on his face. Eva let her mind wander for a second and her eyes suddenly became misty. You are right, I shouldn't be so pessimistic about life. Well, if you're interested in my offer, you know where to find me. Eva said with a playful smile on her face. She was about to leave by passing through the door, but after a brief pause and opened the door like normal people. Dio shook his head and laughed. He would never cash in the opportunity to sleep with Eva as long as he had Wanda by his side. Meanwhile in Queens, New York, Peter Parker was holding on his phone, waiting for a call that never came. Hi, Happy. This is the report I made today. I stopped a bicycle thief, but I couldn't find the owner, so I just leave it on the sidewalk with a note. I also helped a grandma finding an address. She is from Dominican Republic, you know. She is very nice, and she also gives me a rice cake that she make herself. Peter said as he ranted about his day. Oh, I hope there is a new task for Mr. Stark for me, I will be expecting your call soon, Happy. Peter said as he ended the voice note. Peter then sighed heavily as he really wanted to do something big. Like what they did in Germany before. Dealing with superheroes like Captain America was exciting as he could go all out. But it seemed like Happy ignored his every call right now. I am sure they are very busy right now, Peter said positively. He didn't want to think that Happy mistakenly gave him a wrong number to call to. Peter grew wary that what he did wasn't enough, so he was determined to prove himself even more. He immediately swung around using his web determinedly, and it didn't take long for him to discover that the long-awaited big case was waiting around the corner. Chapter 499. In the dark alley, somewhere in New York. A gang member was terrified and begging for mercy while his companion was lying flat on the ground. I really don't know where the boss is. I am just a small-time thug, I joined the 5th Street last week. Please, let me go. Look into my eyes. The unknown figure said with a deep voice. The thug immediately slumped into the ground like a marionette that has been cut with a chilling scream. He saw an endless fire of hell where he relived every little sin that he has done throughout his life. At the same time, his soul began to burn in agony while his body started to smell like burning flesh. Another fallen soul worthy of judgment. After looking at the smelly corpse, Robbie Reyes was about to leave to find his next prey. But at the same time, a flying web immediately stuck his hand to a wall. What happened here? I smell the crime scene. Who are you? Robbie Reyes said coldly as he burnt the web that stuck his hand to a wall. Wow, dude. Your hand is on fire. Are you okay? I am Spider-Man. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I am the man that will stop all types of crime in this city. I don't know you. Robbie said as he immediately lost interest in the weird guy in latex in front of him. He didn't care about anyone else that didn't have any connection with Fifth Street. But as Robbie wanted to walk away, Peter immediately jumped in front of him, blocking Robbie's path. You can't go. Don't you realize that you had killed someone? You'll have to come with me to the police station now. Peter said under his Spider-Man's mask. Listening to the innocent word that the Spider-Man had said, Robbie was stunned and burst out laughing. I believe that you are a superhero now, Spider-Man. I will remember you, but now I still have something else to do, so please play your superhero game somewhere else. Robbie's words hurt Peter deep down as he already felt like Tony and the other Avengers have already abandoned him. So, Peter immediately kicked Robbie in the chest, proving that he wasn't playing around here. You have killed someone here, this is obviously a murder case. I will not let you escape. Robbie, who has fallen to the ground, immediately stood up again without any injuries and dusted his clothes. He wasn't someone who was fond of explaining himself, so he immediately chose the easiest method that he knew. Robbie immediately rushed towards the Spider-Man with an intention to body charge him. However, with the Spider-Man's ultra-human reflexes and with the help of his spider sense, Spider-Man easily dodged Robbie's charge. Not only that, but as the Spider-Man dodged, he also kicked Robbie's back and also shot some webbings to keep Robbie down. These webbings were designed by Peter with Tony's help. It was very sticky and extremely resilient. Robbie tried to struggle to break free from the webbing. But it was no use. Peter then immediately dragged the struggling Robbie towards the nearest police station, leaving all the bodies he saw on the scene. Peter knew that he shouldn't temper around with the crime scene from the many cop drama that he watched. He didn't know for sure whether it was the actual crime situation or not. But at least he brought back the perpetrator. Peter was looking forward to what the headline of tomorrow's newspaper would be. Maybe it was about how Spider-Man captured a ruthless serial killer. That way, Tony would immediately saw his potential once again and assigned him to some big mission. While he was daydreaming about what his day would be, he suddenly felt his baggage became lighter. Peter immediately looked back and noticed that his webbings were burned. He was sure that this time he used the webbing with a high temperature and fire resistance, but it was burned nonetheless. Hey, are you looking for me? A voice suddenly said behind him. Peter immediately reacted and tried to avoid the incoming punch, but it was too late. Robbie's fist connected with Peter's cheek and sent him flying to a wall. Peter screamed in pain and immediately stood up again, backing off from Robbie until he was at a safe distance. Peter saw that the man was completely engulfed in fire but didn't chase after him. Your game is over, Spider-Man. If you keep chasing after me, you will die. Robbie said as he immediately entered the sports car nearby and quickly drove away. He was looking for those scum from Fifth Street, and he didn't want to waste his time playing games with a superhero. And through their dialogue earlier, Robbie knew that the Spider-Man was still a kid but had a big heart. He was a little bit interested as he was drawn to the little spider's innocence. Chapter 500. Dio was driving through the street of New York as he was thinking of bringing a gift for Wanda. Suddenly, he felt danger coming his way. Dio immediately turned his car around. And immediately after, a burning car dashed past the street, slamming the other car away. Although the burning car's speed reached 250 km per hour, Dio could still see the driver with his dynamic vision. Dio immediately noticed that the driver wasn't human at all, with a skull covered with fire and a scream that akin to horror movies. After the burning car drove past him far enough, Dio just stared at the burning wheel marks on the street. Dio also remembered that Steve and Coulson had mentioned the evil creature before but didn't take it seriously as he already knew that the Ghost Rider actually existed in this world. But even so, Dio saw so many differences between this Ghost Rider and the Ghost Rider that he knew. The one stark difference that he could see was that the Ghost Rider he knew was riding a bike. Not a car. But when Dio hesitated whether to catch up with this new Ghost Rider or not, he saw the little spider swinging from one building to the next, obviously trying to chase after the Ghost Rider. Dio was surprised. Was the Ghost Rider trying to get away from the little spider? Isn't he supposed to be a crazy strong character? But how did the two of them meet in the first place? This was confusing, but Dio knew with Spider-Man's personality, it was possible that he ran into one of Ghost Rider's purging. After all, Ghost Rider was a vigilante who worked with his own rule, and from his look, it was expected that almost everyone would look at him with horror. Dio obviously could only guess what happened earlier. But one thing for sure was that he had to follow them himself. The scene when Ghost Rider and Spider-Man met again might become very interesting. But at the same time, Dio heard a lot of sirens sounded in every direction. He even saw some helicopters were already dispatched toward the Ghost Rider's way. The Ghost Rider has drawn so much attention to himself. Of course, he wouldn't be caught, but people would start to notice that a burning skeleton existed among them. Dio immediately drove as fast as he could towards the suburbs, where the burning marks on the ground guided him. When he got there, he found that the Spider-Man and the Ghost Rider were already fighting against each other. Although the Ghost Rider was fast, the little spider had advantages of his own. He had the spider sense that could calculate the path of danger. And obviously, the Spider-Man was a hero who was not hindered by the terrain of his fight. The little spider kept swinging in the air, making it very hard for the Ghost Rider to even catch up. "You are asking for this," Robbie said as he immediately turned his whole body into flames. The scene was covered with a sulfuric smell that even the Spider-Man had a hard time breathing. Robbie's current appearance was close to that of a demon in myths. Spider-Man was a little startled at first, but he immediately snapped back to his senses as he also took this seriously. He started to fight the legendary demon on equal grounds, but clearly, the little spider was at a disadvantage here, as his webs were clearly not working, and he couldn't get close to the Ghost Rider as the Ghost Rider's hellfire was too hot for Spider-Man to handle. Spider-Man tried to extinguish the flames around the Ghost Rider by using the hydrant near the scene, but it didn't work. He tried to block the Ghost Rider by pinning a construction material on top of him, but it didn't work out either. Furthermore, these objects that Spider-Man threw at the Ghost Rider were immediately thrown back towards the Spider-Man covered with flames. Robbie then pulled out a steel pipe from his car, and it immediately transformed into a superweapon. Spider-Man tried hand-to-hand combat against the Ghost Rider, but it obviously didn't work out as he intended to, as it took all the little spider got just to dodge Ghost Rider's attack. Spider-Man immediately threw a huge boulder to smash the Ghost Rider. But before he could take a breather, the Ghost Rider already destroyed the boulder with ease. The little spider was startled by the demon's power. This was a situation that he never liked, as fighting against a villain with inhuman endurance really tired him out. Furthermore, if this guy really was a demon from hell, Peter wondered if he should start going back to church to repent for his sin. Peter sighed and immediately activated the kill mode on his suit. The eye cover that was actually a screen immediately turned red. Peter then immediately rushed towards the Ghost Rider with the intent to knock him out. Dio, who was hiding, got excited. He was waiting for the moment that the Spider-Man was trying his best against one of the most powerful beings in Marvel Universe, but how could the little spider fight against the fire from the Ghost Rider? It was truly overwhelming, as it would burn anything to cinders. Furthermore, the Ghost Rider still had another card up his sleeve. The penance stare was still usable. Even though the little spider was an innocent human, there might still be a sin that could be burned. It was the most powerful ability on Ghost Rider's arsenal. One could even say that it was one of the most powerful abilities in the Marvel Universe. It literally would burn everyone who had a soul. But seeing that the police were also approaching, Dio sighed as he had to stop the fight between the two superheroes, as it would turn ugly if the police really get involved. Chapter 501. Dio immediately created a huge wall of ice, separating the Ghost Rider from Spider-Man. "Let's stop right here, the police are coming," Dio said as he came out of the shadows. Robbie melted the ice and stared at Dio with his black eyes. But the little spider couldn't take the hint, and instead of recognizing Dio, he asked Dio to put out the fire from the Ghost Rider. Dio sighed as he knew that the little spider at this Marvel Universe was a little knave. So Dio decided to ignore him for now and shifted his attention towards the Ghost Rider. From the look of it, Dio knew that he was fortunate that the Ghost Rider didn't want to escalate things either here, as he didn't have any intention to fight anyone outside of the 5th Street thugs. "Take good care of that little spider. Don't let him mess with me again," Robbie said after a moment of silence. He was annoyed by Spider-Man's stubbornness, but he knew that the little spider was doing what he believed was right, so he couldn't really harm him. Dio was satisfied to hear the word from the Ghost Rider, as he initially only wanted to observe the fight and probably save the Spider-Man from danger if in any case, the Ghost Rider went too far. Dio knew that the little spider had an innocent and righteous heart. But Ghost Rider's penance stare was on another level. If a person had even a trace of sin in their heart, the penance stare would burn their soul. "No. You are a murderer. I will never let you go without a proper punishment." Others would have worried about the police intervention. But Spider-Man didn't. He was a frequent visitor of the New York Police Department, as he sent so many petty criminals to their door. Although Peter thought that the police were on his side, Peter was still a little bit worried that the police officers would be caught up by the demon's flame if they chose to intervene later. But the thought of letting a murderer set loose didn't sit well with Peter's morale. Dio was a little bit surprised by Peter's stubbornness, but he knew that Peter was doing this out of his rightful morale, but the Ghost Rider, who has already calmed down after seeing Dio earlier, was immediately disgruntled by Peter's word. Dio knew that the one in control right now wasn't the real Ghost Rider's host, but the spirit of vengeance, and Dio knew that the spirit was really impatient. At the same time, several helicopters came into the scene and ordered the Ghost Rider to surrender, further annoying the spirit of vengeance. Suddenly, the Ghost Rider launched the spear on his hands towards one of the helicopters. It hit the back of the helicopters, causing the helicopter to lose control and fell to the ground. This was the real spirit of vengeance personality as it easily snapped. It was clear to Dio that whoever the host was, he was already losing control over the spirit of vengeance. The rest of the helicopters immediately cleared off from the Ghost Rider and immediately fired the Ghost Rider with countless bullets. Some helicopters were even loaded with rockets and started firing them at the Ghost Rider too. Dio and Peter, who didn't want to get caught by a stray bullet or the explosion, immediately buzzed off from the Ghost Rider's side before the helicopters started firing. But when the smoke dissipated from the explosion, everyone saw that the Ghost Rider had been reduced to a skeleton, and the fire that engulfed him earlier was already extinguished. Everyone began to relax as they thought that the evil creature had been killed. Even Peter on the side also thought of the same thing. He was a little bit sorry that he couldn't catch the demon by himself, but he was fine as long as the demon has received a proper punishment. Only Dio thought otherwise, as he knew that the Ghost Rider couldn't be killed merely by rockets and bullets. As to prove his thought, the Ghost Rider's eye socket immediately ignited again. Every injury on his bones was nullified, and even the suit that he wore earlier was repaired again like magic. The police were startled and immediately opened fire once again. However, this time was a little bit different. Even though the bullet hit the Ghost Rider and he wasn't fighting back, it didn't seem to affect him as much anymore. Instead, Ghost Rider walked towards his car and pulled out a long steel chain from under the seat. This was Ghost Rider's standard weapon. Dio knew immediately that the police would suffer terribly from messing around with the Ghost Rider. And sure enough, the Ghost Rider started to swing the chain that was also covered with hellfire to the helicopters on the air, causing a massive hurricane-like air current that covered the sky. The Ghost Rider began to laugh maniacally as he was unstoppable. Everyone who saw the scene could say that they really saw a demon from biblical myth right in front of their eyes. The Ghost Rider didn't even stop there. He also started to tie some police officers and burn them to ashes with his chain at an incredible speed. Chapter 502. As everyone saw, the person in front of them was burned to ashes with a terrifying scream. Their mental fortitude was immediately tested. But everyone realized that it was merely the beginning of their nightmare. It was as if the flaming chain had the will of its own and started burning the cops one by one. The helicopters above tried to give a suppressing fire towards the Ghost Rider, but it only annoyed the Ghost Rider. He immediately swung his chain towards the helicopters, destroying the helicopter's tail like it was a child's toy. The Ghost Rider seemed to be indulging himself in killing the cops, but suddenly, half of its face lost its flame. "Eli, that's enough." Robbie Reyes's voice came out, and suddenly the Ghost Rider returned to its human form. "Robbie, are you sure that you want to be human now? Without me, you won't be able to escape this place," Eli said as Dio suddenly saw a ghost around Robbie. It was Robbie's uncle, but now that he was dead, he apparently used Robbie's body to use the spirit of vengeance. "Don't force me, uncle," Robbie said coldly, silencing Eli from talking any further. After speaking like that, Robbie then put his hands on his face and returned to the Ghost Rider form again, but this time, the flame wasn't as intense as earlier. Robbie was back in control again. Although he has already killed so many police officers, Robbie knew it wasn't his fault and regained his humanity. Now that he was already back in control, Robbie then targeted the police's car and destroyed it all, but he made sure that no one died from his attack anymore. Robbie then also pulled out the helicopter's pilots with his chain, bringing the helicopter down to prevent it from chasing him. The Spider-Man obviously wanted to stop the demon, but Dio made sure that he held Peter down from an unnecessary brawl with the Ghost Rider. When Robbie was about to leave, he made eye contact with Dio and Peter, like he was trying to memorize the both of them. After that, he disappeared into the night with his flaming car. "Damn it! Why did you stop me? That demon has killed so many people, and if we don't catch him soon, even more people will probably die. Even if you can catch up to him now, did you really think that you can capture him?" Dio asked with a slight smile on his face. Peter was obviously startled by Dio's words and stopped complaining. He knew that he didn't have ample strength to stop the demon from doing anything it wanted. Peter now realized that the demon couldn't be killed no matter what he did. But even so, Peter was still annoyed at the man in front of him right now as he failed to do something noteworthy to prove himself to Tony Stark. He was also annoyed at himself for being not strong enough to prevent the cops from dying earlier. Peter knew that if he could stop the Ghost Rider, he could have saved the cops earlier, so Peter started to blame himself for not able to do anything. Dio knew what Peter was thinking, but he didn't do anything to correct his way of thinking. In Dio's mind, people were entitled to think whatever and however they wanted, and he had no right to change that. There is an evil spirit inside that guy's body that would be almost impossible to destroy, but a piece of advice for you: if you ever run into him again, don't ever look into his eyes. Dio said as he walked towards his car, leaving Peter to wallow on his unnecessary guilt. Dio then drove towards the direction that Ghost Rider drove to. He didn't know where the Ghost Rider might be, but he could use Moody Blues to track him down. But as Dio realized that he didn't have a good look at the Ghost Rider's human form appearance, Moody Blues took a long time to find the person that might be the Ghost Rider. Eventually, Moody Blues finally showed a person who wore the same leather jacket that the Ghost Rider wore earlier. Dio wasn't sure, but the man he saw now might be the Ghost Rider's human form. Nonetheless, he was relieved that he still found some sort of use for Moody Blues after possessing it for a long time yet not having the opportunity to use it. On the other hand, Peter quickly returned to the city and called Happy and reported what just happened earlier. "What now, kid? A skull demon covered in flames and a flaming ghost car. I had a fight with him before, and I already dropped his ass countless times. Now, if you didn't wake me up, I might win another round." "No, it was true, Happy," Peter said frustratedly. "What I said is also true. Next time you call just to harass me at this hour, I will drive the flaming ghost car to your house myself." "Happy, please listen," Peter said, but the line was cut as Happy obviously ended the call. Peter was frustrated and lost as Happy didn't believe him, and he didn't have any means to talk with Tony Stark himself. To make the matter worse, he couldn't stop the skeleton demon. This time, Peter was really frustrated with the situation as he didn't know what else to do. What should I do now? Think Peter, what would Mr. Stark do in this situation? Spider-Man. Chapter 503. When the sun rose, as usual, everyone was back to their daily routine again, forgetting the event that occurred last night to go to work. Robbie Reyes was no exception as he was a car mechanic during the day. This world is full of bullshit now. There are monsters, heroes, aliens, and now demons. A colleague of Robbie said with a disgruntled look. They were watching the news about the event last night. It's probably fake, there is no way a demon really exists. Robbie's boss laughed it off. No, judging from the video, it seems to be real. Many people saw it, not to mention a large number of police cars and helicopters were blown out. The witnesses even said that they could smell the sulfur in the air. The colleague said again while showing the boss the video on the internet. Bah, it looks fake to me, it just seems like a doll or statue that got burned while shoved into a driving car, the boss said with a disbelief look on his face. Robbie just listened to their small talk carefully without joining in. But it didn't last long as Robbie's colleague saw something that piqued Robbie's attention. Doesn't the demon car somehow look like your favorite car, Reyes? The colleague asked confusedly. Nonsense. It's obviously different, although it has some similarities, but well, I am not the only one who likes this type of car. Now that you say it, yeah, it's different in many places, but man, it's a great car. The colleague said as he observed the Ghost Rider's car from the video. Well, save up then, you will be able to afford your own sport car soon. Robbie said indifferently. You are joking. If I only do this one job, there is no way I can save enough money in my lifetime to buy a sport car. To be honest, I am a little bit jealous that you have your own sport car. Just borrow some money, you can get it from the banks, I am sure. Robbie said with a shrug. Stop joking, kid. Back to work. The next day, Justin, Robbie's colleague, was playing on his phone when his boss walked in and kicked his chair. Stop messing around with your phone, kid. There is a guest outside. The boss said annoyedly. Justin just rubbed his neck awkwardly and ran to the front to greet the customer. Hello, may I help you? Justin said to a handsome guy with a beautiful car. There is something wrong with this beauty, so I want to get it checked, Dio said indifferently. Okay, what is wrong with it? Justin said curiously. I don't really know, but it feels different, Dio said, still with his indifferent attitude. Okay, then we will do a comprehensive check on it, you should leave your number so we can call you if we found the trouble, Justin said while scratching his head. It was not his first rodeo with a smug rich customer like this. Well, that person looks capable, can you ask him to work on my beauty? Dio said shamelessly and pointed his finger at Robbie. Justin and Robbie were confused, but Robbie didn't realize that Dio was the man who tried to help him the other night as Dio's appearance was different. All because he was using Knum now. Dio actually found out about this place yesterday, but he decided to have Chala survey the place first in case Ghost Rider noticed him. So, what's the matter? Robbie asked Justin as he went along with Dio's request. There seems to be something wrong with his car, but he couldn't tell what it is, so, you might have to check everything on the go, Justin said confusedly. Robbie shrugged and immediately worked on Dio's car. Dio himself wasn't in a hurry, so he lit a cigarette and sat down on a waiting chair in front of the garage. Half an hour later, after some tinkering, Robbie was finally done repairing Dio's car. She should be alright now, you can leave with your car after the payment, Robbie said indifferently. Are you sure? You are pretty fast. May I know what's wrong with it? I don't really think there is something wrong with it, but I noticed that your oil tank is almost dry, so, I just refill the oil, and that's it, Robbie said awkwardly. Interesting, Dio said with a weird smile on his face. Well, I hope you have a good day, Robbie said as he was weirded out by the man in front of him. Sure, but I have one more demand if you may, can you make my car looks like your flaming ghost car from the other night? Dio asked with a smirk on his face. What are you talking about? But if you want your car to be modeled after the ghost car, I think you have the wrong car brand. But maybe you can buy some matching car sticker, and I could put it on for you. Robbie said as he walked away indifferently. Dio smirked even more as he was finally convinced that the man just now was truly the Ghost Rider. No one could lie to Dio as he easily knew when someone was lying. Well, if I can't convince you during the day, maybe I will come back again during the night, Dio said to Robbie as he walked towards the front office to pay for the repair. Chapter 504. After a busy day, Robbie Reyes said goodbye to his colleague and got ready to go home, but after walking to his pickup truck, he found that all of his tires were busted. He was annoyed by the situation as it was clearly someone's doing. But fortunately, he worked in a repair garage, so he could change his tire in a jiffy. Suddenly, a car that he worked on earlier stopped in front of his car. Hey, we meet again. Dio said as he stepped out of his car. You did this, right? Robbie asked annoyedly. Yes, but rest assured, I will compensate you later, so, would you come with me for a moment? Dio said politely. Robbie was annoyed at the man in front of him, and a flash of fire could be seen in his eyes faintly, but he quickly took a deep breath and immediately walked away from Dio. Dio, in turn, smirked and immediately went with plan number 2. You know, I looked into your file at S.H.I.E.L.D., and it said that you have brought over an evil entity back to Earth with a book, Dio said while leaning to his car. Robbie instantly stopped and immediately turned back to face Dio. Are you from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Robbie asked coldly. No, but I have worked there sometimes ago, but my relationship with them is the same as you are now, Dio said honestly. Robbie couldn't help but narrow his eyes at Dio as he didn't completely trust him. It was you who was with Spider-Boy a few nights ago, right? Robbie said annoyedly. Wow, what makes you think of that? Dio raised his brow as his appearance was different using Knum. Your soul. No matter how you changed your appearance, your soul would be the same. Well, you've already recognized me during the day earlier then, Dio said amusedly. Robbie didn't say anything as he just stared at Dio nervously. Don't be so nervous, I didn't have any ill intent coming here tonight, Dio said indifferently. So what is your purpose? Robbie said coldly. My purpose? Probably just to satisfy my curiosity, after hell, demon, and whatever you are stuck with was very interesting. You should just read the myths and stories, you will have everything that would satisfy your curiosity there, or better yet, just read the Bible. Robbie said indifferently. Well, that works too, but field experiment is my thing, so, how about I cut you a deal? You will satisfy my curiosity in exchange for me keeping your secrets, and I will not bother whatever it is your end goal is. Dio said indifferently as he flung his cigar into the auto repair sign. Have you heard a word curiosity killed a cat? Robbie said threateningly. Sure, if you can do it, I will back away, Dio said indifferently. Robbie just stared at Dio, unmoving as both of them obviously had a lot of confidence in their own power. But eventually, Robbie realized that whether he could win against the man in front of him, the situation would be annoying nonetheless. It seems that I don't have a choice here. Robbie said with a sigh. Come on in, you drive, Dio said as he threw his car keys to Robbie and entered the passenger side. Robbie immediately entered the car and left the auto repair shop without any proper direction in mind. But Robbie knew that he still had to solve his problem tonight. Are you ready to experience your first amusement? Robbie asked while his head was already half skeleton. Sure, fire away. Dio said excitedly. It felt like Dio was a tourist who came to experience an amusement park ride. Sit still and don't move too much. Robbie said right before he completely transformed into the flaming skeleton with chilling laughter. Then Dio's car immediately transformed into something else entirely due to the Ghost Rider's power. It was changed into a hell-themed ride, which was because of the hellfire from the Ghost Rider. Dio began to think that hellfire was a good artifact to make edgy stuff. It didn't take any effort to change something plain and boring into something cool and metal. After the transformation, Robbie, who has now fully transformed into Ghost Rider, laughed maniacally and stepped on the throttle, going for the maximum speed the car could dish out, leaving a trail of blazing flame from the tires' marks. Dio, who has never experienced the thrill, felt excited to see everything faded away quickly from the window. The flame that burst out below the car and the roar of the engine really made the experience much more thrilling. In just a moment, the car had reached 300 miles per hour. The car actually created a little tremor to the surrounding, making it like the car tore the ground as it passed. It didn't take long before they reached a deserted place, and the Ghost Rider finally slowed down. Chapter 505. How do you feel? Robbie asked Dio after he transformed into the Ghost Rider and the car was already in the ghost state. Fine, nothing bad, Dio said honestly. Maybe we can start to the second amusement, called Look Into My Eyes. Robbie said as he suddenly stared into Dio with his black ashen eyes. Dio smirked and immediately pulled out a gun and shot it right into Ghost Rider's eyes. Ghost Rider's head was tilted back, and a big hole opened in his skull. But a few seconds after that, the injury on his skull was restored back to normal. It hurts. Robbie said annoyedly. Is there any cooler amusement you can show me? Dio said uninterestedly. Robbie shrugged and returned to the car. He immediately controlled the car quickly and directed it towards Dio. Dio didn't flinch even when the car was already close enough to ram him. That was because Dio already transformed the car into a bomb under Killer Queen ability, so as the car came close, Dio detonated it and blew it up to the sky. It is a waste to destroy such a beautiful car, but I'll ask Chala for another one tomorrow, Dio said indifferently. But still, Dio knew that the Ghost Rider wouldn't be affected by the explosion earlier. You're clearly not a normal person. Robbie said as he walked out of the car wreck with a chain wrapped around his shoulder. It's just a little trick out of my sleeve. Dio said indifferently, and suddenly, a miniature-sized tank appeared on Dio's hand, and he marched it towards Robbie. This was sheer heart attack ability that belonged to Killer Queen. This miniature tank was very resilient as it was difficult to destroy. But Robbie's Reyes froze on the spot as he saw something appear behind Dio that looked inhuman. He didn't really notice the tank was already creeping up his feet, and once he realized it, he was puzzled by what the miniature tank could do. Then the next moment, the miniature tank lit up and exploded. But even after it exploded, sheer heart attack wasn't destroyed and kept on crawling towards Robbie. After 5 to 6 explosions in a row, Robbie immediately chained the miniature tank with his chain to keep it away from him. The chain infused with hellfire seemed to hold the miniature tanks in place. But the next second, the explosion happened again and destroyed the hell chain in Robbie's grip. Sheer heart attack would always explode once it came into contact with the target's heat signal. And since Robbie was enveloped with hellfire, the chain that he used was also enveloped by the hellfire. Sheer heart attack would always explode. Once the chain was destroyed, the miniature tank resumed its advance towards Robbie. What the fuck is this? Robbie said annoyedly. He immediately untied another chain on his shoulder and tried to smash the mini tank with it. But once again, it didn't do anything to the mini tank. Robbie was annoyed beyond belief. And he started to spin the chain, making it into a huge ball of flaming iron chain, and slammed it on the mini tank. It was like witnessing a meteor strike, but the mini tank was still intact. Not even a scratch was seen on the mini tank's body. Dio smirked as he knew that sheer heart attack was indestructible in a way, but it wasn't completely omnipotent. There was a way to avert its focus, thus redirecting it away from the target. But in this situation, Dio didn't think that Robbie would have any clue what to do. Dio wanted to mess with Robbie even more, and thus he shot a bullet from Emperor towards Robbie. This time, Robbie heard the gunshot and raised the chain to block the bullets from Dio, but as the Emperor could control the bullet trajectory, the bullet curved and hit Robbie right between the eye nonetheless. But Dio's attack was not over yet. The Emperor's bullet was also infused with Killer Queen's ability, causing it to explode upon impact, destroying Robbie's skull completely. The flames that surrounded Robbie's body immediately ceased as Robbie obviously took a significant amount of damage. The chain fell weakly into the ground, allowing the sheer heart attack to crawl towards Robbie unhindered, exploding again. It was one explosion after another. Chapter 506. Hellfire could heal the Ghost Rider back to normal in no time. But the Ghost Rider was indeed injured as Hellfire only healed him. In other words, the Ghost Rider could still lose his will to fight as it was continuously bombarded with a continuous fierce attack. Dio pulled out Reaper's Gaze as he emptied the clip of his gun and began attacking the Ghost Rider with it. After a few moments, Dio realized that the hellfire around the Ghost Rider's body was started to dim. Seeing the opportunity to settle this fight, Dio activated the world's time stop ability and immediately slashed Ghost Rider's body as his head was decapitated. When the time resumed once again, Ghost Rider's head fell to the ground while his body was destroyed to pieces. But even then, Dio realized that it wasn't over just yet. Ghost Rider's mouth opened and spat a hellfire to the sky that immediately rained down where he stood. Dio clicked his tongue as he knew that he couldn't stay anywhere close to Ghost Rider now. The spot around the Ghost Rider immediately turned into a sea of fire, and suddenly, 2 fire snakes appeared on the ground and immediately went after Dio, trying to surround him. Dio slashed them with his scythe, and once the fire was dissipating, Dio saw the skeleton was trying to get back up with the skull in his hands. Ghost Rider slowly put back his skull to its original position and glared at Dio menacingly. The hellfire around Ghost Rider burned with a flicker, and suddenly, the leather jacket that Dio already tore apart earlier returned once more. Dio couldn't help but think that the hellfire was really convenient as it could restore anything. This is really troublesome, Dio said as he stared at the Ghost Rider annoyedly. That goes for you, too. You were the first guy that I couldn't judge, it makes me annoyed as hell. Should I be honored by that fact? Dio said smugly. This is your end game. I won't give you any more chance. Robbie immediately loaded it with hellfire and shot Dio without hesitation. Dio was a little bit surprised, but it wasn't something that he couldn't handle, as he immediately parried the scattering bullet with his scythe and pulled out Emperor once again. He reloaded the mags and shot the Ghost Rider with it once more. Robbie was already aware of Dio's ability, so he reverted the shotgun to chain and spun it around, protecting him from Dio's bullets. Sure enough, Ghost Rider's method worked well on parrying Dio's bullet as there were several metals collision sound heard from the chains. But Dio already expected this much from Ghost Rider, so he immediately jumped forward with Reaper's scythe and immediately attacked Ghost Rider with it. Dance of the Red Scythe. Dio showed an elegant move with the wide sickle part of the scythe. Dio easily destroyed the chain that protected the Ghost Rider, but Ghost Rider already foresaw Dio's move too. He pulled another shotgun and shot Dio's head as he came closer. Robbie was confident that no one would be able to dodge or parry the shotgun bullet from a point-blank range, but once the smoke cleared, Robbie was shocked to see that in front of the muzzles of his shotgun, there Dio's mini-tank was, blocking the bullets. Sheer heart attack couldn't be destroyed. As a result, it received the full impact of Robbie's shot but there was not even a scratch on it. Dio smirked and took the opportunity to slice off Ghost Rider's shotgun and shot the Emperor right on Ghost Rider's temple. Well, whether or not you can die, I've already won, Dio said as he put the Reaper's Gaze on Ghost Rider's neck. Well, how can you win when all of your attacks failed to stop me? Robbie said with a smile on his face. It may not work during nighttime like now, but what will happen once the sun rises? Dio said with a smug look on his face. Well, you might know my condition, but you are out of luck. There's still quite a long time before the sun rises. Really, but take a look at that. What is that? Robbie immediately looked up, and there he saw the sun. The lights from the sun immediately made him was painful for him that he wanted to scream. The hellfire around him was completely extinguished, and his flesh and skin start to regrow. This is impossible. That is not the real sun. Dio took pity after seeing the great Ghost Rider crawling for his life like this. He saw that the Ghost Rider wasn't completely human as the sun in the sky now wasn't the real sun. It was sun stand that Dio owned. It appeared that the effect from the sun wasn't enough to revert the Ghost Rider back to his human form completely. However, the sun's partial effect on the Ghost Rider still worked as Dio knew that he could nullify the Ghost Rider's hellfire with it. The sun itself was torture for the Ghost Rider as he was in constant pain from the incomplete transformation. It depended on Robbie's ability to resist, but Dio knew that Robbie would collapse soon enough. Chapter 507. Robbie's Reyes finally relented and turned back into his human form while losing his consciousness for a moment. It couldn't be helped as he didn't have any power to destroy the artificial sun in the sky. Once he regained consciousness, Robbie gasped heavily and looked around confusedly. Well, it seems the curiosity didn't kill me this time, Dio said as he put away all of his weapons with a smile on his face. Dio also put away the sun as he knew that although he was far away from the nearest crowds, people would notice the bright sky from miles away. Who are you? Robbie asked as he looked up at Dio. Dio Brando, a stand user that has the Hammond energy power. Dio answered indifferently. Oh, it's you. Robbie said with a strange look on his face. You know me? Dio asked confusedly. Well, Coulson always mentioned your name. Robbie said with a shrug. Dio nodded as he understood why Coulson would do that. That sun. How did you do it? It's my special ability called the Avatar. Everything on this world has its own avatar that I can extract to do my bidding, Dio said indifferently. Robbie was surprised by Dio's answer as he thought that was an ability that only God would have. So, what did you want to know from me? Robbie asked as he stuck to his words before they started the fight. I am curious about how you got the Ghost Rider's power and how much do you know about hell? Dio asked shamelessly. Robbie was surprised by Dio's question, but a promise was a promise. He told Dio that one day, he drove out with his younger brother, Gabe. They were shot without any warning by a street gang, 5th Street. Robbie's brother, Gabe, was paralyzed by that incident, and ever since then, Gabe was so badly depressed that Robbie couldn't help him back up. Robbie eventually knew that the reason behind the shooting that day was because the street gang mistook him for his uncle, Moro. At the same time, a good man appeared while promising to heal Gabe with a contract that Robbie must become the Ghost Rider by accepting the spirit of vengeance. Because he was desperate to save his brother, Robbie chose to trust the good man and signed the contract only to realize that he had made a contract with the devil himself and sold his soul as the payment. In shock and anger, Robbie tried to cancel the contract. But the devil already disappeared, and Robbie could no longer find a way to cancel the contract. Robbie finally found a way to enter hell itself was to find the devil, but he was attacked relentlessly as Ghost Rider was the enemy of every hell creature. It was thanks to the Ghost Rider's immortality that Robbie could survive hell and return back to the earth. After hearing what Robbie said, Dio was immediately lost in thought. He knew that deception was the devil's main weapon, but both parties must abide by the rules of the contract. Dio knew that Mephisto must be the devil that lured Robbie to sign the contract. He was the only devil who toyed around with humans' good nature. Dio couldn't help to think that the Marvel world that he was currently in was pretty troubled. Not only it faced the enemy from other universes, but the enemies in another dimension were also waiting to put their claws on a piece of Earth. Now, Mephisto wanted to enter the Earth completely with Ghost Rider's help, not to mention Dormammu that awaited on the Dark Dimension, waiting to devour the Earth. There was Thanos too. While he wasn't completely trying to conquer the Earth, he would eventually come to get his hands on the Infinity Gems to destroy half of the life on Earth. Without the Sorcerer Supreme that constantly repulsed the entity in another dimension, this world would have been destroyed a long time ago. Originally, Dio wanted to take a look at what happened in Hell, but after hearing Robbie's explanation of Hell, Dio put that idea aside for later. He wasn't arrogant enough to fight the entire Hell on his own. After all, Dio knew that the demon lords that awaited him in Hell wasn't easy to deal with. The only thing that he could do right now was to wait for Galaxy to reinforce her stand to break through the dimension door to cross over into Hell or Dark Dimension easily. But as Dio realized that demon existed in this world, what about angels? Do they have their own dimension? It was clear for Dio that the myths circulating the Earth were true. Asgard and Thor were the proof of that fact. So, you are going to exact your revenge towards this 5th Street gang? Dio asked Robbie curiously. Yes, that is the only way to end this contract, at least the only one that I know about, Robbie said with certainty in his eyes. Dio nodded, but he knew that Mephisto's contract wouldn't be that easy to be nullified. He knew that there was something else that Robbie didn't know about the contract that would bind him later on. How'd you think about making a deal with me? Dio asked with a smirk on his face. What deal are we talking about? Robbie asked curiously. I will help you find and destroy the 5th Street to exact your revenge. After that, you have to help me with something else, Dio said with a smile on his face. What should I help you with after that? Robbie frowned as he found so many loopholes in the deal that Dio offered. Nothing comes to mind as of now. But I can assure you that it was something that you can do by then. If you can't do it, you can refuse it later. I don't have any contract that you can sign. So we have to trust each other to deliver their end of the deal, Dio said with a smile on his face. Robbie thought it over, but after a while, he finally agreed to the deal. He didn't have anything to lose out of this deal. If he lost his Ghost Rider power after destroying the Fifth Street, then Dio just had to find something that Robbie could do as a normal human. Chapter 508. Dio realized that somebody was coming as the sound of a helicopter reverberated in the air. Dio knew that it was the military that tried to investigate the abnormal phenomenon that happened here. Don't run around for 2 days, I will give you the news soon. Dio said as he summoned Galaxy and flew away from the scene, leaving Robbie behind. Robbie was a little bit annoyed that Dio left him while the helicopters already pointed their spotlight towards where he stood. Furthermore, he didn't have any car right now as the one they rode was already destroyed to pieces. Some residents said that they saw the sunrises in the sky late night earlier. An accident occurred during a military exercise last night. The military claims that one of their helicopters was missing, but the pilot was found still alive with a slight injury on their body. Spider-Man vs. Robber seriously injured the owner of a convenience store in the vicinity. Do these superheroes who tried capturing these criminals really have the similar power as our law enforcement? Dio watched the news the next morning while enjoying his breakfast. He smirked a little bit as he realized what Robbie had done to escape the scene last night. Furthermore, Dio had already started his investigation on the Fifth Street gang as he used Wakanda's network and resources to find them. It was surprisingly easy as Wakanda's information network was really amazing. When Dio came to the auto repair shop again to find Robbie at noon that day, he couldn't find him, and thus he started to make a scene. Hey, get this man out of his hiding. I want him to pay up as he ordered 2 girls at my establishment but run away in the morning. I came here to get my deserved money. The boss and some colleague of Robbie were surprised that Robbie would do something like that and looked in Robbie's direction confusedly. Even Justin frowned as he thought that it might be why Robbie never lent him money recently. Apparently, he thought that Robbie was hooked up by some prostitute. Oh, man. Robbie said annoyedly while throwing the rag that he held angrily to the ground and frowning at Dio. Well, I will wait for my money outside. You don't have to be angry, Pansy boy. Dio said with a smirk on his face. Everyone else heard what Dio was saying and started laughing at Robbie. It was obvious that they would talk about it for weeks to no end and teased Robbie for it. At the same time, Robbie was thinking of punching Dio in the face and wondered whether he could get away with it. Robbie walked out of the shop and heading to the corner to find Dio. So, what is it now? Robbie asked annoyedly. I came here to get my money, Dio said teasingly. Stop it. I swear I will punch you right in the face if you keep that up. Don't worry, Reyes. We will help you raise money so that you can pay back the pimp for his money. Dio smirked and realized that Robbie was truly furious by what just happened. His eyes were locked onto Dio as he really wanted to punch him now. Relax, Reyes. You can't even beat me at night, now how would you plan to do that now that we are in the light of day? Robbie was fuming with anger, and Dio was starting to laugh a little bit, but at the same time, he had enough fun for the day. So he finally stated what he came for. Fifth Street, I have what you wanted. Dio said indifferently. Dio saw Robbie flinched a little after hearing the gang name that he wanted to destroy so bad. This is all the information regarding Fifth Street that I found, including the boss, the executives, their estates, and hideout as well. You can destroy them alone, I am too lazy of dealing with small fries like them. Dio said indifferently as he handed over a thick document to Robbie. Thank you. Robbie said as he took a deep breath. Well, I hope you still remember our deal. I won't get involved in your matters with them, but I would come to you again after you crush them, Dio said with a shrug. Maybe we can speed up this deal we have. You need me as the Ghost Rider, not Robbie Reyes, and once I destroyed them, you wouldn't have the Ghost Rider anymore. Robbie said solemnly. Dio just laughed as he heard what Robbie had to say as he thought that Robbie was too serious and confident that his contract with Mephisto would be nullified that easily. There is no need for that, you will know when the time comes. For the sake of our new friendship, let me give you a piece of advice. The devil's contract wouldn't be so easy to complete. It is best that you prepare yourself for the worst in advance. Dio said as he patted Robbie's shoulder meaningfully. Robbie frowned as he was also worried about the same thing, but he didn't have any other choice but to complete it. But as he wanted to return to his work, he remembered something. Did you know that Spider-Boy from earlier? Robbie asked curiously. Sort of, he was an enthusiastic high school student with a respectable sense of justice. What do you want to know? Dio said indifferently. He is trouble. I just want to warn you in advance. Robbie said as he walked away. The thing that worried Robbie was the naivety that the Spider-Boy still had on his charisma. If the Spider-Boy was a criminal, it would be so easy to defeat him. He knew that if he made a fuss in New York again, the Spider-Boy would come again. I get what you are trying to say, chill. I will find some solution to distract that spider boy away from your scene. When it happens, no one would be holding you back. Good, then I will count on your word. Robbie said as he entered the auto repair shop once more, leaving Dio outside to go on his way. Chapter 509. An academic decathlon team was busy discussing their plans for the competitions. Peter, this is a national event, can you ask them for 2 days off? Harrington, the teacher in charge of the decathlon, asked Peter Parker worriedly after hearing that Peter wanted to withdraw from the event. I can't go to Washington because Mr. Stark needs me, and I have to make sure that I will be there when it happens. Peter explained solemnly. In order to find a way to prove himself back to Tony Stark, Peter even withdrew from the event that he has sacrificed a year preparing on. Oh, come on. You haven't even met with Tony Stark himself. You are just an intern of Stark Industries. Thompson said while leaning on his chair. He was Peter's classmate, and it was obvious that he wanted to show off in front of others and didn't like Peter that much. Peter was at a loss for words as being an intern at Stark Industries was just a guise. The truth was Tony Stark himself invited him to Berlin to fight against the Rogue Avengers. The captain of the team, Liz Allen, glanced at Peter helplessly. Flash, you can take Peter's place if you want. Liz said to Thompson with a sigh. I am not sure, I have to check my schedule first. I have a date with Black Widow later. Everyone in the room rolled their eyes at Flash's mockery. Peter even wanted to brag that he had seen and met Black Widow himself. But it wasn't possible considering he said he was just an intern. 15-year-old was the time when it was hard to hold back immaturity, but Peter was doing a great job in this case. At the same time, the door opened, and the principal came with a stranger. Mr. Harrington, this is Mr. Ethan. He was responsible for the academic exchange of Wakanda. Hello, Mr. Ethan. Harrington said as he reached out for a handshake. Harrington has watched the news almost every day. So he already heard about Wakanda. He knew that Wakanda was a powerful and rich country that has developed itself technologically above any other nation. Still, he didn't understand why such a country would send a representative to high school. Hello, Mr. Harrington. I am here to choose a student for our student exchange program. Wakanda has decided to open up a chance for people from the other country to experience and learn from our country. So we offered our hands to the most reputable and genuine school all over the world, and your school is one of them. Ethan said solemnly. Everyone was surprised to hear the explanation. They knew that Wakanda had the most advanced technology, so they were curious what they could get from Wakanda if they could participate in that student exchange program. But unfortunately, the public still didn't understand the weight of our student exchange program. Therefore, we will select several elite students from major schools to attend the program. Although it sounds very unfair, we have to set a benchmark so that people can have an open-minded perspective of our program in the future. Ethan said solemnly. That is great. The principal said happily as she was quite honored to be on the list of prospective schools. The others followed suit by giving Mr. Ethan applause as they appreciated Wakanda's effort. Regardless of whether it really was Wakanda's real goal or not. It was a great opportunity to have nonetheless. Students with good academic records obviously wanted to stay ahead of the others as it was a tough competition. It was clearly a great strategy as they would have a better future than the others in certain fields. Mr. Ethan, I assure you that our school will fully cooperate with your programs. So, if I may ask, how many students would be able to enter this program? We open 3 to 5 slots per school on the current term. If you have some students with outstanding potential in certain areas of expertise, I would appreciate it if you let me know, Ethan said gratefully. Ethan would do everything he could do in order to complete the task that King T'Challa gave him. Hearing Ethan's word, Harrington was both disappointed and surprised at the same time. He thought that he could send all the students under his guidance to enter the student exchange program. But since the program had limited slots, it would be a tough competition for the student later. While Harrington was stressing over choosing the student who would join the student exchange program, Liz and the other decathlon member chatted excitedly. They thought that the principal and Mr. Ethan came to their room as proof that they would be selected for this program, but now they were busy nominating people to be eliminated themselves. All students in that room were academic geniuses, so they took pride in being better than the others. No one wanted to miss out on this opportunity, except for Peter. Who do you think has the best opportunity to enter the program? It's hard to say, but I think Liz has the best chance since she has good records and solid leadership. She is also beautiful, giving her the full package. It is hard to see her not being selected for this program. Nonsense, I think Peter has a better chance there. Liz said as she glanced towards Peter and quickly averted her eyes. I will not take that chance. If I were selected by the school to join the program, I would give up my slot and give it to another candidate, Peter said as he glanced towards Liz. At this stage, he was still fawning over Liz. If he were selected, he would give that chance to Liz immediately if she wasn't chosen, but he knew that it would become a suspicious move. It was a tough decision as Peter was extremely shy. Chapter 5:10. Which one of you is Peter Parker? Ethan asked suddenly, causing the entire room to become quiet all of a sudden. Harrington and the principal were surprised to see that Mr. Ethan even searched for a specific student, and it was Peter. I am Peter Parker, Mr. Ethan, Peter said politely. Although he had no intention to partake in the program, he was as polite as ever. Peter here is our elite student, he was among the best of the best and also our academic decathlon ace player. Harrington said enthusiastically. But Peter was a little bit embarrassed seeing that he just quit a moment ago, and now Mr. Harrington was praising him as one of the best. But Ethan didn't care about such a thing as he only wanted to complete the task that Chala gave him. No wonder he's also an intern for Stark Industries. Such talent is what we need. Ethan said with a smile on his face. Peter is indeed such a rare talent. Harrington said excitedly. Everyone was obviously jealous of the attention that Peter got but didn't voice it as it may sound rude to Mr. Ethan. I don't want to be rude, but I think I might pass on the student exchange program, sir. But thank you for considering me. Peter. Don't make a fool of yourself. This is a one-time opportunity that everyone was dying to get. I don't want to hear your nonsensical excuse anymore. Everyone was worried that Peter's rejection had annoyed Mr. Ethan, but in reality, Ethan had known that Peter would reject the offer and thus push Peter to accept with certain words that Chala has prepared. I know that your internship was important, but I don't think that you need to worry about it. Our academic exchange program will be taking place here in New York. Besides, King Chala and Mr. Tony Stark are both friends and partners. Stark Industries is one of the benefactors of this program, and Tony Stark was the one who recommended this school and you personally. Ethan said convincingly. Really? Mr. Stark said that? Is he coming to the program himself? Well, as you are a talent that Mr. Stark recommended, then you should know that Mr. Stark does things in regard of his mood, no one can tell him what to do, so he might or might not be there. Ethan said honestly. But Peter already knew that, and because of that, Peter was convinced that Mr. Ethan was telling the truth. He was thrilled to have another chance to meet with Tony Stark once again. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Ethan. I will participate in the program. No problem. Well, Principal Morita will let you know all the details, and as your classmate, I will see you tomorrow, Ethan said as he walks out. Did we have 4 more slots after that? Harrington asked Ethan before he could leave the room. Oh, no. Peter here is an exception, so you still have 5 slots for the program. Tomorrow, a special car would pick up the students at 10 in the morning, and one teacher would also participate as their guardian. Ethan said with a smile on his face. After that, Mr. Ethan walked out while Harrington and the principal was seeing him out. The adults were gone, and the remaining student in the room was excited about the program. Furthermore, they were clearly jealous of the attention that Peter got. Peter had to say that he felt really cool right now, but he didn't want to brag, for he was a humble person. After a while, Harrington returned to the room to announce which students would join the program. After discussing it with Principal Morita, it was decided that the 5 participants for tomorrow's program would be Liz Allen, Ned Leeds, Michelle Jones, Abigail Burks, and Flash Thompson. I hope that the selected students will discuss tomorrow's event with their parents or their guardian as you will have to stay at a 5-star hotel for the next week, and you will not be able to leave until the program is over. Harrington said excitedly. The chosen students were also excited as it would be awesome to stay at a 5-star hotel and meet famous people in various fields. It was equivalent to a 1-week holiday. The students who weren't chosen sighed as they didn't get the one-time opportunity. But they were still annoyed that Flash was selected. He was just a substitute player, so it was annoying to see someone that they thought was barely making it this far to be included on the program. They even thought that it was because Flash's father was the school's #1 donator. They thought that as long as the school has a quota of something important, Flash would always be included. Although they thought that the school selection wasn't fair, there is nothing they can do about it. Mr. Harrington, what about the academic decathlon quiz? Liz asked suddenly. Harrington paused for a moment as he was too excited about the program that he forgot about the decathlon completely. But, it wasn't a bad thing, and he already came up with a solution. The decathlon would be held 10 days from now in Washington. It won't overlap with the program since we will able to go after the program anyway. But I will make another team that will train here in school in preparation for the decathlon while the 6 of you, yes, that includes you too, Peter. Will train in the hotel when we got the time later. The winner of the decathlon has to be our Central High School. Harrington said enthusiastically. Chapter 5:11. The next day, 3 Rolls-Royce parked outside Central High School to pick up Peter and his friends to the hotel. Ned and the other got excited once they got in the car. As it was probably their first time to go to a classy event like this. Mr. Harrington, who was also the teacher that was in charge of accompanying the students, also felt that this was the peak of his life. It was the first time in his 40 years of age that he got such treatment. After arriving at the 5-star hotel, some of them began to look around the lobby. They were already briefed this morning about what they could and couldn't do at the event. After a while, all of them were guided towards their room, making them even more in awe than earlier. This is awesome. Did you see they have 3 separate swimming pools earlier? Yeah, but the beautiful lady earlier also told us that we could use all the entertainment venues here on the hotel. I will take advantage of it as my life wouldn't be complete before ever trying one. Don't be too impressed, Ned. Don't forget that we still have to attend the conference later and prepare for the decathlon later tonight. We aren't here to have fun. Of course, Mr. Harrington, but we could still do anything in our free time, right? You wouldn't make us study in the rooms this whole week, right? Well, although I know that studying would probably be the best, it was also necessary to have fun and rest. Everyone smiled after hearing Mr. Harrington's word, and thus they were caught in the discussion on what they would do during their free time in the next 7 days. But, Liz immediately realized that Peter wasn't as excited as everybody else. What's wrong, Peter? Don't you like it here? Hi, Liz. No, I am fine. I am happy to be here, but I am just not comfortable with the sudden change yet. Peter said awkwardly. He couldn't say that he wasn't particularly interested as he came there solely to meet with Mr. Stark, but on the other hand, he was conflicted as he couldn't become the Spider-Man for the next 7 days. Rather than becoming the scientist that he previously wanted, Peter now wanted to become a full-fledged superhero in his future. Peter, although I can't say that I know you very well, I can see that you are putting up too much pressure on yourself. Relax a bit, try to have fun like the rest of us. I think Mr. Stark would be absolutely okay with it, seeing that he wasn't too keen on being serious all the time. Liz said as he laughed warmly to try to cheer Peter up a little bit. Peter immediately contemplated on Liz's word. He recalled that in the past few months, he was a little bit impatient about things when it came to the Avenger. He might be too annoying to Happy the last time as he literally called him every hour. You are right, Liz, thank you, I realize that I need to do things step by step instead of charging head-on, but God, I am anxious, Peter said with a shy smile on his face. Just think about things through before you make a decision, so, do you still want to withdraw from the decathlon, Peter? Liz asked expectantly. Of course not, I want to win for you guys. Peter said as he stuttered for an escape after almost spilling his true feelings. Liz knew what Peter was implying there and blushed, but she didn't delve further into it. But she found it hard to hide her flustered face as Peter was still holding her hands. Peter. Shouldn't you let my hand go? Sorry. You are right. I was just caught in a moment. Everyone wants to go swimming together tonight, are you coming with us? Liz asked shyly. Peter subconsciously glanced at Liz, and his brain started to fantasize Liz in her swimsuit. Peter was obviously set up for trouble as he thought like this, but he was just a teenager. I didn't bring my swimming trunks with me, Peter said as he scratched his head. We are in a 5-star hotel, Peter. I am sure the hotel service would provide it for you if you asked them to. Liz said as she smiled at Peter warmly. She was also thinking hard about what to wear later to swim as she brought several swimsuits with her. In US of A, girls in their 15 were much more developed mentally than boys as they already started to learn how to draw the boys' attention, but in this case, Peter was much too innocent to realize that Liz herself also had a lot to think of. Just as everyone was busy chatting with themselves, Mr. Harrington, who disappeared not too long ago, came back with strangers in tow. Be quiet please, everyone. This is Mr. JoJo, the person in charge of this academic exchange program. He has a few words to tell everyone regarding the program's rule. Hello, students. Because our exchange program is attended by many important people from various fields. In order to avoid trouble and many more unnecessary problems, you all have to spend the next 7 days inside the hotel. I know that it sounds like a house arrest. But it was for security measures and confidentiality purposes. I hope that all of you can understand that we didn't mean anything bad. Thus I also hope that you have fun during your stay with us. But I know that sometimes, urgent matters couldn't be avoided, and if any of you have anything that you have to attend outside in these 7 days, I hope that you can inform us regarding that matter in advance. If you try to leave without our permission, there would be some serious consequences. Mr. JoJo said solemnly, making everyone nervous and excited at the same time. Chapter 5:12. Are you Mr. Peter Parker? Mr. Stark specifically told us to make sure that you didn't run around aimlessly. Is Mr. Stark coming? Peter said surprisedly. We are not sure yet, but Mr. Stark did order us to tell you that specifically, JoJo said honestly. Peter knew that Tony Stark wanted him to cherish this opportunity and perform the best he could be, but Peter couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that he didn't get to meet with Tony this time. However, since Tony already implied that he should take the opportunity, he would let go of his Spider-Man persona just for this event. After finishing what he came for, Mr. JoJo immediately left the room with a smile on his face. Mr. JoJo walked into his room and immediately removed the transformation effect from Knum, pulled out his phone, and immediately called Robbie. The Spider-Man is out of the pictures now, so you are free to do anything you want. Dio said on the phone with a relaxed look on his face. He didn't care what happened to the gang member that the Ghost Rider would deal with, as they probably deserved it. Even the police wouldn't care that much about what happened to these gang members. Maybe Dio's plan was a little over the top. But Peter wouldn't notice anything this way. After hanging up the phone, Dio went to the penthouse and looked into the distance. He already cleared the biggest obstacle for Ghost Rider. The rest depended on what happened on the field. Night came quietly. The gang members of 5th Street were spotted near a certain property. They were having an issue as some of them were attacked on the street earlier. The gang's top brasses were a little spooked as it was clear that someone was targeting them. Johnson, one of the 5th Street's top brasses, was undoubtedly cautious as he has climbed all the way to his current position after shedding blood and tears. He didn't care about anyone else, and as long as he was alive, he knew that he could reap more money and reputation later. Now, he was hiding in his lover's bedroom, holding her with him and listening to what luxury goods that she wanted. The room was hidden inside a gambling venue that was managed by the lover's brother. He knew that the place was one of the safest locations. Usually, he would agree to whatever his girlfriend asked. But now he was a little bit restless and kept looking out to the window. His instinct told him that a disaster is imminent in the air. After a while, he got annoyed with his girlfriend, who kept rambling about the stuff she wanted. Shut up for a second, Johnson said commandingly. The woman immediately shut her mouth tight as she realized that Johnson was a little bit spooked tonight. As he wanted to relax once more, Johnson noticed that an unusual light was seen through the crack on the door. He noticed that it was probably the enemy. So he immediately bolted out of the window. But before he could do that, a chain bounded him to the floor. What the hell is this? What are you? The killing begins with you, look into my eyes, Robbie said as he stared at Johnson's eyes. After that, Robbie left the woman with the charred body beside her. Although the body was charred like this, the terror on the face was still clear as day. The Ghost Rider was on a roll tonight. The list that Dio handed was the list of information for the middle to high-ranking members of the 5th Street gang. Although there weren't that many people on the list, it was obvious that these men had so many hideouts that Robbie had to flesh out. Furthermore, although his hell ride allowed him to move faster between his objectives, Robbie didn't use it. He listened to Dio's word to not make too much noise over the night to keep himself away from unnecessary attention like the last time with the Spider-Man. However, Robbie proved to be difficult not to draw unnecessary attention as several police cars showed up on his 13th kill of the night. Knowing that he couldn't advance further, Robbie gave up the idea to finish it all off tonight and quietly left before he was seen. He knew that the rest of the gang members wouldn't run away if he waited only just for one night. Dio already did some investigation, and these people already had a small family of their own, meaning that they couldn't get away so easily. In the morning, the news about the killing of 5th Street gang members immediately spread throughout the city. A bunch of small-time thugs that joined 5th Street quit as they feared that they would become the next target later. Unfortunately, there were still a handful of witnesses who saw Ghost Rider in the night, describing the flaming skeleton to the news station like they saw an incarnation of the demon itself. Many people didn't believe the witness and brushed it off as a mass hallucination, but as police stated that the burned body didn't have any signs of gasoline, gunpowder, or other instances that could trigger fire, people started to doubt what they saw was just a hallucination. Chapter 5:13. While the incidents happened here and there in New York, Peter and the other didn't know anything about it as they were spending their time relaxing in the hotel. When they were swimming in the pool, Liz's beautiful figure drew people's attention as she had a curve of a woman already. And Of course, Peter couldn't avert his eyes the entire time. When he returned to his room, Peter was still thinking about Liz's figure in the pool. He even had a wet dream about Liz that night. The next day. "Hi, Peter." Liz greets Peter with a smile on her face. "Hi, Liz," Peter said awkwardly as he couldn't see Liz in the eye. Peter's face was flushed red as he still remembered his dream last night. "Peter, what's wrong? Did you have a fever?" "Hey, tomorrow is my birthday. I wanted to have a party at home, but seeing that we are still in this event, I would like to throw a party here in the hotel. I hope all of you can come," Liz said with a smile on her face that could stop Peter's heart from beating. "Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world," Peter said while his gaze never left Liz's face. "Anyway, what would we do in the hotel other than that tomorrow night, right?" Ned said while chuckling lightly. "Yeah, well, I am going to read in my room now, see you later," Liz said helplessly after hearing Ned's remark. After Liz was gone, Peter never felt anything more annoying than Ned right now as he obtrusively cut his time short with Liz. But the thing that made Peter speechless was that Ned didn't even notice what he had done. "Hey, look what I found!" Ned exclaimed enthusiastically. "It turns out the demon was a real thing," Ned said as he pulled out his phone. Peter was going to ignore him, but after hearing the word demon, he remembered about the demon that he fought a few nights ago. When Peter thought that it might be a coincidence, Ned showed him the news from last night. There were even photos of a burnt corpse, and Peter immediately confirmed that it was the demon that he knew. The burned corpse in the photo had the exact same trait as the corpse that he found before fighting the demon. Peter racked his brain to figure out what he needed to do right now. How would he stop that demon? He knew that he didn't have the power to stop it. He didn't even know where to find the demon again. Furthermore, he couldn't leave the hotel right now. Should he call Happy and Mr. Stark to help him take care of the demon? But he knew that it was hard to convince Happy to trust him, and Mr. Stark could be busy and couldn't be bothered by something that he didn't really consider important to deal with. Peter's expression turned sour, scaring Ned a little bit. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Shouldn't you stop this demon from rampaging? But then again, Mr. Harrington would never let you go. I can't sit here idly while knowing that the demon was on a rampage," Peter said solemnly while Ned was regretting his decision to tell Peter. "Do you really have to? You will be disqualified from the program, and you wouldn't be able to join Liz's birthday party tomorrow." After remembering his promise to Liz earlier, Peter's expression becomes complicated once more. Ned saw that he had hit the spot and figured out that he had to distract Peter more. The situation out there is still unclear right now. Even if you go out there, you may not find it again. It is better to wait for the right moment after this program is over. That way, you wouldn't disappoint Liz," Ned said persuasively. Peter couldn't say anything to that and thus nodded his head hesitantly. "Let's go. It's lunchtime, and I am famished." At the same time, Dio was using Wakanda's information network to keep tabs on the remaining middle to high-ranking member of Fifth Street. Some of them was still hiding in their hideout, while the others tried to run away from New York. Dio was responsible for capturing those who tried to run out of town as part of his deal with Ghost Rider. But Dio knew that with Ghost Rider's spectacular show, everyone was bound to notice that something was amiss. But Dio was surprised to hear that Duke, the boss of Fifth Street, didn't do anything regarding his cruise incident. He should have done something after seeing all his grunts were trying to quit. As the boss, he was supposed to catch the perpetrator and unite his men once more. Although Dio thought that Mephisto might have something to do with it, he couldn't do anything right now. He had to wait and see what happened next before making his next move. In the night, the killing started again as Robbie was killing the remaining member of Fifth Street one by one while Dio was catching the runaways, but a few hours later, Dio's phone suddenly rang. "Duke is not here." Robbie's cold voice came from the phone. He had already killed the rest of middle to high-ranking members, but now that he wanted to end it with the head of the Fifth Street, he couldn't find him. "He is not there, huh? Stand by, I will contact you soon." "What happened?" Chala asked. "All the members have been dealt with, but Duke is not where he's supposed to be," Dio said indifferently. "The worst-case scenario is happening then. Our contact who keeps tabs on Duke was disconnected a few minutes ago, the rest that stands by nearby couldn't find their tracks. I am afraid they might have been killed." Dio sighed as he knows that something wasn't right. He knew that a normal agent wouldn't be able to deal with Mephisto or even his minion, so he figured out that he had to deal with it himself. "Tell your men to back off for now, I will go in myself," Dio said annoyedly. Although Chala's intelligence network worked wonder, they didn't have any special powers. He then called Robbie and let him know about the situation before asking him to come to his location to discuss their next plan. Check out new novel, Marvel with Zenpakuto. Chapter 514. The people who watched the news in the morning were surprised to hear that 7 wealthy billionaires and 6 politicians in New York City were burned to death. In addition, there was also news about Fifth Street gang member who died in the same manner as the billionaires and the politicians. The news began speculating that the billionaires and the politicians were part of the criminal gang, but the most shocking thing that the people heard from the news was the portrait of a demon that someone successfully photographed. But people in New York were already familiar with this kind of news that most of them didn't really care about it anymore. They already had aliens, gods, and many superpowered people. Thus they weren't really surprised to see a demon now. As for the gang, people didn't really mind them dead as the city would be better off without them anyway. But the main focus now was that people began to notice that they didn't have the Avenger this time. They had no one to rely on this time. The people began to chant the Avenger's name on social media and many other platforms. But unfortunately for them, the Avenger's name was already dead. What is the problem? Dio asked as he found Robbie at the auto repair shop. I couldn't find him. Robbie said as he whispered to Dio to make sure no one could hear them talking. Robbie frowned as he was convinced that he could finish off the Fifth Street gang last night. I've taken care of every Fifth Street member that you informed me, but I couldn't find the boss. After calling you last night, I went back as I didn't see any other option. Dio observed Robbie's attitude as he knew that Ghost Rider had a temper, but as he saw that Robbie was completely in control, he didn't have anything to worry about. I believe that the boss was hiding in an unconventional manner, therefore, I will help you find him tonight. Dio said confidently. Robbie nodded his head as he realized how serious this matter has become as Dio offered to search for the boss himself. Robbie already realized that Dio was a man who avoided wasting his time. Meaning he knew that Robbie wouldn't be able to find the boss by himself. But now, everyone knew about you, thanks to the news. This is bad, we wouldn't be able to operate under the media's radar now. Robbie took the phone, and the look of disbelief was clear on his face. The body was killed in the same manner as his penance stare, but he knew that he didn't kill any of these people. This is not me. I need to see these corpses with my own eye to make sure. Sure, how about you get ready? I will wait for you in my car. We will go check on those bodies right now. Dio knew that it was too bizarre for Robbie to kill those politicians and billionaires as they weren't mentioned in the file that Dio gave Robbie. And so, he contacted Chala and briefed him on the current situation. Chala always kept his cool and assessed a problem objectively, so he knew how grave Ghost Rider's problem was and did what he could to help Dio using his resources and connection. So, when Robbie came out of the auto repair shop, the two of them immediately went to the location that Chala has provided. Put this on. You two are my assistant, once we enter the morgue, feel free to investigate, but neither of you should talk. A black female doctor said solemnly to Dio and Robbie as soon as Dio arrived at the hospital that Chala has directed. She gave Dio and Robbie a set of nurse clothes and said nothing else. Obviously, this woman was the agent that Chala has arranged for this mission. This hospital housed all the burnt corpses as the scientist wanted to find out what made their body combust from inside. They didn't have any idea of what caused it. Thus all corpses would be gathered in one place to investigate the cause without difficulties. Dio and Robbie nodded and changed into the nurse outfit and followed the doctor inside the hospital. After a short while, Dio and Robbie finally arrived at the morgue and immediately inspected the corpses. Dio didn't really know what he saw, but it was obvious that all these corpses were killed by penance stare as they were burned starting from their eyes. Robbie, however, immediately showed a grim look on his face as he observed the corpse one by one. So, what did you find? Dio asked Robbie as they got into the last body. Let's talk about it outside. I already know who's the one behind this. As they walked outside, the female doctor earlier just left them alone without saying anything as she knew that it was the end of her role. So, what the fuck is going on? Dio asked at the car once they were alone. That was the work of another Ghost Rider or at least someone who has another spirit of vengeance. What I saw in there was the body of people whose soul was judged. The thing that burned them is their soul itself. Do you know who the other Ghost Rider is? Dio asked curiously. Robbie shook his head immediately as he didn't have any clue who it was. I don't know, but I suppose that I am not the only unlucky person to encounter the devil on this world, but honestly, I never encountered anything similar to Spirit of Vengeance before. Robbie said as he began to wonder himself. He didn't have a clue of what to do now. So, what do you think that fueled this new Ghost Rider? Is it revenge too? I am not sure, but we can't rule that out, Robbie said with a shrug. Dio was speechless, but he knew that the contract might differ depending on the individual. After all, there were no exact same people in this world. Well, let's split up for the day. I have to go back and check what those dead people have in common. You just wait for me to call you tonight. I think the other Ghost Rider wouldn't stop now. Chapter 5:15. Time went by, and today was the third day Peter and others have participated in the student exchange program. Tony Stark never came. But everyone has benefited a lot from the program. High school student like Peter even knew which area of research with a promising prospect would be in the future, slightly clearing off the doubts that they might have once they graduated. Furthermore, they could enjoy themselves after racking their brain in the 5-star hotel. Today, in addition to attending the program, it was Liz's birthday. After the hotel was informed of such occasion, they helped the student decorate the room and give them a cake for free. Of course, all of this was Dio's doing. In order to distract Peter from Spider-Man's responsibility. He had done all he could to make him as comfortable as he could be. After more than a day of investigation, Dio was confident that he finally grasped the identity of the other Ghost Rider, but he couldn't say that he already got it for sure. If what Dio had found was correct, then Robbie was definitely tricked by the devil right from the beginning. As night came, Peter and the others gathered in Liz's room to celebrate her birthday. The room was beautifully decorated and filled with exquisite food and drinks. The atmosphere was very lively as everyone enjoyed themselves. But Peter couldn't stay calm as he struggled to enjoy the atmosphere. He already knew that the demon that he fought the other day was on a rampage. And that information alone created a rift within his heart. He kept thinking of leaving the hotel, but the thought of unable to make any difference out there made Peter question everything. Peter knew that the demon was only active at night, so he knew that the demon might be burning someone to death again tonight. Because his mind was constantly haunted by this thought, he couldn't enjoy Liz's birthday. Peter? Why are you sitting here alone? Did you get bored already? Oh, no. Don't mind me, Liz. Happy birthday. By the way, I brought you a gift. Wow, a cute Spider-Man plushie. Did you make it yourself? Liz asked as she opened Peter's gift. Peter just nodded his head as he was entranced by Liz's beautiful smile, but he really was the one who made the gift. Peter might not look like it, but Peter actually made his own costume before getting his current cutting-edge suit from Tony. Thanks, Peter. This is the best gift I received so far. I was a little bit worried that you might not like a spider, Peter said awkwardly. How could I not? Spider-Man is my favorite Avengers. Really? Yeah, why would I lie about it, Liz said with a smile on her face. Although Peter didn't have a good understanding of a woman emotion, he knew that he didn't have to say that Spider-Man was not yet an Avenger. But are you having fun, though? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Of course I am having fun. I just have some things to think, you know. Well, if you want to talk about it, I am down. As a friend, I would gladly help you if you have any troubles that you want to share. Alright, if there is something important that would hurt many people if you don't do it, and it would disrupt your planned future if you do it, which would you choose? Peter asked as he saw Liz was worried about him. If it were me, I might be more selfish, you know. I would pay attention to what would happen to me, my future. Although it's necessary too to think of what happened to people around me, I just hope that they would understand that my life comes first. Liz said with a warm smile on her face after thinking about Peter's question. But, what if you have the power to change things? Peter asked. Then I would try my best to help the world. Just like the Avengers that protected the world so many times over. Peter suddenly had a revelation and immediately got up and walked towards the door. Sorry Liz, I have to go somewhere now. If you see Mr. Harrington, just tell him to not worry about me, Peter said hurriedly. He was certainly a bit worried about the consequences of leaving the hotel, but he didn't want to think about it now. He didn't want to let the demon do as he pleased any longer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to look Mr. Stark in the eyes later. So, Peter ran towards his room and immediately suited up before he swung away from his balcony. When Mr. Harrington was informed that Peter wasn't at the party, he searched for him throughout the hotel, but after realizing that Peter wasn't at the hotel anymore, he slumped on Peter's bed. It's over. Mr. Harrington said as he held his head nervously. He didn't know what to say to the Wakandan embassy later as he was told to manage his students not to leave the hotel. The only one who knew Peter's identity as the Spider-Man was only Ned. Although Liz was a little bit confused. She had some speculation about who Peter really was. Chapter 5:16. Dio, who already left the hotel at this moment, didn't realize that Peter has already escaped from the hotel and already on his way to find the Ghost Rider. Dio was collecting information regarding the other Ghost Rider. Robbie, who took the lead to investigate it first, called him, so Dio immediately rendezvoused with him. At this time, considering he could track the other Ghost Rider by smelling the hell scent in the air. Robbie arrived at a hidden villa. But everyone inside was already dead. Meaning that the other Ghost Rider would be gone shortly. Now, Robbie had to choose between confronting the other Ghost Rider alone or waited for Dio. But before he could make up his mind, a chain suddenly broke through the wall and strangled his neck while dragging him back to the villa. Well, I caught a little mouse. A Ghost Rider wearing a leather jacket and pants covered with spikes said solemnly. But this Ghost Rider was a little bit confused as he didn't see any fear in Robbie's eyes. He immediately pulled Robbie to stand up and stare at Robbie's eyes. Look into my eyes. The Ghost Rider said as he used his penance stare. But the effect was slowed down due to the presence of spirit of vengeance in Robbie's soul. The Ghost Rider was annoyed and immediately burned Robbie's face with his hellfire, exposing Robbie's skull and the same hollow eyes as the Ghost Rider itself. At the same time, Robbie also used his own penance stare to the other Ghost Rider. No. You too. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was knocked down to the ground by a huge pain on his head. The same also happened to Robbie as inhuman wailing and screaming were heard from both Ghost Riders. This was the effect of penance stare, and obviously, the penance stare that Robbie was experiencing was less severe compared to the other Ghost Rider as Robbie didn't have that many sins to begin with. But the penance stare couldn't keep the spirit of vengeance down for a long time as Robbie regained his ability to move and took a kitchen knife that has been thrown to the wall nearby. Robbie's skull immediately lit up in the fire. And the kitchen knife transformed into a gigantic machete. The other Ghost Rider seemed to realize the danger he was in and subconsciously raised his hands to defend himself. One of his arms flew off as Robbie chopped it down. Fortunately, this kind of damage was meaningless against Ghost Rider as it was easily healed. After regaining the ability to walk, the other Ghost Rider kicked Robbie away to regenerate his missing limb. None of them had the advantage for now as both of them were barely able to walk. Robbie, who was slammed into the wall hard, shook his head and immediately threw his machete towards the other Ghost Rider, nailing the other Ghost Rider to the wall behind it. Robbie then rushed forward and hit the other Ghost Rider with his knee. The head of the other Ghost Rider cracked as it was smashed hard to the wall while the flame on its body was flickering for a moment. Realizing it was the opportunity to attack, Robbie immediately amplified the hellfire around him. He then wrapped his fist with the chain and punched the other Ghost Rider relentlessly on the head. The wall behind the other Ghost Rider couldn't withstand the pressure and collapse. The other Ghost Rider was looking miserable as a bunch of cracks filled its skull, and the hellfire around him was diminishing greatly. As a Ghost Rider himself, Robbie knew that such an injury wouldn't be able to kill the other Ghost Rider. At most, he could only damage the other Ghost Rider to pass out for a short while. After all, nothing could kill the Ghost Rider on their spirit form. Death was not the way to escape the spirit of vengeance's contract. Realizing that he got time now, Robbie pulled out his cell phones to call Dio and asked him where he was now, but at the same time, a multiple silk web hit his phone, and some even tried to subdue him. Hey guys, your sinful journey ends here, and I would personally drag you back to hell, the Spider-Man said while posing heroically. Sure enough, every plan had a chance to be foiled, and now, not only was Dio late, but the Spider-Man also escaped and found him first. It's like the Spider-Man himself was a beacon for crime as wherever he went, crimes would be found there. You again, Robbie said annoyedly. He blew up the web that covered him and burned the web that covered the place while looking straight at the Spider-Man. You don't seem very happy to see me, damn. What can I do to please you? He knew that his ability couldn't keep the demon away, so when he found out that the demon was there, he called the police and asked them to bring a fire truck with them, hoping that it would be enough to keep the Ghost Rider at bay. Chapter 517. When Dio arrived, it was already a mess. Two Ghost Riders and Spider-Man were fighting each other, and the entire street was also bustling with police and fire truck siren. What the fuck is going on? Dio shouted annoyedly. Dio immediately got out of the car and started walking towards Robbie. Robbie was fighting the other Ghost Rider for a reason. But what was Spider-Man even doing there? Shouldn't he be at the birthday party right now? It seemed that Dio underestimated Peter's iron will to vanquish evil. It seemed his hard work to prevent Peter from getting in the way was in vain. But how did Peter find the Ghost Riders before him? Nevertheless, it didn't matter right now. Well, I never expected a cute little spider would be helping this shithead, the other Ghost Rider said as he swung his chain towards Robbie and Peter. He woke up while Peter was attacking Robbie earlier. Robbie sighed and blocked the other Ghost Rider's chain with his own. Obviously, Robbie was the most annoyed guy there as he already went through so much to immobilize the other Ghost Rider, but the Spider-Man just had to ruin it. What was even more annoying was that he couldn't treat the little spider as another villain because he wasn't a villain. It was against Robbie's rule to kill an innocent person. However, because of the little spider's intervention, the other Ghost Rider regained consciousness and began attacking them without mercy. Peter was the most surprised there, and he did his best to attack and avoid the two demons' attack with everything he got. He thought that the two demons were in league. But after seeing the demons were also attacking each other, he didn't know what was going on anymore. The loud chain was swung around chaotically. Robbie sighed once again and gave up on attacking the Spider-Man as he focused his attention back on the other Ghost Rider. His chain got tangled with the other Ghost Rider's chain, creating a stalemate as the Ghost Riders pulled the chain as strong as they could. "Die, you fool!" the other Ghost Rider shouted as he was annoyed by Robbie's persistence. Peter was feeling a little bit left out as he didn't know what to do here. He didn't want the two demons to attack him at the same time because he didn't even know whether he could block their attack. But he had to make a move himself to make sure that these demons didn't get out of control, and the one thing that he had in mind is to bind their chain with his high-temperature resistance webbing. It was the right move as it gave Robbie enough time to close the distance and slammed his fist right to the other Ghost Rider's temple. The other Ghost Rider immediately slumped to the ground as the damage that he suffered was a little bit too much at the moment. But suddenly, a dark red scythe flashed from outside and cut the other Ghost Rider's head clean off. Dio finally showed up, cut the other Ghost Rider into bits. Robbie sighed once again as he realized that Dio has come and there was nothing else he had to do for now. He immediately calmed himself down, dropping the chain that he gripped tightly in his hands. He made a slow move to lock the other Ghost Rider's severed head with his chain, but he was too late. Peter shot his web and secured the demon's skull that has been severed from its body from the other demon. Peter was confused by what was happening at the moment, but he knew that he had to secure the skull from the other demon. He didn't know what he would do with it, but he did it anyway. But then, Peter was shocked as the head on his hands suddenly laughed. He didn't know that the demon was still alive, although the head was already severed from the body. Peter immediately let go of the head as he was frightened that he might be cursed or something. But he immediately calmed down and covered the head in his webbings. However, before he could pick it up again, a chain was swung towards him at high speed. But as Peter wanted to counterattack, he saw that the skull was lighting up and suddenly turned red. Not long after, the skull exploded, shattering everything around it. A flaming pillar emerged from the skull, forcing Peter, Robbie, and Dio to take a step back. He detonated the hellfire inside him. "Watch out!" Robbie shouted to Dio. "What can we do here? Does this move have some sort of weakness?" "No, I am afraid not. This move can only be used once. Once it was used, it would take a long time for the hellfire to recover again, but this move could probably resurrect the Ghost Rider to its prime form." Dio frowned after he heard Robbie's explanation. He realized that he couldn't summon the sun in the middle of the city like this, so he couldn't deal with the Ghost Rider as he meant to. Furthermore, had it not for Spider-Man's intervention, Robbie would have already secured the other Ghost Rider's head with his chain. This is not a favorable situation for him, not at all. Chapter 5:18. The hellfire burst forth from the Ghost Rider's body. The police had arrived with firefighters in tow as the fire started. But they couldn't extinguish the fire no matter how much water they sprayed. The firefighters also tried to use other methods to extinguish the fire, but it was all useless. Something suddenly emerged from the fire, followed by bellowing laughter. As soon as the laughter was no longer heard, the other Ghost Rider that Dio has already dealt with earlier resurrected again. The other Ghost Rider looked at Robbie menacingly. However, instead of attacking him as he did earlier, the other Ghost Rider immediately swung his chain and latched it onto the helicopter that was flying in the air. The other Ghost Rider pulled himself to the helicopter, clearly wanting to get away from the scene. Once he was inside the helicopters, he threw everyone in there out of the helicopters, and the helicopters suddenly blazed in fire, signaling Dio and Robbie that it was successfully taken over as the other Ghost Rider's ride. But the other Ghost Rider wasn't running away. He started to shoot his Hellfire Gatling gun towards Robbie and Dio. The police warned everyone to get away as they cleared away from the Gatling gun's line of fire. Dio erected a thick ice wall to protect himself. But it was easily destroyed by the barrage. But it was enough to buy some time for Spider-Man to rescue a group of police officers from becoming a wasp nest, but unfortunately, some of the police officers weren't saved as they were too far apart. The polices that were hit by the bullets instantly turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, the streets suddenly turned into purgatory. At the same time, 5 other helicopters arrived and started shooting at the other Ghost Rider. However, they didn't know that Hellfire-powered vehicle wasn't easily destroyed. The other Ghost Rider just turned his helicopter casually and destroyed the helicopters one by one. In just a moment, all the helicopters that came for support were destroyed. The missiles that the police's fired didn't worth jack shit, as the Hellfire helicopter that the other Ghost Rider used just regenerated from the damage. Use your trick, man. They would be obliterated at this rate. No, this guy is on a helicopter. Even if the sun appeared, he wouldn't immediately turn back to human, and I would be at a disadvantage. Dio said as he shook his head. It was the truth. If the other Ghost Rider attacked the sun, Dio would also be injured. But Dio wouldn't reject an idea without a counteroffer, so he immediately thought of a way and immediately told Robbie about it. Are you sure this is going to work? Robbie said unsurely. Come on, it will work. Dio said urgingly. Robbie still looked unsure, but he immediately did as he was told and extinguished his own hellfire. Dio then summoned the Killer Queen and ordered the stand to turn Robbie into a bomb. Let's start the action. Dio said as he smirked at Robbie. Once Killer Queen was done making Robbie its new bomb, although Robbie wasn't sure of Dio's plan, there was no going back now. So, Robbie latched his chain towards the other Ghost Rider's helicopter and pulled himself towards it. Robbie successfully entered the helicopter and immediately scuffled with the other Ghost Rider to take control of the helicopter. But obviously, Robbie wouldn't be able to win against the Ghost Rider inside its own ride. However, once Robbie was chained inside the helicopter and could no longer move, he smirked towards the other Ghost Rider. Is it the right mouse button to detonate the bomb? Dio said sarcastically as he immediately detonated Robbie. Robbie's body lighted up and immediately blew up disastrously. The whole helicopter went down in bits as it was completely destroyed, while both Ghost Riders were also blown up to bits. Dio smirked in victory as he knew that the other Ghost Rider had lost the upper hands against him. He used an upgraded version of the human bomb as he knew that Robbie wouldn't die in his Ghost Rider's form. Meaning he would become an infinite human bomb. Seeing that his plan was carried out smoothly, Dio immediately made his move before the other Ghost Rider could fully regenerate. Dio knew that he could just use the sun to seal the deal. But he wanted to preserve his power as long as he could to refrain from alerting the media. He also wanted to keep the other Ghost Rider from talking too much as it was already a pain as it was. But one thing for sure was that the Ghost Rider that they were fighting now was far more dangerous than Robbie. Chapter 519. Dio could see amidst the hellfire that blazed in the middle of the scene, both of the Ghost Riders were regenerating quickly. Get out of there. Dio warned Robbie. Robbie heeded Dio's warning and immediately lunged towards one of the store building on the side as he didn't want to take Dio's attack head-on. Sun! Dio shouted once again and the place immediately shone like it was broad daylight and the miniature sun emerged on the sky. Everyone was soon captivated by the miraculous display of the sun in the middle of the night. But the silence from the awe was immediately broken by the scream of the other Ghost Rider that was caught off guard by the emergence of the sun. The other Ghost Rider suddenly writhed in pain as his body began to morph uncontrollably between his human form and the Ghost Rider's form. Furthermore, the hellfire that was burning on the ground and on top of the building was immediately extinguished. As a result, the other Ghost Rider's pain intensified as he couldn't properly regenerate. What the fuck? This is still midnight, how come there is a sun on the sky? Sorry, you don't have to know about that. Dio said as he immediately decapitated the other Ghost Rider once again, but Dio knew that wasn't enough. Once the Ghost Rider started regenerating once again, Dio immediately smashed its body. Dio repeatedly did that once the Ghost Rider began to regenerate, until the 5th time where Dio stopped as the Ghost Rider completely transformed back into human. Although Dio could just end it now as the Ghost Rider would die once he was killed the human form, but it wasn't the best case now as it would just transfer the Ghost Rider to hell and leave Dio without any information that he needed. Just in case. Dio injected a small needle to the other Ghost Rider's neck to secure him. The needle was coated with a strong concoction that would put even an elephant to sleep for more than 24 hours. As long as the Ghost Rider was at its human form, their body wouldn't be any different than any other human. After securing the other Ghost Rider, Dio immediately desummoned the sun. After that, Dio immediately took a closer look at the man's face to find out who the other Ghost Rider was. At the same time, Robbie was also walking in his human form towards Dio, and once he saw who the other Ghost Rider was, he was surprised. It was Duke. The second Ghost Rider was Duke, the tyrant boss of 5th Street that he has been searching for so long. Remember when I said that the contract wouldn't be that simple? You are already in the devil's playground and you should know that you have been tricked all along. Dio said indifferently as he already knew that Mephisto wouldn't let the spirit of vengeance return to hell. Robbie froze as he started to put the pieces together. Robbie knew that once he killed Duke, the Fifth Street would be disbanded and thus his contract would be completed, freeing him from the spirit of vengeance contract. However, if the boss of Fifth Street were also a Ghost Rider, he wouldn't be able to kill him, ever. The spirit of vengeance would just bring back the soul back to hell, and resurrected the man back to Earth to finish its contract once it was ready. Robbie wondered what Duke lost and what kind of contract did he sign with Mephisto, but none of that mattered now as one thing for sure was that he could no longer complete his contract under normal circumstances. Robbie knew that the devil was cunning, greedy, and ruthless. Now he knew why the devil got all those titles. Don't think too deeply into it, it is not as bad as you may think. But we have to take this guy out of this place first. Dio said as he saw the look of desperation on Robbie's face. Dio didn't want to be the one comforting Robbie, but Dio still had a deal that he had to get done. At the same time, seeing that Dio and the demon, whom now have turned into his human form were the scene, Spider-Man who were busy saving the police officers immediately swung around and landed in front of Dio and Robbie. Dio sighed and looked at Robbie with a frown on his face. Robbie immediately understood and took Duke's body towards a car and jump-started it immediately, leaving Dio alone with the little spider. Although Dio appreciated Spider-Man's lawful nature, he was getting annoyed at him trying so hard to foil his plan. But, he knew all of the Spider-Man's weakness and he wanted to exploit one of it now. Here, a gift for you. Dio said as he threw a pack of cigarettes towards Peter. Peter caught it and paused once he realized what it is. I am sorry, but I don't smoke. Peter said with a curious expression on his face. That is a bomb. Dio said casually. Peter was startled and immediately threw it up the air, and once it was on the air, the cigarettes pack immediately exploded. Peter was shocked and angry by what happened and he truly wanted to fight now, but before he could do anything, the man's words caught him off guard. A little girl named Liz seems to be celebrating her birthday tonight. I gave her a gift, too. It is less than 45 minutes before midnight now. You might be able to save her if you are fast enough. Otherwise, you may regret it later. Dio said as he looked at his watch to check the time. No, Liz. Peter shouted as his complexion turned pale. He obviously couldn't let anything happen to Liz, so he immediately swung away towards the hotel as fast as he could. Chapter 520. Dio smiled as he watched Spider-Man left in a hurry. He did give Liz a gift, but it wasn't a bomb. He felt bad deceiving Peter. But it was for his own good. After all, Dio has already exposed too many of his power to Peter. Dio was worried that Peter would realize that he was the man he fought in Berlin. Even though Dio was currently in a disguise thanks to Knum, he couldn't disguise his power. After that, Dio immediately got in a car with Robbie and quickly drove off, away from the police. Peter was swinging from building to building like crazy. He wanted to reach the hotel as fast as he could. He even asked the AI on his suit every second on how far they were from the hotel. What time is it, Karen? Peter asked the AI suit once more. It is 23:57, 3 minutes before midnight. Karen said indifferently. Peter felt desperate as he thought that he was already too late, but fortunately, he already arrived at the hotel balcony. He immediately took off his suit and put on his normal clothes before he ran off towards Liz's room. Fortunately, he knew where Liz's room was, so it wasn't a problem finding it. He was a little bit relieved that there was nothing out of place so far at the hotel just yet, but he had to make sure Liz was okay. When Peter arrived at Liz's room, he saw that Liz was holding something that looked like a gift box. The strange guy's word echoed on his ear as he started to wonder whether that gift box was what the guy mentioned. Peter checked his watch and saw that it was 10 seconds before midnight. When Liz wanted to enter her room once more, Peter immediately rushed over. He immediately attached his web towards the gift box and threw it to the bathroom immediately. He also sealed the bathroom door with so many web. All of it was done without Liz knowing what happened as her eyes were obstructed by a web that Peter threw earlier. Peter looked at his watch once more as once he saw that it was 3 seconds before midnight, he pulled Liz down to the ground, shielding her from any blast that would happen. But once it was already past midnight, Peter, who was still nervously holding Liz down to the floor, started to get confused. Mr. Spider-Man, can I get up now? Liz said as she was confused by what had happened. Sorry. I heard that there is a bomb here, but it seems to be a false alarm. Peter. Liz said as she realized that it was Peter that was talking to her. I'm not, who is Peter? Peter said awkwardly while trying his best to change his voice. Fortunately for him, Liz's eyes were still covered with webs, so she couldn't confirm Peter's identity. Peter Parker. He is my classmate, Ned says he knows you. Ah, Peter. Of course I know him. He is a genius and we're a friend. Liz was surprised that Spider-Man has come to her party, but she really didn't understand what was happening here right now. Thank God it was true, but you said earlier that there was a bomb on my room, is it true? Liz asked worriedly. I received the information that there might be one in your room, so I rushed over to save anyone that might need my help, but it seems that it was just a false information, Peter said awkwardly. I am sorry, I threw the gift box that you held earlier on your bathroom and I might have also sealed it with webbings, just in case, let me open it first and check if it is safe. Peter said as he walked over towards Liz's bathroom and ripped off the webbings on the door before he reached out to the gift box. He opened the seal on the gift box to check on its content. He found a note inside and read it, there are some things that can't be expressed through words, but I hope you understand my heart. Peter also saw a little box beside the note and opened it up. He saw a ring inside, which made him panic almost immediately. He surely didn't want Liz to accept such a gift. What is it? Is it really a bomb? No, there is nothing inside the box, Peter said awkwardly as he tried not to sound suspicious. But he did feel bad as he felt like a criminal himself. Maybe somebody was pranking you, saying that there is a bomb over here, Liz said casually. Do you know who sent you this gift? Maybe I can find the prankster. It was Peter, the hotel staff that got me the gift box said that it was from someone named Peter, Liz said casually. What? The gift was from me, my good friend Peter. Yeah, that was what they told me, Liz said casually. At this point Peter was confused by what was happening. He made a mistake of hiding the gift because he did want to give Liz such a gift. He regretted his action just now as he wished that he just came clean. Chapter 521. After dawn, Dio, disguised as Mr. JoJo, approached Mr. Harrington. Mr. Harrington, can you tell me where Mr. Peter Parker is? Dio asked inquisitively. Mr. Harrington was slightly embarrassed and speechless as he didn't know what to say after what happened. Although he didn't know how Peter managed to leave the hotel last night, he, in fact, wasn't on the premises. Therefore, it was obvious that Mr. Harrington would be held responsible for that. But suddenly, someone was knocking on his door. Mr. Harrington, may I come in? Peter's voice was heard behind the door. Mr. Harrington was excited and ran to the door, letting Peter inside his room. Although he was angry at Peter for what he had done the previous night, he knew that he couldn't do that in front of Mr. JoJo. Moreover, before Mr. Harrington could say anything, he noticed that Peter was frowning. Did you have a good rest last night? I was looking for you, but I didn't find you, but no matter, Mr. JoJo is here, inquiring to speak with you. Good morning, Mr. JoJo, Peter greeted as he nodded to Mr. Harrington. Good morning, Peter. I am here after I received a notification that your whereabouts was unknown last night. Your teacher and classmates were searching for you throughout the entire hotel but couldn't find you. Our monitoring facilities and securities also searched for you with no result. May I hear your explanation about this? Dio asked politely. Mr. Harrington was obviously nervous about what would happen as he knew that it was rule number 1 not to leave the hotel premises while the exchange program was underway. However, Peter remained calm as he replied politely to Mr. JoJo. Oh, this is what happened last night, Mr. JoJo. Liz was having her birthday party last night. So she and I came up with a prank to scare the teacher and our other classmates. I have been hiding inside Liz's bathroom the entire night while she was covering for me. I apologize for this, and I hope it doesn't affect you. Peter said politely. Is that really what happened? Dio said inquisitively. Peter obviously was having a second thought after Mr. JoJo asked him for the second time. He wanted to say that Mr. JoJo should ask Liz to testify, but Peter wasn't good at lying. But he immediately calmed himself down and said, it is the truth, otherwise how could an ordinary high school student bypass all the cameras and security personnel on a 5-star hotel without leaving any trace? Peter said convincingly. His reasoning was on point and convincing. Without anyone inquiring that he was the Spider-Man, there was no way for anyone to find out that he was lying. Well, it was just a prank then. Please refrain from doing anything like this next time. Your teacher and classmates were very worried, they were close to being disqualified from the program. It's all my fault, and I apologize, Mr. JoJo, Peter said honestly. I hope that's true for your own good, Peter, Dio said as he started to walk towards the door and left. Mr. Harrington and Peter immediately sighed in relief once Dio left. They felt that Mr. JoJo was rather assertive once Peter was done talking. Nevertheless, both of them were happy that they didn't get any punishment for what happened last night. At the same time, Mr. Harrington already had a feeling that Peter was lying, so he squinted his eyes at Peter as he was not yet done talking to him. But for now, he couldn't say anything as he didn't want anyone to know that Peter was lying towards Wakanda affiliates. On the other hand, Dio quietly left the hotel and drove towards Robbie's house. There was someone that both of them had to handle there. What the hell are you injecting this guy with? He didn't have any sign of waking up even after a whole day. It was a strong anesthetic that Wakanda has developed, it could even immobilize an elephant in one shot, Dio said as he walked towards Duke and injected him with another shot. Now, he would wake up in 10 minutes, so what did you want to do? Dio asked again indifferently. Robbie was silent as he didn't know what he would do next. He just shook his head towards Dio, implying that he didn't know. Dio wasn't surprised at all as it was really a complicated matter for Robbie to solve. 10 minutes later, Duke, who was tied rather firmly, started to move. Dio immediately smirked and stabbed Duke's arm with a fruit knife. Duke instantly screamed as the knife pierced his arm. He wanted to play dead to assess the situation as he woke up, but he moved a little, blowing up his cover. Well. Now that you are awake, we need to talk. You are funny. Duke said while laughing. You know that you can't kill me, you may capture me now, but for how long? You will eventually end up paying the price for offending me. Wow, this guy really didn't know the situation he is in. Dio said with a mock surprise. Robbie on the side was silent, but he agreed with Dio nonetheless. It was obvious that Duke didn't know that there was only one master to the spirit of vengeance. In the end, both of them had to compete to dominate the spirit of vengeance for themselves. When that day came, their personality would be thoroughly consumed by the spirit of vengeance, turning them completely to Hell Dominion. Does the name Eli Morrow ring a bell? Robbie asked after a long silence. Chapter 522. Duke froze as he heard a familiar name but then burst out laughing as he remembered who Eli Morrow was. Although the man in front of him was far younger, he had an uncanny resemblance to Eli Morrow. Who are you again? Are you his illegitimate child? Ha ha ha, I never knew Eli had it in him to produce a child like this. Duke laughed wildly as he found it funny. Robbie was angered by Duke's lack of reasoning right now and punched Duke's face with a strong hook that broke his nose. Hold on. Eli is a trash, are you really willing to go this far for defending a trash like him? Duke said as he spat out blood. Robbie was completely pissed and immediately took the fruit knife from Duke's arm with an intent to shove it directly at Duke's neck. However, Dio immediately stopped him before Robbie realized what he was doing and threw it to the side. Calm down. You're playing right into his hand, if you kill him now, he will be free again in no time, if he hides again, we won't be able to capture him so easily again next time. Dio said calmly. Robbie immediately calmed down after hearing Dio's word as he realized that Dio was right. As he calmed down, he immediately saw the frown on Duke's face. Eli Morrow is my uncle. You killed him, but you also almost killed my brother and me. Robbie Reyes, right? Yes, I was the one who killed Eli with my own hands. If you've already done it yourself, why did you send someone after my brother and me? Don't tell me it's just because I look just like him. Are you stupid? One look at you, and I immediately understand why I couldn't finish that stupid contract. Duke said angrily before laughing at his own misery. Duke then told them his story before he became the infamous gang leader. He was once a famous rock singer in an underground circle where many deep-pocket VIPs spent their nights entertaining themselves. He then toyed with several gang members, and as a result, he was severely beaten and almost lost his life. Although he worked at an underground circle that should be able to put food on his table, Duke didn't have that much money to take care of his health after the beatdown. Then, out of nowhere, a guy called himself the God of Judgment offered him a contract that would transform him into the Ghost Rider in exchange for killing one person. Although he didn't know what this God of Judgment's agenda was, he agreed to the contract as he saw it as an opportunity to make sure no one stomped on him ever again. After he signed the contract, Duke immediately realized that he wasn't dealing with a God of Judgment but, in fact, the devil himself. But Duke didn't really care as he thought that God already abandoned him anyway, so he didn't mind accepting the devil's help here. And ever since the day he signed the contract, he never saw the devil ever again. After obtaining the Ghost Rider's power, the first thing he did was to send all the gang members who beat him up that day straight to hell. Then he set up a gang of his own, which was now called the Fifth Street, that completely opened a new chapter in his life. It was long after he abused the Ghost Rider's power in his everyday life that he finally noticed that the spirit of vengeance's power inside him was getting stronger day by day. That was until one night, he completely lost consciousness as the spirit of vengeance completely took over his body. When he woke up the next morning, he found that he was lying on the cold ground with a mountain of corpses around him. Unfortunately, they were all his trusted henchmen. He was confused by what happened to them at first. But as he investigated their body, as well as the look of despair and horror on their face, he realized that the spirit of vengeance had taken their soul for judgment. He will never forget the look of horror on their face as they were close to him. In fact, as he saw himself in the mirror that day, he also had the same similar face as the dead. But what he didn't know was, it was just the beginning. Each and every night, the spirit of vengeance went out of control. Duke would black out each night only to wake up in a strange place with a pile of corpses around him the next morning. He tried hard to control the spirit of vengeance power inside him, but it was harder than he thought. He struggled with himself by each night. Sometimes he won and spent the night in peace. But once the spirit of vengeance won, he would have another mental breakdown the next morning. Eventually, he got scared as his mental health kept deteriorating every night. Gradually, he remembered the devil and the contract that he once signed in exchange for this forsaken power. He knew that if he didn't do something regarding the contract, his soul would be consumed by the spirit of vengeance and eventually replace him and set the spirit of vengeance and the devil loose on this world. He then researched the devil in so many cultures and tried to summon him again to nullify the contract. After so many trials and errors, he eventually got the right ritual. He summoned the devil, trying to get away from the pain that he felt every night. The devil just smirked as he listened to Duke begging him to nullify the contract. That day, Duke learned that the devil had no intention to help him from the beginning, and that was the beginning of him becoming the devil's dog and tried his best to complete the contract even if it meant abandoning his morale. Chapter 523. As Duke became less and less humane, that was the time that people started calling him the tyrant of the Fifth Street. At the same time, Duke was still busy searching for the person to end his contract. The devil has told him a name he had to kill in order to finish his contract, and the devil has told him that once his contract was completed, the spirit of vengeance would immediately leave his body, completely reverting him to a normal human once again. Duke, who was desperate at the time, didn't question the devil and agreed without hesitation. So, without any rational thoughts, after he got his hands on Eli Morrow, the person with a name that the devil has given to him, he immediately killed the man in cold blood. But the thing was, a contract with the devil wasn't that simple. After he killed Eli Morrow, the contract wasn't completed, and the spirit of vengeance remained on his body. When Duke questioned the devil once he killed Eli, the devil asked for Eli's soul. The death of Eli Morrow's flesh was meaningless to the devil as all he wanted was Eli's soul. Duke was confused as he didn't know how to get someone's soul. At this moment, the devil told Duke that Eli's soul wasn't gone yet. A person's soul would linger ere they died or with the relative that they were close with for a short amount of time. Duke, who has become desperate over time, believed the devil's word once more. He ordered all his men to search for Eli's car and his relatives quietly. That was when the hunt for Robbie Reyes started. As for the reason that Robbie looked alike with Eli was complete bullshit. But after that much effort, Eli's soul wasn't found. And the devil disappeared once again. Knowing that he has been fooled once again, he became reckless during the day and struggled with himself during the night for control over his body. It wasn't long after Robbie Reyes became the new Ghost Rider that Duke began to slip back into his Ghost Rider's form. He figured that someone had become another Ghost Rider in town, and then he understood everything that happened to him. He had fallen into the devil's trap from the beginning. He knew for a fact that he and Robbie were just two poor souls that the devil has been playing with. So, why did he never find Eli Morrow's soul? That was simple. It was because Eli Morrow's soul has become the spirit of vengeance in Robbie's body. If his guess was correct, Robbie's contract should be something related to him. Either killing him or destroying his soul completely. In other words, the only thing that would release the spirit of vengeance from their body was to kill the other Ghost Rider, which was almost impossible to do. The only chance for Robbie to win was when Duke's soul was destroyed before completely devoured by the spirit of vengeance on his part. Because, once his soul was devoured, the devil would never get his hands on Duke's soul, making it impossible for Robbie to finish his contract. It was a complete loop that made the contract impossible to complete. Duke has never heard such a thing before, but as the devil was cunning as it was evil, he realized his mistake now. It was a humiliating experience for Duke as he was confident. He now realized that there was no way a normal person would win in mind games against the devil itself. After listening to Duke's story, Robbie looked over to Dio as he didn't know what to do next. At the same time, Dio was silent as he slowly digested the information he just heard. He believed Duke's word as he knew that Duke was on the verge of being devoured by the spirit of vengeance. But if it were the truth, Robbie had a little to no hope for escaping his contract too. After all, there was no real possible way to extinguish the spirit of vengeance in someone's soul. Dio now understood why Duke was so desperate, why he didn't care about what happened to other people, and why he didn't care about the extreme pain that he would feel as he destroyed his own body in his Ghost Rider's form. The fear of dying was gone when you knew that there was no way to live a life that you wanted anymore. This has been the case since ancient times. Dio looked at Robbie without saying anything as Robbie should have judged the situation himself and made his own decision. After a long time, Robbie took a deep breath and shook his head. "I am in hell once more," Robbie said as the look of despair was now evident in his eyes. Judging from Duke's current situation, he knew that the spirit of vengeance could take over at any time. Clearly, Robbie didn't want that to happen. How could he finish his contract when he had to rid the spirit of vengeance from his target before he could claim his soul? But his target's contract was to claim his soul. So the target couldn't be completed without getting rid of Robbie's spirit of vengeance. After figuring it out himself, Robbie didn't know what to do anymore. Living in this world would be torture for him, but he was incapable of dying. So what else could he do? Robbie looked at Dio, and once he saw Dio's smirk, he finally understood why Dio made a deal with him too. He immediately understood what he must do. "You have decided what you have to do?" Dio asked with a smirk on his face. "Yes, no matter what happened in there, I promise you I will hold the end of the bargain and return as soon as possible," Robbie said confidently. Dio nodded his head as he didn't have the right to stop Robbie from taking such a risky decision. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to stop Robbie, to begin with. But then again, Dio was looking forward to what happened to Robbie in there. What happened to Robbie once he entered hell? Chapter 524. Robbie used his Ghost Rider ability to open a gate to hell. He immediately picked up Duke, who was struggling in Robbie's arm as he didn't want to go to hell. Dio relaxed a little bit as he was finally free from the Ghost Rider's trouble. But he knew that what happened tonight would be on breaking news, and the fact that the sun's emergence on a night sky would keep everyone on their toes. Dio was convinced that if Tony and the other Avengers saw the news, they would instantly find out who was the one behind the news report. The problem was that the Avenger was all over the place right now, so Dio wasn't quite sure what Tony would do once he saw the news. What Dio didn't know was once he walked away from Robbie's house, a figure walked out of the mirror dimension with a smile on her face. The woman had a bald head with an orange hood covering her body. It was the Ancient One. The Ancient Mage has been secretly protecting the Earth from any attack from other dimensions since a long time ago. Any entities that might walk out of another dimension wouldn't escape her eyes. She noticed Robbie opened a gate to hell. So she came to check what had happened. She already knew the existence of the Ghost Rider for a long time, they being a product of a demon that she drove out of the Earth a long time ago. She knew that the Ghost Rider itself wouldn't do any significant damage to the Earth. So they let their existence thrive on Earth, but the devil was another story. She couldn't let him come to Earth no matter what. She knew that the devil was biding their time when they could enter the Earth again. If it were only their astral projection, the Ancient One would be able to defeat them. She was positive that neither Duke nor Robbie knew the real reason Mephisto turned them into the Ghost Rider, but the Ancient One knew. She knew that the devil didn't stand a chance to defeat her in a battle when only their astral projection could enter the Earth. Although it wouldn't kill them if the Ancient One destroyed their astral projection, it still damaged them nonetheless. This was why the Earth remained a safe place for humans to reside on. The real reason for Mephisto to create many Ghost Riders on Earth was to create a path for him to truly enter the Earth. Once the Ghost Rider reached an ample strength, it could generate a strong hell gate that was powerful enough to let a high-ranking demon or a demon lord in. However, the Ancient One knew that a little to no human would be able to handle the spirit of vengeance's full power, so she didn't consider it as had the potential to endanger Earth's safety. She also knew that the only demon lord who tirelessly entered the Earth to create this plan was only Mephisto. He was the only demon lord who considered everything a game. But the Ancient One also knew that he had no way to win his own game, as she would deliberately destroy it once it reached certain stage. Fortunately for her, the person that she had prepared to become the next and strongest Sorcerer Supreme has followed the right track, thus greatly reducing her burden. After clearing the demonic mist left inside the house, the Ancient One looked over towards Dio's direction for a while. She already resolved countless calamities throughout the year, but once he cleared one thing, another came out. Among the people she had met, the only person whose future was completely unknown to her was Stephen Strange, who would become the next Sorcerer Supreme, and Dio, who was still a mystery. Although she could see many possible futures for Stephen Strange, she couldn't determine which future he would take. However, for Dio Brando, she admitted that she had exhausted all means to look into his future but only managed to see a grey fog covering her vision. She really wasn't able to see any future that Dio might take. She also never heard about the power that Dio wielded. She has already observed him for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't get anything regarding Dio's power. She even tried to use her strong mental prowess to create a similar being to Dio's strange stand, but she also failed miserably. In her opinion, Dio's stand was all spiritual. She shouldn't have any problem recreating something similar, but she could only create a similar shape while creating the same power to Dio's creature might prove impossible. This fact alone made the Ancient One frustrated, as she considered herself on the peak of sorcery, but there was still magic out there that she didn't even recognize. If somehow, Dio knew that the Ancient One was hiding and stalking him, he wouldn't have used his stand at all. He might even hesitate to use his Hammond energy too. If Dio were someone with a saint-like personality, he would consider using the stand arrow for the Ancient One to make her a stand user too, but sadly, Dio wasn't someone who would risk it. He knew the possibility that the Ancient One would stand against him later was scary enough before she even got the stand power. It was fortunate for Dio that he didn't even consider crossing paths with the Ancient One from the get-go. Otherwise, he would know that the Ancient One would be spying on him. After observing Dio for a long time, the Ancient One turned her gaze away and used her ring to create a portal for her to return to her temple back in the Himalayas, far away from New York City. Chapter 525. As it rained down at night, Peter was lying on his bed before he quickly put on his spider suit and crept out of the window. He thought over when he was deceived by the mysterious guy that night, but he knew that he made the right choice, as he couldn't let an innocent person become the casualties because of him. Right before he wanted to swing away from the top of the building, his spider sense began to tingle. He felt an intense murderous intent locking on him. Peter was startled and immediately went into a defensive stance while trying to find the person behind the killing intent. "Who is there?" Peter shouted coldly. As the rains kept falling, a man in a black umbrella appeared before him. "That is exactly what I want to ask. I don't remember any guest in a hotel who likes to runs around wearing tights." Peter was surprised even more, as he didn't expect Mr. JoJo to find him now. He didn't quite understand what was happening, as he didn't think that killing intent earlier belonged to Mr. JoJo. Peter knew that what he felt earlier wasn't an illusion, as the hair on his body was still standing. He knew immediately that Mr. JoJo wasn't an average person. "I am sorry, I am just passing through," Peter said as he changed his voice using the voice changer that was built in his suit. "I may be insensitive, but just in case, I decided to notify the guest in each room to check their belongings to see if they miss something. Since Mr. Spider was just passing through, you should have no problem waiting here for a while, right?" Dio said indifferently. Peter was stunned, as he didn't expect this turn of events. He realized that he probably couldn't leave tonight and therefore prepared to go back to his room. But if Mr. JoJo really wanted him to stay here, his cover could be in danger. "I don't mind it at all, but check out the time. I still have something else to do." With that said, "I will take my leave now. I do want to believe you, but I think you really have to wait here until it's all confirmed, otherwise, people would start thinking badly of you," Dio said indifferently. "Shoot, I am really sorry, but I really have something urgent that I have to deal with," Peter said awkwardly while he was starting to sweat bullets out of fear that his cover could be blown. He didn't care if people start to misunderstand him right now, as his real identity came first. "Okay, but before you leave, where is Peter Parker?" Dio asked indifferently. "Peter Parker? Why should I know where this person is? That's weird, Peter wasn't in his room at this time, and no one has seen him. Could he turn invisible or teleport instantly?" Dio said as he smirked at Peter. "You monitor me?" Peter blurted out, but immediately regretted his choice of word, as he just gave himself away. "Monitor you? Why would I do that? I don't know what Peter might be doing right now, but I finally understand how Peter could bypass all the cameras and security on the premises and run out of the building," Dio said as the smirk was still clear on his face. It was obvious that Dio just wanted to rile Peter up. Peter was silent for a while before he came clean. "Mr. JoJo, it is me, Peter. I really have something urgent to do. I hope you can keep it a secret," Peter sincerely said as he took off his mask. But Dio wanted to teach Peter a life lesson, as not everyone would be kind enough towards him forever. "Why should I help you now, Mr. Spider? Or should I call you Peter now?" Dio said indifferently. He was aware that Peter was still an innocent young man and that his gullible personality might lead him towards a wrong decision, so Dio wanted to show Peter what he had to work on. At the same time, Peter froze as he realized why Mr. JoJo had to help him now. Why would a stranger risk himself to be associated with something that could ruin their life? The realization struck him hard, and he seemed to be at a loss. It seems that Mr. Parker couldn't think of any reason for me to keep this secret you have, so, do as you want. Dio said as he started to walk away from Peter. Seeing that Mr. JoJo was walking away, Peter was scared out of his wits. He didn't want anyone close to him to be in danger, all because he couldn't keep his identity to himself. The criminals that he already caught might be wanting revenge, and they might exact it from people that Peter cared about later. It would be a disaster for him, and he would definitely blame himself for letting his loved ones hurt. Everyone around me would be in danger, Mr. JoJo. Please don't let anyone know my identity. Is that it? Dio asked aggressively. Peter was surprised by Mr. JoJo's word as he didn't quite understand what it meant. I see that you are confused, but hear me out. You said that everyone around you might be in danger, so what is it to me then? If I keep your secret. And once your secret is out later, I would be on the list of people that might be in danger. So, considering my own safety, I will not adhere to your wishes. Dio said coldly. Peter froze once more as he realized that what Mr. JoJo was saying was the truth. He couldn't be so selfish as to force a stranger to take such a risk. He began to wonder whether he had done something wrong for a long time. He obviously didn't mind helping so many strangers while he was on patrol as the Spider-Man, as it made him happy to see those people smile. But still, it was all confusing for Peter right now as he didn't know what to do. Chapter 526. Peter was always like this. Sincere and innocent. This is an advantage as well as a fatal mistake for Peter, as a good man wouldn't last long on this earth. Desperate selflessness would just make people lazy and take everything for granted. One day when they finally realized that they had made a grave mistake, they would just blame the good guy for not doing enough. Nowadays, people started thinking that superheroes were there to protect them from all sorts of things. No one even thought for a second that the superheroes weren't paid for anything. It was a complete charity case. When the superheroes were fighting against some villain, they would be worshipped and cheered, but once they made a small mistake, everyone would turn on them as fast as a flip of a hand. This was human nature, and examples of it could be seen since ancient times. Perhaps Peter would sacrifice himself so that others could live. But he wouldn't be able to sacrifice himself for everyone. At the end of the day, Peter would encounter a person who would give the same response as Dio. Not everyone would willingly help someone out of the kindness in their heart. That was the realization that hit Peter as he listened to Mr. JoJo's word. He smiled bitterly as he knows that he couldn't force Mr. JoJo to agree with his views. At the same time, he realized the lesson that Mr. JoJo had taught here. What do I have to do for you to keep my secret? Peter asked bitterly. He knew that he had to offer something that'd be worth Mr. JoJo's time in exchange for keeping his secret, so Dio smirked as he realized that Peter was willing to change for the better. But at the same time, Dio had mixed up feelings as he didn't need anything from Peter right now. Originally, he only wanted to teach Peter some lesson so that his personality wouldn't become his downfall. Thus Dio began to rack his brain for anything that could benefit Peter in the long run. Should he expose Peter to some frustration, or should he wait and let Peter see the cruelty of the world for himself first? Dio got an idea and immediately acted on it. I want you to kill someone for me. As long as you do it, I would keep your secret to the grave. Dio said with a smirk on his face. Murder? No. No, no, no. Murder is a crime. Even if the person you are about to kill was a criminal that deserved to die. Dio asked curiously. Yes, even the bad guys have to be judged fairly, they're supposed to be sent to the police station to be judged in front of the law. Peter said naively. Dio frowned as he knew that if Frank Castle or Matt Murdock ever heard Peter said these words in front of them, they would be laughing while casting Peter aside like some weakling. And for that fact alone, Dio also knew that there were so many depictions of Peter fighting against the Punisher in his previous world just because of these different views they have. Although not all Avengers agreed with Frank's approach, like Captain America, who did not condone such behavior, they didn't stop Frank from doing it. But it was different for Peter as he saw it as just another act of crime. Dio didn't know whether Peter would meet Frank in the future, but it would be some interesting encounter to observe. But after thinking about Peter's personality for a while, he knew that he had to go along with Peter's personality for now. If that's the case, then I want you to catch him and send him to the police. Can you do such a task? Dio asked indifferently. Peter thought about it for a while, and he knew that it wouldn't contradict his belief as he always wanted to put the bad guy behind bars. "Okay, I will do it. But promise me you wouldn't threaten me again in the future, otherwise, I would rather reveal my identity," Peter said worriedly. "Don't worry, I am not so bored that I'd lie to a child," Dio said indifferently. "So, who is the bad guy we are talking about here? What crime have they done?" "His name is Adrian Toombs, codenamed the Vulture. He is accused of illegally developing weapons and selling it to many crime syndicates out there," Dio said indifferently. "Did such a crime meet your moral compass?" Dio asked curiously, as Toombs were more of a white-collar criminal than others criminal that Peter had encountered so far. "It's not a problem, criminals that disrupted the peace of the society should be arrested," Peter answered confidently. "Well, I hope you can deliver him to the police in whatever condition you deem fit. I already send the target's information to your phone. If you encounter any problems, you can always call, and I will wait for the good news in the hotel," Dio said before walking away from Peter. After Dio left, Peter was a little bit curious regarding Mr. JoJo's real identity. Nonetheless, he checked his phone for the information that Mr. JoJo had sent. He found the information to be detailed and immediately realized that it wasn't something that Mr. JoJo had compiled in a spur of the moment. It was a carefully prepared information. Peter shook his head as he seemed to have to arrest 2 demons and a criminal tonight, but he didn't hate such a task. "Karen, navigate me towards this place," Peter said to his suit as he uploaded the information that he got from Mr. JoJo earlier. Understood. Navigating towards, the suit AI began to navigate Peter towards Mr. JoJo's target location. Peter patted his cheek to psych himself up and immediately began to swing towards the direction given. Shortly after Peter left, Dio exited the hotel with a black umbrella. He wanted to observe what Peter was doing closely. He wanted to see the movie transcribed in front of his eyes. Chapter 527. Suddenly, Peter heard Tony's voice. "Hey boy, remember not to play so late into the night. You have school tomorrow," the voice said at the same time Peter arrived at the destination. The startled Peter was lost for words and tried to talk as he thought that Tony was talking to him. But Karen's voice notified him. "You have reached your destination." "What was that?" Peter said surprisedly. "It was a trial version of his own GPS voice that he specially made for you," Karen said in a robotic tone. "Damn, I knew it, he would mess up with me to take a laugh," Peter complained as he was really surprised to hear Tony's voice. He might worship Tony and respected the man to a T, but he certainly didn't sign himself up for a laugh like this. If Dio was here beside Peter, he would probably tell Peter that it was probably a thing that Tony made when he was drunk, which in all opinion, might be the case. Peter shook himself from his inner thoughts and saw the house that was supposed to be the house of the criminal that Mr. JoJo was talking about. From the outside, it just looked like an ordinary townhouse. Peter had to double-check before deciding to enter the premises to search for proof that the man who owned the house would be the criminal. After all, Peter didn't want to apprehend an innocent man. The information he got from Mr. JoJo showed that the Vulture only works outside and never brought back his works to his house, but one would never know what a criminal would hide. However, since it came from Mr. JoJo himself, Peter knew it wouldn't be misleading. Peter then climbed into the second floor of the house and quietly opened the window. Peter was relieved as he found out that the window wasn't locked. He immediately entered the house carefully but was a little bit flustered after realizing that he entered a girl's room. But he couldn't quit now as there was no one inside the room anyway. But Peter was further relieved after knowing that the Vulture's family might not be at home right now, as it would be cruel to arrest him in front of his family. All in all, Peter was really hoping that everything would go well tonight. Peter began snooping around once he exited the girl's room to find Vulture and any form of evidence. Peter knew that a normal person should be sleeping right now, so he walked towards the master bedroom, where the Vulture should be resting. He quietly opened the door, hoping that he could apprehend Vulture quickly without the man having the time to struggle. Peter was relieved as he noticed that he didn't let out any sound at all, but he was really surprised that his spider sense suddenly flared off and a man with a shotgun appeared before him. "If you don't want your head to be blown, leave now," the man said coldly. Peter was really surprised. He didn't know how the man found out that there was an intruder in his house, but all he could do now was raise his hand and stand completely still so that he didn't get shot. "Adrian, what happened?" A woman's voice could be heard from the door behind the man. "It's nothing, honey, a little thief got his way inside our house, I have caught him, but don't come out until I said so," the man that appeared to be Adrian Toombs said assuringly. "Be careful, honey. I will call the police right away, who knows if he still has an accomplice nearby." "It's all right, I can handle it," Adrian said with a comforting voice to calm his wife. He observed the intruder and noticed that the intruder was in a tight costume. He'd recognize this costume any day. After all, the superheroes were on the news constantly. But Adrian knows that he had to make a little play. After all, he was a criminal mastermind. And he really didn't want his family to know what he has been doing all this time. Then again, he was ready to kill the man in front of him if he possessed a threat to expose him. Please calm down, sir. I am not here to steal anything. I am here looking for my girlfriend. She was a huge fan of Spider-Man, and I thought I could surprise her a little bit. Could you put your gun down, sir? I think I got the wrong house. Peter said calmly. Oh really? Then could you tell me your girlfriend's name? Where she lives and what her number is? You better think clearly before you start lying here, boy. After learning that the man was cautious and Peter was in a difficult spot, he was ready to wing it and tell the most obvious lies of his life. My girlfriend's name is Liz, and she lives with her family in this area. Peter said calmly. Liz? Adrian said surprisedly after hearing the name. Peter immediately saw the opportunity to seize Adrian's gun as the man was startled by the name that he uttered just now. However, it wasn't a good move as now Peter's hand was occupied and Adrian was rushing to attack him. Recently, Peter had made many mistakes. He was repeatedly had his ass kicked by the demon and had his identity exposed, but now he was determined to do a good job. He dodged Adrian's punch with a flexible twist of his body and immediately tied Adrian down with his web. If he couldn't even apprehend a defenseless old man, he needed to reconsider his determination to become a superhero altogether. It was probably a sign that he wouldn't do well in this line of work. But as soon as Peter apprehended Adrian, the woman opened the door and shot a double-barreled shotgun to a wall and then aimed it towards Peter. Peter was startled and reflexively shot a number of web balls through the entire room, covering everything with sticky webs. The woman dropped the shotgun as she was stuck onto a wall. Peter sighed in relief as he was saved by his own reflexes. Hey, Mr. Vulture, I am sorry to interrupt your rest this late at night, but I promised someone to send you to the police station tonight, Peter said solemnly. Hearing the name Vulture, Adrian knew that he was out of luck. He didn't know how Spider-Man could get his home address, but it was typical of the superheroes to catch on to what he has been doing. He wondered for a moment and thought that it was probably Tony Stark who found out his arms dealing business and sent the Spider-Man to apprehend him. But as Adrian pondered on who leaked out his personal information, Peter froze as he noticed the familiar face in the photo on the wall. Chapter 528. In the family photo, Adrian Toombs was smiling beside his wife and his daughter. It wasn't something unusual, but it was the girl in the photo that caught Peter off guard as it was Liz. You are Liz's father? Peter asked in shock. He was still thinking of asking Liz for a date, but what should he do now? He had arrested her father and about to send him to the police. Meanwhile, her mother was stuck to the wall with anger and fear in her eyes. Asshole. Don't drag my family into this, they don't know anything. Peter looked at Adrian complicatedly as he didn't expect Liz's father to be a criminal. Fortunately for him, he was in his full suit, so no one knew he was Peter. But it was still a confusing turn of events that Peter immediately walked out and dialed Mr. JoJo's number. Mr. JoJo, it's me, Peter. I'm glad you called. Is your mission going well? Do I have to notify the police for you? Dio asked casually. He was currently in his car, a few hundred meters away from Liz's house. But he was still acting like he didn't know anything that happened inside the house. Yes, I have apprehended the Vulture, but I want to ask you what bad things had he done? Is it possible that it was just a big misunderstanding? Well, after the New York invasion, Adrian Toombs over there was employed to clear out the aftermath of the battle. At that time, he was still another man with no criminal record. But soon after, the government took over his job and left him with nothing. The furious and slightly desperate Adrian Toombs, due to losing his job, stole the alien wreckage and began to tinker with them to make a usable weapon that he began to sell to any criminal. He was dangerous as his weapons already caused a ton of damage that shouldn't have been done. Should I remind you of how dangerous an alien weapon would be in the hand of a criminal? Dio said with a frown on his face. Although Peter wouldn't be able to see the frown on Dio's face, he could tell that Mr. JoJo wasn't happy when he asked this kind of question just from his tone. Thus Peter fell silent as he knew how dangerous it was to circulate such a dangerous weapon to a small-time criminal. In fact, he just captured ATM thieves not long ago who had a strange weapon that destroyed the deli that he often visited. But thinking of Liz's smiling face, he hesitated to do something right. He knew that Liz's family would fall apart once he reported Liz's father to the police. What's wrong, Peter? Did you need any help? Mr. JoJo asked from the phone. He already knew that the Vulture was Liz's father. Although he already knew that Peter would eventually run towards the vulture naturally, he wanted things to progress faster. Mr. JoJo, you should already know that the vulture is Liz's father, but why did you give this mission to me? Why didn't you just call the police yourself? You know I have a relationship with his daughter. Liz is my friend. Peter said with a fury that he himself didn't know he had. Of course, I could just call the police to arrest him, but I think it will go terribly. He had many weapons on him that could easily cause many casualties, but that was only one of the reasons that I want you to do it. The other reason was that I am curious about the choice you would make. One side is the criminal you have to put behind bars, while the other side is the father of a girl you have a crush on. If you choose to let the man go, I would advise that you get out of the superhero scene quickly, as you would just hurt yourself in the future without saving anyone. Dio said coldly. But may I inform you that you have to make a choice quicker, as the vulture was about to flee. Dio said casually while smirking in his seat. He quickly hung up the phone as he knew that he had nothing to say to Peter anymore. Peter himself was surprised. He immediately ran towards the house once more and checked where he left the vulture before. But he was already gone. The web that was used to tie the vulture down earlier was scorched. Peter immediately searched all the rooms in the house to search for him, but he didn't find the vulture anywhere. Peter immediately returned to Vulture's wife, who was still stuck on the wall. But this time, Peter didn't see any anger in her eyes, just disappointment and sadness. Apparently, the vulture had whispered something for her before his escape that clearly disappointed his wife beyond measure. Maybe it was the realization that her husband was a criminal, but it could be something else altogether. At this moment, he hoped that Toombs would have run far away and never returned. She would definitely take her daughter to a better environment and start a new life there. She was ashamed of what her husband had done and afraid that once the news came out, the people around her and her daughter would judge and discriminate against them. Furthermore, she had money to start a new life as Adrian has made an account in her name and with a lot of money in it for her and Liz. Peter sympathized with her, but this wasn't the time to console her. Now he must find the vulture. Thus Peter immediately ran towards the window and began to swing on the street to find the vulture. He finally saw a car driving hurriedly. Peter didn't think into it too much and immediately chased the car, knowing that it wasn't normal behavior. Chapter 529. The vulture frowned as he drove his car recklessly in the middle of the road. Many cars either stopped or were forced to slide aside to prevent ramming Vulture's rampaging car. He didn't know why he was on the superhero's radar all of a sudden. After pondering about it for a second, he remembered the news about a group of idiots robbing an ATM, who was then arrested by Spider-Man. He was nervous because of that news and stopped all transactions for a while, knowing that the superheroes might catch a whiff of his illegal business. However, after seeing Spider-Man was busy fighting against some demons, he resumed his business again. After returning home to see his wife and daughter again, he found out that his daughter was attending some academic exchange program that took a week to finish. Although he was a little bit disappointed that he didn't get to meet with his daughter after a long time at work. He was proud of his daughter's academic achievement. He wasn't vigilant when he was at home as he was always careful not to leave any trace behind that would lead anyone back to his family. Now, he didn't even know whether his word to his wife earlier would do the trick to convince his wife to stay, but all that mattered now was to escape smoothly. He saw from his rearview mirror that the Spider-Man was still chasing after him. I hate this spider guy. Adrian grumbled to himself before he stepped on the gas, accelerating the car even faster. Adrian knew that he wouldn't be able to escape the Spider-Man using the car as he wouldn't be able to ignore the other vehicles on the road completely, while the Spider-Man freely chased him without any obstacle in the air. He hoped that his crew that he notified earlier would be able to come in time to distract the Spider-Man. He knew that the weapons that he developed would be able to kill Spider-Man. On the other hand, Peter was catching up to the car. He was no longer confused even if he learned that the vulture was Liz's father. He knew that all criminals should be incarcerated as they posed a threat to society if they were to be left alone. Although Peter didn't understand Mr. JoJo's purpose in giving him such a task, he knew that it didn't matter right now. Peter began to wonder that maybe the world was a cruel place and not so beautiful. And perhaps the society was a realistic place, not as innocent as he would think. But it didn't change his conviction. He would arrest all criminals that he came across without hesitation as it was the right thing to do. Spider-Man changed the mode of his web shooter to shooting mode to allow him to target the speeding car more easily. He then fired a high-speed web ball at the car, breaking the window of the car easily before sticking to everything inside. The vulture began to panic and swerved the car towards the pedestrian area. He continued to speed up even with the risk of hitting the pedestrian as he didn't want to get caught. Seeing that the pedestrians were in danger, Peter swung faster and shot a series of webs that dragged the pedestrian in line with the speeding car to safety. The Vulture still panicked as he knew that the pedestrian didn't hinder Spider-Man that much. But now that he saw that Spider-Man was doing all he could to save the pedestrian, the Vulture realized that he could them to his advantage. He thought that if he held several hostages, the righteous Spider-Man would prioritize saving them instead of chasing him. That way, he would have time to wait for reinforcement, and he would be able to escape smoothly. It certainly wasn't something that the Vulture was proud of, as he was a cautious person, but right now, it would suffice. Peter was annoyed at the Vulture as the act of endangering the pedestrian didn't sit well with Peter's conscience. He couldn't stop the car as saving the pedestrian came first. Furthermore, Peter was furious when he noticed that the car slowed down. And the Vulture directed the car towards the busy pedestrian street, clearly aiming at hitting the pedestrian now. Peter was furious as it was the same scene from his favorite game, GTA 5. Clearly, the Vulture wanted to involve civilians in order to secure his escape, but Peter wouldn't let him do that. He knew that the real world was much different than the games he played. The pedestrian wasn't some AI that couldn't think for themselves. Peter warned the pedestrian to get out of the way. It worked as the pedestrian began to notice the speeding car and hid in a nearby store. As a result, the Vulture couldn't use them to his advantage to shake Spider-Man off. Peter was relieved for a little while and immediately used that opportunity to shoot 4 web balls to stick the Vulture's car to the ground. As the car slowed down, the Vulture kept stepping on the gas pedal to accelerate the car, but Peter had enough. He immediately rushed to the back of the car and lifted it from the ground. The Vulture was shocked as he never expected a wonky figure like the Spider-Man to be that strong while still stepping on the gas pedal in panic. Peter struggled to keep the car's back tires off the ground, but it was hard as the Vulture kept hitting the gas. They were in a deadlock as the Vulture couldn't escape, but the Spider-Man wasn't in any position to capture him either. But it wasn't until the crowds who hid from the speeding car earlier began to walk out of the store and started walking towards the car, clearly intending to apprehend the Vulture that endangered their life earlier. Peter smiled as he noticed that there was still a chance for humanity, while the Vulture grimaced as he noticed the crowds were coming his way. But suddenly, an energy cannon blasted Peter from the side. Peter, who was thrown to the side, was forced to release his grip on Vulture's car. Peter hit the wall quite hard, causing crack here and there, but he was still conscious at the very least. Peter immediately tried to shoot some web to the car, but it was too late. Vulture's car began to swerve uncontrollably and finally drive into a nearby convenience store, destroying the front of the store from the collision. Chapter 530. Are you alright, boss? A guy carrying an alien gun stepped down from a van and immediately checked the Vulture's condition. It was fortunate that the Vulture managed to step on the brake before he fully hit the convenience store. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this world anymore. But even so, he hit his head pretty hard. Concussion was imminent, and he needed medical treatment as soon as possible. But since he was a fugitive now, he wasn't sure he could go to the hospital safely. I am fine. Did you bring what I asked? Yes, it is in the car. The man said coolly. Great, now we kill that spider guy. The Vulture said coldly as he looked over to the Spider-Man, who was still lying on the ground. The Vulture then walked towards the van as he knew that the situation was already out of hand and the police would arrive anytime soon. His underlings also knew that the police would come soon. But now that their boss already said that he wanted to finish off the Spider-Man, they couldn't escape on their own. Some of them frowned as they knew that dealing with the Spider-Man wasn't the best course of action here when they should have escaped. The look of regret was evident on their face as they thought of ignoring the Vulture's order. On the other hand, Peter had no other doubts on his head that Adrian was really an illegal weapon trafficker after seeing his underlings' equipment. It was the same weapon that the ATM robbers used in the past. So, without holding himself back anymore, he rushed towards the Vulture's men and disarmed them immediately. The two sides began fighting, destroying the public property as the Vulture's men used their weapons. Even so, Spider-Man had the upper hand as it was hard to hit him with his agility. But those advantages were evened out as Spider-Man still had to save the bystander from the line of fire. Not far away from that place, Dio was sitting in his car while sighing profusely at the way Peter dealt with this. It all happened because of Peter's own indecisiveness. Peter obviously had many opportunities to kill one or two of the Vulture's men. But he chose not to, and that decision led to more enemies shooting at him. It also meant that Peter's effort of jumping up and down of the building was wasted as it didn't reduce the enemy's firepower or anything. If Peter chose to kill his enemies or incapacitate them to the point where they couldn't move, he would be able to end this battle sooner. But Peter was foolish. From the looks of it, he just couldn't grasp the situation at hand. And clearly, he was showing mercy to a wrong enemy. It was not hard to guess why Tony added the instant kill mode, as Tony actually wanted Peter to realize that it wasn't a good idea to show mercy to his enemy unnecessarily. And now, he had to deal with a fully equipped vulture, his equipment on. The vulture's flying equipment wasn't great by design. But it actually had good weapons and great flying capabilities. Compared to Spider-Man's web slinger, the vulture would be able to outmaneuver him in the air. At the same time, many police cars arrived. The police immediately raised their guns at the vulture's crew. But they hesitated to shoot as they didn't know the full situation just yet. They knew that Spider-Man was trying to help, and thus they didn't want to accidentally shot him. "Shoot them," one of the police with a higher rank said. "But, sir, the Spider-Man is still there." "Shoot them, Spider-Man didn't get any special privileges here." The police roared annoyedly. The Ghost Rider has brought many negative impacts for the police. One of them was the critics that the police couldn't address whatsoever. And thus the police were eager to capture all these criminals to prove that they can enforce the law to the best of their capabilities. The police started shooting. The vulture and his men immediately took cover behind a wall and a car before they also returned fire. As the vulture's men had more advanced weapons than the police, they easily destroyed the police cars that the policemen were using to take cover, easily killing the policemen in that vicinity. Peter avoided the shootout as his spider sense began blaring profusely. But he didn't like what was happening at all. At the same time, he noticed that the vulture instructed his men to get out. The vulture's men clearly took the order gladly and began to rush towards the van to escape. Peter immediately tried his best to stop them from escaping. He shot several web grenades towards the van. But it was all blocked by the vulture. The vulture clearly wasn't happy with what Peter was trying to do and thus prepared to attack him, but he changed his mind as the police kept shooting at him, and he could hear a helicopter approaching. The vulture turned around and tried to fly away. But Peter wouldn't end it like this. He immediately shot a web towards the vulture's wing and glided to it as he didn't want to let the vulture escape. The annoyed vulture tried to shake the Spider-Man off of him by slamming Peter to the nearby building, and it seemed to work as Spider-Man lost control of his grip and was thrown to a nearby tree. At the same time, the van tried to get away. And the police car was hot on its tail. The criminals inside tried to shake off the police by shooting their powerful weapons at the police. It seemed to be working as their firepower easily destroyed the police car, but suddenly the van swerved to the side and hit the tree. The police were confused by what happened. So they carefully went to check the van. They opened the van back door and further confused by the state inside of the van. All the criminals inside were dead by the cut on their neck. It was a clean cut without any struggles at all. The police were confused by what happened in the van as it was impossible to happen just because of the collision against the tree. It was obviously someone else's doing. But there was no one else in the van, and the police were sure that no one got in or out of the van before they did. As the police were trying to solve the mystery, Dio drove past them with a smirk on his face. Chapter 531. Peter was still chasing after the vulture outside the city, and once he caught up with the vulture, Peter dragged the vulture to the ground. The vulture really despised Spider-Man as he already ruined his normal life by exposing his crime to his family. But even though he desperately wanted to kill Spider-Man, the situation was only getting worse for him. He broke free from Spider-Man's webbing and wanted to fly once more, but the Spider-Man was too stubborn to let that happen. "You're really pushing my limit here," the vulture said coldly as he cut the webbing once more, and instead of escaping, he rushed towards the Spider-Man. His attack was full of killing intent as Spider-Man was already infuriating enough for the day. Peter was prepared to attack, but the thought of attacking Liz's father brought hesitation to his movement. That hesitation proved to be his downfall as the vulture easily pinned him down with the claw on his leg. "Let's not play hero again in your next life, boy," the vulture said coldly as he aimed the muzzle on his head towards Peter's head, clearly intending to finish this scuffle once and for all. But despite knowing that his life was on the line, Peter didn't show any fear. Instead, he looked confident and determined. "You can't run from the law, vulture. Surrender yourself. If Liz knew that her father is a bad person, she wouldn't be in your life again." The vulture seemed to be contemplating Peter's word and then became enraged suddenly. "If it weren't for you, she would never know. You better put off your suit, you clearly didn't have any idea how cruel the world can be," the vulture said coldly to Spider-Man. But now, the vulture was curious about Spider-Man's identity as it was not the first time he mentioned his daughter's name. He began to wonder about Liz's friend. But no one fit the boy's appearance in front of him. Thus he knew that Spider-Man must be one of Liz's classmates from school. He was impressed as no one would be able to deduce that Spider-Man was just a high school teenager. But knowing that his opponent was still a high school kid didn't stop the Vulture from ending Spider-Man's life. He knew that it was better to kill the Spider-Man now before he could pose a further threat to Vulture later on. But when the Vulture was ready to kill the Spider-Man, a strong gush of wind suddenly shook his balance. The Spider-Man immediately took the opportunity to get the Vulture off him and webbed him again to capture the Vulture once more. But he was not done yet. Peter also jumped on top of the Vulture and restrained him, preventing him from escaping as he knew that the webbings wouldn't stop the Vulture. The Vulture grew desperate, his wings escaped the webbings. But it was clear that he couldn't move as the Spider-Man was holding him tightly. The Vulture thrashed around and slammed Peter, who was on his back toward the trees, but Peter was determined not to let go no matter what. "Let me go, kid," the Vulture said coldly. "Never," Peter said powerfully. The Vulture then flew higher to the sky and turned off his thruster, letting himself fall back first, where Peter was sticking on him. To this day, he has always relied only on himself, without turning to others, and even if he had to die, he would drag this Spider-Boy down with him. Furthermore, he had so many protections. Thus, he knew that falling from such height wouldn't be lethal to him. The two scuffled in the air as Peter struggled to gain the upper hand. But the moment they was about to hit the ground, Peter was at the bottom, meaning that he would hit the ground first. Peter lost his consciousness as they hit the ground. The Vulture himself wasn't left unscathed either. Although his landing was buffered by Peter's body, he was also out of breath from the impact. In particular, he felt his head was bleeding. And his vision was blurry, proof that he was, at the very least, got a mild concussion. Dio, who witnessed everything from the side, sighed disappointedly while holding a brick. He helped Peter by throwing the Vulture off balance earlier, but Peter still lost. He knew that Vulture would definitely win as Peter's suit wasn't street smart, but he didn't expect Peter to lose this badly. Tony surely has put many countermeasures to Peter's suit, but clearly, Peter was too naive to use any of them effectively. It seemed that Dio's plan to eliminate Peter's naivety wasn't working at all. Dio knew that even if Thanos didn't appear in the future, Peter would have trouble due to his kindness in the future. Dio started walking towards Peter as he saw that the Vulture also stopped moving from afar. He knew that the Vulture wasn't in a condition to move after that fall. But it was a feint. The Vulture immediately shot Dio with Chidori gun that he had as he knew that someone else who threw him off balance earlier was nearby. Dio wasn't startled by this and threw the brick in his hand directly to Adrian's face, knocking him out completely. "You shot me, I throw you a brick, we are even now," Dio said as he dusted his clothes smugly and picked the unconscious Vulture, and walked away. About half an hour later, the unconscious Vulture was thrown to the NYPD's door with a note stating, "I win," hanging on the Vulture's neck. The police were confused by the note, but there was nothing they could do as Adrian was indeed their fugitive. Chapter 532. The academic exchange program came to an end. Midtown School of Science students left the hotel with a sense of accomplishment, with one exception. Apparently, Peter Parker fell from a platform and had to be taken to the hospital. Although Peter's classmates searched the hotel for the said platform, they couldn't find any. In addition to that, Liz, who was supposed to be the happiest girl to get her birthday celebrated in such a glamorous atmosphere, hadn't been herself after receiving a phone call. She left the hotel early after talking to the conference leader and hadn't been seen since. It wasn't until school started and they were prepared to train for the upcoming decathlon that they learned Liz had transferred school. No one knew why, except for Peter, who had mixed feelings about everything that happened. He knows that Liz transferred school more or less because of him. Peter wanted to see Liz and check on her, but after leaving the hospital, Liz's house was already empty. Peter didn't know what Liz felt. But he imagined that she had to be hurt and disappointed after learning that her father was a criminal. After all, Liz looked up to his father so much. He knew that Liz wouldn't be able to stand the thought that she might be bullied by the other students in school once the news came out. A fresh start in a new environment had to be the best way to deal with the situation because no one would question her past too much there. Because of this, Peter was heartbroken before he could even start a relationship. But he would never regret what he did. He knew that he couldn't let someone like Adrian Toombs roam free as he would only hurt so many more people. Back to the glamorous nightlife of New York, Dio took Wanda on a date. Of course. He knew that their face was well known to the world, so they used some sort of disguise to conceal themselves from the public eyes. Dio could do it with his stand power while Wanda was using an artificial human skin that Wakanda developed. They went to the movies to watch Sea Fortress, an intense gore romance movie with a twist of science fiction. But Dio couldn't understand the plot and felt confused throughout the movie, but he didn't complain to Wanda as she seemed to be enjoying it. But then again, Dio kept seducing Wanda through his boredom, and it seemed to please Wanda more. If you can't stop a disaster, will the Earth be destroyed? Wanda asked Dio a question as walked to the car. Let's not talk about the impending disaster. Even if the day comes that I realize my end is near, I would never put my last word on an iron box and lock it with my fingerprint. Dio rolled his eyes. If you put it that way, it does not make any sense. No wonder I felt some parts of the movie felt weird, Wanda said as she giggled at her own thought. At the same time, Dio noticed several men wearing a weird dress around him. But he didn't really care. After all, he already experienced so many weird things in the universe that he was ready for anything. But Wanda realized that Dio was looking around like he realized something and frowned. What's wrong? Did you see anything out of the ordinary? No, it's nothing. Let's go. There is a famous dessert shop nearby. Let me treat you to some sweets. But as soon as he said those words, a few men flew on the street in front of them, drawing too much attention. Their clothes were weird for anyone in New York. But Dio'd recognize it anywhere. It was the monk dress code in Camartage. This was the plot for Doctor Strange. Dio didn't expect the plot to progress this far already, but he knew that it would happen eventually. He even saw the infamous Dr. Strange in the area not long after. Although Dio didn't say anything, the look on his face told everything. The weirdly dressed people noticed Dio's stare, but they didn't say anything either and immediately entered the building not too far from their location. Did you know those people? Wanda asked curiously as she could feel that those people weren't normal. No, not necessarily. I have seen them a couple of times. He is an arrogant person who doesn't get along with anyone, but I hope he has changed his ways since the last time I met him. Dio said with a shrug as he didn't really care that much about Steven's well-being. But it was a lie to say that he didn't get excited about what plot to come. Although he didn't expect to meet with Doctor Strange here. He still has a bad impression of him from the first time they met. He knew that Steven had lost his arm in an accident that took all of his confidence away, and he was desperate to get his arms back with any means. That man seems to be injured, should we help him? Wanda said, snapping Dio from his thought. Dio realized that it was the moment that Dr. Strange was seeking out help. It ended up to be refreshing character development in the movie, so Dio didn't really care. It's fine, let's leave them alone, he would be fine on his own, Dio said indifferently. Wanda just shrugged as she trusted Dio's judgment. The two walked past the building that Dr. Strange entered and resumed their date. Although he didn't show it, Dio was actually curious about what would happen. He knew that he already altered some of the stories that led to Kristen no longer working at the hospital that Dr. Strange used to work. Chapter 533. The mirror world was destroyed. Caecilius and his men broke into the New York sanctuary after destroying the London sanctuary. This is my place, Caecilius. Did you really want to fight me? Well, you will be the sacrifice to summon Dormammu. Caecilius said indifferently while his eyes glowed purple due to the dark dimension's energy. Lucian was immediately ganged up by Caecilius' men. Due to the teleportation point in Kathmandu was attacked and the one in London destroyed, there was no support coming for Lucian. He had to fend off Caecilius by himself for a while. Even if he was a strong sorcerer, Lucian couldn't hold Caecilius' men by himself. In addition, Caecilius' men were also connected to the dark dimension. He was quickly overwhelmed, and his leg was chopped by one of Caecilius' men before he was stabbed in the heart by Caecilius. Stop! Stephen shouted as he rushed inside the sanctuary. But he was too late. The sanctuary's defender was already dead. Who are you again? I have never seen you at Camartage. Stephen Strange, Dr. Stephen Strange. I came to Camartage only recently. Doctor? Caecilius said confusedly. Yes, I am a doctor that saves people's life. Stephen said solemnly. Well, I don't care what you are, come at me. Caecilius said indifferently. Caecilius' men immediately rushed toward Stephen, attacking him relentlessly. Stephen had no choice but to defend himself and fight. He just learned spells recently. And although he was inexperienced, he could at least do something to defend himself. But Stephen knew that he wouldn't be able to defend for long as he wasn't even as skilled as Lucian, who was killed earlier. So he immediately ran around, hoping to find something that could help him. Stephen was perplexed as he only came to Camartage to heal his hands, but now he was involved with something that he wasn't sure he could handle. At the same time, Dio and Wanda were enjoying their date in the dessert shop next to the New York sanctuary. This dessert shop was very famous in New York, and it lived up to its reputation as the ice cream was very tasty. But suddenly, their surrounding changed, and everything around them slowly disappeared. Wanda subconsciously gathered her power to fight back, but Dio immediately calmed her down as he saw that the bald woman stood in front of him. "Pleasure to meet you, the Ancient One," Dio said respectfully. Although he might be more powerful than the Ancient One right now as he had Wanda by his side. It wasn't worth the trouble to make her an enemy as the Ancient One was needed to fight the other dimension from attacking the Earth. "You really are peculiar. You didn't seem surprised by what happened, it seems like you already knew that I would come to you." Wanda, who didn't know anything, stood back and let Dio handle it himself. She knew that Dio wouldn't do anything to betray her trust, so she didn't need to bother Dio about what happened here. "I don't know you will come to me, but I know that you regarded Stephen Strange as the next Sorcerer Supreme, so, what future did you see?" Dio asked curiously. Dio knew that it wasn't wise to lie or deceive the Ancient One, so he chose to be an ignorant guy and ask away anything that came to mind. "I saw something in the process of exploring the truth, but you should know that the future isn't something static. It is an ever-changing possibility. The future would be different no matter how hard I try to decipher its secret," the Ancient One said solemnly. "Did you mean a parallel world?" Dio said eagerly. "In theory, yes. This is why it wasn't wise to play with time, which could cause irreparable consequences." Dio knew what she was implying and didn't say anything because he couldn't really explain his power and the fact that it wouldn't affect the world terribly as his power just stopped the flow of time. Not rewind it to the past. The power that the world had wouldn't affect the world as it was intended for itself. Killer Queen also had a time manipulation ability if it were to be evolved further. It had the power similar to what Stephen used when he came to bargain with Dormammu later. It wouldn't affect the real world as time would resume like normal once the power activated. "Where are we?" Wanda suddenly asked as she was curious about where they were. She didn't know how the woman in front of her could drag Dio and her to such a place, so she was curious about what the woman had done to them. "This is Mirror Dimension, this place has always existed but wouldn't be found in any usual manner, everything that happened here wouldn't affect the real world, making it the perfect place to train or monitor someone safely and discreetly." The Ancient One answered with a smile on her face. As soon as she finished answering, they returned to the dessert shop earlier. But now, no one was around. Wanda knew that it was the exact same place that she visited with Dio earlier, but where are the people? Chapter 534. After hearing the Ancient One's explanation, Wanda grimaced. Her power was in a realm that a mortal couldn't touch. Dio, however, wasn't of the same opinion. He just perceived the Ancient One's power as a space manipulation. Moreover, the mirror dimension that the Ancient One controlled was far more amazing than the other mages. They could enter the mirror dimension themselves, but their control over it wouldn't be as good as the Ancient One. In other words, if the Ancient One was up against 100 mages inside the same mirror dimension, they would be suppressed by the Ancient One's dominance inside the mirror dimension. This was one of the perks of being the Sorcerer Supreme. In ancient times, the Ancient One could have an audience with Odin and many more interdimensional beings. That was another perk as the defender of Earth from the multidimensional being. Very practical ability, Dio nodded casually. Well, I can teach you if you want, the Ancient One said casually, surprising Dio a little bit. I don't think you would do it for free, there must be something I have to pay to learn such an ability, maybe you can tell me what you want, and then we could go on from there. Dio said indifferently. Dio realized that the Ancient One has known about his existence for a long time. In fact, when the Ancient One said that the mirror dimension could be used to observe anyone, she looked at Dio knowingly, which meant that she had used the mirror dimension to spy on him before. But now that the Ancient One herself came to him instead of observing meant that she had something in mind. The Ancient One then looked at Dio with a complicated look on her face. Dio knew that the Ancient One's end was near as Stephen was already walking in New York again, probably preventing the destruction of the sanctuary. I hope that you can forget the bad memories that you got from Stephen Strange in the past and try to get along with him in the future, after all, he will become the next Sorcerer Supreme in due time. The Ancient One said with a gentle smile on her face. That's it? Dio said surprisedly. Yes, did you expect something else? The Ancient One said with a smile on her face. Dio frowned as the condition was too simple. He couldn't help but wonder if there was more to it behind this condition. Dio knew that he had to be careful while dealing with a wise person like the Ancient One. He had to perceive the Ancient One's intention to the utmost limit. Otherwise, he would be easily fooled by her. But no matter what he thought, Dio couldn't find any malicious intent in the Ancient One's request. In fact, it would also help him in the future. Yes, but are you certain that I would be able to learn the mirror dimension? Dio asked again, confirming the deal. He knew that he would be able to do anything if he could learn to enter the mirror dimension. The most important thing was that he could minimize the impact of his power on the real world. But if he couldn't master this difficult technique in a short amount of time, it wouldn't be worth it. Fortunately, your mental fortitude is suitable to learn the spell of the Sorcerer Supreme, but unfortunately, your ability now is what suits you the best. You would have a long way to go if you want to master sorcery. But if it's only the mirror dimension, it shouldn't take that much time. The Ancient One answered honestly. Dio nodded as he understood what the Ancient One was saying. It was true that the Hammond energy wouldn't work well with the sorcery of Kamartaj, but if it were just the mirror dimension, it wouldn't hinder the Hammond energy much. I see, thank you. Dio said respectfully for the Ancient One's honesty. Then our deal starts now. After a while, you will get what you want, and after that, I will prepare a gift for you. The Ancient One said with a warm smile on her face. After the Ancient One finished speaking, the mirror dimension shattered. And both Wanda and Dio returned to their seat on the dessert shop like they've never left in the first place. Obviously, the Ancient One was nowhere to be seen. Dio was a little bit surprised by the gift that the Ancient One would give him, as the Ancient One's request was too meager. Who is the Ancient Master just now? I tried to see what is on her mind, but it was too vast. It was like exploring the ocean or climbing a snowy mountain. It was too much for me. You won't be able to do it, so please don't do it again in the future. She is a wise woman that has lived a long time, but she is definitely one of the good guys. I do understand that there are still so many secrets on this earth that I didn't know about, Wanda said solemnly. Yeah, the more you know, the more insignificant you would feel, Dio said with a smile on his face. But as he looked over to the window, he saw a weird man wrapped in a red cloak, trying to break free from the cloak. It's him again. Dio said as he looked at Stephen Strange from the window. He saw that Stephen's left chest was injured. Dio was convinced that Stephen was being chased by the villain. He wanted to ignore Stephen. But he remembered the deal he just made with the Ancient One and realized that he had to help him. Dio's expression turned sour as he was really reluctant to help that arrogant bastard. Chapter 535. Dio frowned as he remembered what the Ancient One said earlier. He had to forget the bad impression that he got from Stephen Strange in the past and help him in the future. He immediately realized that the Ancient One has already seen this scene with her future reading. Dio couldn't help but think that he was being set up. He looked over towards Stephen once more and sighed as Stephen wasn't able to draw his portal for quite a long time now. Was this the next Sorcerer Supreme? There must be more charming people qualified for that position other than Stephen, right? I will go over there for a moment. Stay put for now, sweetheart, Dio said charmingly to Wanda. Now that he had promised the Ancient One that he would help Stephen Strange, he couldn't go back on his word. But he was a little bit confused on why the Ancient One didn't help her disciple on her own. She should have already known that it would be much easier if she helped her disciple on her own, wouldn't she? She must have her own reason. But even so, Dio couldn't help but wonder what plan the Ancient One had in store for him in the future. The magical red cloak that Stephen wore now surely had its own consciousness, as it kept looking after Stephen and helped him on several occasions, but in the end, it was just a cloak. When the enemy came close, and the cloak knew that Stephen wasn't able to do much for now, it immediately strangled the enemy to buy enough time for Stephen to escape. Thankfully, Stephen was finally able to open the portal and hobble to walk through the portal. Unfortunately for him, Kisila's men escaped the cloak's clutch and slammed Stephen to the ground, effectively rendering him unconscious and therefore closing the portal that Stephen created with so much effort. At this rate, Stephen would surely be killed in a matter of minutes. But clearly, Stephen still had more fights than what he shows. He used his spiritual body to drag out the enemy from his body to fight it out on the spiritual realm. The two spiritual bodies desperately duke it out to get the upper hands. Fortunately, no one could see what was happening, as no one could see anything that happened in the spiritual realm except for Dio. Suddenly, a purple vine appeared and grabbed Stephen to the side. While Kisila's men were caught on fire and burned to nothingness. It was the flames created by Magician's Red. It could burn anything to a cinder, including anything in the spiritual sense too. As the soul burned to nothingness, the body instantly died too. But as the body died, a mark appeared on Kisila's men's head. Although there was only a handful of ways to damage the spiritual body, it was a simple task for Dio, as all of his stands were byproducts of spiritual energy. It had the same nature as the spiritual body that Stephen was currently in. You! Stephen surprisedly exclaimed as he knew the man that was currently seizing him with the purple vines. He struggled earlier to get out of the vine's clutch, but once he realized who it was, he stopped struggling. He also saw the bird-headed human that burned his opponent earlier stood beside the familiar figure. He was terrified of what the bird-headed human could do, but it was clear that the familiar figure was the controller of such a creature. But how could he attack a spiritual body? And why was none of them fazed by the sight of the bird-headed human? Couldn't they see such a creature? But as Stephen was still shocked by the experience he was currently in, Dio summoned Magician's red and hermit purple back, releasing Stephen's spiritual body. Wait for a while and then return to your body, Dio said impatiently. Although he promised the Ancient One to help Stephen, he was still annoyed to see Stephen's face. Stephen obviously had so much to ask, but he knew that the current situation wasn't the best for chit-chat. So he immediately returned to his body before Dio came to his side and checked his condition. Stephen, who was conscious in his own body, now felt displeased as the familiar man only looked at his wound without doing anything. But he knew that he couldn't be rude as the man has helped him escape the immediate danger. I have to go to the hospital as soon as possible. What are you doing? What hospital would help you if you end up dead on their doorstep? Dio said coldly. Stephen clicked his tongue as he realized he barely has the strength to draw the portal, let alone resist this man. But there was another variable that Stephen forgot to consider. It was the magic cloak that helped him earlier. The magic cloak rushed towards Dio aggressively as it was trying to save its host once more. Behave. Dio said coldly, and the magic cloak suddenly stopped moving as it noticed Dio's powerful killing intent. It also saw the world stood beside Dio, ready to tear it apart at any given moment. The magical cloak pitifully laid still on the ground. Both collars on it were folded as if making a sad expression, which was weird for an item to do. But Dio didn't care at all as it wasn't something that he could use, so he didn't take any interest in it. Dio took out the snail from his pocket and placed it directly on Stephen's injury. The snail immediately enveloped in a golden light, healing Stephen's injuries and rejuvenating his body to perfect condition. Stephen's pale complexion immediately turned rosy, meaning that even his blood was regenerated to a healthy level. Stephen realized that the man in front of him was helping him, not letting him die on the sidewalk as he thought earlier. The blood is accumulated on the pericardium, and it must be drawn out. Stephen said out of habit and immediately regretted it once he saw the familiar man's response to his word. Dio immediately cut Stephen's chest and cut his pericardium. Due to the difference between the internal and the external pressure of a human's body, the blood accumulating inside the pericardium spurted out like a fountain. Chapter 536. Even if Dio was a real doctor, there was no way he wouldn't be sentenced to malpractice right now for doing something like this. His action wouldn't be considered as saving people, but killing people. Stephen obviously couldn't speak due to the pain and the blood accumulating on his stomach, but the next thing he felt was extreme comfort as the warm light returned once again, healing his body. The Ancient One's judgment was correct. Dio's power had so much potential that the Sorcerer Supreme couldn't do. He could easily save Stephen's life with the life energy that he had. But Stephen was extremely excited for Dio's healing ability as he could gradually feel his hands again. If he hadn't followed the Ancient One's teaching, he would be wallowing his own inability to use his hands while constantly frustrated about the treatment that he desperately needed. But now, it wasn't an illusion. What did you do? Please, tell me what did you do? Stephen said with an excited expression. He spent all his fortune to find anything that could heal back his arm and even gave it all up to study in Camartage. But this man turned out to be his savior all along. He never wanted to be a wizard, all he ever wanted was to return to being Dr. Strange. He already tried all treatments, and it all failed. Even now that he had the magic power, he still couldn't fix his hand. This is the energy of life. Dio said calmly. Can it cure my hand? Stephen asked curiously. In theory, it can cure everything, Dio said indifferently. Stephen trembled in excitement as he knew that he could fix his crippled hands now. He finally found the answer that he has searched for all these years. Please, I need you to fix my hand. I will do anything if you do. I don't have any interest in doing that. But you should be glad that you have a good teacher, otherwise, I wouldn't waste my precious time on you. Stephen was surprised to hear what Dio said, a teacher. The only one that Stephen considered to be his teacher was the Ancient One. You mean the Ancient One? Stephen asked confusedly. Well, it is time for me to go, and you should take care of yourself. Dio said as he started to walk away from Stephen. Stephen tried to talk again and asked for Dio to wait, but it was for naught as Dio suddenly disappeared before Stephen could finish his sentence. Stephen was disappointed. He thought he found his hope once again, but it disappeared yet again. His mind was getting tortured by this constant misplaced hope. But now he knew for certain that the Ancient One knew that guy. He was determined to find out about that guy as soon as possible. Stephen ignored everyone who looked at him weirdly and immediately returned to the New York sanctuary. At the same time, Dio didn't actually disappear. He just shrank down to ant size and got back to Wanda. Cloak of Levitation, choose you. Carl Mordo surprisedly said as Stephen returned with the cloak hovering on his shoulder. But Stephen didn't have any word for it as he just saw the cloak as a nuisance, like a child that constantly wanted attention. That's great. It's not an easy artifact to control. What is life energy? Stephen asked curiously. He should be asking Caecilius whereabouts but changed his mind after meeting Dio. A very precious thing in all realms, it was the essence of life itself. The Ancient One answered with a smile on her face. Can it cure my hand? Stephen asked hopefully. Of course, the Ancient One nodded honestly. Where could I find this life energy, and how could I use it? Stephen asked excitedly. That is a question that I yet have the answer, the Ancient One said honestly. But you know who has this energy, right? Stephen asked impatiently. You already experienced it for yourself, why did you ask me again? The Ancient One said confusedly. Why? You knew of the energy that could fix my hand, but you didn't tell me on purpose. Why didn't you tell me anything about it? Now you know about it, but does it cure your hands? The Ancient One answered calmly. The Ancient One's answer immediately calmed Stephen down as he started to think about the man he met earlier. Could you at least tell me who this person is? I have to fix my hands no matter what. When things have calmed down, I will take you to meet him. But now we have another pressing matter. London's sanctuary has fallen, and now, only New York and Hong Kong's sanctuary is left to defend against the Dimension invasion. You will be staying here and protect this New York sanctuary, Master Strange. The Ancient One said solemnly. I am not Master Strange. I am Dr. Strange. I am here just to heal my hands, not fighting against some master sorcerer. I have sworn that I would never harm anyone, let alone kill. That is my sworn duty as a doctor, to heal. Not to kill. Stephen said frustratedly. You are here to save yourself, and now, I have given you a better purpose in life, the Ancient One said solemnly. You see through me, as always, Stephen said with a frown on his face. I have seen many things, and some of it would never change. Your expanded ego would cause a delusion for you in the future, as you have already seen this kind of life. It would be the end of you, the Ancient One said solemnly. The Ancient One has seen many possible futures for Stephen. He would become the strongest sorcerer supreme or died miserably if he chose another life. It was because there was no other way for Stephen to live, as he wouldn't be able to heal his hands without becoming the next sorcerer supreme. That was also why the Ancient One never told Stephen about Dio. As he would leave behind the sorcery study and chase after Dio to heal his hands. Without the obsession to heal his hands, Stephen would never be able to study sorcery as enthusiastic as he currently was. You have your own share of secrets, don't you? I looked into the Book of Cagliostro, and there is one missing part there. When I looked closely, you are drawing energy from the dark dimension, aren't you? Chapter 537. You know only a fragment of the truth. The Ancient One said before leaving with a disappointed look on her face. Soon after the Ancient One left, Caecilius struck the New York sanctuary once more, forcing Stephen to defend it yet again. He forcefully moved everyone inside the New York sanctuary inside the mirror dimension, meaning that none of them could cause any damage to the real world from there. Give up now. You can't damage the real world from here. Well, we meet again. But this time, you successfully annoy me. Caecilius sneered and stretched his arm, forcefully taking over the mirror dimension from Stephen's grasp. Anyone who has more control would become the master of the mirror dimension, and right now, Caecilius was the better sorcerer. Furthermore, Caecilius and his man drew energy from the dark dimension, making them more powerful than Mordo and Stephen combined. Stephen and Mordo immediately escaped from the sanctuary to buy time and got out of the mirror dimension, as they knew that they didn't have any chance to win in here. They would kill us if they could catch up. We don't have any chance to win in a battle here because their energy source comes from the dark dimension, Mordo said as he ran away with Stephen by his side. Of course, Stephen already knew all this and was racking up his brain to find any solution to save them both and the sanctuary. However, all the solutions he could think of weren't good enough for their situation. Although they could try to escape the mirror dimension using the ring to create the portal, Caecilius wouldn't give them the opportunity to do so. The only plausible way right now was to distract Caecilius long enough for the reinforcement to come. He hoped that the Ancient One realized that they were in danger and came back from wherever she had gone earlier. Stephen began to run in circles, hoping to find a gap to create the portal. Unfortunately, Caecilius was always in his tail, disrupting him from finishing the portal and therefore ensuring Stephen remained trapped inside the mirror dimension with him. Caecilius also distorted the space inside the mirror dimension to catch up to Stephen faster. He kept churning the direction inside the mirror dimension in order to trap Stephen and catch up. Still, Stephen proved himself to be capable and kept avoiding Caecilius' trap. Stephen and Mordo wouldn't give up. They kept trying to create the portal to escape, but Caecilius constantly destroyed their footing to disturb the portal from manifesting. The situation Stephen currently in was much like the scene in the movie called Inception. Caecilius began to get annoyed as Stephen kept running off from his grasp and thus stayed still in one spot and began to churn the space towards him, leaving Stephen and Mordo with no way to escape. In the end result, Stephen and Mordo were trapped in a finite space with Caecilius and his men while everything else disappeared. Both of them were like a rat trapped in a corner, but they didn't have any means to fight either. Caecilius rushed towards Stephen and took off Stephen's ring, which was his means to create the teleportation portal, thus sealing Stephen's way to escape. Stephen knew that he was out of time and option and braced himself to fight the unwinnable battle. But when Caecilius was ready to slash Stephen's throat with his energy blade, space was distorted once more, saving Stephen from Caecilius' blade. Due to the distorted space, Caecilius' men were trapped inside a wall, leaving Caecilius the only one capable of fighting. It was clear that Caecilius was no longer in control over the mirror dimension as the Ancient One appeared from a huge blooming flower in the middle of the arena she created. But when Stephen and Mordo just sighed in relief that the Ancient One finally came on time to their rescue, they saw something that proved Stephen's earlier accusation. They saw a red mark on the Ancient One's forehead, the same mark that could be seen on Caecilius' head. That was the sign that she was also drawing her energy from the dark dimension. It is true, Mordo said as he felt betrayed by the sight before his eyes right now. Mordo trusted the Ancient One the most. No one was more loyal to the Ancient One than Mordo in Kamar Taj, but now Mordo was betrayed by his master. From the beginning, the Ancient One has taught him that drawing the energy from another dimension was a terrible thing to do and banned everyone from even considering it. But now he saw that the Ancient One was just trying to monopolize the dark dimension energy for her own benefit. His trust in the Ancient One immediately shattered. On the other hand, Stephen and Caecilius didn't seem surprised as they already speculated that the Ancient One had done something like this. The Ancient One looked around. Although Stephen and Caecilius' knowing look was a little uncomfortable for her. The look of utter disappointment on Mordo's face hurt her the most. At the same moment, she felt the lonely struggle that she felt all this time to the utmost as she knew how it felt to be utterly disappointed in someone. But as quick as the feeling came, she abandoned her emotion once more, as she knew that dealing with Caecilius was the most important thing right now. "You liar, I will kill you for your sin," Caecilius said with a smirk on his face while rushing towards the Ancient One. The Ancient One closed her eyes as she knew that Caecilius was once her most potential disciple. But she knew that she had to take him down right now. She dodged Caecilius' attack and pushed him towards the wall, but Caecilius didn't take the attack head-on. He dodged and made some distance from the Ancient One to attack from afar. At the same time, Stephen and Mordo just watched the battle from the side without any sign to help the Ancient One. Stephen just didn't know what he can do to help, while Mordo was still wallowing over his disappointment. But clearly, the Ancient One didn't need their help. Caecilius tried to draw more energy from the dark dimension, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never beat the Ancient One. She was clearly the strongest sorcerer on Earth. Chapter 538. Caecilius was thrown to the ground, and as he tried to get back up, the Ancient One's sword has reached his neck. Caecilius had no doubt that he could escape the Ancient One as long as he got a little window, but now, all his men were of no use. "Kill me. But remember that your deception was the thing that makes me this way. You will continue to live in hell as the new sorcerer that sees through your lies would devote their life to destroy you," Caecilius said coldly. "Or maybe, it wouldn't take that long as those two now know your secret," Caecilius said while laughing maniacally. The Ancient One showed a sad emotion as Caecilius was about to die. She knew that her secret had pushed away both Stephen and Mordo from her side. She looked over to Stephen and Mordo and realized the pained look on their face. They were clearly disappointed by the Ancient One's action. Then the next moment, everything changed. Caecilius stabbed the Ancient One as he successfully distracted her. Stephen and Mordo cast away their disappointment and rushed towards her immediately, clearly saddened by the fact that the Ancient One received a fatal wound. Caecilius smirked at them before he opened a portal and escaped. The Ancient One was bleeding profusely, lying on the ground weakly. Although she was dying, she still showed a smile on her face. Did she really got caught off guard? No, it would be more accurate to say that she willingly let Caecilius attack her. But why would she let herself die right now? It seemed she was ready to die from the start. Although Caecilius' provocation sped things up for the Ancient One, how could she left her disciple while the situation was in shambles like this? But the truth was, the Ancient One has seen this scene unfolded in the past. And she knew that the best-case scenario was to end her own life. That way, Stephen would take the mantle of the next Sorcerer Supreme more confidently. As long as this future happened, she would die without any regrets. Master! Mordo shouted with a sad expression. But the Ancient One smiled at him without saying anything. Quick, it might not be too late. Stephen said as he opened the portal directly to the hospital. Regardless of whether the Ancient One really drew her power from the dark dimension or not. She has never risked humans' existence as long as she lived. In fact, she had defended humanity from the threat of the other dimensions. At this moment, Stephen really didn't want the Ancient One to die. But her life was her own. Thus she closed her eyes and let herself be pushed to the operating table. But her spiritual body immediately left her body and floated outside. As he sensed the Ancient One's spiritual body, Stephen immediately followed her. What are you doing? Get back to your body, or you would be dead soon. Stephen said nervously. Don't you want to know who the man that can heal your arm is? The Ancient One said with a smile on her face. If you do, then come with me, she said as she started to walk away from Stephen. This is not the time for that. You have to go back to your body immediately, there is no time. Stephen shouted frustratedly, but the Ancient One just smiled and shook her head. Although her time was running out, she could stretch her time in the spiritual body to countless flash. It was similar to stopping time, but not entirely as the time still flowed. But very slowly. This could be seen as the thunder in the sky was still striking, albeit very slowly. If Dio saw this scene for his own, there was no doubt that he would want to master it too. Although the Ancient One was in possession of the time gem, it was purely the long-term result of researching the truth of time. On the other hand, Dio was sheltering himself and Wanda from the rain. But he suddenly felt something was amiss and immediately summoned the world. Before he could realize what is happening, he found that everything around him has stopped moving, including Wanda. What is happening? Dio said with a surprised expression. He knew for sure that he had not used the world's power as of late. His Hammond energy bar itself wasn't showing any change either. The time stop has been manipulated by someone else. But he quickly noticed that it wasn't entirely true. He observed his surroundings and noticed that everything was still moving. Albeit really slow. He noticed the striking through the air ever so slowly. This scene was confusing for Dio as he didn't remember anyone having this kind of power. Had it not for the world, he would surely be affected by this power. Dio began to wonder who it could be, but the first figure that came to mind was the Ancient One herself. Would she do something like this? But clearly. She was the only one who could do something like this as the time gem was currently in her possession. After realizing that there was no one else who could do something like this, Dio smirked as he wanted to know what the Ancient One wanted to do with it. Chapter 539. It didn't make any sense to say how long time had passed when it was clear that the time flowed differently than what humans could comprehend. It wasn't until the Ancient One showed herself in front of Dio with Stephen in tow that Dio understood what was happening. You really are a unique being. The Ancient One said to Dio as she glanced towards the world beside Dio. Although she already sensed that her spells wouldn't work against Dio, it still came as a surprise for the Ancient One as soon as she saw Dio. She had spent a lot of energy and time researching the truth of time. But it was clear for her that the man in front of her was able to surpass her knowledge relatively easily. It was all because of the ability called stand that Dio was using. She sighed as she didn't want to feel jealous of Dio's power. Stephen didn't know what the Ancient One was thinking, but he was surely interested to learn about the strange creature behind Dio. I didn't expect to meet you again this soon, Dio said with a sad smile on his face. I am dying, and this is probably the last time we will meet, the Ancient One calmly said as death was not something to be feared. Her demeanor was indifferent. Even Dio wouldn't be able to act the same way in the face of death. But before Dio could speak, Stephen jumped to the conclusion as if he realized why the Ancient One brought him there. Yes. You have life energy. You must have a way to save her. Stephen said knowingly, but he failed to see the helplessness on the Ancient One's face. Do you need me to save you? Dio asked the Ancient One while ignoring Stephen. Dio didn't act selfishly this time as he knew the importance of the Ancient One on Earth. He didn't understand why drawing energy from the dark dimension was taboo when it could become an endless supply of energy if done right. Everything had two sides, and as long as the one using it knows what was bound to happen and how to prevent it, it would definitely be helpful. If it were used by the wrong hands and thus created a wrong variable, then the dark dimension would become poison, like what happened with Caecilius. He was clearly swayed by the dark dimension's power. He broke the dark dimension barrier and communicated with Dormammu, leading to Dormammu enticing him to become his minion. The Ancient One has observed Dio for a long time now. Thus, she knows Dio had the ability far stronger than herself. But for now, she just smiled and shook his head, rejecting Dio's offer to save her. This is the best ending for me. You don't need to waste your time and power on me, as I am not here for that, but instead, I am here to fulfill my promise. The Ancient One said calmly. Ancient One! Stephen shouted horrifiedly. He didn't understand why the Ancient One was so prepared to lose her life like this. In order to extend her life, she was even willing to break the taboo and drew energy from the dark dimension. But now that she had the opportunity to live, she gave it up willingly. The Ancient One didn't explain anything was what frustrated Stephen the most. She could just tell him what was on her mind, but no. She wouldn't tell him anything. Then what can I do? Dio said as he smiled warmly. He didn't think the Ancient One would be willing to die, but then again, she was a wise woman, and it was probably best for her to rest after a long battle. The Ancient One stepped forward and stretched her hand, and asked for Dio's hand. Dio immediately put away his Hammon energy that covered his body for defense and took the Ancient One's hand. As Dio took the Ancient One's hand, he felt his soul leaving his body and took a trip like he was on LSD. He then saw his body supported by the world and touched Stephen's face as he really found everything weird. But then, Stephen recognized Dio's real face. He was the one who came to Stephen when he was still a doctor, the one that requested Stephen to become his teacher. Well, you finally recognize who I was, Dio indifferently said as he returned to his body. Dio Brando? Stephen asked unsurely. I felt honored that you still remember me, Dio said with a slight smirk on his face. Stephen felt embarrassed as he never thought a man that he once pushed away coldly was the one who could heal his hands back to normal right now. You know, Christine has been looking for you since you disappeared, Stephen solemnly said as he remembered Christine right away. Is she okay? I went looking for her in the hospital where you used to work, but she was no longer worked there. I don't really know, she left the hospital just before I got into an accident, and then I didn't know where she had gone. She never contacted me, and I never contact her either, Stephen said as he shook his head solemnly. Well, it may be great if you could take your time and catch up another day. For now, let me finish your training, the Ancient One said solemnly as Dio and Stephen became quiet. The Ancient One then stretched her finger towards Dio's head, and the next moment, Dio's head shone brightly. Dio felt so much time had passed. But in reality, it was only a few seconds. When the Ancient One lifted his finger, Dio opened up his eyes again. He never expected the Ancient One to teach him the mirror dimension like this. The Ancient One just dropped the information he needed to create the mirror dimension on his head. However, looking at the Ancient One's spiritual body that gradually dimmed, Dio knew the price she probably had to pay for doing something like this. But a new question popped on Dio's mind: was it worth it for the Ancient One to do all this for him? He couldn't tell why the Ancient One would do something like this. Chapter 540. The Ancient One smiled faintly and looked at Stephen with encouragement. The Ancient One then waved her hands. And an irresistible force immediately pulled Stephen out of the place. The Ancient One then looked at Dio as she disappeared after leaving her last words. This is the last gift that I would give to you, and I hope that it would be of help to you in the future. Dio looked at the Ancient One solemnly without saying anything, but he didn't really know what gift that the Ancient One had left behind. One thing for sure was he didn't want to mess up the Ancient One's last moment. At the same time, the Ancient One appeared on the dark battleship at Wakanda and went into a room where a young girl lied unconscious. The Ancient One gathered her soul and touched Crystal's head before she dissipated completely. Crystal's head shone brightly as the Ancient One poured her power into her. But it didn't last for long as the Ancient One already dissipated from using her last strength. Who did you talk to just now? Wanda asked as the time reverted to normal. She felt that Dio was talking to someone, but she didn't see anyone around them. It's nothing, I think I saw an acquaintance just now, but I was mistaken. Dio said with a smile on his face. Dio didn't feel like explaining things to Wanda as it was none of her concern. And thus he immediately changed the subject. Although Wanda had a feeling that Dio was hiding something, she knew that Dio didn't want to explain it to her and refrained from asking any further. "Let's go home, it's going to rain soon," Wanda said with a smile on her face. I have somewhere else to go for a moment, can you go back on your own and wait for me?" Dio asked apologetically. Looking at Dio's apologetic look, Wanda just smiled and kissed him gently. "Alright, but remember to bring me something later," Wanda said as she kissed Dio. In the hospital, the Ancient One real body completely lost her vital sign. Steven, who has returned to his body, felt dejected as he looked over to the Ancient One lifeless body. But the Ancient One still showed her smiles, which made everything seem to be fine. Nevertheless, Steven still didn't understand the Ancient One's choice. She had the opportunity to keep on living. But she refused it straight up. He doubted the Ancient One's purpose as the Ancient One didn't show any clear sign that would allow anyone to figure out her intention, unlike Caecilius who had a straightforward objective. Now, Steven knew that he would have to choose too. Is he going back to his doctor career or choose the path to become the Sorcerer Supreme? He had to think about it carefully as he knew that he didn't have the advantages of the Ancient One's wisdom. "This is frustrating," Steven said as he looked at the doctor. Finally gave up on the Ancient One and took off their gloves, patting Steven's shoulder as they walked out of the room. The nurse covered the Ancient One's body with the white cloth as a symbolic sign for the deceased. Steven kept thinking inside the room about what he wanted to do next, and as he observed the Ancient One's body, he finally reached his conclusion. He realized that as the Ancient One was gone, the world was in great danger as there was no one to take the Ancient One's position to defend the Earth from the other dimension. That was when he realized why the Ancient One was so willing to die. It was so that Steven would finally take the mantle as the new Sorcerer Supreme. "It seems you have made a choice. I know the Ancient One could rest in peace knowing that the Earth is in the right hands," Dio said suddenly behind Steven. "You are late. The Ancient One was gone." "I know, but it is her choice to make, it wouldn't be good to disrespect her by ignoring her choice like that," Dio said calmly. "So, what are you doing here?" Steven asked curiously. "I am here to pay my last homage to the Ancient One, and in addition to that, I also heard that Dormammu is coming. If you are unsure whether or not you can handle him by yourself, I will be here to help you. But, if you thought that you are not nearly enough to fight against Dormammu, you'll have to give me that thing hanging on your neck. Although I have an agreement with the Ancient One to help you, I won't force you to do something you don't want to do," Dio said casually. Steven touched the Eye of Agamotto that was hanging on his neck, although Steven didn't know that the Eye of Agamotto held the time gem that Dio needed to keep away from Thanos. "No, I have decided that I will become the next Sorcerer Supreme, and thus I will deal with Dormammu on my own without your help," Steven said confidently. Dio was somewhat surprised by Steven's answer, but it was expected. Although Dio remembered that Steven was the man who was willing to do anything to heal his arm again, it wouldn't really matter as he dedicated himself to magic in the future. Dio couldn't help but be amazed at the Ancient One's parallel thinking as she planned it all so perfectly. If she was still alive to this moment, Steven might choose to abandon magic to chase after his career as a doctor again. Not only that, but the Ancient One also subdued Steven's arrogant personality as Steven has become somewhat tolerable now. "Great, now that you have decided, let's go to Hong Kong Sanctuary. It would be the last stand against Dormammu there, you don't have to worry. I just want to tag along and observe the situation. I won't take any enemies from you as you can deal with them any way you want," Dio said casually. Steven frowned as he heard Dio's word, but he couldn't help but get nervous as it hasn't really sunk in. But the enemy was real. He didn't really want to face Dormammu, so he planned to keep Caecilius away from the sanctuary to stop the dimension from tearing up because Dormammu later. "I will go find Mordo first, you can come if you want to," Steven said as he began drawing his portal. "Why would you want to bring him along? He would only become baggage later, now hurry up. We need to get to Hong Kong Sanctuary as soon as we can." Steven gritted his teeth, but he had no choice as Dio's word made sense. He redrew his portal, and this time, he went straight to Hong Kong. Chapter 541. Stepping out of the portal, Dio and Steven immediately arrived at the Hong Kong Sanctuary. But as Dio expected, the sanctuary has fallen. The sorcerers stationed there were all dead, including Wong, the senior sorcerer who acted as the librarian in Camartage. Not only that, but the innocents who lived unknowingly were also killed brutally. Above Hong Kong's sanctuary, an extremely distorted space was opened, marking the coming of Dormammu. It was the dark dimension itself, trying to merge with Earth, and from the look of it, it wouldn't take long before the dark dimension completely integrated itself to Earth. Steven looked grim while Dio acted like he didn't care. Dio knew that Steven could use the time gem to roll back the time before the Hong Kong sanctuary was even destroyed. The power of time was always a miracle to everyone. Thus, the time gem was one of the most powerful infinity gem there was. As Dio expected, Steven began to open up the eye of Agamotto and rewind the time. It was a spectacular spell as everything began to get rewind according to the time flow. Meanwhile, Caecilius noticed the anomaly of time and rushed towards Steven to stop whatever he was doing, but it was all too late. The rewind of time has begun, and Caecilius couldn't stop its effect as he was also being dragged back in time. The dead were resurrected. And the damaged buildings were restored to their original condition. Even the sanctuary of Hong Kong that was destroyed to bits has returned to normal. But the dark dimension didn't disappear. It was frustrating for Strange as he tried to rewind the time before the dark dimension even got into the earth, but it didn't seem to work. That was because the dark dimension was a dimension devoid of the concept of time. Thus the power of the time gem wouldn't work in it. The time gem may have greater power than the dark dimension itself, but in the end, it was only an item that worked as far as the user's imagination went. Obviously, Steven wasn't strong enough to force the dark dimension out of Earth just yet. Dio, on the side, looked at the time gem greedily. Among all 6 of the infinity gems, the time gem was the one that he wanted the most. But out of respect for the Ancient One, he didn't grab it selfishly for himself before. But now that the Ancient One has passed away, he might just take the time gem for himself. Dio struggled with his own inner desire as it kept tempting Dio to take the time gem from Steven as it would be more powerful on his hands than in Steven's. Dio pulled out his death scythe, but he didn't know why he did that as his thought was being clouded by the greed to take the time gem for himself. But he noticed that he was being manipulated by others, although he didn't know who it is just yet. I do whatever I want when I want it. Dio roared full of killing intent. He was pissed from the dark thought that clouded his mind and forcefully released his Hammond energy to counter whatever it was that affected him. Sure enough. As soon as Dio did that, an old man with a cane appeared with a smirk on his face. Are you Mephisto? Dio coldly asked as he was annoyed from being manipulated by this demon. Don't you feel the spirit of vengeance on your body? I know you have battled against my Ghost Rider before, but how did you guess my identity? Dio couldn't answer that question as he just took everything into account. And the only one who had the power to manipulate humans was the demon lord from hell. Based on that information, Dio deducted the only demon lord who had enough time to come to Earth to bother the human was only Mephisto. Dio at first wondered whether Dormammu was the one who manipulated him, but then he realized that Dormammu was a being made from energy. It wouldn't affect the human mind that doesn't contact it directly. Dio didn't realize that with the Ancient One's death, Earth wasn't only vulnerable to Dormammu's invasion, but also the demons. What is happening to you? And who is that person? Mephisto. Now that the Ancient One has passed away, the demon from hell comes to take his chance. Take care of Dormammu, I will handle this demon. Dio said coldly with unwavering killing intent. But Dio knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Mephisto this time. The one in front of him right now was probably just one of Mephisto's projection that always came to Earth. The Ancient One has destroyed Mephisto's clone countless times, but sometimes, one escaped and managed to form a contract with a desolated human to become his Ghost Rider. Steven was startled by Dio's word. He realized now that the Ancient One's death had left the Sorcerer Supreme's position empty. And the multiverse started to gang up on Earth. He then realized how heavy the burden that the Ancient One has carried all this time. This made him respect the late Ancient One even more. Steven couldn't help but think back about the Ancient One's last word to him. It became more probable the Ancient One successfully knocked back all the threat from the other dimension by drawing power from various resources. After all, there was only so much a single human could do. Chapter 542. Are you sure you are up to the task? Stop asking such a stupid question and get out of here. Dio said annoyedly. He gripped the Reaper's gaze on his hands as he readied himself to attack Mephisto at any given moment. Seeing Dio's confident attitude, Steven then focused his attention back to the dark dimension, where he had to deal with Dormammu somehow. But then Dio shouted. Don't include me and this demon with your spell in there. Obviously, Dio remembered that Steven would use the time gem in there to mess up with Dormammu. Steven looked at Dio strangely as he never mentioned his plan. But it seemed Dio already knew what he was about to do. Steven then activated the time gem to mark Dio and the old demon, so they wouldn't be affected later before he flew towards the dark dimension to deal with Dormammu. But Steven became confident as he now realized that Dio had acknowledged that what he was about to do would work. Obviously, he would stop Steven from doing something like this if it wouldn't work, right? Obviously, the time gem's power wouldn't affect Dio as he had the world with him. As for Mephisto, as long as his real body in hell wasn't affected in the time stop, his clone in Earth wouldn't be affected either, as the clone here was just a manifestation of Mephisto's will. When Steven already entered the dark dimension, Dio immediately rushed forward and dragged Mephisto's clone inside the mirror dimension. That is Dio's countermeasure to escape Steven's infinite loop power. It also provided him with a free space where he could unleash his full power without worrying about any living creatures or the media that might be watching. The Ancient One's memories that she passed on to Dio allowed Dio to use magic without having to learn the arduous steps like Steven experienced in Camartage. But this cheat-like method wouldn't work for normal people as it took a considerable mental power to balance out a huge amount of knowledge in such a small amount of time. But then again, it wasn't a complete memory of everything that the Ancient One had known about magic. It was just the knowledge about the mirror dimension without having the fundamental behind the magic itself. Dio knew how to enter the mirror dimension and manipulate it to his own desire, but he couldn't teach others about how to do it. It was like a math test where Dio already knew the answer but didn't know how he came up with that answer. Although it was quite unfortunate that Dio couldn't teach others about this mirror dimension. It was probably for the best as he didn't want to affect the Marvel Cinematic Universe's stories more than what he has already done. Nevertheless, he wasn't a greedy man who wanted every single power for his own. Mirror dimension? Are you one of the masters of mystic arts too? Mephisto asked curiously. But the look in his eyes told Dio that Mephisto wasn't happy. Obviously, after being defeated by the Ancient One for so long, Mephisto hated all master of mystic arts. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I am not one of them. I know the Ancient One personally, and thus after she had gone, I feel like it's my duty to take some of her responsibility until her successor is strong enough to do it on his own. Dio said indifferently. Good, it wouldn't be that hard to take over the Earth now. Mephisto smirked as he was now convinced that the Ancient One had really died. He came to check on her as Mephisto couldn't sense her power anywhere on Earth and became curious about what happened to the Ancient One. Well, I wouldn't put it past me to let you roam the Earth freely now, am I? Dio indifferently said as he dragged his huge scythe towards Mephisto. We will see how far you fare against me. Are you better than the Ancient One? Now, what do you say? Mephisto smirked as he raised his cane and blocked Dio's scythe attack. As the cane touched the scythe, it turned into a black giant sword. Although Dio was confident that the Reaper's gaze was the most powerful weapon in terms of hand-to-hand weapon, he just couldn't seem to break the sword that Mephisto's clone was using. But then again, Dio easily split anything that Mephisto threw at him using his Hellfire magic. I didn't expect a mortal to have such a grandiose weapon like this. It's such a shame honestly, such a beautiful weapon couldn't reach its maximum potential as the user is weak. Mephisto said tauntingly. Dio didn't care about what Mephisto said. He maintained his composure and fixed his gaze on Mephisto as he launched attack after attack endlessly. Although he couldn't destroy Mephisto's black greatsword, Mephisto wouldn't be able to block his attack forever. Furthermore, Dio could counter all Mephisto's attack as he already saw some of them when he observed the Ghost Riders battle in the past. But one thing that surprised Dio was the fact that Mephisto had a good swordsmanship. Although the great sword looked awkward in a Mephisto's human form, Mephisto had the strength to back it up. But as he saw that he wasn't in any rush whatsoever, Dio didn't summon any of his stand as he saw this battle as an opportunity to learn some swordsmanship himself. After all, there were not that many enemies that he could learn from. Chapter 543. When it came to combat skills, Dio wasn't even as good as Natasha and Steve. But if Dio's other abilities were included, including the Reaper's gaze he was wielding right now, his fighting prowess easily surpassed the other Avengers. Plus, Reaper's gaze was the vessel for Anubis, his independent stand that could remember his opponent's movement and technique and countered it at the same time. In other words, Dio would constantly get stronger during any battle as Anubis would always evolve as it memorized the opponent's technique one after another. Dio's ability was so overbearing that it was unfair. Mephisto's clone might not be able to use his true strength. But his fighting skill wasn't to be laughed at. His fighting skill was honed through constant battle in hell. Thus his hand-to-hand combat was among the best in Marvel Universe. The only difference was that the clone couldn't use his powerful demonic ability, including some of his advanced magic casting skills. So, when Mephisto saw Dio challenging him, a mere human, to hand-to-hand combat, Mephisto was pissed. Even when the Ancient One stopped him in his endeavor from coming into the Earth in the past, she wasn't willing to fight fairly against Mephisto. But after quite some time, he realized that the human was pretty skilled. Although it might still be lacking to fight Mephisto when he went all out, this man surely got potential. Even so, Mephisto was still quite interested in the human's weapon. The black greatsword that he used right now wasn't his real weapon, although its appearance was the same. This black greatsword that he used right now was just a cheap replica that he made with his demonization, similar to what the Ghost Rider did to his chain. The Earthling's weapon would destroy his weapon if he didn't reinforce it with magic, but even so, Mephisto knew that it would break soon. If this battle went on, Mephisto would be ashamed as he would lose to a mere mortal. The human wasn't only able to fight him head-on, his move even got sharper as the battle went on. There was no way a human could improve this fast. The human even dared to use his technique against him. Mephisto got more unease as he fought Dio, as Dio kept absorbing Mephisto's technique. Not only that, but Dio's power and speed also improved. In Dio's perspective, the battle became more intense as time went by. He held the big scythe firmly while his body moved according to Anubis' will. His attack was trying to hit Mephisto from a very unusual angle, and each attack was aimed at Mephisto's weak point. In most cases, a person's fighting style only followed a certain path, but Dio's fighting style right now was insane. Even Dio himself wasn't used to moves like these. It was all Anubis doing. His fighting skill would only go up at this point as Mephisto was already forced to stay on the defensive. Even after pushing Mephisto's clone to a corner, Dio began to consciously held back as he wanted his fighting skill to improve much faster by kept fighting Mephisto. He knew that he wouldn't be able to find anyone that could stimulate Anubis this fast. At least, not in any time soon. Mephisto himself was in a predicament right now. His pride as one of the Lords of Hell wouldn't let him escape, as it would be truly embarrassing if anyone ever happened to learn about this. He tried to combine his fighting skill with his magic further to throw off the human's unusual fighting style. But it didn't work. "Don't push me, human!" Mephisto shouted as he quickly swung his greatsword upward at an inhuman speed. Technically, his opponent should be cut in two, as there was no way they could defend against such speed, but the human in front of him evaded it with no problem. But Mephisto smirked as Dio fell under his trap. The first time his sword slashed downward, he set a trap on the ground that would bound the opponent's feet to the ground. Dio frowned and immediately slashed the ground with the scythe. He could use his stand's power, but he didn't want to do it now as it would only end this fierce battle. He still wanted to improve his fighting skill a little bit more. "Dance of the Red Scythe!" Dio shouted as he began to spin while the scythe was releasing a flower-like compressed air blade in full bloom. Mephisto was startled as he tried to attack the human because the human fell into his trap, but the human immediately used some kind of technique that covered a wide area. Not only was the human able to escape his trap, but he also attacked at the same time, pushing Mephisto back. The red scythe that the human swung created afterimages in the air, like flower petals falling and fluttering on the air, but in fact, it was a lightspeed slash. Mephisto never expected a human to have such an elegant technique, but then again, this wasn't the first time the human surprised him. When a petal fell at Mephisto's face, he fails to block it, and as a result, Mephisto's face was slashed. "How dare you, human!" Mephisto furiously said as he lined his great sword with Dio. And a wind gust appeared in front of the sword, blowing the petal away from him. This gust that suddenly popped out of nowhere also absorbed all the air around the area and made the area devoid of oxygen. Dio was surprised because he suddenly couldn't create any more flower petals as the air could no longer condense in the area. But it didn't deter Dio at all as he still moved forward to attack Mephisto with all his might. Chapter 544. Dio's Hammon energy reached the pinnacle in this fight. He even saw the real Mephisto was sitting on his throne in hell through the projection of his Hammon energy clashing with the demonic energy of Mephisto's clone. Dio then used his metal silver overdrive and powered up the Reaper's gaze even further. "Reaper's hunt!" Dio shouted as he dragged the huge scythe forward, cutting everything in his field of vision. The air was heavy as it was filled with a compressed air blade from Dio's scythe, and it even destroyed Mephisto's black great sword into pieces. The compressed air blade even aimed to cut Mephisto's clone into pieces. But Mephisto retreated swiftly before that happened. He knew that some demon lord would mock him later for backing off against a human, but it was still better than being mocked on for actually losing to a human. Seeing that he had no winning condition, Mephisto immediately demonized his arm to create a pair of Sharp's weapons. A faint sulfuric smell was clear in the air as a towering volcano appeared behind Mephisto. The compressed air blade hit the volcano, and it exploded, sending shockwaves across the mirror dimension. Dio was worried for a second as the mirror dimension became unstable due to the massive impact of the shockwave. Dio quickly stabilized the mirror dimension with his mental prowess. He knew how to stabilize the dimension thanks to the Ancient One's memories. But still, Dio knew that the shockwave resulted from his attack and Mephisto's demonization was too powerful. Hadn't he used the mirror dimension, entire Hong Kong would be leveled to the ground right now. When the dust from the shockwave dissipated, Mephisto showed up looking miserable with his fine suit shredded. His demonic arms were also cut off from his body. And the small horns on his head were also cut off. He couldn't believe what just happened, as he could say that it was his first time to suffer damage to this extent, even if it was just his clone. Nevertheless, the clone could still regenerate back to health later. Mephisto looked pissed as now. His weapon was destroyed, and he got beaten up by a mere mortal. Even when he faced the Ancient One in the past, he never sustained this much damage, as the Ancient One would try to banish his clone back to hell. This clone is too weak. Next time, you won't be so lucky. You will wish you would die sooner, as you will die in the most painful way possible the next time we meet. But for now, let's see if you can withstand some of my real power. Mephisto said as his clone was suddenly covered with a crazy amount of hellfire. It wasn't meant to regenerate the clone, but instead, it could transmit Mephisto's real power directly to the clone. Although the multiverse's rule was applied here, he knew that he would sustain damage to his real body if the clone died, but then again, he wanted to teach this earthling some lesson for laying his hands on the great demon lord. The multiverse law was being weakened by the dark dimension's integration to the earth. So he knew that it was his last chance to summon more power to Earth before the dark dimension was expelled from the Earth. If, by any chance, the dark dimension successfully integrated fully with Earth, he would lose all the fun to Dormammu. Mephisto's clone suddenly increased in stature as its height already reached 5 meters. The clone itself now wore a red suit instead of black, and the hellfire that covered him earlier began to twirl as it was absorbed into the clone's body. "What do you want?" Dormammu said as he glared at the human who dared to enter his dimension. He already killed this human hundreds of times already, but he kept coming back without any sign of stopping. "Leave the Earth and take your fanatics with you. Stop trying to invade the Earth and never come back. Once you promise me all that, I will break the cycle of time. Otherwise, you and I would be forever stuck here like this," Steven said confidently. Steven knew that Dormammu's patience was running thin and that he couldn't comprehend the concept of time, as this dark dimension didn't have one. He knew that Dormammu would be forced to agree here. Sure enough. Not long after, Dormammu accepted the condition and took Caecilius and all his men back to Dark Dimension before leaving the Earth. Steven returned and reverted Hong Kong to what it used to look like before Caecilius' attack. Everything seemed to return to its original appearance. Still, Steven didn't know what consequences he would bring for breaking the law of time like this. At the same time, he took a look at where Dio was supposed to stand and saw the flicker of the mirror dimension was still there, meaning that Dio wasn't done dealing with the demon just yet. "What is your name, human?" Mephisto curiously asked as he transformed back to his normal human appearance. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and soon enough, I will become the king of the universe. You better remember this name." "Very good, Monkey D. Luffy. I will remember your name. The next time we meet again, your soul will be mine." Dio thought Mephisto was about to run. But he didn't know that Mephisto wanted to blow up the clone itself. He changed his mind to attack the human as he sensed the dark dimension was already gone from the Earth, meaning that the multiverse law has returned to normal. He knew that the new Sorcerer Supreme would be waiting outside of the mirror dimension, so he didn't have anywhere else to run. The only option left was to destroy this clone before it could serve as a link to connect anyone to his real body. Once Dio noticed that the clone was about to explode, he frowned as he knew the explosion would be huge this time. He activated the world's power and stopped the time as he made his escape. As the time returned to normal, Mephisto's clone already turned to dust and the area was destroyed, making a huge crater similar to that of a huge missile impact. Chapter 545. Dio waved his hands and the mirror dimension shattered and collapsed, revealing the restored Hong Kong city and Steven, who looked at him curiously. Dio smirked as he knew that everything was going swimmingly, and Dormammu was successfully kicked out of the Earth, just like what was supposed to happen in the plot. Dio wanted to fight with Mephisto once more as he could feel how much he improved after their fight. But more than he thought he would. Dio was laughing uncontrollably when he remembered that Mephisto was holding into the name Monkey D. Luffy as of now. It would be nice if he could somehow gain a rubber power the next time they met. Dio knew the next time they met would be a fierce battle. But it wasn't something that he had to worry about. "You managed to kick out Dormammu?" Dio asked Steven. "Yeah, but that is not the issue right now. Are you sure the old man earlier was a demon? It seems that the Ancient One had never really told who you'd have to deal with when it comes to Hell Dimension. Or did you think Dark Dimension is the only dimension that sets their eyes on Earth?" Let me give you some advice. You should assume every single myth that revolved around our planet is real. Gods and elder gods, angels and demons, dragons, evil spirits, and whatnot. There was some truth to them that you should expect to encounter one way or another. Dio said, still with a smirk on his face. Stephen was startled by Dio's words, as Dio's words were the truth. The Ancient One hasn't told Stephen about any other dimension that might attack Earth in the future. Dio shook his head and smiled as he knew that Stephen must be really troubled right now. Forget about it. The Ancient One might not inform you herself because she wants you to learn about them yourself. The flaming skeleton on the news is real. And the old man that you saw earlier was a clone. The real one is still in hell, as he couldn't force himself into the Earth because of the multidimensional law that the Ancient One has set up in the past, but his clutch on Earth was still real, as he still sends his clone over to Earth all the time to break the law one way or another. Dio said casually. In fact, the Ancient One has banished a bunch of these clones back to hell herself over the course of her life. I didn't know how many she managed to send back, but in fact, some managed to get away and manipulated humans to do his biddings. Now that you've inherited the title Sorcerer Supreme from her, it is your responsibility now to deal with these troublemakers in a way you saw fit. Dio said solemnly. I will be honest with you, if you didn't have the Eye of Agamotto with you, this entire tirade of blocking the other dimension from invading Earth was total bullshit, as you will have a hard time just fighting against some demons. With that in mind, I suggest you hurry up and build up your strength. If at the day that everything was at stake and I deemed you not worthy of the Eye of Agamotto, I will take it away from you. Dio said something rather cold, but it was for the best. Stephen Strange, or Dr. Strange, had to step up his game and take his responsibility to protect the Earth to another level, as it seemed the enemies easily did as they please on Earth later. At the same time, while Stephen was silent as he still tried to process everything that Dio has mentioned, Wong took it upon himself to mark Dio as one of the potential enemies in the future. I will try to confirm everything you said in Camartage later. Nevertheless, I will improve over time. No matter how dangerous the enemy that I had to face later, I will not relent. That includes the Eye of Agamotto. I will never hand it over to anyone, including you. Stephen said solemnly. Dio had a feeling that Stephen had a deeper understanding of the trouble that would follow him into the future, so he nodded. Dio couldn't help but wonder that maybe the Ancient One's choice to take Stephen as the next Sorcerer Supreme was the right choice, but still, even if Stephen fell short in the future, he would have to grab the time gem for himself. Dio then turned around and left, but he didn't leave Hong Kong. He finally had the time to visit this city, so he decided to stroll around as he promised to bring Wanda a gift. He believed getting some gadget from the East would make her happy. As soon as Dio left, Wong asked Stephen in a huge curiosity. Who is that man? I got the feeling that he is a very dangerous person. Wong said worriedly. He was a friend of the Ancient One. Stephen awkwardly said, as he didn't know how to describe who Dio really was. But Dio should have meant something for the Ancient One, as he was the last person that the Ancient One visited before she died. But he knew that he didn't have to concern himself about Dio for the time being, as he wasn't the enemy this time. Stephen subconsciously held on to the Eye of Agamotto that was hanging on his neck. He couldn't help but reminding himself that the Eye of Agamotto was a really important artifact. He knew that it was forbidden to use aside from the Sorcerer Supreme. It was just he couldn't help but wonder why the Ancient One let him use the Eye of Agamotto so easily. Was it one of her future readings? Did she see that it was better to let him have it from the start? Stephen couldn't help but want to know all of the answers to his questions. But he knew that the one person who could help him was no longer in this world. Dio's words also filled him with a sense of urgency. He had to rebuild the London and New York sanctuary to make sure that the Earth's defense from another dimension functioned normally once again. After that, he was eager to see just how powerful the demon that Dio said earlier was. At the same time, Karl Mordo, whose faith in the Camartage has collapsed, found Jonathan Pangborn, who used his spell to support his paralyzed body. Why are you doing these? Pangborn said as he collapsed on the ground and glared hatefully at Mordo. I saw a future where the Earth would face another catastrophe because of one thing. There are too many mages on this Earth. Chapter 546. If there was a question asking about what exactly hell looked like, no one would be able to answer it, except maybe for Robbie and Duke, who have already seen the real hell itself. The hell could be described as barren, hot, chaotic, with an intense smell of sulfur. It wasn't long after they arrived that the wandering spirits or ghosts noticed their presence. Robbie rushed towards the spirit in order to destroy it before things get ugly. Robbie knew that the Ghost Rider wasn't a creature that would be welcomed in hell, as they were considered an abomination. Robbie knew that the Ghost Rider might be extremely powerful. But it also had its own huge weakness. Although the Ghost Rider might be considered the warden of hell, the situation wouldn't be good as there were so many evil spirits there that would surely overwhelm them. Robbie instantly realized that he would never be able to get away once the evil spirit began to swarm them. Therefore, he had to destroy any evil spirit that spotted them before they could alert everyone in hell. Unlike in the human realm where the Ghost Rider's power would punish the sinner and send them to hell, in hell itself, the Ghost Rider wouldn't be able to send the evil spirit anywhere else, meaning that no matter what Robbie did, he wouldn't be able to diminish the enemy's numbers. Probably, the Ghost Rider's ultimate skill, the penance stare, could destroy the evil spirit, but in all honesty, Robbie wouldn't be able to keep using it all the time against so many enemies. That was also the reason that the evil spirit stood its ground as soon as it saw Robbie and Duke instead of trying to flee. Robbie had a vague understanding of the law and rules in hell as he has been there once, but he knew they were in quite a predicament right now as Duke was nothing but a baggage right now. During his first time in hell, he had investigated a hefty dose of hell's law and rules and has experienced so many large-scale hunts, where he was the hunter and the hunted at the same time. But right now, Duke was forced to come to hell without having any preparation in any form at all. Clearly, Robbie couldn't ask for Duke's help right now. He could just leave Duke here and find his way out of hell, but he didn't know much about his ability to form the dimensional transmission. Duke himself was feeling really miserable right now as all he could think of was returning to Earth and continued his lavish life with a bottle of gin right now. He didn't know the technique that Robbie used to open the hell's door. So he just followed along, knowing that his life would be ending soon. Clearly, Duke didn't care right now. He was ready to wait for Robbie to tear open the path to wherever he wanted. He knew he was immortal, so nothing in this dimension scared him. It could be said that Duke has given up on life itself. So Robbie had no other way but to drag Duke around as he didn't want to cooperate. "Hurry up if you don't want to become those birds' dinner." Robbie shouted at Duke to hurry him along as Duke was dilly-dallying. However, after seeing the demon birds were closing in and Duke had no intention to cooperate, Robbie clicked his tongue in frustration. He did it for his own safety, not because he hated Duke. Robbie hoped that Duke would somehow help him as the creature on hell would definitely target Duke as well as he was in his Ghost Rider's form. But on top of that, Robbie secretly hoped that Duke would run away so that Robbie didn't have to be responsible for what happened to him inside hell. But things went against him right now. Not only Duke weighed him down, but he also followed him earnestly without saying anything. "We need to run," Robbie shouted once again as he dragged Duke to run with him. The amount of demon birds behind them has multiplied once again, so he couldn't afford Duke's attitude right now. But no matter what he said to Duke, the man ignored him the entire time. But then again, Duke still followed him with a poker face. Duke's attitude throughout the entire time they were in hell was really bugging Robbie's patience, but he knew that all Duke wanted was Robbie to give up and return to Earth again. However, Robbie had another plan. If Duke was determined to follow him no matter what, then he thought it would be better to fight these creatures and see what Duke would do with it. So, Robbie started to run towards the flocks of demon birds and attack them relentlessly. Duke was surprised and shocked to see Robbie rushing towards the demon birds instead of running away. So, his instinct kicked in. And he started to run. He didn't need anything else other than coming back to Earth, but he didn't want to be torn apart by those birds either, so all he could come up with was to run. Chapter 547. Duke finally helped as he couldn't run anywhere after being surrounded by the demon birds, but Robbie was still concerned about the situation as 2 Ghost Riders didn't seem to be enough to deal with these demon birds. As a result, Robbie used a strong hellfire attack to create a path for them to escape. Both of them gained some distance. But the demon bird chased after them relentlessly. Duke, who didn't care at all before, started to get annoyed and even worried as he now realized that hell wasn't such a lukewarm place. What the fuck is happening? Why are there more and more of them? In hell, Ghost Rider is every creature's enemy. We are literally the public enemy of hell. From this situation, I think the demon birds have some way to deal with us as it wouldn't be necessary for them to do this if we can just reincarnate later. I guess they can stop our regeneration somehow. Robbie frowned as he knew that he was in trouble, and Duke was no different as he didn't know what to do or what the demon birds could do to him later. But clearly, he didn't want to find out. Duke kept following Robbie as fast as he could as not to get left behind. He was really scared of what the demon birds could do now. Eventually, Duke started to question everything as hell didn't have a steady concept of time, resulting in him feeling like he was running for a week as the numbness, fatigue, and despair seemed to be amplified several times. It was fortunate enough for Robbie and Duke that they finally found the bones of several horses in the valley and demonized them into their mount. The real power of Ghost Rider was with their rides. Once they acquired a ride, a car, a mount, a bike, or any transportation mechanism, they could tap into their full potential. They finally managed to get away from the flocks of demon birds and took a breather for a little while, but it didn't last long as a cracking sound in the air was heard, and a huge figure fell from the air, right in front of them both. Robbie immediately frowned as he already had some information about hell after his first visit. The one that fell in front of them was definitely a real demon, not a creature or any type of animal that lived in hell, but a real living demon. The demon wore a huge cloak that flutters in the air, a dark red skin wrapping a tight muscular body and a pair of scarlet eyes that was ruthlessly examining Robbie and Duke. "Come with me," the demon said coldly. "What?" Robbie and Duke shouted at the same time instinctively. But suddenly, they felt immense pain from their heart. "You bastard," Robbie said as he raised his head to meet with the demon's eyes. He finally recognized this demon in front of him. In order to fulfill their wishes, they made a contract with the demon and sold their soul. If they ever wanted their soul back, they had to complete the contract. Realizing that the pain that he felt right now was the direct pain to his soul, Robbie knew that this demon was the same demon who tricked him in the past. Anger, hatred, helplessness, and desperation. Oh, how I longed such an intense emotion. "Remember my name now, human. As I, the great Hell Lord, Mephisto. You are honored to see me in my real body and appearance," Mephisto said as he began to shrink his body back to human size. As he did so, Robbie's and Duke's pain began to subside. Robbie had one plan to fight against the great demon from hell, and upon recognizing the great demon, he immediately jumped into action as the pain he felt earlier was gone. He lunged forwards and immediately used his penance stare at Mephisto. Mephisto seemed to be defenseless at the moment, so Robbie thought that he could get a jump on him. But Mephisto looked at Robbie and just smirked triumphantly. Robbie was confused, but soon enough, Robbie felt a searing pain in his skull. His body began to emit black smoke like something was burning. "How does your own power taste like? It seems you didn't understand the content of your contract, which really disappoint me." Mephisto didn't have a problem fighting against the Ghost Rider even without a contract, as he was confident that he would come out on top. Although the Ghost Rider was an immortal being inside hell, it didn't mean they felt no pain. Furthermore, any demon lord in hell was extremely selfish and cunning, especially Mephisto, who was infamous as the king of lies and deception. In order to protect himself, or part of him that dealt with the Ghost Rider, he put a clause inside the contract that if the Ghost Rider ever tried to attack the contract holder, the attack would backfire. Although Mephisto would be forbidden to lay his hands on the Ghost Rider to balance out the contract, it wasn't a big deal for him as he could just send a powerful high-ranking demon in his ranks to try to eliminate the Ghost Rider for him. Chapter 548. You two are weak. At this rate, none of you would be able to complete any of my schemes later. Therefore, I would reinforce your spirit of vengeance by making it able to withstand the sunlight, but the two of you need to fight against each other. And I will only give it to the winner. The winner will also get a chance to renew their contract fairly with a chance to challenge me and my rights." Robbie bit his lips in frustration that Mephisto's word once again proved that the Ghost Rider could be killed even inside of hell itself. And now he realized whoever found the way to do it would be able to complete their contract and get their souls back. But was that really all there was to it? Robbie tried to use his ability to open up the dimensional gate to return to Earth. He wasn't trying to leave, simply trying to see whether he could leave hell right now or not. But as he expected beforehand, his ability didn't work, meaning that he was trapped in hell unless the situation changed. Robbie clicked his tongue as he knew that his soul would always be in Mephisto's grip whether he found a way to kill Duke or not. He knew that it was a nightmare, but he really didn't want to be trapped down here forever. The flame on Robbie's body lit up once again as he was freed from the effect of penance stare. He was unsure of his decision. But deep inside, he knew that it was all he wanted. On the other hand, Duke was desperate as he saw Robbie could no longer open up the portal to go back to Earth. He lost it and suddenly attacked Robbie with his chain to try to win the demon's challenge and had a chance to return to Earth. The new spirit of vengeance that the demon promised should be promising as it could withstand the sunlight. Duke began to laugh while continuing his onslaught towards Robbie as he was once again blinded by greed. "I really want to thank you for bringing me to such an interesting place," Duke said with an evil smirk on his face. Dio, who was still on Earth, didn't know that Mephisto was taking his frustration out on Robbie and Duke because of him. However, even if he knew about it, it wouldn't change anything as Dio would refuse to step on hell as long as he could. Dio knew that he wouldn't have a chance to win against the real Mephisto back in hell. With that in mind, he knew that he had to strengthen himself first before trying to challenge hell. Mephisto only used his clone because of the Ancient One's protection on Earth. The clone was the only vehicle for Mephisto to enter Earth, as it was nearly impossible to break the Ancient One's protection. Otherwise, he wouldn't use the clone as it was extremely weak compared to his real power. And Dio also knew that the demons were extremely cunning, and he had no obligation to take any risk to fall under their trap now. If he really had to fight against these demons, he must prepare himself perfectly first. Dio also knew that no matter what demon it was that came to Earth, he wouldn't have to fear them as he would always come out on top. But still under the premise that he fought them on Earth. After a night of rest, Dio enjoyed breakfast in Hong Kong's restaurant and ready to take a stroll around the city and buy some souvenirs before returning to New York. He already called Wanda and told her everything was fine before asking for Chala to send him a fighter jet for his return. As Dio opened a newspaper to see the recent news, one particular news caught his attention. NASA's spacecraft crashed in the forest of Borneo on eastern Malaysia, setting the forest on fire. Fortunately, Malaysia's local fire department and rescue forces were able to control the fire and quickly put the fire out without any casualties. Dio smirked as he realized from the news that America was trying hard to speed up their space program to catch up with Dio. They probably even tried to copy the dark battleship's design. It was a good call after Dio outright rejected their selfish demands. America might be at the forefront of technology in the past. But now, Wakanda was the nation with the best technology in the world. The Americans' ambition to become the world leader was seen through its effort to become the first country to launch the space exploration program. If Dio agreed to give the CIA the dark battleship's blueprint and some alien technology, USA's plan to explore the space might have already become a reality. However, as of now, Dio knew that it would take a while for them to achieve such a grand feat. For now, their effort to launch a spaceship like this would be a waste of money, meaning that they would waste the taxpayer money. Building a spacecraft like this would need billions of dollars. The cost was unnecessarily high for something that would fail anyway. Dio thought about it once more and thought of other reasons that might be the cause of America to hasten their space project like this. The only thing that happened recently was only the academic exchange program led by Wakanda. In order to successfully run the academic exchange program on USA soil, Chala might be bargaining some of his nation's scientific breakthroughs. However, Dio was certain that Chala wouldn't give them any of Wakanda's spacecraft advantages, as it wouldn't be wise to do so. Dio shook his head. For now, he didn't have any say for sure why NASA was doing something like this. The information about the dark battleship that he left in S.H.I.E.L.D. in the past might be already in NASA's hands, but it didn't matter as it wasn't the blueprint. It might not be perfect, but Dio was sure that S.H.I.E.L.D. would understand and learn a lot of things from the information he left behind before the problems arose and S.H.I.E.L.D. was taken back by the government. Even though part of it happened because of his action, Dio still felt a little bit of pity for S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 549. In NASA, a middle-aged man in a white coat was stroking a sealed vessel with a black liquid substance inside. "This is really beautiful," the man said as he stared at the black liquid that wriggled around inside the vessel. "Sorry, although it wouldn't be good news, the country has brought back so many sludges for your entertainment, but where is the result?" the Major General said with a frown on his face. "Did you hear yourself just now? This is an extraterrestrial life form from an unknown planet. Their value can't be measured by money, and result. You will get it eventually. But, if you want the results so bad, you better talk to the officials or congressmen and see if I can get my human lab rat soon. That way, I can stuff this black liquid and proceed with my project." The Major furrowed his brows even more as he knew that it would be tough to do that. Dr. Herland was a biology researcher who previously studied the Chitauri's corpses. He was extremely knowledgeable and irreplaceable. But it was still not a good idea to offend a Major General like this. Dr. Herland was aware of that as well. So he apologized a little and reported back the progress of his project. "After our initial observation and experiment, this alien organism couldn't adapt to Earth environment that was brimming with oxygen. But we discovered their parasitic trait and had them live inside a living organism. As it turns out, they can live on Earth inside a host," Dr. Herland said excitedly. He then picked up the vessel and connected it to another vessel that has a small rabbit inside it. The black liquid started to wriggle and stuck itself to the poor rabbit. But within a few seconds, the rabbit began to turn violent and exploded before the black liquid wriggled itself back to its vessel. The Major General was horrified by what happened to the rabbit as he realized that the black liquid was a strange parasite that could easily kill its host. So, these mud are parasite? Isn't it a harmful parasite right now? The Major said worriedly. No, it may seem dangerous right now. But these creatures need to latch on the right host in order to coexist in our oxygen-rich environment. What happened with the rabbit earlier was an intense rejection reaction. Let's just say it's something similar to the human body rejecting an organ transplant that wasn't compatible. Dr. Herland said casually. Doctor, I am here right now to know what these things are worth. I don't care about your academic report, I need to know what these things can do. The crash of Life 1 spacecraft has put tremendous pressure on the military. After all, it was billions of dollars project with no result to bring back. It was impossible for the country to not do anything when a lot of money was gone like this. They need to take a measure to reduce the probability of the public knowing anything about this project. If billions of dollars were gone like this, it would raise suspicion. And it wouldn't take long for the opposite party to take advantages of this opportunity. Now, someone has to stand up and make a decision whether to cut the project off of the government budget or keep going. Obviously, the Major General was the one signed up to carry out that task. With that said, the Major must figure out if these black sludge had any merit for the military. If he deemed it unnecessary for the military, he should cut it to save the budget. That included whether or not Dr. Herland could satisfy his curiosity. If Dr. Herland couldn't do that, he would be living on the street as the government would take away all of his property. Dr. Herland gritted his teeth as he knew that all his life's worth depended on this project. Space Warrior. This is the name I gave to our next plan on the project. Since this creature can adapt to our environment through symbiotic means, it could be inferred that humans would also take advantage of this symbiosis in the hope of surviving on the alien's planet without any equipment. Once this alien creature can find a compatible host, it will definitely give us a greater understanding and probably even give us access to a super soldier that surpassed the super soldier serum of Captain America. Dr. Herland said excitedly. Dr. Herland knew that he shouldn't exaggerate unproven speculation, but he was out of ideas. He had to give the Major a plausible reason to give his project a go so that it wouldn't be cut off from the budget. He would do anything for that. Space Warrior. I could see the worth behind it. Okay, Dr. Herland, I will write a relevant report for this project, so report every progress you have made so far. I believe your project won't be cut off from the country budget anytime soon. The Major said with a wide smile on his face. Chapter 550. The Major General left NASA after he got what he wanted. As a man with a military background, all he could think of was the profit for the military from budgeting the research. During this time, where exploring space was right on the corner, the stake of the Space Warrior that Dr. Herland mentioned was far too high. As for the possibility of failure, it didn't really matter for now. Each year, the USA did so many scientific research projects that at the same time, a large number of failures has been cut off forever. No one could guarantee success before all the results have been achieved. If anybody could say that they were 100% successful throughout their life, they would definitely become the emperor of the world. This was also why the Major let Dr. Herland say anything he wanted, even though the Major had a feeling that Dr. Herland wasn't completely honest. He would let Dr. Herland do whatever it was that he needed to do, and when the result wasn't something that the military really desired, Dr. Herland would be done. To put it bluntly, it was just a trap to satisfy the Major's curiosity, and the end result wasn't really that important for him. If it ended up in success, he would get the credits, and if it ended up in failure, Dr. Herland would surely be the scapegoat. Unbeknown to the General and Dr. Herland, the astronauts in Life 1 spacecraft originally took 4 samples of this black sludge lifeforms, but Dr. Herland's lab only received 3 samples. The question was where the last samples could be. In New York Airport, a young couple returned from their trip to Malaysia with their 10-year-old daughter. Everything seemed to be normal, but when the little girl returned to her room, her eyes turned black in a flash, but as quick as it came, it disappeared again. Was everything really normal here? Dio's trip to Hong Kong was fruitful, at least from Dio's perspective, as he bought so many interesting gadgets. Wanda was very happy with her gift, and thus Dio and Wanda spent a lot of time cramped inside their room. Had it not for Chala's notice that the academic exchange program has come to an end, Dio and Wanda would still stay in their room. Are we gonna go soon? Scott said with a sad expression as he wanted to sneak out and meet with his daughter once more. He was a little frustrated as it seemed no one had a shackle to New York like him. Everyone could just go anywhere they want and start everything fresh. Whereas Scott's love for his daughter refrained him from doing so. Well, you still have your woman, don't you? Make an arrangement with her too, don't be a prude. Dio said annoyedly. Hope Van Dyne is a great woman, and Dio was a little bit annoyed that Scott didn't really consider her at all, even though he knew that it wasn't fair to compare a woman that he met not long ago with his baby girl. Scott had this awkward smile on his face as he felt guilty for getting Hope just like that. In addition, he couldn't endanger his daughter too much as his daughter's home was being observed by the CIA at all times in case he came back there. Although Dio had brought Tony's black box device to Shuri, and she cleverly turned it into a super strong signal jammer, it wouldn't be wise to challenge the CIA too often. Dio must say that Shuri was really something else. She could hold her own against such bright people like Stark, Hank Pym, Bruce Banner and others. By the way, how is your research going? Did you make any progress? Don't go there, Buster. She is a patient, sure. But she doesn't understand anything we are going through. She just screams at us every day, rambling about progress and whatnot. Look at my eyes. This is the eyes of a man who didn't get a good night of sleep. This was the truth as Scott and Hope were constantly woken at night by Eva's scream. Although Eva was more stable now, it wouldn't change much if she couldn't enjoy a normal life. She still had her phasing ability, and because of that, she couldn't touch anyone if she failed to control her power. But, fortunately, she wasn't in any danger right now. If Bill weren't there to act as a mediator, Hope and Eva would be at each other's throat every day. But it was understandable on Eva's part as she suffered unimaginable pain each and every day before Janet returned. A scientific research would take time. Furthermore, it was a quantum field subject. One of the hardest subjects to research on a scientific platform. But still, the research was undergone. Therefore Scott must have made progress by now. Dio noticed it when Scott seemed to be able to shrink to quantum level recently. After listening to Scott's rant, Dio nodded his head understandably and didn't say anything at that. Dio knew that Hank Pym, with Hope, Scott, and Bill helping, was the best team he could ask for quantum field research. For now, Dio knew that his help wasn't needed. Although he knew what Scott needed to do, he had to keep a few cards up his sleeve. It never hurt to play as safe as possible. Chapter 551. When Dio wanted to leave after his meeting with Scott, he was summoned by Steven into New York Sanctuary out of his will. Dio was confused and annoyed, but he couldn't tell why Steven would want him here. Was this about healing his hands? I saw a disaster. Steven said with a shocked face. Dio instantly frowned as he didn't understand what Steven meant by that. What disaster? Can you speak more clearly? I don't know, all I know is the Earth would endure 3 devastating situations that might destroy everything. Steven said bitterly. Dio was surprised because Steven didn't say anything about Thanos, meaning that he wasn't one of the 3 disasters that Steven foresaw. The Ancient One has already told me to prevent countless disasters in advance. But I am still confused. After all, how can it just happen one after another? But after forcing Dormammu out of our dimension, I tried to rebuild all sanctuaries and repair the shield. Then I started to foresee the future that might happen. As a result, I saw 3 kinds of disasters that would destroy the Earth. One included the demon attack you mentioned the other day, and the other 2 are some sort of weird alien invasion. Therefore, I deemed it necessary to inform you as soon as I can as we need every help we can get to prevent these disasters. Steven said confidently. Steven was the Ancient One's student for only a brief period before he became the Sorcerer Supreme. Looking back on how he had a hard time banishing Dark Dimension out of Earth, it could be said that Steven wasn't confident of his own power just yet. Thus, he sought union with other people that he deemed strong enough to reassure him that everything would be okay. After hearing Steven's word, Dio thought about it all for a second. Steven had a fairly good point there as he knew that Dio was surely needed to defend the Earth. Dio himself knew that he couldn't let the Earth fall as it was his home planet. Let's put aside the ordeal with the demon first. I need to know what kind of disaster you saw in another 2 situations. Dio asked curiously. I couldn't see that well as it was blurry, but what I can confirm is I am sure that it was an alien invasion. One of them seems like a parasite that enters the human body before transforming into a very scary-looking monster that swallowed all lives on the planet. Then another one is an attack of aliens' army that directly attacked the Earth, destroying it completely. Steven said worriedly. Although Dio got a vague idea of what he would be up against, he didn't have anything to confirm as it was just on Steven's mind. Nevertheless, it was a good enough warning that they needed to prepare for. It was always best to stay prepared whether the disaster would actually happen or not. I understand you're worried. I will stay in New York until an unforeseeable future, therefore, if you need something, you can notify me as soon as possible. Dio said solemnly. I think we need more power for this. If the Avenger still exists, their participation would be welcomed. Steven said worriedly. He didn't know that Dio was part of the Avenger, but he only spoke out his own logical mind as he knew that the Avenger has repelled an alien invasion in the past. Alright, those guys aren't retired just yet. But they are like jobless people right now as there is nothing they can do. I will inform them and tell them to prepare for the situation to come. They won't sit idly by after hearing something like this. Dio said casually. Steven looked at him curiously as he didn't understand how Dio would be so sure. He couldn't comprehend how vast Dio's network really was, but all he could do was trust him for now. As for Dio himself, he didn't really care about what Steven was thinking. He just wanted all disaster to pass and go on vacation for a while. Therefore he wanted to talk with Steve and the others as soon as possible. While Dio was talking with Steven, Peter's rich classmate, Eugene Flash Thompson was driving his dad's luxurious car to meet with his new girlfriend. When he got to his girlfriend's house, he waited for a while, but his girlfriend wasn't the one who came out. Instead, a young girl appeared in her stead, looking curiously at Flash. Flash remembered that her girlfriend often talked about her cute little sister. So Flash deduced that the little girl was the aforementioned cute little sister. Although Flash liked to brag about everything he owned in front of Peter and his other classmates, he wasn't a bad person. Thus he approached the little girl calmly and asked for her sister warmly. You are Cindy's younger sister, right? Can you call Cindy out, please? Flash said with a smile on his face. However, his eyes widened in horror as he watched the little girl suddenly spewed out a strange black slime that started to cover her body. Flash ran in horror as fast as he could while shouting horrifiedly. He immediately entered his car and drove away maniacally as he knew that no matter happened to his new girlfriend, his father's car came first. Chapter 552. I know that the word disaster might sound terrible, but there's no need for you to brood about it. As I explained earlier, it wouldn't be something that happens so suddenly. As long as we can find the prelude to the disaster, there's still a way to prevent it. Dio casually said as he summoned everyone and explained the disaster that Steven has foreseen. After hearing what Dio said, everyone frowned as they realized that the Earth would face many crises in the future. Still, Dio's explanation about the Sorcerer Supreme, who protected the Earth from the multiverse invasion, was quite a shock to them. They didn't expect the Earth would still have a secret organization from ancient times that did so much while revealing so little to the public. Excuse me to interrupt, but are you sure this whole sorcerer thing was real? Are you sure it's not just another shady sect looking for attention with all that, the end of the world, stuff? Barton said doubtfully. It couldn't be helped that anyone would have a hard time believing something this out of this world business all of a sudden. Furthermore, the person who gave this information said that he saw it from their observation of the future. It was a word that he often heard from a scammer who was targeting those who were insecure. In fact, all of Avengers had a hard time believing something like this, but the fact that Dio, as the strongest Avenger right now, said this in person made the information a little more credible. While Dio might always be right in the past, it didn't mean everyone would believe him without any question. But it was a given as even two inseparable best friends would still have a hard time believing if one of them said that the world would end tomorrow. So, Dio just stood there without saying anything to convince the Avengers to believe him as he knew that saying too much would have a negative effect instead. But, in order to prove his point regarding the power of Sorcerer Supreme, Dio snapped his finger and brought everyone to mirror dimension. Everyone was shocked and frightened at the beginning as Dio controlled the space to make it look like a round table from ancient England and pulled the tile beneath everyone's feet to make them sit down on each chair like a round table discussion should be. This is the mirror dimension. It could be regarded as a simple tool to understand the multiverse. Rest assured, no matter what I do here, it wouldn't have any impact on the real world. This mirror dimension ability that I let you all see here today is something that I learned from the previous Sorcerer Supreme. This would be enough evidence to you that I wasn't tricked by some shady cult or something. Dio casually said while rotating the space like a merry-go-round. Dio's decision to take everyone to mirror dimension was actually a good choice as everyone began to believe what he was saying. Is there really a wizard in this world? Scott asked curiously. He asked Dio with slight awe in his tone, which everyone expected to be as it was something that came straight out of a fiction story. This ability to control space is really amazing. I began to believe that the Sorcerer Supreme could actually see the future. Although Dio wanted to correct that it was the time gem that foresaw the future and not the Sorcerer Supreme. He couldn't do that as he knew that the Ancient One really used her own power to see the future without really relying on the eye of Agamotto. Since you have proved your point, what do you need us to do? Chala said as he finally regained his composure. Wakanda has just started to open up to the rest of the world, and he definitely didn't want the world to face another trial that could end up in another catastrophe. First of all, I need you to go back to Wakanda and prepare for the worst while you wait for me to bring you either good news or bad news later. I need Wakanda to build several spaceships, just in case the world really needs it later. We have no way of knowing whether the disaster would end up in a catastrophe for the human race or not. According to the sorcerer, at least 2 alien races has set their sight on Earth. Dio said confidently. Dio's words were clearly for Chala alone as he was the king of the world's richest and most powerful country. The only place that could meet Dio's request was only Wakanda as it didn't need any useless bureaucracy that could consume more time. You are probably right. Even if the disaster ends up being a false alarm, I could always use the spaceship to establish the space line of defense for Earth later. But can you provide me some elf scientist to move things forward faster? The knowledge you provided earlier really helped, but I think it would be faster to have the professional help. Chala said as he groaned as his workload just doubled. Chala never once asked anything about money. After all, he had a mine full of mineral that was worth billions. If Wakanda was just a small and poor country, Dio might not even consider asking something like this. If that's the case, I will order some dark elves to help your team later, Dio said unconcerned. Well, if that is all you need, I will stay here. I didn't have anything to prepare anyway. Seeing his sister like this made Pietro a little bit sad. Nonetheless, he was happy to stay in New York. But, alas, where his sister is staying, he would also be there. Dio nodded and looked around. He noticed that everyone else also wanted to stay there for personal reasons. So he didn't stop them. He didn't need any help from them at the moment, so it was better for them to relax and sort out their own business first. He knew that everyone would help him as they've already gone through a lot. Therefore, there was no reason for Dio to risk fighting against the upcoming disaster alone. Prepare yourself well. I knew that we could survive through anything. I will leave Wanda and Pietro in your care for a while. I will inform everyone about the situation later. Chapter 553. Chala and Shuri left for Wakanda as they had to resume their role as the king and princess of Wakanda. Meanwhile, the rest of the Avengers stayed in New York to finish their personal problem before returning to Wakanda to prepare for the battle to come. It all would come down to when Dio informed them about the battle they had to fight later. Before they went on their separate ways, Steve reluctantly asked Dio if he would inform Tony about all of this. Although it didn't seem like Tony and Dio had any problems to begin with. That was just on the surface. In fact, he still didn't really trust Tony after Tony attacked him years ago. Dio just shook his head at Steve as he didn't think it was necessary to inform Tony anything right now. In truth, Dio really thought that Tony's ability was not needed right now as the people that sided with Tony after the aftermath of the Civil War didn't really have the ability to change the tide of the battle to come. Even though it might seem cruel, that was the reality. But, as the battle drew near, it might come the time to inform them about the disaster later. Dio explained his train of thought to Steve, and Steve nodded and walked away, respecting Dio's decision and trusting it for now. After everyone left, the villa they used to gather felt empty as only Dio, Wanda, and Pietro were left behind. At first, Dio wanted to have personal time with Wanda, but Pietro was on her tail all the time that Dio had to acknowledge his existence, even though it annoyed him to do so. And so, Dio took his time to bond with Pietro over some video games. They had a good time, that was until Dio kept beating Pietro at some fighting games. This is bullshit. Your character is too good, you are cheating, aren't you? As night came quietly, Kevin Thompson walked inside the police station annoyedly. He was in a bad mood after receiving some calls from the police regarding his son, Eugene Thompson. I will never let you drive my car again. You idiot ungrateful child. Flash was silent as he didn't know what to say to his raging father. The meek attitude that his son showed right now further annoyed Kevin, so he walked out of the police station with his son in tow. They returned to their mansion with a cold attitude. And once they arrived home, Flash immediately ran to his room and sat on his bed. His mind was still recalling the monster's appearance that the little girl he thought his girlfriend's little sister transformed into. He knew for sure that the monster did something to him as it spat out some dark liquid that seeped inside his skin. He visited several hospitals after that, using his father's name to get the best possible treatment in the hospital regarding the dark liquid that seeped into his skin earlier. However, none of them could tell what was wrong with Flash as they didn't find anything strange in his system. Every test that the doctor had done to check his condition came out normal, meaning that there was nothing that he should worry about. The doctor in the hospital did every test possible as it would increase the hospital's profit later. The test that Flash received wasn't some cheap test either. Nevertheless, the hospital was in joy since they would receive a huge sum of money overnight. Then something took a completely wrong turn. When the doctors tried to conduct a magnetic resonance examination, Flash suddenly shook uncontrollably. The doctor immediately panicked as they didn't find anything wrong with Flash earlier. But after they turned off the magnetic resonance machine, Flash stopped shaking and his body was back to normal, although he seemed weaker and exhausted from the whole ordeal. Now the doctor wasn't sure about Flash's condition. They began to think whether it really was a rare disease that they never encountered before. Or could it be some form of a mental health problem? After all, there were so many mental health problems. And the symptoms might differ from one person to another, making it hard to draw a conclusion about the disease itself. But as the doctor got ready to do some more tests, Flash suddenly decided to leave. Seeing that they didn't find any worrying condition from Flash earlier, they didn't try to persuade Flash to stay. Flash himself walked away with a pale complexion because after the immense pain he experienced earlier at the magnetic resonance test, he understood that the monster he saw from the little girl earlier has entered his body and lived inside him now. He also understood now that the sound wave produced from the magnetic resonance test damaged the monster inside him, but it also damaged his body. Although Flash was a rich boy who grew up in a rich family, he wasn't dumb. On the contrary, he was clever as he knew a lot of things and wasn't afraid to learn new things. He tried hard to remember the decibel of sound wave the magnetic resonance machine let off earlier as he wanted to do some test on his own later. Chapter 554. Flash. A voice suddenly blared inside Flash's head. Who is that? Who is talking right now? Me, I am the one talking. The monster said casually. Flash was frightened and would have screamed had it not for the fear that froze him in place. Not long after, Flash fainted due to extreme fear. The monster clicked his tongue and returned inside Flash's body without saying anything else. It needed the host to adapt to the power that it would give. Later on, so he patiently waited for the time to come. After taking 2 days off from school, Flash finally returned, and compared to the previous 2 days of living uncomfortably in his own skin, today he looked eager to spend the day in his school. Hey, Flash. I heard you were sick yesterday, how is it going now? Flash hated Peter so much in school, but it was yesterday's news. After his encounter with the monster, he understood that he didn't need to feel such a thing. So, instead of saying anything, Flash nodded arrogantly and returned to his seat with confidence. Although Flash behaved differently from usual, Peter didn't take it seriously. But something in his head kept saying that something was wrong with Flash. Peter knew that it was just his spider sense going off, but there was no way Flash would be a threat. So Peter shook his head, thinking that the spider sense was just mistaken for once. At the same time, Flash was having a discussion with Venom on his head. You don't like that classmate of yours? Venom said casually. You are right, I don't like him. Flash said in his head, not covering his emotion at all. Then, let me eat him. Venom said coldly. Flash frowned as he immediately thought of Peter. But, after he remembered what Venom made him do in the last 2 days, he wanted to vomit. Shut up, Venom. Flash said angrily. If you hate him that much, why won't you let me eat him? You can rid yourself of that guy once and for all. I can feel that he is more delicious than anyone else in this classroom. Listening to Venom talking, a wave of jealousy hit Flash once again. He was always jealous of Peter. And now, even the monster took a liking to Peter, although it was as a food source. But he quickly calmed himself down as he knew that jealousy would get him nowhere. Would he let Venom eat that guy and made himself free of this weak emotion? But the thought of letting someone he knew die scared him immediately. No, how could I think of something like that? Flash said as he held out his head surprisedly. Although he hated Peter, he never thought of killing him, let alone eat him. Eating people won't work, Venom. I already gave you so much fresh food in the past 2 days, isn't that enough? For my race, humans, chicken, ducks, and fishes are the same thing, but unfortunately for you, human gave the best nutrients so far. Also, don't forget that your body belongs to me now. In the past few days, he had a friendly exchange with this alien species that called itself Venom. After confirming that Venom wouldn't hurt him, Flash tried to calm himself and muster his courage as he conversed with Venom, but it wasn't as friendly as he thought it would be. How could he become as unlucky as becoming the host of a nasty alien species? But Flash knew that he wasn't in a favorable spot right now. He couldn't demand anything from the alien inside him due to the fear of being eaten himself. If it were just the same thing, even though other things didn't contain as many nutrients as human, you would be full nonetheless. As long as you don't ask me anything weird, I would make sure that you would be full every day. Flash said as he tried to allure Venom to do his bidding. He was a rich kid from a rich family. He could afford various means to feed the alien if it was willing to refrain from eating humans. Of course, as long as you provide me with fresh food, I will not eat any human. But only as long as I am not hungry. Flash was a little surprised as he realized that the alien would only cooperate as long as it was satisfied. Flash was a little taken aback as he realized that the alien was smart. He had to come up with a way to make sure that the alien wouldn't do as it pleased later. Flash came from a rich family, but his father always deemed him as lacking in every aspect. Although his life wasn't the best, he never bullied anyone, and of course, no one dared to bully him either. However, there was always an exception to all things. He hated Spider-Man, who stole the spotlight from him several times. He wanted to become a superhero himself, but he never got any power to begin with. However, now he could do it with Venom's help. I will date Black Widow when I join the Avenger. Flash dreamily said as he thought of himself walking side by side with the infamous beauty. He fell asleep in the middle of the class. As the end of the class was approaching, the teacher walked towards Flash and shook him to wake him up. But Flash was thoroughly annoyed as he was surprised. He held the teacher's arm and twisted it a little to stop her. But Flash never thought that this meager thought would break the teacher's arm as Venom's power coursed through him right now. Oh, shit! Flash said in horror before Venom showed himself. Can I eat him? Venom said with a gluttonous expression. No. Flash shouted before he innocently looked at the teacher that was horrified by what Flash just did. Chapter 55. The poor teacher was immediately taken to a nearby hospital while Flash was called to the principal office. The principal already called Flash's father. Although Flash's father was the main contributor to the school's finances, the teacher's arm was broken, and it was hard to conceal it from the public. Peter himself was shocked by the event as his spider sense tingled as soon as Flash moved and he saw everything that happened to the teacher. Flash moved so fast that Peter was surprised as he has never seen anything like that on an average human before. Although he wasn't sure. He believed that the Flash that he saw today wasn't the usual Flash that he knew. Something must have happened to Flash that made him change like that. Peter began to wonder whether Flash was also bitten by a mutant spider before. Half an hour later, Kevin Thompson stomped into the principal's office angrily and shouted at Flash as soon as he saw him in there. He let the principal suspend Flash for a week and agreed to pay for all the teacher's treatment and pay the teacher an appropriate amount of money for compensation and donate to the school for relief later. In addition, he promised to take Flash to the hospital so that Flash could personally apologize to the teacher later. From what Kevin Thompson did, it could be said that he wasn't a man that solved every problem with the power of money. Thus no one could really think badly of him. Even after he took Flash back home. He also punished Flash personally by lecturing him for half an hour, taking away all his pocket money and various credit cards, and grounded him for a week. This punishment left Flash on his wits' end as he had no means to buy any fresh food for Venom without his money and without any chance to leave the house now. He didn't know what Venom would do if he didn't prepare any food for him. Would it eat his mother and father? Or would it eat Flash first? Or maybe it would eat the three of them in order. Why did you break my teacher's arm? Flash asked Venom nervously. He knew that none of it was his fault as it was Venom itself that controlled his body and twisted the teacher's arm. He attacked us, so I must fight back. Venom said as his head popped out of Flash's body. Now it is over, I am suspended from school, and my dad also cut off my financial resources. Flash said nervously. There is nothing to worry about, they can't trap us here, and there are so many foods walking down the street over there. Venom said as he looked over the street from Flash's windows. Flash could feel Venom's excitement as if it was his own. He was so nervous that his emotions started to integrate with Venom. In the evening, Peter patrolled the street of New York just like usual. Although he was confident that all the petty thieves and pickpockets in Queens had been caught, he couldn't slack off as he knew that small-time criminals like that would show up again. Of course, there was another type of criminal that Peter also had to apprehend. And it was an organized crime that was hard to track. This type of criminals was smart, so he had to keep his ears open to hear any little bit of information that he could get about this type of stuff. So, when he finished his patrol on the street and saw that everything was in order, he was ready to go home, but then he suddenly remembered what happened earlier in school and how his spider sense tingled every time he remembered it. Well, it wouldn't hurt to visit a pal from school, right? I remembered that Flash is living nearby too, better check on him. At the same time, Venom that was quite hungry. Couldn't bear it anymore and ignored Flash altogether. The idea of not eating for 7 days was just ridiculous for Venom, so it took over Flash's body and jumped out of the window. Then, it parkoured onto a building and quietly stalked any human that it could eat. Venom knew that it couldn't show itself to the human, as he remembered from Flash's knowledge that it would be really dangerous for Venom to rampage on the street, as it would draw the Avengers' attention towards Venom later. Although Venom was a member of a powerful alien race, Venom itself wasn't powerful. It was just a low-level soldier that was following order to invade any planets with food. But then again, as Venom wasn't a die-hard loyal creature to his race, it didn't really care about the invasion itself. Venom only cared about fulfilling its desire and filling his empty stomach. What is that? Peter said as he noticed a dark shadow running at high speed on top of a building as Peter swung towards Flash's residence. He quietly tried to catch up with the shadow and was quite surprised by what he saw. What is that thing? Peter said as he saw the bulky dark figure running on top of a building. He decided to stop the monster as he sensed that it was up to no good. He shot his web sneakily towards the monster and successfully trapped its leg. But, his attack didn't stop the monster, as he saw that the monster's hands grew a huge claw that tore Peter's webbing immediately. This is not good, Peter said to himself as he tried to stop the monster again. At this point, Venom noticed Spider-Man and dodged Peter's incoming webbings by jumping to another building and then charged towards Peter at high speed. Peter was startled and hurriedly fired a series of webbing towards another building to avoid the monster's charge at the last moment. Although his movement was fast, Peter wasn't quite successful in dodging the monster's attack, as it successfully ripped off the back of Peter's suit. What the hell are you? Peter said as he stared grimly towards the monster. Chapter 556. Spider-Man. Flash said surprisedly inside of Venom. He then felt worried as his appearance resembled a monster right now, and he was afraid that Spider-Man would treat him as a villain. But then again, Flash didn't have any power to control Venom right now. Before Flash could do anything to stop Venom from becoming a villain, it was already too late. Venom attacked Spider-Man with the intention to eat him. I want to bite off your head, Venom greedily said as he charged into Spider-Man. Flash paled as his dream to become a superhero has been squashed by Venom's appetite. Now, he would become a supervillain that the Avenger would search for and apprehend. While Flash was busy pitying himself, Venom was in a fight with Spider-Man. Although there were quite a distance from the town center, it doesn't mean there was nobody on the street. Quite on the contrary, people started to flock and recorded Spider-Man's fight with a monster-like creature. It's already happening, Steven said as he called Dio. What else did you foresee? Dio asked curiously. It's not something that I foresaw, but it is already happening. Check the news yourself. The news? Dio, that has become curious about what happened, immediately checked the news on his phone. He then saw the news about Spider-Man fighting against a strange monster in the street of New York. This thing is Venom, Dio said as he recognized the black monster that Spider-Man was fighting against. He recalled the word Steven said earlier regarding his vision. And Dio began to wonder whether one of the disasters that Strange saw was the Venom's race planet invasion that coincidentally happened to be planet Earth. So, a Sorcerer Supreme also uses internet searches nowadays? Dio curiously asked as he thought the power of Time Gem was far more powerful than the internet. Well, the internet is still one of the best ways to get information these days. No matter in which part of the world it was, someone would definitely post it online if something happened, Steven said casually. Is it your excuses for being addicted to the internet? Dio said with a smirk on his face. But the phone call ended abruptly. It was clear that Steven was annoyed by Dio's question and felt no need to answer any of them. What's wrong? Find any information yet? Yes, I will go there straight away, Dio casually said, and then he stood up. Well, I am coming along, Wanda said as she followed Dio. Dio just nodded without much hesitation. Venom wasn't as dangerous as any other disaster that he has thought about, and Wanda was a woman that could hold her ground. Pietro, Wanda called, but Dio immediately stopped her. He doesn't need to come with us, just the two of us are enough. We still need someone to hold the fort while we're away, Dio said indifferently. Wanda nodded her head and changed her clothes before following Dio outside. Meanwhile, Pietro was playing a fighting game in his room. He was on a roll and tapping his gamepad frantically as he won fights after fights with his online buddies. He has already broken 99 gamepads today alone and on the verge to use the 100th gamepad as his current gamepad has begun to show an error. When Dio and Wanda arrived at the scene, they were too late as they couldn't see Venom and Spider-Man anywhere. But he received a message from Steven with an address on it. So, Dio and Wanda quickly went to the address shown on the message, and Dio found a trace of mirror dimension opened there. He then led Wanda towards the mirror dimension as he knew that Steven was the one who opened the portal. "Look, over there," Wanda said as she pointed her finger towards Steven, who was currently fighting against Venom with Spider-Man's aid. The fight was fierce as Venom kept regenerating no matter how much damage it took. It could be said that although it was 2 against 1, Venom had the upper hand. Spider-Man wouldn't kill it as his strong sense of justice prevented him from doing so, and Steven was still learning offensive spell as it wasn't that long since he became the Sorcerer Supreme. "Step aside," Dio yelled as he rushed towards the battleground and summoned Red Magician to burn Venom. Peter and Steven immediately got out of Dio's way as they know what was coming. The raging fire that Dio used would surely burn them along if they didn't get out of the way. As Peter's webbing stopped, Venom was ready to run away. But the raging flames that suddenly appeared halted his movement. As a creature that was born in a deficit oxygen environment, Venom couldn't stand a high-pitched sound wave and high-temperature flames. Venom tried his best to run away from the surging flames. But Wanda wouldn't let it happen. Although she didn't even talk it out with Dio beforehand, she understood what she needed to do. She stood on a path that Dio marked as Venom's escape path, and locked Venom down with her power. Venom that couldn't move anymore was burned and screamed horrifiedly at Wanda. The monster that Peter and Steven took a long time fighting off was immediately put down in seconds after Wanda and Dio arrived. Venom that couldn't bear the scorching flame any longer, immediately retracted back to Flash's body. "Flash?" Peter said as he was surprised to see his friend was the monster all along. Peter immediately switched his webbing to the high-temperature resistant webbing and rescued Flash from the flames. Dio was annoyed by Peter's action once again as he was too late to stop Peter from rescuing Flash. As soon as Peter caught Flash's body, a large amount of black liquid gushed out of Flash's body and entered Peter's body. Peter was surprised and tried to get the black liquid off of him in panic. But all of that was in vain. Chapter 557. A proverb that said, "A good bird choose a good tree to make its nest," could be applied to almost everything. In this instance, Venom, that realized he was being cornered, gave up Flash's weak body and entered Peter's body that was much stronger, at the very least 100 times better. Fortunately, Flash has passed out at the moment. Thus he didn't know he was being cheated right now. "Remember my name, for I am Venom, and you will become my new ride," Venom said inside Peter's head. "No. Get out of my body," Peter said as he struggled with Venom inside his mind. His bright red suit gradually turned black. The Dark Spider-Man was born. Or was it the Spider-Venom? Dio shook his head helplessly as he sighed annoyedly. The Venom suit that Spider-Man was wearing now probably the best suit that Spider-Man could ever dream of. Had it not for the obvious weakness and the food aspect for Venom to keep it in check, probably Spider-Man would become the most excellent host for the squidgy alien. "Wanda, hold him in place," Dio shouted. Wanda nodded her head and immediately used her power to hold Spider-Man down. But Spider-Man's spider sense warned Venom of the danger. Venom immediately controlled Peter's body and shot a series of webs to cover Wanda's line of sight and immediately escaped at high speed. Venom would increase in strength according to its host. The stronger the host was, the stronger Venom would be. But for Dio, no matter how strong Venom's host would be, its weakness remained the same. Dio then desummoned Red Magician and summoned Echo ACT-2 out. He then ordered Echo ACT-2 to send a high-pitched frequency soundwave directly towards Spider-Man. Although Venom couldn't see Dio's stand, Spider-Man's spider sense helped him escape from dangerous situations. But Soundwave wasn't something Venom could react to as he was still trying to adapt with his newfound power. Dio's Soundwave hit Spider-Man head-on, and his ears started ringing. It only took a few seconds. And the black liquid started to come out of Peter's body. But Dio remembered something and stopped his Soundwave attack. He still needed to force a lot of things out of Venom. Besides, he could easily kill it later if he wanted to. "Wanda, help me restrain it, I have something to ask," Dio said to Wanda as he walked towards Spider-Man. Wanda nodded and used her power to lock Spider-Man in place. With Venom and Spider-Man weakened by the Soundwave attack, Wanda easily pinned them down, leaving them no room to resist. "Now, I will ask you questions, and you better answer honestly. If I catch you lying, I will make sure you regret it," Dio said as he turned the Soundwave back on again for a second to threaten Venom. At this point, Dio didn't really care about Peter being under Venom's control. Do you understand, or do I need to repeat that for you? Dio said coldly. Venom immediately nodded weakly, but no one was really sure that it would tell the honest answer. Dio, however, didn't care. He had the perfect method to torture Venom all day long if he had to. So, let's start with the basics. How did you arrive on Earth? Dio asked coldly. Our symbiont family lives on a comet, our homeland is called Battleworld, and that place is the only place for us to live without our symbiote. Venom said weakly. Dio and the others began to wonder about a magical planet that Venom called Battleworld, but they immediately cast away their imagination as they still had to hear what Venom had to say. It's not that we found you, it's the other way around. We are stragglers looking for food when your people suddenly came and collected us without thinking. We know that a living creature would bring us to a living planet, meaning that your people would bring us to a new source of food. So, we let them take us into your planet, and once we have the direction to your planet, we would bring our entire army to invade your planet to become our new cattle planet. Venom said weakly. Steven frowned as he heard that Venom had an entire army waiting for good news to start the invasion. If Venom managed to slip away from Steven and Dio's radar, it would become bad news as they would have to fight an entire fleet of aliens with super regeneration. Just thinking about the scene of numerous Venoms invading the Earth was horrifying, and there was no doubt that the Earth wouldn't stand a chance. At the same time, Steven and Dio were sure that the 3 disasters that Steven predicted would include the symbiote invasion. Fortunately, they have found the source in advance, and thus they could formulate a plan to prevent the invasion. They had to destroy the symbiote that NASA retrieved, and that should be the end of the symbiote invasion as their homeworld would never receive the news regarding Earth. But Dio still didn't understand one part of it all. On my curiosity, you were coming to Earth deliberately, and according to your war pact, you and your compatriots that comes here should be the vanguard. Right? On that note, I want to know why you're betraying your group like this. Or deceiving us is part of your scheme or something. No, I don't need to scheme anything right now, because after I come here, I saw endless food, but if I bring my people here, it wouldn't be long before this planet would die. In that fact, why would I share this knowledge with others? Well, I also assume that you wouldn't want your planet dying either. Right? If my guess was right, then we could join hands to kill all those other symbiotes. Dio fell silent for a while as he considered Venom's word. Dio knew that Venom had the potential to become a tamed wild card, but Dio had to consider Venom's selfish nature too. Then again, no matter how hard he saw it in every perspective, Venom's plan was beneficial for the Earth's survival. Now, give me a reason not to end you after I kill all the other symbiote. Dio said coldly. Well, haven't you eaten before? Venom said with a frown on his face. Dio laughed as he found Venom's answer funny. Nevertheless, it was a warning sign that Venom has eaten a human before. Chapter 558. Although Dio did not really believe what Venom had said, he could use Venom to at least eliminate the symbiotes in NASA's research center for now. The most important thing right now was to cut off the communication with Venom's planet. And while Venom didn't seem to have any intention to contact his own planet, the same couldn't be said to the rest of the symbiote in NASA's care. Dio knew that he had to come up with a good plan as he couldn't march straight to NASA and said that he wanted to destroy the symbiote there. Dio focused his attention on Venom the whole time as he knew that Venom was definitely trying to find any opening to escape. But Venom didn't seem to struggle or anything. Instead, Venom handed back control to Peter and the black suit returned to Spider-Man's iconic red and blue. Can anyone help me get rid of this alien from my body? Peter said annoyedly. Don't be too hasty, kid. We need that alien for now. Once we are done dealing with his fellow aliens, we will see what we can do to that alien. Don't worry, your name would be engraved as the hero that saved the Earth from alien invasion later. Dio didn't think Spider-Man would fall for his word, but Peter seemed to take his words seriously and nodded his head excitedly. Peter thought of having an accomplishment for himself, and on top of that, it was for saving the world. Now he could earn Tony Stark's approval to join the Avenger. Peter was worried about the alien inside his body, but now he couldn't complain as he needed it to save the world. But then again, he wondered who was the old man that helped him before. The weird old man called himself Dr. Strange, and he was so weird that he didn't question anything out of him. But Peter didn't understand why Tony never showed up even though the situation has gotten this dire. Did he have something better to do? Well, it wasn't Peter's concern right now. Besides, he knew that he had to work with these people for some time to save the world. Dio sighed on the side as he knew that they had found a temporary solution to their disaster's problem. But he knew that it wasn't a surefire plan just yet. He didn't know whether the first disaster would be averted by destroying those symbiotes in NASA, but he knew he must at least eliminate all of them to avert the disaster. Now, Dio had to figure out the way to enter NASA without raising any alarms as soon as possible. There was no telling what NASA wanted to do with those symbiotes, and there was no telling when the symbiote might contact Battleworld to commence the invasion. Dio also handed Peter a special detector that would vibrate once the symbiote ran at high speed. It was clear that once the symbiote ran wild again, it would be killed instantly. After that, everyone went back and tended to their own problems, but it was just a matter of time for them to move out. Worried yet excited at the same time, Peter went home and began to wonder many things that would happen when he was hailed as one of the heroes that saved the Earth from the alien invasion. Forget it. Now, I need to eat. Wonder if Aunt May's apple pie is still there. After everyone else left and Mirror Dimension has been undone, Flash, who was lying on top of the building, quietly opened his eyes. He was confused about where he was. He didn't remember why and when he got on top of the roof of an unknown building, but his memories started to coming back to him. Venom. Get out now. Flash shouted to summon Venom, but there was no response. Usually, Venom would appear after he called for him like that. But it was unusually quiet right now. Has it already been burned to death? The last thing that Flash remembered was that a huge fire being hurled at him, and some chick tried to hold him down before Venom retaliated and tried to escape, but that was it. Flash didn't remember anything else beyond that point. Venom, are you still here? I have dinner for you, and it's made of the most delicious ingredient ever. Oh, master of the great symbiote, your host Flash asked for your response. Flash said teasingly once again, trying to call for Venom, but Venom didn't respond. There is really no response at all. Was it really burned to death? Come on now. It said that it couldn't die. Flash said with a frown. He then opened his phone and played the audio that he saved earlier in case Venom went berserk. It was the recording of a 500 Hz sound. Flash braced himself for the pain, but there was no pain at all. Flash couldn't help but feel a little bit lost after realizing that he already lost Venom. Although he knew that Venom could threaten his life, he experienced such a fascinating aspect of Venom's power and felt a wave of anticipation that he could conquer the world. But there was nothing left he could do now. The alien was gone, and he had to move on with his life. He just had to bid farewell to his supervillain dream like he bid farewell to his superhero dream. Now, he had to get home as fast as possible because if his father found out he was out, he might lose everything this time. However, once he arrived at the roof door, it was locked shut. Flash threw his phone to the door out of frustration, but he regretted it the next second as it was his last resort out of this rooftop. He was left in the dark of night without a roof or a place to sleep at all, shivering in the corner, waiting for someone to come and rescue him at dawn. Chapter 559. The next day after Flash was rescued, the building still left his story behind. The ghost story circulated among the building's tenants after the weird incident on the rooftop. They already knew that the security found a boy on the rooftop while the door was locked. They also knew that the security didn't see the boy going up as the security camera didn't record anyone going up the rooftop the entire day and night. Obviously, the tenant believed that the boy got up there through some kind of paranormal activity. Some tenants even chose to move from the building as they didn't want to live in the same place as some evil forces. At the same time, Peter, who came to school and attended his class as usual, sighed as he noticed an empty seat in his class. He finally remembered what he had forgotten yesterday, which was Flash. He forgot to take Flash back to his house. He wanted to go to the rooftop again to check whether Flash was still there, but it sounded like a stretch as there was no way Flash would still be on the rooftop all morning. He looked around and noticed that the teacher wasn't there yet. So he pulled out his phone and tried to call Flash to know what transpired this morning, but his call didn't connect. Peter was determined to check on Flash at his house later after school. He wanted to see with his own eyes that Flash has gone home safely. If Flash wasn't at his house, Peter would check the rooftop once again. As the teacher suddenly entered the classroom, Peter immediately put away his phone. What do you need? Chala asked as Dio called him. I need you to find where NASA has brought the symbiote for their research. Dio said casually as he already informed Chala about the possibility of symbiote invasion earlier on. Chala was silent for a moment as he didn't know how to find out about such information immediately. He knew that NASA labeled the symbiote discovery top secret and thus wouldn't leak anything, especially about the location of their discovery. I will try my best, Chala said as he knew that he still had to see what he could do. He couldn't just outright reject Dio's demand as he knew that it was for the sake of the Earth itself. But then again, Chala couldn't guarantee that he would be able to get that information for Dio. He had to launch a new spy network to achieve his goal. He knew that he had to force his way to NASA to get the information that Dio needed, and he got no problem with that. But Dio, I want to know what you plan to do after I give you the information. Have you already found a way to kill the symbiotes? That is one of the possibilities. But if I just outright kill it, I suppose the scientist will still be curious about the symbiotes and once again send a spacecraft to that planet. If that's the case, there will be no end to this. The symbiotes will win in the end, as there is no telling when the NASA will continue exploring the symbiotes' potential. Dio said annoyedly. You are right, we must find a way to make sure that NASA's interest in the symbiotes withers. You already catch the escaped symbiotes, right? Is it possible to let NASA know about the symbiotes' plot and make them give it up? Chala worriedly asked as he realized that it wasn't a disaster that was entirely on the external factor. It always began from human greed itself. No, I don't think that would be possible. Those scientists won't listen. After all, an alien's confession is too much of a fairy tale to begin with. We might even put on an entirely different effect if we go that road. Chala also knew his method wouldn't work. But it wouldn't hurt to confirm things with Dio. It was the same as when Stephen Strange announced that there would be a world-destroying disaster in the near future. They believed Stephen's word in the end because Dio believed in it. They believed Dio as Dio already proved his word in the past. Actually, I have an idea that might work. But it would cost some sacrifice on their end. That's not good, Dio. Some of those people are innocent. It won't be fair to them if they go through something that's sinister. Chala said worriedly. Chala was in a dilemma as Dio's proposed plan was something that would actually kill someone, but he knew that once Dio's plan succeeded, the scientist, if not the entire NASA, would drop their curiosity towards the symbiote forever. Well, I think this is the best case for us right now. We can reduce the number of casualties to achieve our goal. We can also use public opinion to force them to stop if what we have done didn't deter them from researching the symbiotes in the future. But, I will hear you out if you have a better idea in the future. But for now, I think it would be better for you to start preparing for the arrangement. Dio said indifferently. I see, I will come up with a new idea, Chala said instantly. He must come up with a new idea. Otherwise, Dio would stick to his plan, and some innocent people would be killed in the crossfire. After the call with Chala was over, Dio grinned as he hoped the idea that Chala came up with later wouldn't be boring. Chapter 560. 3 days later, Chala finally sent Dio a message regarding the symbiote's whereabouts. No one expected that NASA would do their research on a secret base off the coast of Auckland, New Zealand. Dio didn't ask how Chala got his hand on this information, as the only thing that mattered for him was the result. As for the action plan, Chala didn't come up with a new plan, so Dio's plan was set in motion. Although the people of NASA didn't know that they were carrying a disaster right now, it was inevitable if they suffered damage to some extent. Therefore, it was better if the damage came from Dio instead of the symbiotes. The manpower for this operation was enough in Dio's eyes, as he had Wanda and Pietro. And also Spider-Man. Although Venom would be coming along, Dio didn't know whether he could trust Venom or not, so he didn't include Venom in his plan. After confirming that everyone was ready and Shuri also already prepared everyone, Stephen immediately drew a portal directly to Auckland, New Zealand. This was the best kind of transportation, as it didn't even take 5 seconds for them to arrive in Auckland from New York. It could be much faster if Stephen has been inside the secret base, as he could teleport them inside. But it wasn't the case for now, so Auckland was the best place that they could teleport into right now. Dio then rented a car that could fit all of them and drove towards the location that Chala has marked. About half an hour after, a building near a mountain entered Dio's sight. If Dio had to describe it, it looked similar to Tony's Seaview Villa. But it was more difficult to reach. The only clear entry was through the air, either by chopper or plane, as the road to the location was difficult to maneuver and in bad condition. It was clear that everyone on the base would know about an incoming vehicle towards them, so Dio knew that the military personnel inside would eventually walk out and stop Dio's car before forcing them to turn back, but Dio had another idea. Now, it's all on you, Dio said to Stephen. Stephen should be upset as Dio ordered him around, but at this moment, he knew that he must suppress his ego to finish the mission smoothly. Stephen then drew another portal that opened directly on top of the secret base's building. Now that they have a clear vision of the place, Stephen could create a portal to anywhere that he could see. Everyone immediately jumped inside Stephen's portal, and Dio immediately created a mirror dimension without any hesitation. He knew that the people inside the secret base would eventually know about their infiltration. But Dio wanted it to be as delayed as possible. After everyone entered the mirror dimension, Dio looked over at everyone and noticed that Spider-Man was obviously nervous. "Hey, did you remember every bit of the plan? If you were unsure of Venom's intention later, just turn on the device that I gave to you earlier. You will instantly get separated from that alien, and you should immediately burn it to a cinder." "I know, but he talks to me and says that he only wanted to live here and will not act out," Peter said unsurely. Although he wanted to trust Venom, there was a part of Peter that still didn't trust the creature. Dio nodded and continued to advance forward. He let Peter decide, as it was one of the learning processes that Peter had to take to become a better person later. "Now that everything is in order, let's go," Dio said as he immediately cut open a hole on the top of the building and immediately jumped down while everyone followed him immediately. But, as they were still inside the mirror dimension, no guard was rushing towards them. Inside this mirror dimension, Dio was a god. Not even Steven, who claimed the title of Sorcerer Supreme, could take over control of this mirror dimension from Dio. Dio quickly dismantled the entire base, and in a short while, he immediately found where the symbiotes were taken captive. But Dio was surprised as he saw that the scientist has already begun a human experiment, meaning that the symbiotes finally had a human host. In two closely spaced glass chambers, a human was being parasitized by a symbiote while being tied down on a specific instrument. At the same time, a large number of researchers wearing white coats were busy taking notes and observing the data display. At the same time, one of the experimental subjects began to have a violent seizure before dying horribly. Then a yellow-colored symbiote came out of the dead body and immediately launched itself towards the glass as if to bond with the researchers. The researchers didn't look worried at all, as they knew that the glass wall wouldn't break by the symbiote's power without a host, thus they continued to take data. A new human test subject was immediately sent inside the glass chamber, as the researchers knew that the symbiotes couldn't survive inside an oxygen-rich environment for more than 5 minutes. Peter, who saw the scene from Mirror World, frowned, as everything that he saw right now was not much different from execution. This experimentation was too cruel, and judging from their skillful look, this probably was not the first time they have done such barbaric experimentation. Dio himself was frowning over what he saw here. He wanted to avoid as many casualties as possible, but now he began to think that the researchers here today wasn't somebody that he has to give any mercy. "Let's go. It is time to execute our plan." In the bathroom near the experimentation lab, a guard suddenly felt a fleeting cold after washing his hands. He saw a man in tight black and blue suit suddenly appeared, and a black liquid began to move out of that man's body before taking the guard's body as its new host. It was Venom itself. Venom was tasked to find another host and rampaged inside the building. "Is that you, Venom?" Dio asked curiously. He let Peter go outside of Mirror Dimension and execute the plan smoothly. Venom itself chose to obey Dio after sensing Dio's killing intent. But as Venom began to integrate with its new host, Venom took a little bit of its host's mannerism. Venom began to talk non-stop with a happy and excited face that Dio began to get annoyed. "Enough!" Dio coldly shouted before resuming his plan. Chapter 561. When Venom exited the bathroom and began rampaging outside, the gunfire sound was immediately heard as the alarm sound started blaring throughout the building. "Enemy nearby. I repeat, enemy nearby. The base is under attack by a monster, asking for support." Another shout was heard before the screaming started one after another. Venom was in ecstasy as he was finally able to vent his pent-up bloodthirst. He killed any guards that came at him and destroyed any defensive mechanism on the building. With its super healing power, Venom was unstoppable. These people didn't even know the symbiote's weakness yet. The next thing on Venom's agenda was to rush towards the researcher's lab, and of course, because it was too sudden, the scientist inside wasn't able to evacuate immediately. The scientists clearly failed to notice the danger and thus were easily massacred by Venom. Venom immediately broke the two glass chambers that contained the two other symbiotes. The two symbiotes inside immediately got excited as they thought that Venom was there to free them and let them feast on the human. But the reality was harsh, as Venom wasn't able to break through the glass chambers. Even though he desperately slashed and smashed the glass wall, it didn't work. The scientists were prepared as they didn't know how strong the symbiotes were. Thus they had to take a safety precaution and created the toughest glass chambers. The annoyed Venom immediately looked around and saw a scientist that was a little bit different than the others. Venom instantly knew that the man was someone that was in charge there. "Open these glasses, or I'll eat you," Venom said coldly. Dr. Herland was trembling as he looked at Venom's intimidating appearance, but when he heard Venom's demand, he hesitated and tried to regain his composure once more. "You want to save them?" You are also a symbiote, aren't you? If you are the end goal of the Space Warrior program, then my work is feasible. Dr. Herland said calmly. Although he was horrified by Venom's appearance, he was still excited that his experiment and project would be successful. Venom was very annoyed by Dr. Herland's calmness as he thought of Herland as mere food. So, to make sure to show how much of a threat he was, he captured another scientist that tried to run past him and immediately bit off his head in front of Dr. Herland. But he immediately spat it out as he remembered Dio's threat earlier. Then again, he still needed to appeal to his fellow symbiotes, so Venom acted a little bit. Damn, this man is so smelly. Did he ever wash his hair? Venom said disgustedly. But it seemed to work as Herland was a little bit shaken by the scene. Now, open the door or die. Venom said coldly. Herland knew at that moment that he must live to realize his vision someday. He knew that it was feasible now, and he couldn't let it go. No one else would be able to see through the grand scheme that he had planned other than he himself. So, with that in mind, Herland nodded and began to open the doors of the glass chambers. There was another reason why he opened it besides saving his life. He believed that these monsters wouldn't be able to best the powerful nation's military prowess. He knew that the military would soon arrive. And it was the perfect timing to show off the possible outcome of his experimentation to the military. As the door opened, the two symbiotes immediately merged with their host body and transformed into a similar appearance to Venom. During their process of transformation, Herland was excited. God, they are such splendid creatures. Not only do they have their reason intact, but they could also transform themselves into a powerful form like this. Venom, you are way later than expected. The silver symbiote said with a frown on his face. This place is too hidden. I wasted too much time just to find this place. Now, leader. It is not the time for this. We have lost some compatriots to these puny humans. But fortunately, Venom was able to find us, and now, we can announce to our entire race that this planet is full of food. The yellow symbiote said, calming the silver symbiote from nagging Venom further. Now, we have to get inside that NASA building and find the spaceship to send the information to our people. The yellow symbiote said excitedly. Apparently, this yellow symbiote was the brain of the group that came with Venom to receive any information regarding Earth. Well said. Now, let's eat to replenish our strength. At the side, Venom was smirking to himself. He didn't need to convince the symbiotes that they had to get into the spaceship, as the yellow symbiote turned out to do it in his place. Dr. Herland, who witnessed all of this, was shocked. He never expected that the symbiotes were trying to find a food source for their home planet. It was clear that the symbiotes would have numbers on their side when they could inform their planet about Earth. The Earth would become symbiote slaughterhouse and devoured all living things to extinction. Chapter 562. Herland seemed to realize how inadequate his preparation was. If he really went along with his plan, these alien monsters would have killed all the humans. No. This can't be happening. I have to find a way to get this information out. Herland said anxiously. He didn't dare to make any sudden movement as he knew that the aliens fed on anyone in their sight. He wouldn't dare to continue this research now he knew the consequences was too great of a risk to take. Now. Herland's mind was focused on staying alive as he knew that no one else would be able to describe the aliens' plan better than him. Suddenly, Herland's prayer was heard as numerous footsteps approaching. It was the military soldiers that came to deal with the symbiotes. They began firing their gun to no avail as the symbiotes just regenerated their wound like nothing happened. It was such a one-sided massacre that Herland's heart was once again shaken. The dead soldiers couldn't even keep their bodies as the alien began eating them gluttonously. Not only that, but the silver and gold symbiotes kept switching hosts, like they were searching for most compatible ones with them. At the same time, seeing that so many soldiers died, Peter, who saw everything from the mirror dimension, couldn't bear it any longer. He looked at Dio with a sad expression as he knew that he couldn't get out of this mirror dimension without Dio's permission. Dio himself knew that Peter couldn't wait anymore. Although he wanted Venom to destroy the entire base with his symbiote's comrade, it didn't have to end that way. So, he sighed and nodded to Peter as he couldn't stand Peter's puppy eyes any longer. But remember this before anyone gets out there. Prioritize killing the yellow symbiotes first. I believe he was like the brain of the group, and with the brain of the group out of the picture, we will have a better chance to capture the leader. Dio said to everyone. Everyone nodded as they also thought that Dio's word made sense. Without the brain, the brawn would only become a rampaging beast. Well, let's start the extermination. Dio said as he dispelled the mirror dimension and let everyone out. Quicksilver and Spider-Man immediately went after the silver symbiotes and started to distract him. Steven pretended to fight Venom one-on-one, while Wanda let out a powerful energy and directly locked the yellow symbiotes in place. Dio didn't plan to hold back either, as he immediately summoned the red magician and immediately sent 9 firebirds towards the yellow symbiotes. The yellow symbiote started to scream, as fire was one of the symbiote's weakness. He tried to put out the fire, as he knew that he wouldn't have any chance to fight back as long as the fire was still burning his body. But little did he know that it wasn't an option as long as Dio and Wanda were still targeting him. The screams soon stopped. But Dio wouldn't stop attacking, as he kept bombarding the yellow symbiote with barrages of flame from Red Magician. He knew that there was a possibility that the alien was trying to play dead and escaped after the attack stopped. It was a common course of action from intelligent life force, and that was why Dio wouldn't stop attacking just yet. His decision turned out to be fruitful, as his prediction was right. The yellow symbiotes tried to stand up once again and glared at Dio coldly before uttering his last word. "My leader would avenge me soon. You are dead," the yellow symbiotes said with a cold expression as he was burning alive. "Don't worry, your leader would follow you soon. You single-celled creatures don't even have a soul to avenge for," Dio said indifferently. It wasn't until the yellow symbiotes were completely burned to nothing that Dio stopped the attack. As for its host earlier, Dio didn't really feel it was his fault that the host had to meet such a fate. It took Dio a few minutes to kill his opponent, but Quicksilver and Spider-Man weren't as fortunate. Although it could be said that Quicksilver and Spider-Man couldn't fight the way they wanted to, as the space was too tight for them to maneuver, that wasn't all. The silver symbiotes also proved his strength as the leader of Symbiote's advanced team. He had a far better healing factor, speed, instinct, and a better weapon arsenal. Symbiote's special characteristic also provided them a high resistance against magical damage. In addition to that, the symbiotes would also have all memories of its host. Had it not because of its weakness, the symbiote would be able to rule the entire galaxies. But while its weakness was well known and Quicksilver could generate a sonic wave that would be deadly to other symbiotes, the silver symbiotes could withstand it to a degree. The silver symbiote sensed that the yellow symbiotes, which he knew as Agony, had died, but he didn't care about it for now, as all he could think of right now was to escape this place first. The silver symbiotes that called himself Riot was in a struggle, as his carefully prepared plan was destroyed by the sudden arrival of these superpowered humans. These humans seemed to know their weakness, and it made him even more frustrated, as escaping them wasn't so easy anymore. At the same time, Steven was aware of what Riot would do and made an eye contact with Venom. He sent his thoughts directly to Venom, and Venom smirked as he understood what he needed to do. And so, Venom immediately ran towards Riot and threw himself towards the Spider-Man's fire web to defend Riot. "Venom. The tribe will remember your sacrifice. Thank you, leader. Now, you go first, I will fight them for you." Riot smirked and immediately turned his body to look for an exit. He was determined to kill all the humans as soon as he returned to Symbiote's colony and brought all the symbiotes there. But when he turned around and ready to escape, Venom suddenly turned his head with a crazy look on his face. Chapter 563. Venom smirked and formed 2 giant axes with his hands and slashed Riot with all his might. Riot didn't anticipate Venom's attack and took it head-on as a result. But he was confident that his defense and healing factor would allow him to survive Venom's attack. Too bad for him, Venom didn't attack him head-on. Instead, it was a kind of sneak attack that caught Riot off guard. Venom's axes cut off Riot's legs and penetrated Riot's chest. "Venom, how dare you betray us?" Riot said as he turned his body and glared at Venom. He never thought Venom, who has come to rescue them, would betray him like this. Riot immediately turned his arm into a spear and impaled Venom right in the chest for retaliation. Venom was immediately put out of commission from Riot's attack, but he still smirked and shouted out loud. "I am leaving the rest to you." Venom shouted. He already completed his part of the plan, and now, Riot was Dio's problem. Dio had to say that Venom was really smart. The thought of killing Venom and Riot at the same time crossed Dio's mind, but he changed his mind after seeing that Venom was willing to do his part. So, Dio nodded and threw a metal ball directly at Riot. The metal ball hit the floor, and a 600 Hz sound wave immediately blared throughout the hall. Riot immediately screamed in pain, as the sound wave was his ultimate weakness. He wanted to run away, but no one let him do so, as his escape route was blocked by Quicksilver, Spider-Man, and Stephen Strange. After a few seconds, Riot could no longer withstand the pain due to the sound wave and rushed towards Dio to make Dio his new host. But then again, his effort was foiled by Wanda. She held out her hands, and the crimson energy immediately surrounded Riot and held him in the air. No matter how hard Riot tried to wriggle out of Wanda's power, it was useless. How do you want to deal with him? Do you want to burn him down? No, that won't be necessary. It will perish in a few moments. Dio said as he shook his head at Peter. It was precisely 1 minute after he said it that Riot completely froze stiff. But just to be safe, Dio then spewed a little flame to make sure that Riot was really dead. After that, everyone else set their sight on Venom. As the last symbiotes that still roamed the earth. Venom didn't want to die. He knew that there was no chance for him to fight back or even escape, so he just sat still, waiting for the fate that awaited him. You can return to Peter's body for the time being to thank you for your cooperation. Dio said, breaking the silence. Venom nodded and immediately rushed towards Peter once again. Why is it me again? Peter annoyedly asked as he didn't like Venom living inside him. But he knew that he couldn't really argue with Dio. Nevertheless, he was annoyed. With Venom living inside his body, Peter had to be careful and extra cautious all the time. On top of that, Dio didn't even explain why Peter was the perfect host for Venom. Peter thought about it for a while and determined to hand Venom back to its original host. Peter knew that Flash would be able to support Venom's lifestyle as Venom needed a lot of food to stay alive. Since Flash was filthy rich, Venom's diet wouldn't be much of a problem for him. Let's go. There's still something else we need to do. Dio led them to the lab that now was a scattered mess of blood and organs. He then found Dr. Hurland on the corner, the only survivor inside this messed up laboratory. Who are you guys? Did the government send you to rescue me? You have to delete every data related to the symbiotes research in this place, and you also have to destroy any physical evidence that you have on them. Wanda said suggestively. Right away. Hurland said while he was under Wanda's hypnosis. He walked towards the computer in the corner of the room and began deleting any data that he worked on for such a long time. After a while, Dio was satisfied that all evidence has been destroyed and sighed in relief. It is time to leave. I have implanted the suggestion in his head that he wouldn't be able to remember us once we left. But he would still remember that all this was caused by the symbiotes and the fact that symbiotes wanted to invade Earth. Plus, the evidence that we left for him to submit to the government later should be foolproof. Wanda said while sighing in relief. No, we still don't know how the US government would react. But if they still insist on conducting their research on symbiotes, we will publish everything we know to the public. The public pressure will force them to give up eventually. Dio's plan would cause public unrest, but it was necessary as the symbiotes were a real threat to Earth. Steven nodded and started to create a portal for them to return to New York. At the same time, Hurland was awoken from his hypnosis and frantically contacted his superior to report what happened earlier. Chapter 564. President Ellis, the President of USA, led a small meeting with dozens of political leaders. After Dr. Hurland gave a detailed report about the symbiotes and gave them the proof video of what happened in the secret lab in New Zealand, the entire conference attendant fell silent. I remember that the Space Warrior program was made by Dr. Hurland himself and, in a conjuncture of NASA and Air Force. Guarantee that the program would be of high value. But now that a problem has arisen, we have to think of what to do next. Please give us some time to think. We will definitely search for the rest of these symbiotes and kill them before they become a danger in the future. We will also put the coordinates of the planet that we found the symbiotes into the red ledger and sealed it indefinitely. We have reinforced our defense, and we will never let the alien monster infiltrate our base. But in my opinion, the Space Warrior program is still feasible with some countermeasure. NASA's head of administrator said confidently. What are you saying here? You are clearly playing with fire. Didn't you hear what those monsters said? We didn't found them, they deliberately let us found them. That is correct. If those creatures are coming in droves to Earth, humanity will cease to exist. Did you ever think of the consequences of your opinion? But that is all assuming that the worst-case scenario happened. But if we successfully overcome the difficulties, the space exploration program would become a cakewalk. After all, the Army also has their failed project, right? Even though I didn't hear the Hulk goes on a rampage in a while, he is still your responsibility. That is not the same thing. This is the existence of humanity itself that you are trying to play with. Anyway, I suggest the space program is suspended indefinitely and the symbiotes planet to be listed as the highest treat planet that we should never touch again. The Army General said coldly. The small conference room was divided into 3 small factions. One of the groups is the group of radicals that wanted the Space Warrior program to be continued despite its risk. They were confident that they would come up with a countermeasure good enough that humanity would prevail in the end. The opposing faction didn't have anything else to say other than how dangerous it was to play with something with such an obvious risk like that. Although they knew that they would lose a great amount of budget as the project was cancelled. It was far better than losing the entire humanity to become the alien snack. They began to argue while some of them didn't know what to choose. They began sniffing the amount of profit they could get if the program continued and began to poke the countermeasure that they could have planned later. Each direction threw their arguments to each other as they thought their ideas and perspective were the best for the situation right now. Seeing that the discussion was getting nowhere, President Ellis, who tended to think radically in the past, had to intervene. He slammed the table with an angry face, silencing everyone in the room as his title demanded their attention. "What are you guys doing? You are the pillar of this country, but why are you arguing like a small child?" The boisterous atmosphere earlier immediately toned down as everyone was silent and began to ponder upon what they have done earlier. They realized that the final decision was still in the president's hands. So no matter how much they argued, it didn't matter if the president chose to differ. Once the room was back to order, President Ellis took the lead to start another round of civil discussion. He knew that the Space Warrior program seems feasible right now. But he didn't wish to become the dumbest president of USA in history for destroying humanity. Thus, he had to make a risk assessment before continuing the program. He knew that if the risk was too high that they couldn't find any countermeasure, the program had to be abandoned. But then again, the program about exploring the space itself couldn't be abandoned at all cost. This new round of discussion split into another opinion. The radicals tried to dominate the argument and silence the opposition by coming up with a feasible plan. They thought that they would be able to eventually control the symbiotes as they thought that the symbiotes were akin to an intelligent animal. The discussion was very civil, but it took too much time that the president himself was worn down by the topic at hand. But at this moment, someone knocked on the conference room's door, and once allowed to enter, he hurriedly whispered something to President Ellis that instantly changed the president's expression. "Any evidence related to the symbiotes is to be destroyed, and NASA has to control public opinion regarding the symbiotes as soon as possible." "This is an order," President Ellis said with a frown on his face. "Right away, Mr. President." The NASA's head of admin said solemnly. After the person that knocked on the conference room's door earlier left hastily, the president sighed in relief. Just now, the videos about the symbiotes surfaced into the internet. Including the video that we watched earlier. Because of that, the public has become restless, followed by other countries that demanded our word regarding what is happening. President Ellis said as he stroked his head tiredly. Once again. The conference room fell into silence as they were astonished by the leak of information that happened right now. They at first thought that the symbiotes' problem was their internal affair, but now it clearly has become an international affair. Chapter 565. Dio knew that the USA government was accustomed to hiding their tales. Thus Dio, who was impatient, used Wakanda's back channel to expose the information regarding the symbiotes forcefully to the internet. Even if the government tried their best to destroy the evidence, they wouldn't be able to take down the video that was going around the internet. When the people around the world watched the monster that was the symbiotes eating people and listened to their plan to make the whole world their food resource, the public was horrified. They began to pressure American government to give a statement regarding this matter. People knew that humans have always used another species as their food source, so knowing that an alien that used humans as a food source existed out there terrified everyone. So, people began to pressure the government by doing a demonstration in order to demand the government to stop exploiting the vast universe for their own benefit. They marched to the White House and other government institutions to demonstrate that they wouldn't cease their activities until the nation officials gave their promise not to explore the universe without proper caution. At the same time, the USA government was taking various measures to appease the public. But it was all but not as another confidential document was secretly sent to the leaders of the world. The government's previous statement regarding their denial of all implications on their involvement was immediately countered by the newly arrived documents. Now, the countries that have the alleged evidence began to demand explanation every day. It was ironic. Seeing that the USA government was used to be a world superpower that'd use whatever means possible to find any excuses to intervene with another nation's internal affair was now being targeted by other countries. Had it not been for the astronauts who took back the symbiotes from their home planet, the USA wouldn't be under such crisis. On that note, the USA began to explain the symbiote circumstances to other countries, hoping that they would lay off from USA's ass for a while. Even though USA still held the title of the world's superpower, they weren't the strongest anymore. Thus, they couldn't afford to become the world's enemy right now. In desperation, President Ellis held a large-scale press conference and apologized to the rest of the world for what they have done. Subsequently, President Ellis tried to shift everyone's concern to other troubling problems, hoping that they would avert their gaze to other problems. It was so messy that President Ellis started to think of stepping down from his presidency status. However, for now, he still had to bear the pressure and clean after the mess he got himself in. If by any chance, President Ellis did step down from his position, the opposition party would surely win big time, as they would be able to gain strong political stability due to the public's distrust of President Ellis' party. But one thing for sure was that Space Warrior program was cancelled without any possibility to resurface. At the same time, the original plan to explore the universe would be significantly affected. A lot of people started to look at the amount of money allocated to this program and found out that it was a huge sum of money too. After the dust has settled, the credibility of USA's government plummeted to the ground. Not even USA residents trusted their government any longer. At the same time, countries around the world that forced the USA to bow down felt refreshed, as they never thought the time they would walk on a higher pedestal than the USA would come. But that was all there was to it. Even though the USA's reputation was down in the mud, the power of the military and such was still left unaffected. What was more interesting was that the government itself stopped minding their reputation. They already knew that other countries were trying hard to drag them down, so they knew that the most important thing was what they truly believed. The thing that you believed yourself in would amount greater to what others said about you. This indifferent attitude that the USA has was what made the USA hard to shake from the outside. The USA had built their own power and reputation to become the strongest in the past. Although the image was done for, their power was still there. Other countries wouldn't be able to shake them to their core. Dio was in a good mood after looking at President Ellis' apology in the newspaper. Although he couldn't shake the country completely, he was satisfied that his small action caused significant damage to the government. Most importantly, they successfully prevented a huge disaster from happening in advance. Although no one knew what they have done, Dio was satisfied knowing that there would be a group, hidden from the world, trying their best to help. Although Dio himself didn't care about it that much. He wouldn't just stand around doing nothing when the Earth was in trouble. He wouldn't let Earth meet its demise on his watch. It was also worth mentioning that Venom found a new love for Peter and refused to return to Flash as his host. Peter also went and saw Tony, as he wanted to receive recognition from his mentor. Of course, he didn't forget to tell Tony everything that he had done to avert the disaster from happening. Peter was extremely proud of what he had done and not the slightest bit ashamed of showing it off. In the end, Dio didn't know what Tony had said to Peter. However, Peter seemed to be excited and more determined to become a superhero that everyone admired, like the Iron Man. But for now, he accepted Venom to live inside him. But Dio began to wonder what look did Tony have on his face when he heard the news from Peter. Chapter 566. Fragmented rocks and black sands were found everywhere in this place. And it was the different kind to the dark red rocks that covered the outside world. In this place, a huge black throne stood quietly. Mephisto sat on the throne with a frown on his face. He didn't expect the Ghost Rider to reach his throne, but it was obvious that Robbie's tattered appearance in front of him right now begged to differ. "I am here as I promised," Robbie said weakly. "You haven't finished your end of the deal. Duke is still alive. Do you want to mock me by trying to deceive me? Do you know that those who try to deceive me will have their soul burns brightly at the center of hell?" Mephisto said as he stood up from his throne. But Robbie didn't show any sign of fear at all. On the contrary, although he was weak right now, he wouldn't let it show on his face at all. "The spirit of vengeance is God's creation, isn't it?" Robbie said calmly. Robbie told a well-hidden secret, but Mephisto was unfazed by it. "Congratulations, you got it right," Mephisto said sarcastically. He was quite impressed that Robbie could tell the truth, as the Ghost Rider that solely used hellfire as its main weapon looked like a demon more than anything God had created. Mephisto collected these spirit of vengeances and used them to propose a trade with humans to fulfill his wishes. Now, Robbie should have known that he wasn't immortal, but the spirit of vengeance that had merged with his soul was the immortal one. "I found a stone tablet that recorded a lot of things. For example, the spirit of vengeance can only be erased by God, so your game would never end. Am I right?" Robbie said honestly. Now Robbie knew how to destroy a spirit of vengeance, but it only raised another problem. How could he get to heaven to ask God to destroy his spirit of vengeance? So, the only way he could think of was to end Mephisto's game, as it should make the contract annulled, as Mephisto himself couldn't destroy the spirit of vengeance. "You are right, the only one that could destroy the spirit of vengeance is God." But it wasn't the case for the Ghost Rider. The two aren't the same, so don't mistake the two as the same thing. You shouldn't be disappointed, for you already here. Mephisto said with a smirk as he walked towards Robbie slowly. He purposely left out the fact that Robbie was invincible as long as he was in hell, as Spirit of Vengeance wouldn't let him die. Mephisto was laughing as he found the game now became more interesting than before. It was obvious that Robbie found the information that helped him. But it wasn't enough to make Mephisto worry. Nevertheless, Mephisto found it was interesting that Robbie was able to find a clue regarding his contract without Mephisto's interference. Well, you have to take it out of me now. I don't believe you. It was obvious that you don't have anything to kill the Ghost Rider. Mephisto laughed again. He found it really interesting as Robbie started demanding him to do things. Well, I can get it out of you, but it would be another deal. What would you trade it for? Mephisto asked with an excited smirk on his face. This whole ordeal is your own game, so does it matter what would I trade for this? What is it do you want from me? No, no, no. That is not how the rules are. You have to consider what you want to trade for me yourself. After a while, Robbie left Mephisto's palace with a white dagger in his hand. It was a sacred weapon created by an angel using a slab from heaven. It would cause substantial damage to the Ghost Rider, and it would separate the Spirit of Vengeance from its host. The Spirit of Vengeance might be immortal, but it could be separated from its host just fine. Robbie clenched the dagger tightly as he was ready to find Duke and put an end to Mephisto's games for real this time. As for the price he paid for the dagger, that was for another time to tell. As Robbie left to find Duke, an unexpected person emerged from behind Mephisto's huge throne. It was none other than Duke himself. Although he didn't find a clue about the Spirit of Vengeance, he knew that he couldn't defeat Robbie, so he immediately searched after Mephisto. Have you memorized the spell that I taught you earlier? Mephisto asked indifferently. Yes, I have, but why did you agree to that guy's request? Duke asked curiously. He was a little frustrated that Mephisto didn't actually side with him completely. Now, his victory over Robbie wouldn't be as assured as it was before. Now, Robbie also held another variable that could beat Duke to the price. Did I have to ask you for permission to do anything I want? Mephisto said coldly. No, I wouldn't dare to act that way. Duke said as he hurriedly kneeled in front of Mephisto. Mephisto frowned as he was bored by Duke's action. He didn't find it fun if the target of his games just did what he was told. It was more fun if the target actually went out of his way to find anything that could break the game. Mephisto has taught Duke a spell that could hurt the Ghost Rider to make the game more interesting. Robbie might win against Duke in terms of equipment. But if Robbie was caught off guard, Duke might win. It was up to them to come up with a way to win the game. Now, get out and finish the game. But remember, don't let me down. Outside of Mephisto's throne room, Duke that was kicked out from the palace was left disgruntled. Just you wait, Mephisto. I will rip your heart out myself. But before that, I have to finish this stupid game. Chapter 567. A month had passed, and during this time, the symbiote's menace was gradually forgotten. But of course, it had something to do with the USA trying hard to eliminate public interest in the slimy alien. Dio didn't know whether it was because other nations were watching their movement closely or it was because they actually regretted their mistake. Either way, the USA never sent another spacecraft to explore the galaxy. At the same time, Wakanda relied on Dio's technology to overcome the difficult task of building a good enough spacecraft for them to explore the universe with. Wakanda's effort laid a strong foundation for humans to explore space one day. T'Challa also promised Dio that he would build a strong line of defense around the Earth for defense against the probability of space invasion. Wakanda surely had the power to do all of this as they had abundant resources. From the very beginning, money wasn't a problem for Wakanda. Fortunately, T'Challa never thought of losing his money as all of it was such a valuable technology. Even the research team led by Princess Shuri has begun developing new technology that combined Dio's technology with Wakanda's. They started to use vibranium as the base of their spaceship materials, thus increasing the ship's durability and defense. Surely, T'Challa supported her sister's decision wholeheartedly. There was no trouble on Earth as no supervillain tried to disturb the peace. That was until a certain someone finally returned from hell. Robbie stood on top of a building while holding a strange dagger in his hand, gazing at the city. After spending so much time in hell trying to locate Duke and finishing his task, Robbie finally did it. Robbie stabbed Duke right on his heart and forced the Spirit of Vengeance to get out of Duke's body. Duke immediately returned to his human form, but it was fatal, as his heart was already pierced. Duke didn't have much time to live. Robbie himself was also critically injured at the time as he was tortured by a strange spell that Duke used. But in the end, he came out on top. At that moment, Robbie finally nullified the contract and turned back to human, losing all the Ghost Rider's power. But he wasn't happy at all. How could he? He was forced to survive on Hell without any means to protect himself. Robbie was very much annoyed as he realized that it was part of Mephisto's plan. Now, the only way for Robbie to survive was to go back to Mephisto and sign another contract with him. He was frustrated at himself as he finally could nullify the Ghost Rider's contract after such an arduous journey, yet he had to sign another contract if he wanted to survive. Robbie even thought of dying. But he knew that it wouldn't be good for him as his soul would fall to the hands of the demon. Being left with no other choice, Robbie returned to Mephisto. Robbie could see that Mephisto was overjoyed by Robbie's return. Mephisto immediately formed a new contact for Robbie to sign. But this time, Mephisto gave the Spirit of Vengeance's memory to Robbie. Although Robbie didn't understand why the demon gave it to him, Robbie read the details of the contract. And he was bewildered by it, but then again, he had no choice but to accept it. Robbie once again became the Ghost Rider and was teleported directly to Earth by Mephisto. I may have another option, Robbie said as the evening wind blew his hair gloriously. He looked upon the blade in his hand and contemplated on using it on himself. He wanted to at least try to drag the Spirit of Vengeance out so that he didn't have to complete the contract at all. And so, Robbie aimed the dagger at his own chest and thrust it down his chest. This was his opportunity to escape the contract, and he sure would not let it go. Robbie expected a great pain would follow. But he didn't feel anything. Sure, the dagger pierced his chest, but it didn't do anything as the Spirit of Vengeance within him didn't even react. A complete opposite reaction from stabbing Duke in Hell earlier. Why was it different now? Did it only work while he was in Hell? Or did he have to be in a Ghost Rider's form first? Robbie frowned as he didn't understand what was wrong with the dagger, so he tried once again, but this time he turned himself to Ghost Rider just in case. Once again, the dagger pierced Robbie's body, and nothing happened. At this moment, Robbie remembered Mephisto's words, the Spirit of Vengeance that was influenced by an angel's blood would become perfect. An angel? Could it be the Spirit of Vengeance within me right now is the one that I forced out of Duke earlier? Of course. This weapon is heaven-made. No wonder that filthy demon doesn't care whether I have this or not. Chapter 568. No wonder the demon didn't take this knife back. He must have guessed that I would stab myself with it and laugh bemusedly on his throne. Robbie angrily said as he imagined the look on Mephisto's face by now. Robbie now understood that his contract wouldn't be so simple with someone like Mephisto making it. There had to be something else that he didn't know about it. Well, let's make a loud noise tonight, Robbie said while laughing hard. He didn't understand why he would laugh. But it was probably the influence of the new Spirit of Vengeance within him. He then jumped off the building at the same time two security guards opened the roof door. They were shocked to see a blue skeleton laughing and jumping off the building. The security guards were shaking on the ground as they fell from horror. Are we just hallucinating, or that thing was real? One of the security guards said as he stood up and looked around worriedly. I knew it. This building is haunted. Several months ago, a high school student was found on this roof, but there is no trace of how he could get up here in the recordings. I thought it was just a rumor. But it turns out to be true. The other guard said with panic in his eyes. I can't work here anymore. I will leave my resignation letter first thing in the morning. Hey, wait for me. The other security guard said as he followed his friend back to the first floor. Robbie that had started a new rumor of the building wouldn't know about it. But the tenant of the building soon decided to move out as they couldn't stand the possibility of them being haunted by some ghost. Robbie descended to the ground, scaring everyone on the sidewalk. He then got up and started to run in a certain direction. The people that were startled earlier were long gone as they screamed in panic after seeing some demon up close. Robbie didn't care about what people were thinking. He just ran towards the car park and immediately got into a cab driver's seat and used his power to infuse the car with his hell power. The car was instantly lit off with blue flame. And he immediately drove speedily with the Ghost Rider's laughter echoing down the street. Robbie couldn't tell why he was so joyful, but he didn't care at the moment as he stepped on the gas and let the car machine roar speedily. In the New York sanctuary, Stephen frowned as he was awoken from his meditation. The danger is nearby, Stephen said worriedly. He immediately used the eye of Agamotto to look into the future and foresee what would happen. He immediately saw a demon with blue flames driving towards the New York sanctuary. Stephen began to frown as he realized that it wasn't from a far future. But it was happening seconds in the future. Stephen then opened his eyes and moved aside as the car hit the sanctuary hard. After that, Robbie immediately walked out from the car as he glanced at Stephen with two magic shields in his hand. "Are you alone in here?" Robbie asked curiously. "Who are you?" "No, what are you?" "It doesn't matter. If you don't want your soul destroyed, you should run away quickly." "What the fuck are you, demon?" Stephen shouted coldly, but as he spoke, the flaming skeleton began to squat on the ground, and the raging blue flame immediately erupted from the ground. This was the pinnacle of skill from the Ghost Rider, the Hellfire Eruption. Stephen immediately formed a mirror dimension to trap him and the demon, but as he chanted his spell, Stephen felt a foreboding sense of doom. He slowed the time, watched his surroundings, and immediately realized that he would be engulfed in the demon's fire and died horribly if he used mirror dimension right now. At such a crucial timing, Stephen immediately created a portal and jumped inside as the hellfire started to engulf the sanctuary. Just in a moment, the sanctuary was burned down to ashes. Stephen, who floated in the air, frowned as he saw the sanctuary had turned to ashes, but Stephen was also shocked that his opponent this time was quite powerful too. If he made a wrong decision earlier, he would have died. He thought about the sanctuary of London that was just rebuilt recently, and now the sanctuary of New York was burned down. Stephen would go crazy to spend the time worrying about the other dimension's invasion with the Earth's defense down like this. So, he immediately opened the Eye of Agamotto and formed a green magic circle around him. Stephen obviously wanted to reverse the time before the demon got to attack the sanctuary. Stephen extended his hands forward and began to turn the green magic circle on his hands counterclockwise. Then, everything reverted as time went back. The blue flames of the demon began to retreat to the hole that it came from, and the New York sanctuary was back to new. When the spell was completed, Stephen was back inside the sanctuary once again. This time, Stephen decided that he would take the initiative. He now knew that the demon intended to destroy the sanctuary, so he knew that he didn't have to hold back against such a creature. He immediately put the sanctuary inside the mirror dimension and trapped Robbie that was about to hit the sanctuary inside it as well. He then immediately contorted the space to throw the demon off balance. But Robbie immediately shot a hellfire from his hand towards the sorcerer. Robbie's attack threw Stephen off his balance, causing him to step back, creating distance with Robbie once more. Chapter 569. At the same time, Dio and Wanda were resting when Pietro played a game in another room. Suddenly, an alarm sound blared on the base, startling Dio and the others. Dio had asked Shuri to install an alarm that warned them if something on the internet had shown some news about the possibility of a disaster. Although the internet wasn't always a reliable source of information, it was still good to keep track of things. A few days ago, the alarm blared, but it turned out to be about the haunted rooftop of a certain building that made Dio laugh so hard as he remembered that rumor started because of what he did. Although Dio had grown tired of following the news on the internet, he still had to check on them. "Go back to sleep, I will go and check what is going on," Dio said as he kissed Wanda and got up from the bed. Dio walked down the corridor and heard that Pietro was still playing console games in his room and walked past while shaking his head. Dio soon arrived at the office and used the application that Shuri had prepared to instantly search the web related to the warning. Dio didn't really hope to get anything out of this as he thought that it was probably another bullshit. But as he saw the first video, Dio was shocked. The Ghost Rider has returned. And it was a blue Ghost Rider. Is it Robbie? But the last time I remembered, his Ghost Rider form wasn't blue. Dio said annoyedly. Dio kept browsing the video and so many comments about it. If this Ghost Rider wasn't Robbie or Duke, then it was the third Ghost Rider that he would be able to meet. Dio knew if this Ghost Rider was Robbie, he would contact Dio almost immediately. But surprisingly, he heard nothing from Robbie after so long. Was it possible for Robbie to remain in hell for this long? Dio wasn't quite sure he knew the answer to that. But suddenly, the photo caption below caught Dio's attention. A miracle in the center of New York. The building that was destroyed by an explosion earlier has been restored to normal. A strangely dressed man flying in the sky. Could he have something to do with it? Was there a possibility that a god really existed? Although the strange man was really tiny in the picture, Dio realized that it was Stephen. The Ghost Rider was targeting the Supreme Sanctuary. Dio suddenly realized what was happening in New York and instantly remembered the disaster that came from hell that Stephen had foreseen before. This was clearly Mephisto's doing. Dio knew in order to invade the Earth, Mephisto had to destroy the three Supreme Sanctuary first. It looked like the new Ghost Rider was even stronger than Steven. Otherwise, he wouldn't use the Eye of Agamotto like this. Dio knew that Steven must have a fierce fight against the demon. They might still be at it right now. Probably you have to check it yourself. Wanda said suddenly behind Dio. He was a little startled as he didn't realize Wanda followed him there, but he nodded and kissed Wanda before heading straight to New York Sanctuary. If Wanda had her ability in the comics, Dio would bring her along as he knew that Wanda could solve the problem easily. But Wanda in this world didn't have her godlike power like in the comics, so he refrained from taking Wanda to such a dangerous place. As for Pietro, it didn't seem his power was that much different, but he was still annoying, so Dio didn't want him tagging along. When Dio arrived at New York Sanctuary, he immediately found a trace of mirror dimension and stepped inside without hesitation. Once inside, he was right all along. Steven was fighting against the weird Ghost Rider. Dio frowned as he observed the fight for a moment. He noticed that Steven feared the flame. "Hey, do you need my help?" Dio shouted indifferently. He wasn't enthusiastic about this fight, and if he could stand aside while Steven took care of everything, he would do just so. But when Steven heard Dio's voice, he immediately turned around and looked relieved. Steven immediately bent the space to his liking and immediately dragged the Ghost Rider far away from him as he approached Dio. "This guy is from hell," Steven said as he arrived at Dio's side. "Remember when I told you about the Ghost Rider?" Dio asked indifferently. Steven fell silent for a while and looked at the Ghost Rider curiously. "So, does this thing have any weakness? His regeneration is so fast, faster than the symbiotes. It should be simple, he would turn to human again when the sun is up." Dio said casually. "That's it? There must be something else." "Well, in the legend, only God can kill the Ghost Rider," Dio said while shrugging his shoulder indifferently. "A god? This is unbelievable." Steven's mouth twitched annoyedly. It really annoyed him to go up against an enemy that was tricky to deal with. As for Dio, he ignored Steven's frustration and looked at the Ghost Rider amusedly. This Ghost Rider was clearly different than Robbie's and Duke's, so he didn't really know the extent of this new Ghost Rider's capability. Dio began to wonder how the Ancient One dealt with these Ghost Riders in the past. Chapter 570. Steven felt the importance of having a good teacher. After the Ancient One chose to give up her life, Steven had to do things on his own and learn things by himself. It was truly hectic for Steven as the disaster came one after another, forcing him to develop faster. "What do we have to do now? We don't have the time to wait until dawn." "Well, for me, it doesn't matter. I can create my own sun, and you can restrain him after that." Steven looked up curiously, but he still didn't see any sun, but since it was Dio, Steven just has to trust him for now and see where this was going. If Dio couldn't summon the sun, it would be a reason for Steven to laugh at him in the future. So, Steven let go of his control over the mirror dimension and let the Ghost Rider rush towards Dio. "He is coming, Dio," Steven said worriedly. "Well, we're not in a rush," Dio said as suddenly a hot illuminating light appeared in the sky. Steven was startled as he didn't understand where the light was coming from. He looked up and there it was. A mini sun. Steven then tried to use his vision to look outside the mirror dimension, but the sun wasn't there. Steven was confused about how the sun could appear in mirror dimension, but not in the real world. This was simply a miracle. But he immediately recalled what Dio said earlier and realized that the sun had something to do with Dio. Steven couldn't help but think that Dio was really a monster. He could create a sun out of thin air. Although it wasn't the real sun, it resembled the sun's properties completely. No wonder the Ancient One showed her respect to Dio. It was certainly possible that Dio was also a long-lasting monster like the Ancient One herself. At the same time, the blue Ghost Rider started to writhe in pain as his body began to turn back into human incompletely. Steven saw this and took his chance to whip the Ghost Rider to tie him up. But Dio frowned as he felt something wasn't right. He began to think about what was happening. And everything appeared to be normal. The sun has restrained the Ghost Rider's power, and Steven also restrained the Ghost Rider with his power. Dio began to recall his memories when he summoned the sun in the past to restrain the Ghost Rider and immediately realized that the Ghost Rider wasn't completely immobilized like before. "Let him go. We fall right into his trap." Dio's warning was a little bit late as Steven didn't have the time to react and was immediately dragged towards the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider immediately caught Steven in the air. And the hellfire that covered the Ghost Rider's body began to burn Steven slowly. "Caught you, rat," the Ghost Rider coldly said before laughing manically. Don't look into his eyes. Dio shouted once again toward Steven. At the same time, Dio had pulled out his Reaper's gaze and rushed towards the Ghost Rider as fast as he could. Hearing Dio's warning, Steven immediately looked away from the Ghost Rider's eyes and closed his eyes. Without Steven looking, the Ghost Rider failed to use his penance stare. The Ghost Rider surely wasn't happy about it, but he still had his hellfire to burn this sinner away. Dio immediately realized that the Ghost Rider had no intention to let Steven go, and out of desperation to save the Sorcerer Supreme, he summoned the world. The whole world suddenly got quiet, and everything remained static. At the same time, the eye of Agamotto began to glow green, and Steven began to move again. Dio was quite surprised that the time gem could resist the world's power. It seemed any time-related power couldn't affect each other, as Dio knew it was the same case in JoJo universe. During the fight between Dio and JoJo, the clash between the world and Star Platinum affected neither of them. So Dio rushed over and cut the Ghost Rider's hand that was still holding Steven in the air. He immediately kicked Steven away before slicing the Ghost Rider down to bits. Although Dio knew that he wouldn't be able to finish off the Ghost Rider, he could buy time by destroying him to pieces like this. When the time was back to normal, Dio grabbed Steven and backed away. He couldn't figure out why the sun had no effect on the Ghost Rider when it obviously affected Duke and Robbie in the past. Was this Ghost Rider a little special? Or was it because they were inside the mirror dimension? Are you sure that the sun was this guy's weakness? I was almost burned to ashes just now, Steven said with a frown on his face. But at the same time, Steven glanced at the eye of Agamotto and touched it. He understood now why Dio was so hard to deal with and why Dio seemed to want the eye of Agamotto for himself. He never expected Dio to have the power of time too. This Ghost Rider is a little bit different. He doesn't seem to fear the sun. Prepare yourself. This would get troublesome. Chapter 571. The blue hellfire blasted through the ground. And the Ghost Rider regenerated again. After seeing this, Steven looked at Dio with a frown that totally described his disappointment that the fight wasn't over just yet. Dio also knew that he didn't have any good way to fight the Ghost Rider, as he realized that the sun had no effect on him anymore. Dio clicked his tongue as he knew that he had to use his reserved stand. It wasn't a permanent stand. And Dio was unwilling to spend it like this, but he had no other choice. He then summoned a puppet in a size of a human, then shouted, "Lock and copy." The puppet immediately stood and grew in size until it matched Ghost Rider's stature and appearance. The only thing that the puppet failed to copy was the blue flames that constantly surround Ghost Rider's body. "Control!" Dio shouted as the puppet suddenly vibrated for a moment and looked Ghost Rider right in the eye. Suddenly, the Ghost Rider that just regenerated immediately stopped walking and suddenly copied the puppet's movement. Dio could see that the Ghost Rider was struggling to move his own body the way he wanted to, but the puppet should prevent that from happening. This stand was Surface. The stand itself was the puppet that could copy anyone's appearance and controlled them directly. Dio was relieved for a moment as he saw that Surface could still control the Ghost Rider. Steven was bewildered by what happened as he didn't understand what Dio was doing, but as he saw the puppet, he was curious about how it worked. But then again, he wondered what Dio would do next, as it seemed the Ghost Rider was still standing strong despite being controlled. Dio himself already knew his shortcoming and was disappointed at himself for not researching more about the Ghost Rider. He knew more about the symbiote than the Ghost Rider, making it hard for him to make a decision right now. Then again, he knew that even the symbiote could evolve, and once they evolved, there was a probability that their weakness would disappear. Dio clicked his tongue once again and used his other temporary stand. He summoned Sethan and Dio's shadow began to wriggle. And a pair of eyes could be seen from the shadow. Dio then stretched his shadow that was now controlled by Sethan towards the Ghost Rider. Sethan had the ability to revert the age of people that stepped on the shadow that it took control of. Therefore, regressing their age, weakening them, and even erased their own memories as they were back to their younger self. Sethan's power was one of the stands that Dio refrained from using, as he knew that it was overpowered and universal. Sethan could delete his enemies out of existence by literally regressing them to the point before they were born. By bounding the Ghost Rider to Surface, the Ghost Rider couldn't move anymore. Therefore, Sethan could easily revert the Ghost Rider to the point when it was still in its human form. But Dio didn't know how long it would take for Sethan to revert the Ghost Rider to human form, as Dio only had 30 minutes window to work with Sethan. At the same time, the Ghost Rider stopped struggling and suddenly became docile. It has deemed Dio to be dangerous, and now that he couldn't move, the Ghost Rider was convinced that he must break free from Dio's grasp as fast as possible. The Ghost Rider immediately controlled the blue flame as he noticed that the puppet didn't have his blue flames copied. Dio noticed the blue hellfire began to contort and Dio immediately had a bad feeling about this. Steven also knew that the danger was brewing. Sure enough, the next moment, a surging hellfire burst into the sky. The flame that burst out into the sky quickly fell into the ground, creating a hellfire rain that covered several hundred meters radius from the Ghost Rider. Fortunately, they were inside a mirror dimension. Otherwise, the Ghost Rider would have destroyed the whole city of New York by now. "Steven, keep my puppet safe." Dio shouted towards Steven in the back near his puppet. Steven nodded his head and created a condensed circular magic shield that protected both him and the puppet from the hellfire rain. But this blue hellfire was different than the normal hellfire as it was more powerful. The blue hellfire burned Steven's shield a couple of times. That he was forced to recreate it instantly to stay alive. Surely, it took all Steven got just to keep the shield up. At the same time, Dio summoned 2 ice stands and created a barrier of ice immediately. Although the ice barrier couldn't stop the hellfire rain, it reduced the load on both Dio and Steven. Dio was glad that he had increased his Hammond energy capacity before. Otherwise, he would have been fatigued too right about now. Fortunately, the Ghost Rider finally stepped into Sethan's shadow, meaning that the Ghost Rider began to regress in terms of age. Although Sethan wouldn't work on the soul, Dio knew that it would work on the Ghost Rider's physical form. Furthermore, Sethan was inside a shadow, meaning that it was immune to attack as long as it stayed in the shadows. Dio smirked as he thought that his plan would work perfectly and he could burn his Hammond energy to amplify Sethan's effect instead of saving it for safety measures. Even if he ended up failing, Dio knew that Steven should have an idea regarding what to do by then. But the Ghost Rider seemed to notice something and began blasting its blue hellfire all around. The area began to heat like an oven. Chapter 572. The hellfire's impact was like a small nuclear bomb. Dio and Steven had no choice but to retreat in order to evade it. As they retreated, the hellfire instantly devoured surface. After the hellfire dissipated, a figure slowly approached them. Dio frowned. He didn't want to waste too much effort to fight the Ghost Rider as Ghost Rider couldn't be killed. Even if he destroyed the Ghost Rider's body to bits, it would just regenerate later. The Spirit of Vengeance would just wrap the host's soul and bring them to hell while the Spirit of Vengeance would regenerate their body. "Help me out here, Strange," Dio said coldly. He then dragged out the huge scythe on his hands and walked towards the figure. Steven, on the other hand, still remained silent as he didn't know what to do other than waiting for a chance to attack from the Ghost Rider's blind spot. Although Steven had never really fought together with Dio before, he was confident that he could do something as long as he still controlled the mirror dimension. Steven thought that Dio was just exaggerating about the Ghost Rider in Hong Kong, but he didn't expect that to be real. On the other side, Dio saw the Ghost Rider smirking and pulled out a white dagger. The Ghost Rider covered the white dagger with the blue hellfire, and it immediately turned into a great sword. The white dagger was a sacred weapon, and therefore shouldn't be able to be affected by the hellfire. However, as the Spirit of Vengeance has regained its angelic form, the white dagger was corrupted, and so was the hellfire that remained blue instead of red. The Ghost Rider seemed excited as he held the sword and rushed towards Dio, clearly with an intent to attack him with his new sword. But Dio held his hands up and blocked Ghost Rider's attack and immediately swung the scythe and disarmed the Ghost Rider before swinging his scythe again to decapitate the Ghost Rider. Dio didn't know who the Ghost Rider he fought right now was, but he knew that this Ghost Rider was on a whole different level compared to the other Ghost Rider that he knew. This Ghost Rider could control the sword with pinpoint accuracy and controlled it from afar. Dio could have sworn that he disarmed the Ghost Rider. But as he was about to decapitate the Ghost Rider after, the Ghost Rider was holding his sword at a weird angle and blocked Dio's attack. Dio and the Ghost Rider were soon caught up in an intense battle. It was impossible for anyone to intervene in this battle as it was so intense. Steven, who was watching on the sideline, wanted to help Dio with his magic, but he couldn't find any opening to attack. Steven felt that he couldn't do anything, but then again, this was his mirror dimension. He might be inexperienced, but he was the Sorcerer Supreme. As the battle progressed, Dio began to relax as Anubis has already adapted to Ghost Rider's style, but he began to wonder where did this close combat mastery come from. Was the person a master of the sword even before he hosted the Spirit of Vengeance? Or was it the capability of the Spirit of Vengeance itself? He thought about Steve and Natasha's fighting style. Although they were the pinnacle of human capability, their power came from a special experiment that made them superhuman. So with that said, it was clear that the melee prowess that the Ghost Rider has shown here was from his spirit of vengeance. Not only was this spirit of vengeance able to ignore the sun, but it also had several other characteristics that differed from the normal Ghost Rider. Dio couldn't help but wonder what this spirit of vengeance really was. Could it be something that came from a failed experiment too? Dio clearly didn't care about the fight anymore as he left it all to Anubis to fight in his stead. But clearly, Dio's lack of attention to the fight angered the Ghost Rider. And so, the Ghost Rider lowered his defense, and as soon as Dio's scythe cut one of the Ghost Rider's hands, the Ghost Rider immediately raised his sword up high. Suddenly, an angel appeared behind the Ghost Rider, following the Ghost Rider's movement and swung his sword at Dio as soon as the Ghost Rider does the same. Angel? How is this possible? Dio said as he was startled by the appearance of the angel. The only thing he knew was that the Ghost Rider was demon-made. Then how did an angel come and fight with the Ghost Rider here? However, he had to focus on the attack now as the Ghost Rider's and angel's attack was quite powerful. But Dio immediately fell into another predicament as he found out that he had a problem moving his body. This was due to the pressure from the angel before him. Dio was intrigued by the angel's power and how it could be so powerful. But he looked at the Ghost Rider and found out that he was also affected by the angel. The Ghost Rider's attack was like a stop-motion picture that was a little bit slowed down. And so, Dio smirked and adapted to the situation quickly. Dio shouted, "Ground." And suddenly the sword in Ghost Rider's hand became heavy, and it missed its timing to swing down the sword. This was the trick that he got from fighting Mephisto. And Anubis had acquired the power to cover the weapon with Earth's gravity. He could use it on his weapon to accelerate his weapon speed, but now that his scythe was not in a position to attack, he used it on the Ghost Rider's weapon to make the Ghost Rider miss his attack. This technique turned out to be quite effective. Chapter 573. Steven that has done nothing for a long time finally played a small role in this fight. He drew a portal, placed it under Dio, and connected it to the sky above the Ghost Rider. Dio that was forced on defense against the Ghost Rider finally managed to break free and attacked the Ghost Rider for a turn. Dio that fell above the Ghost Rider set aside his scythe for a moment and created a turbulent wind with his Hammond energy. Pulling out his scythe once again, Dio dropped down towards the Ghost Rider with the help of the wind like a meteor. At this point, the angel who lost the opportunity to attack Dio was bedazzled as he didn't see Dio anywhere. The angel was infuriated for a moment as his sword didn't hit anything. But at the same time, Dio's attack was ready to strike him from his blind spot. Die! Dio shouted from the air and sliced the angel with the scythe several times in a second. The Ghost Rider was still holding his sword as Dio finished his attack. But as soon as the Ghost Rider tried to move a little bit, he immediately crumbled into a pile of bones. Every bone was cut cleanly and evenly as if it was a machine's doing. However, even after Dio dismembered the Ghost Rider into pieces, the blue flame was still burning vigorously. Thus, the Ghost Rider started to regenerate once again. But Dio had enough. He wouldn't let the Ghost Rider regenerate. Dio immediately swapped his stand to the hand. Dio then attacked the Ghost Rider with the hand, erasing the Ghost Rider from the space. As soon as Dio waved his hands, part of Ghost Rider's bones was completely erased. Even the blue flame couldn't regenerate the Ghost Rider fast enough to counter the hand's power. In the meantime, Dio felt excitement as he wanted to test whether this method could remove the spirit of vengeance completely and prevent the resurrection of the Ghost Rider. But he couldn't be so sure until he completely deleted all the Ghost Rider's bones, and he didn't know what effect his action led to. Dio saw the dagger that the Ghost Rider transformed into a sword earlier has fallen to the ground. He immediately took it and looked around to check whether something would come out as soon as he took the dagger. Dio knew that the Ghost Rider might come around any time as a little piece of his bone could resurrect him completely. Is it over? Did you kill the Ghost Rider? I sure hope it is, but most likely, the Ghost Rider would just resurrect later. Dio said as he shook his head. Steven frowned as it wasn't a good news for him. The Ghost Rider's goal was to destroy the Supreme Sanctuaries. Today, he might fail to do so, but there was no telling what would happen next. Steven even went as far as using the power of Eye of Agamotto, and he could barely keep New York Sanctuary intact today. Even then, it was because of Dio that he managed to pull it off. But then again, Dio's word really worried him. If the Ghost Rider would really attack again in the future, the other two sanctuaries wouldn't be safe either. He knew that ultimately, it was just him against the Ghost Rider as Dio wouldn't be able to get to the sanctuary every time. Once all the sanctuaries were destroyed, the Hell Army would march to Earth. If that day ever happened, the Earth would plunge into chaos. Furthermore, the whole effort that the Ancient One has put in to protect the Earth would be in vain. Therefore, he had to find a way to solve this problem fundamentally. Otherwise, the outcome wouldn't be good. While Stephen was thinking of the countermeasure against the Ghost Rider, Dio was trying to find any clue regarding this new Ghost Rider. He knew that the Ghost Rider's normal weakness wouldn't work, so he had to find a new weakness. Dio noticed a few things from his fight. For example, the spirit of vengeance that controlled the Ghost Rider this time may be used to be an angel. Mephisto must have roped in the angel to become his spirit of vengeance. If that were the truth, then it's understandable that the new Ghost Rider didn't retain its previous weakness. The angel would retain its previous memory and power, thus making a demon weakness his strength. The thought of a Ghost Rider that could turn into the Ghost Rider's form in the day was seriously worrying. So, how should he deal with something like this? The Ghost Rider was immortal, but it didn't really pose a threat to Dio due to its weakness. But now that this new Ghost Rider didn't have its weakness, it would be hard to deal with it. Where is Robbie when I need him? Did he die in hell? Or has he found any way to kill a Ghost Rider just yet? Dio said to himself while frowning. Robbie was Dio's last source of information right now, as he didn't have any good means to get information about hell. After we leave this mirror dimension, you have to be more vigilant. If my hunch is correct, it will take a few more days before the Ghost Rider regenerate. Stephen nodded but said nothing. He undid the mirror dimension and left. Dio was still wondering, but he left to return to Wanda. Stephen thought about the probability of any Ancient One leaving any record about the Ghost Rider. Well, Stephen had to pull an all-nighter tonight, as he had to look through all Ancient One's records and books. Chapter 574. Mephisto sat on his throne, looking bored. He stretched his hand forward. And suddenly a golden ball appeared. Upon a closer look, the golden ball had a soul inside. The soul was Robbie's and the spirit of vengeance that was with him from the contract. Mephisto laughed and stood up from his throne. He flew outside. And he descended to a massive hellfire. Mephisto smirked and threw the golden ball into the river of lava. He didn't seem concerned at all that the hellfire would destroy the golden ball. The golden ball immediately sank to the bottom of the lava, completely vanishing from view. Mephisto calmly watched the scene as he waited for a result. Even when the lava exploded and rained down on the ground, Mephisto didn't even bat an eye. In all honesty, the lava wouldn't be able to hurt Mephisto. He could even take a bath inside the lava, and it would barely do anything to him. As some moment passed, Mephisto showed his smile as the lava started to bubble. A skeleton emerged from the lava and walked towards the lava bank slowly. As the skeleton walked to the dry ground, it looked towards Mephisto sinisterly. The skeleton was immediately covered with blue flames. And a racing suit appeared out of nowhere, covering the skeleton's frame completely. Mephisto nodded in satisfaction. Well, I got to have some of your memory now. As per the agreement we had previously, if you don't want to be my puppet completely, you should try to complete your contract as soon as possible. But I am curious how many more times you would return in this condition. Mephisto said with an evil grin on his face. Robbie felt strange, as he should be worried or frightened with the devil himself taking his memory away. But he didn't even know what memories he lost. As Robbie began to think hard about some inconsistencies in his memory, his brain couldn't cope with it and failed to figure out anything. There will be no next time. Robbie coldly said as he opened the dimensional portal to Earth and stepped in without saying anything else. Mephisto just laughed as he found Robbie's confidence and attitude were hilarious. Robbie no longer remembered what the sacred dagger that he used to kill Duke was for, as all the memory he had about that person was gone. The game has just begun. I hope that you would make things interesting. The next day, Dio compiled all the information he had on the new Ghost Rider and sent it to Steve. Dio shared the information about the fight that he was in earlier and asked Steve to join in. After all, Dio and Steven had to look out for 3 spots, and there was only so much they could do with only 2 people. So, Dio drafted Steve and Chala power to help him. Even if this was the problem for the Sorcerer Supreme, it would affect the safety of mankind itself if left alone. The good news is that the 3 sanctuaries were connected with each other through a portal that was connected to Kamartaj. They were free to travel to other sanctuary using the portal as long as they were inside one. That, in theory, could strengthen the defense of each sanctuary. But the bad news was that the new Ghost Rider was too special. He could destroy the sanctuary with just one attack. It would be a problem if the ones in charge of defending the sanctuary failed to hold back the Ghost Rider's advance in time. As long as Steve took someone else or several Avengers with him to one of the sanctuary, it should be okay. Dio believed that they should be able to stop the Ghost Rider. As for the other two sanctuaries, Dio and Stephen themselves would guard one each. But this was only a temporary solution as it was impossible for everyone to stay inside the sanctuary all the time. In the end, they had to find the Ghost Rider and restrain him somewhere that would pose no danger to the Earth. Otherwise, the Ghost Rider would just keep coming. It was impossible to stop the Ghost Rider right now as the demon could come during the day too. In comparison, Dormammu looked like a weakling in front of this new Ghost Rider as he gave up easily. This was proven by how easy it was for Stephen to talk Dormammu out of invading the Earth despite already destroying 2 out of 3 sanctuaries. If only Dio could have the time gem for himself. He could only imagine how powerful he might get. Sometimes Dio was really disappointed at the Ancient One as her ability could destroy anything that came her way, but she didn't do it on the basis that she wasn't strong enough. Chapter 575. A high-tech battleship was moving towards a planet at a very fast speed. Are you sure that the real gem is on that planet? A wide figure asked impatiently. I am positive. Dark Crystal's sect wouldn't have tens of millions of new followers without the reality gem's power. So, the reality gem that the collector lost was most likely in the hand of whoever it is that leads that sect. The wide figure said indifferently. Yes, Your Majesty. The lean figure said while bowing down towards the other figure. I am impressed. They were able to withstand the backlash of reality gem. There's a chance that the leader is a child from an ancient race. It doesn't matter, Your Majesty. We 4 are enough to take care of this problem. We will make sure that the reality gem would fall to Your Majesty's hand. The woman said confidently. The 4 of them immediately kneeled in front of the wide figure as they awaited their order. The wide figure was still grinning as he was satisfied with the loyalty of his henchmen. Supergiant, Black Dwarf, Proxima Midnight. The 3 of you will bring the gem back to me. Understood, Your Majesty. The 3 that were ordered to retrieve the gem immediately stood up and walked away from the throne room. Ebony Maw, keep a close eye on them. If you encounter any trouble on that planet, take Corvus Glaive with you and figure it out yourself. The wide figure said coldly. Understood, Your Majesty. Ebony Maw said as he stood up and left as well. The wide figure then laughed and smirked sinisterly. 6 infinity gems would be mine soon. Let's start with the reality gem first. He said proudly. 80 of the land on this planet was a vast desert. And only the remaining 20 could sustain a food source for those who lived on the planet. Coupled with the terrible creatures and other kinds of harmful creatures that lived on the planet, people that lived on this planet struggled every day to survive. Praise the omnipotent God. The people prayed to their God. We've waited for so long, and now, the God finally heard our prayers. May God bless us. The people said hopefully. Please choose me as the next sacrifice. A woman shouted among the masses. Countless alien dresses in black knelt in front of a woman that stood on top of a platform as the prayers echoing through the sky. The woman was constantly fluttering her robe, turning a pile of sands into a variety of delicious foods. The people that knelt down immediately turned excited as they saw a pile of delicious foods appeared in front of them. They have struggled all their lives, but thanks to the God they served right now, their lives have turned a little bit better. Their God was omnipotent. Not even the Scorpion King that ruled over them in the past stood a chance against their God. These aliens had survived in extreme condition all year round. They have a good survival skill and will fetch a good price in the market after a little training. Choose 1/3 of them to make the black crystal, and the rest is up to you. There are a bunch of them anyway. Alright, got it. The man said with a smirk on his face. Now kiss my shoes. The woman said while the man just nodded and immediately knelt to kiss the woman's shoes. Obviously, it was such a humiliating sight to see, but the man didn't seem bothered, and so did the rest of the masses that gathered in front of her. The woman then kicked the man's head after he was done kissing her shoes, but even after being treated this way, the man still looked happy and didn't complain. Now, get out of my sight. You make me nauseous. This woman was the god or goddess that the people here were praying to. She had the power to create anything that the people desired, so no one ever treated her with disrespect. At the same time, she suddenly looked up and saw a huge spaceship appeared in the sky. She immediately had a bad feeling. She knew that her power was one that many people would love to get their hands on, and one particular person that wanted this power so badly came to her mind. Get me away from here. As she called for the man once more to take her somewhere safe. Soon enough, the spaceship landed on empty land, and 3 figures emerged from inside the ship. It was Supergiant, Black Dwarf, and Proxima Midnight. Quick! Don't let His Majesty wait for too long. Chapter 576. Who are you? The goddess asked as Black Dwarf and Proxima Midnight appeared in front of her. We don't have time to answer your irrelevant question. Proxima Midnight said coldly. She then raised her hand and waved her spear-like weapon towards the people gathered to pray towards the goddess. Intangible energy immediately swept the crowd and tossed them aside. The goddess immediately ran away as she knew that the three people that just came in were bad news. It doesn't matter where you go, we will find you anyway. Supergiant shouted indifferently. Let's go. We shouldn't make His Majesty wait any longer. When the three Black Orders came to the platform where the goddess used to stand, the people praying in front of the platform had already been killed. Several women who seemed to have high standing were waiting for them in the platform, but none of them was the goddess that possessed the reality gem. Black Dwarf was annoyed by the scene in front of him and immediately cleaved the women in front of him with his giant axe. The sheer power of the Black Dwarf even split the platform into two as he didn't hold back at all. After the dust subsided, the burly figure of the Black Dwarf was the only one that remained on top of the platform, but he seemed to be annoyed as he didn't see the goddess trace anywhere. Idiot! Supergiant said with a sigh as she shook her head profusely. She knew that each of the infinity gems held a great power that even a lower creature could raise their surroundings when they get their hands on it. Their king thought it would be hard for any of them to finish the task alone. So he sent three of them out there to make the task a little bit easier. But the musclehead Black Dwarf has started trashing down the place that it would be hard to retrieve the reality gem easily. Go and support that idiot. Supergiant ordered Proxima Midnight with her telepathy. She immediately started looking for the goddess with her psychic power, and once she found her target, she shared it with Proxima Midnight immediately. Although Proxima Midnight wasn't happy that she was being ordered around by Supergiant, this wasn't the time for that. As the king's most loyal subordinate, she must finish the task quickly. So after hearing Supergiant's order, she snorted coldly and used Supergiant's psychic positioning to find the target among the crowd as soon as possible. Proxima Midnight immediately fired 3 death rays towards the target. And the people that stood between her and her target were immediately killed as the death rays erased their whole bodies. With little effort, Proxima Midnight easily created a path that she could use to capture the target. The death rays were still going as it was supposed to hit the target. But when the goddess noticed that her cover was already blown, immediately changed her path. However, the death rays were still chasing after her as they would always chase after the target until they hit the target. Knowing this, the goddess immediately stopped running. She stood still as if she had already accepted her fate. The 3 death rays immediately hit her and created a huge hole in the ground. Everyone gasped as they knew that there was no way the goddess was unscathed after taking those death rays head-on. They killed the goddess. One man from the crowd shouted. We have to avenge her. Another shouted angrily. Kill them. The crowd yelled as they charged towards Proxima Midnight with glowing red eyes. Several of them also charged in towards the Black Dwarf as he already killed their priestess. These people were brainwashed by the reality gem's power. The goddess made them assume that she was killed, making them want to avenge her in return. At the same time, Supergiant quickly rushed towards the supposed goddess corpse and lifted her to see it for herself, and sure enough, the target has been eliminated. She was satisfied and immediately pulled out a familiar cylinder container to take the reality gem. The weird ether particle was quickly absorbed into the cylinder container. She couldn't wait to return and have the king praised her for her good work. Although she kind of thought that it went too smoothly, she believed that it was because the 3 of them were really powerful, so she didn't think too much of it. Furthermore, the reality gem was one of the most powerful gems among the infinity gem that was hard to control. In all universe, His Majesty, the tyrant, may be the only one that could control it perfectly. After collecting all the ether particles, she looked towards her friend and saw that the Black Dwarf was fuming as he wasn't the one who finished the task. He kept swinging his axes towards the crowd as they tried to attack him relentlessly. Some of them even started to rush towards the supergiant. But her telepathy and mind control ability was too strong that no one could even step foot in front of her. She even made the crowd go against each other as it would be easier for the 3 of them. We have secured the target, we have to return now. Supergiant said excitedly. Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf nodded and immediately walked towards the spaceship, leaving the crowds behind. But as the 3 of them walked towards the spaceship, Supergiant sensed something. Wait, I think something is not right. Supergiant said as she frowned. Chapter 577. Although Ebony Maw is a general among the Black Order, with Supergiant's mental abilities, she wouldn't lose against him. The reason why Ebony Maw became the general was due to how cunning and deceptive he was. That Supergiant was actually afraid of competing with him. So, now that Supergiant realized that something was wrong, Proxima Midnight was actually a little bit worried. If the scene where they saw the goddess being killed so easily was just the illusion created by the reality gem, that meant the reality gem that they recovered was also fake. Surely, something happened almost immediately. Why would you leave this planet so quickly? Let's play a little bit. Supergiant was shocked and paralyzed as she couldn't believe someone could sneak up on her like this. Supergiant immediately used her mind control ability to try and take control of this unknown person's mind. She wasn't someone that would wait and see what others would do. She was one to act spontaneously. Supergiant that was nervous at first became confident once more as she realized that her mind control ability was a success. Feel free to regret not killing me just now because I wouldn't give you any chance to escape now. Supergiant said coldly. She turned around and saw that the one behind her was the goddess from earlier and immediately knew that they hadn't recovered the real reality gem yet. Although I didn't know what method you used to escape my psychic link, I can find it on your memory just fine. Supergiant said as she reached towards the goddess head, but just a few seconds after she checked the goddess head, she started to scream horrifiedly. This is impossible. These are definitely not your memory. Who the fuck are you, and what have you done to me? Supergiant said as she clutched her head in pain. Because of the pain, Supergiant's mind control immediately worn off, and the goddess could move again. The goddess approached Supergiant and smiled before she whispered something. Since you like to peep into other people's minds so much, I have to show you something you have never seen before. How is it? Did you like my fantasy? The goddess said. Go to hell, bitch. Supergiant furiously said as she intensified her power's output. In the Black Order, Supergiant wasn't only there because of her psychic power. But her combat prowess was one of the best too. Her psychic power could be lethal if she wanted to, as she could break apart people with just her mind power. Among the Black Order, she was the best general in terms of psionic power alone. Now that she had used her most powerful force, she believed that no one would be able to stand before her. Her power burst out and created an energy blast, right in front of the goddess' face. Just like she imagined it would be, the goddess was immediately tossed high to the sky. But as she felt satisfied, the voice came from behind her once again. Your power is too cruel, don't you think so too? The goddess said from behind Supergiant. Impossible. Supergiant said with a look of disbelief on her face. She immediately blasted another psionic blast towards the goddess, and the goddess was immediately tossed high into the sky once again. This is impossible. You are supposed to be dead. How would you know that I am dead? The goddess said with a bellowing laugh. I killed you myself. I heard your bones crunched before my power. Oh, then everything you have seen must be real. The goddess said while laughing even louder. Do you even know which is real and which is an illusion in this place? Is anything that you touched even real? Want to see what your real look is? I can show it to you. My real look? Supergiant said confusedly before began to check on his body. She was overly nervous before suddenly a look of realization hit her. I am just a bubble. Supergiant calmly said before she dispersed into hundreds of bubbles. The goddess appeared behind Supergiant that has turned into bubbles with a sorrowful look on her face. While Supergiant might think that she was up against the goddess for a long time, in reality, it wasn't even a minute. Black Dwarf and Proxima Midnight were horrified as they didn't know what to do at this point. They saw that Supergiant suddenly burst into bubbles and disappeared. They didn't even know what happened to her. As the goddess appeared behind Supergiant, Proxima Midnight immediately checked the corpse of the goddess that she was supposed to hold, which turned out to be a corpse of a man that smiled happily. She immediately checked the cylindrical container that was supposed to contain the reality gem, but she was shocked to see that the ether particle inside changed into blood. She genuinely got played. Black Dwarf and Proxima Midnight were infuriated as the thought of almost giving blood and a nobody's corpse to their king crossed their mind. There was no doubt that they would be punished for doing something like that. But fortunately, there was still room for redemption. Although Supergiant was killed, she noticed that something was wrong beforehand. Now, there was still room for Proxima Midnight to kill the goddess and took the real reality gem from her dead body. Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf looked at the goddess with cold eyes full of killing intent as they no longer held back. Chapter 578. Although Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf couldn't stand Supergiant at most times, they were ordered to retrieve the reality gem together. Therefore they were responsible for each other out here, but they just watched Supergiant got obliterated so easily without being able to do anything. The most worrying thing was that Supergiant was truly stronger than both of them. That was when both of them realized that getting their hand on the reality gem would be hard, if not impossible. We have to attack her together. Supergiant was defeated, we can't go back empty-handed now. Proxima Midnight said to Black Dwarf frustratedly. Black Dwarf frowned as his thought of escaping and planning their next attack was down in the drain now. He knew that Proxima Midnight was right. If he got back to the spaceship now, the king would be the one that killed them. So, he stood his ground and got ready to attack the goddess. Both of them knew that they had to be cautious of what the woman in front of them could do, as they didn't really know the effect of reality gem that well. If they failed to predict the woman's attack, both of them could end up like Supergiant. The two immediately attacked the goddess cautiously. It was obvious that they were trying their best while remaining cautious of what the goddess could do. Proxima Midnight kept shooting her death ray, while Black Dwarf was trying to pressure her by attacking the spot where she would evade the death ray. Although she was cornered by two skillful fighters, the goddess was still smiling. At the same time, Proxima Midnight realized that the one in front of her right now was not the real goddess. She began to wonder where the real body would be and what affected them exactly. Was it just an illusion that they saw, or was it really a body double? But Proxima Midnight immediately shook off that thought as she realized that Supergiant would soar right through it immediately. But what could the power of the goddess be? The inscription talking about the infinity gems was rare, and if there were any at all. The language on the inscription was long gone. Had it not for the king's task to exterminate the Eternals, they wouldn't have any idea how to find the infinity gems at all. Unfortunately, one of the gems that they sought after had a host now. And the host couldn't be underestimated. As if being directed orderly, the people that worshipped the goddess earlier came around and started attacking Black Dwarf and Proxima Midnight again, making them lost sight of the goddess. Proxima Midnight felt a sense of dread as she knew that it would end up in two ways. Either they were killed by these mobs, or the goddess sneaked behind them and killed them as she did to Supergiant. But the most horrifying thing was the possibility that the goddess might sneak upon them. Thus they have to keep their vigilance while going on the defensive. Just as the two of them stared bitterly at what might become their final moment, the sky got dark. Both of them looked up and saw that the sun was blocked by their spaceship. A figure immediately jumped out of the spaceship, and it was none other than Ebony Maw himself. Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf frowned as they knew that they have fucked up. It was clear that the king saw how incompetent they were and sent Ebony Maw himself. Their thought was immediately confirmed as soon as Ebony Maw talked to them indifferently. Go back. The master's patience has run out. Supergiant's death is the nail on the coffin, and the master is extremely unhappy about it. Give us another chance. Supergiant's death was pure carelessness on her part. The master has spoken, please don't make it hard for yourself and return at once. Ebony Maw said, still in an indifferent manner. Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf were stunned as their complexion turned pale before reluctantly nodding towards him. Weirdly enough, the goddess didn't do anything even though the three of them were clearly not ready for a sneak attack. Ebony Maw looked around and also noticed this fact. He frowned as he never thought that the goddess would be cautious of his approach. But it wouldn't matter since the result would be the same either way. There was nothing in the universe that the master wanted but couldn't get. After a while, Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf, who has entered the spaceship, immediately fell to their knee as they tried to plead for mercy. But the figure that still sits on his throne didn't even acknowledge them. Let's get started. The figure said to Corvus Glaive at the side. Right away, Master. Corvus Glaive said as the spaceship's entire weapon system was aimed at the ground. The scene was outright overkill as it was unnecessary to bring out so many weapons towards a small planet without any defensive mechanism. But it was probably the right attitude as Supergiant was killed on that planet. Open fire. The figure said commandingly. Corvus Glaive nodded and immediately fired all weapons towards the planet below. Ebony Maw got inside the ship while looking down indifferently as he knew that the goddess wouldn't have any place to hide. The angry mobs below were instantly wiped out, and even though the goddess could change her appearance into anything or anyone, she couldn't change the fact that she still existed. So, she had to show herself and defend herself properly against the attack. Reality Gem could easily help her defend the planet, but it would attract the attention of her enemy. Sure enough, as soon as the attack from the spaceship stopped, an aircraft landed in front of her. The hatch opened. And a purple alien came out of the aircraft, followed by Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive. As for Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf, they were still kneeling in front of their king back in the spaceship. You came for the ether. The goddess asked solemnly. How dare you act so rude in front of the master of the universe? Kneel at once. Ebony Maw shouted angrily. However, the purple figure raised his hand and stopped him. You have killed Supergiant. Therefore I will give you two choices. 1. I kill you and take away the reality gem out from you and then proceed to destroy this planet for her burial. Or you came with us to fill out her position, give me the reality gem peacefully. Thanos said calmly. Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive didn't expect their master to recruit the goddess that has killed Supergiant, but it wasn't their decision, and they have to abide by the master's word. Chapter 579. Just outside the suburbs of New York. Dio had locked himself inside a room. He didn't know what happened to the universe right now, as the only thing in his mind right now was evolving his current stand. He had the stand arrow with him now, but he hesitated which he could evolve. In theory, all stand had the potential to evolve, and the chance of evolution varied between the stands. It all depended on their potential after the evolution. Meaning, the stronger the evolution was, the harder it was to evolve. It has been quite a while since Dio came to this world. And he already used 2 stand arrows in total. He used his first arrow during his experiment on Gold Experience and helped his snail to have its own stand. The second one he used on Galaxy went a lot smoother than the snail, as the Pegasus was more compatible with having a stand. Now Dio had 2 stand arrows that he could use, but he didn't know whether he should use them to increase his pet army or evolve his own stand. After all, the Earth has become somewhat more dangerous thanks to the demons, aliens, and dark dimension that wanted to take the Earth for themselves. When he thought about the risk, Dio thought about giving up the idea to evolve his stand, as the risk of failure would render him incapable of saving the Earth when the time came. However, after giving it a long thought, Dio decided to give it a go. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the power to save the Earth in the future. The determined Dio immediately summoned the world. When it came to evolving his stand, his first choice was definitely the world. Dio looked at the world's condescending expression and felt a surge of confidence that he would succeed. Without hesitating any further thought, Dio stabbed the world with the stand arrow. Dio immediately felt an intense pain in his leg, where he stabbed the world earlier. He felt a weird numbing sensation crawling up on his body as the stand arrow on the world's leg melted inside its body. Dio suddenly felt something strange and found that his soul was leaving his body, like the spiritual body that Steven has experienced so many times before. Dio frowned and immediately tried to enter his body. He didn't have any intention to leave his body, as he knew that the evolution has to be experienced firsthand as it was happening. Although he knew that it was risky from the beginning, he had to calm down and ride the flow. But suddenly, Dio felt an extreme suction of souls towards his own soul. He realized that evolving a stand would be dangerous to his surroundings, which was why he chose such an isolated area. He realized now that every living being's soul around him was forcefully sucked into his, strengthening it to a degree. Dio frowned, as he didn't expect the requirement for the world to evolve was souls. But it didn't matter now, as there was no one around here to become the sacrifice of the world's evolution. But after swallowing every living being's soul in 1 kilometer radius, the world still seemed unsatisfied. The absorption rate suddenly increased, and the power was doubled this time. Dio's soul was the first thing being affected this time, as he felt that his soul was slowly getting absorbed inside the world. Dio knew that he wouldn't be unscathed just because he was the user, so he had planned for such a thing to happen. Dio has long tempered his mental fortitude. Coupled with the Hammond energy he used to wedge his soul into his body, the soul wasn't absorbed that easily. However, the souls of other living beings within 5 kilometers area were sucked into the world. Dio recalled the stand evolution in JoJo's universe. He remembered that Polnareff died shortly after Silver Chariot was stabbed with stand arrow, making Chariot Requiem went berserk due to the absence of master. It was one of the most prominent evolution failures that he remembered, as Chariot Requiem that directly controlled souls wreak havoc everywhere he went while protecting the stand arrow as his master's final wish. Dio knew that he couldn't let that happen at all cost. Because of that thought, Dio knew that he had to try his best to survive the evolution no matter what happened. Nevertheless, he didn't know that the most difficult test to evolve the stand came from the stand itself. Beyond 3 kilometers from Dio's secluded place is a cemetery. At the same time, many souls from the cemetery were absorbed into the world. While no one really knew just how many souls the world has absorbed, the world has started to shine as faint light envelopes its body. Several seconds have passed, and the white light finally dissipated, revealing evolved the world. The evolution was a success, and the world's appearance has changed. Is this a success? Dio wondered, as he didn't know for sure yet. From his perspective, the world didn't really change, which made Dio frown. He immediately used his user interface in the game system to find the world card. He was shocked the moment he checked the description on the card. Not only did the world successfully evolve, it also exceeded his expectation. Chapter 580. Stand, the world over heaven. Description, a fully evolved stand derived from stand the world. Type, close range power type. Ability, 1. Time stop, the world's original ability to stop the time and move freely while the time was stopped. Reality overwrite, the ability to rewrite virtually anything in time through contact with the world's fist. Note, each activation of reality overwrite requires at least 36 souls. The beginning of heaven's kingdom. Can absorb a soul within 5 kilometers range. Attributes. Sin soul, 0. Destructive power, A. Speed, A. Range, C. Sustainability, A. Precision, B. A. Growth, B. Completed. Evaluation, congratulations, you have gone closer to the road of judgment. Ha ha ha. Dio laughed in satisfaction as he checked the detail of the world over heaven. However, he was a little bit curious about the newly added soul system to use the reality override ability. But it certainly answered his question regarding why the world absorbed a lot of souls while it was evolving. Furthermore, the reality overwrite ability was such an overpowered ability that it could be considered cheating. If though the world's time stop ability was a cheat version of the time gem, the reality overwrite was a poor man's version of the reality gem. However, even if it was the budget version of the infinity gem, the effect was still there. The only setback of the ability was the resource required to activate. While the time stop ability only needed Dio's Hemen energy, the reality overwrite required souls that Dio was still not sure how to obtain without killing anyone. The description of the reality overwrite ability was still a little bit vague. But Dio knew that he needed a lot of souls if he wanted to use the grandeur effect of the ability. Thinking that he had much to do to uncover the world over heaven, Dio actually refrained from using his last stand arrow today. So, without further ado, Dio immediately drove towards Hell's Kitchen. It wasn't because he had a soft spot for that place, but because it was the most criminal-invested area in the USA. So, it was the best place to acquire souls if he had to really kill someone to obtain one. However, to avoid being recognized and the hassle that he would get if the media caught wind of his activity, Dio changed his appearance. Hell's Kitchen scene at night was pure chaos. Even the police wouldn't set foot in the street of the town at night due to the possibility of getting shot by the young thugs that scoured the place. It was normal for the people to live there to find several dead bodies at dawn as the mafia tried to overturn their enemy at every chance they get. But then again, the people that lived in Hell's Kitchen were the bottom of the barrel. Poor people of some sort. Therefore, they weren't afraid to get robbed as they had nothing to lose anyway. Then again, the majority of the people that lived here were connected to a gang in some way that it wasn't a problem to begin with. That was also the reason why Dio came into such a neighborhood with an unusually expensive car. He knew that it would attract the thugs' attention and made Dio their target. Sure enough, as Dio drove down the street, many pairs of greedy eyes stared at him, clearly checking his car out. I haven't been here for such a long time, but it hasn't changed at all, Dio said with a sigh. He slowed down his car so that the thugs could catch up with him if they want to. Although he was slightly disappointed that the place was still a dump. That was exactly why he came here in the first place. So, it was better if the thugs could call up their friends and gather as many people as possible. With a beautiful drift, Dio stopped his car in the middle of an empty road as he decided that it was better to wait. He only knew that the Hell's Kitchen was used to be controlled by the hand. But after not checking up Hell's Kitchen for a long time, he might be in for a surprise this time. Sure enough, right after Dio stopped his car, 2 cheap cars that have followed him for a while earlier also stopped in front of Dio. A lot of guys quickly made their way out of the cars and stood in front of Dio. Hey, kid. You got guts, I will give you that. But how dare you drive around Hell's Kitchen at this hour? What do you want? Dio said indifferently. Why don't we get to know each other? But to do that, I will need your car first. So, hand over the key, and probably we wouldn't have to blow a hole in your head. Well, what did I expect? This place was still the same as always. What did you just say? The man said with a frown on his face. I said that you are clearly amateurs. So shut up. Your mouth smells. Did you ever hear of a toothbrush? But I also forgot to tell you that anyone who dared to point their gun at me was dead. Chapter 581. What the fuck are you, Dot? the man said before his head falls down and his body spurted blood from where the neck used to be. The thugs died horribly as the body tumbling down into the ground. His friends were horrified by what happened. But even if they were scared, it was muscle memory for them to take out their gun and shoot at the enemy. But clearly, they couldn't see what was standing before their leader that just died. It was the world. And it was ready to pummel them into bits. Dio didn't even need to say anything as the world reacted independently. As the world punched the thugs down, they were pulverized into minced meat almost immediately. What happened just now? Am I hallucinating? Someone said while rubbed his eyes constantly as he couldn't believe what he just witnessed. In fact, several people witnessed the scene, but none of them understood what was happening. The only thing they felt right now was fear as the scene happened. They believed that they just witnessed an illusion as there was no way something like that could happen. Thus, they chose to leave as they didn't want to see any more of these shenanigans. But Dio wasn't keen on letting any thugs go. He knew that those who observed him earlier were all thugs, so he summoned Red Hot Chili Pepper to hunt them down. Since you have come a long way, why don't I entertain you a little bit? Dio said as he let Red Hot Chili Pepper loose. The lightning stand immediately traveled across the power line. It flashed around some part across where Dio was standing, as it represented the death of the thugs that had been watching him earlier. Dio checked his phone, and the souls count beneath World Over Heaven gradually increase. Dio was happy to know that the soul he needed to activate World Over Heaven could be replenished easily as long as he killed his enemy. Dio watched as his stands killed many enemies while he was relaxing in front of his car. He checked the souls count every once in a while. Even though he had the souls needed to activate World Over Heaven now, he wouldn't do that as he didn't need it for now. Dio was grateful to a place like Hell's Kitchen. It was brimming with scumbags that he didn't have to think twice when it came to killing people here. Dio even thought about visiting Hell's Kitchen often in the future to replenish his soul's count. As the scream of despair was heard in the distance. The soul count has already reached 44. He specified only to kill the villain. Even though he himself was a little bit unsure that the stands would understand, he knew that they would get the job done. Now that his surrounding has become quiet, Dio decided to learn more about his new ability. All he knew was it needed the world's fist to activate as the world could overwrite anything that his fist touched along with 36 souls. He thought of trying out this ability just once to know for sure in what situation he should use it later on. But then again, how would he try this power? His thought wandered to his legs that were injured earlier when he stabbed them with the stand arrow to evolve the world. But it was no longer bleeding as his regeneration was quite fast, but although it was no longer bleeding, the slight mark of the wound was still there. It might sound trivial, but using the reality override to close up his wound and erase the mark would be the best experiment for now. Dio then ordered the world to cover his wound with the world's hands and immediately used the reality override to overwrite the fact that he was injured in the first place, and then something happened. The world's hands immediately glowed purple, and the space around his leg seemed to be distorted, and as soon as the anomalies stopped, Dio saw that the wound on his leg wasn't there anymore. In fact, when he checked real close, his leg was all smooth, like it was brand new. Dio was excited as finally his repertoire in saving life increased once again. He could just rewrite someone's injury like they never received it in the first place. With gold experience in the world over heaven, it could be said that no one would die on his watch as long as he desired it. But treating injuries was only a small part of the world over heaven could do. The power of rewriting reality was so powerful that Dio wasn't sure where the limit would be. So, which reality could be overwritten and which couldn't was still a mystery. Whether he could rewrite water as fire or rewrite the dead to come back to life, and how many souls he'd need to do all that was still a complete unknown. But still, Dio was excited to get his hands on such a cheat-level ability. He hasn't been this excited for a long time. The one thing in Dio's for a while now was he needed as many souls as he could get. The more, the merrier. Thus, Dio instinctively walked towards a gang lair as he would kill them all tonight. Although Hell's Kitchen was still chaotic and there was no sign of murder cases going down, the thugs didn't know that they were the hunted instead of the hunter now. Chapter 582. When the sunlight illuminated the earth again, the game of hunt that Dio has been doing all night long came to an end. The streets were covered in blood. And dead bodies were lying around for curious onlookers to see. The people on Hell's Kitchen itself didn't know what happened late at night as they thought that it was just a turf war between some gang, but apparently, that wasn't the case. Reason was people know that the gang would clean up their mess. They wouldn't leave this many dead bodies out in the open. That was the rule here on Hell's Kitchen. So people immediately noticed that it wasn't some turf war. The policeman has been called at the time, and they immediately dispatched reinforcement to investigate the situation in Hell's Kitchen with a frown on their face. Nevertheless, the police didn't think much of this situation as they knew that the investigation in Hell's Kitchen was just a waste of time. They were just there to clean up the mess and took off as soon as they were done, as they didn't want anything to do with the thugs on these parts of New York. At the same time, the thugs that lived in Hell's Kitchen were in panic mode. They clearly noticed that an outsider was massacring them at an alarming rate in just one night. They didn't care about the police that roamed around their turf at the moment, as they had a more pressing matter at hand. A dozen of small gangs just vanished in a night. There was no telling when the same fate would befall them. According to some survivors' statement, it was said that a man driving in a luxury car was killing the thugs with some magic. Although it wasn't something that could be comprehended with the right mind, they knew that the killing wasn't only one person's doing. However, after all that happened last night, they couldn't rule out the possibility that the survivor's statement was the actual truth. As for what kind of witchcraft the man practiced was something that they couldn't investigate at the moment. The event last night was actually doing something good for Hell's Kitchen, as the series of gangs that fought over their turf in Hell's Kitchen put aside their differences for once and chose to wait out and see what would happen next. They agreed to kill the outsider first before settling their own differences later. Instead of returning to Wanda right away, Dio returned to the suburbs. He didn't know the repercussion of his action last night had bothered several sensitive figures. Nevertheless, he would be so much happier as he didn't really care about the number of people that might go after him. After all, it was a hassle to go to their turf just to pick a fight. It would save him the trouble if they were the ones coming at him. Although he was killing many people at an alarming rate, he didn't feel guilty at all, as all he did was getting rid of society's trash anyway. Furthermore, the thought of filling his soul count excited him. That alone eliminated the remorse he felt toward the thugs that he killed. So, Dio immediately checked the number of souls that he accumulated last night and noticed that it was 647. Dio nodded in satisfaction as he got a good haul over a night of hunting. Furthermore, he already used the World Over Heaven's ability last night, so his soul count should be nearing the 700 mark. Perhaps some of the people that he killed last night weren't that bad. Some of them might just join the gang out of necessity to survive in this unfair world, but Dio didn't care about that stuff. On his mind, once you dirted your hands, you would get roped towards all other criminal activity. Therefore you wouldn't be so innocent in the end. Dio wasn't kind enough to let them get away just because they weren't that bad. After all, Dio didn't want to waste energy just to investigate whether or not the people he killed was truly evil. He wasn't sorry at all, even if the people that he killed still could be saved. After all, he wasn't a saint. Dio observed his surroundings and wanted to experiment with the World Over Heaven. He had an ample amount of souls on his grasp, and he obviously wanted to know the extent of the reality override ability. Yesterday, he verified that the reality overwrite could be used for treatment purposes. But it wasn't exactly a treatment. More accurately, it overwrote the injury like it wasn't there in the first place. So, Dio wondered what he could experiment on and saw several mice running around on an abandoned building. He immediately captured the mice and smirked as he now realized why the scientist always experimented on them for their project. After all, there were plenty of mice in this world. So without much preparation, Dio took the first mouse and cut its tail before summoning the World Over Heaven. He touched the mouse's tail where he cut it before, and the world also did the same thing, overlapping its hand with Dio's hand. Reality overwrite, Dio said excitedly. Suddenly, a purple light enveloped the mouse's tail and distorted the space within it. When the light was gone, Dio removed his hand, and he saw that the mouse's tail was fully intact once more. Dio smirked as he found the experiment interesting, and he immediately used another 36 souls for another experiment right away. Chapter 583. Dio kept experimenting on various aspects of the reality override ability and discovered that the ability wasn't invisible, nor was it unlimited. That was because the ability only affected certain aspects of reality. Not pure fiction. For example, reality overwrite couldn't make the mouse in front of Dio spew fire from its mouth, like a dragon in the movie. So, Dio kept experimenting, like turning a bucket of water into a bucket of fire. It was a success at first. But it quickly burst out when the water no longer existed, and the fire immediately disappeared. After seeing this result, Dio couldn't help but think for a while. He now understood the extent of this ability. The reality overwrite wouldn't allow him to turn everything into what he wanted, but it was capable of turning something into anything plausible at the given moment. So, the final experiment that Dio wanted to conduct was to see whether the ability could change the death itself. So, without further ado, Dio took and pinched the mouse until it squeaked and collapsed lifelessly. He then used the reality overwrite and once again, the purple light enveloped the mouse. The soul count began to decline rapidly, and after consuming 324 souls, the mouse was back from the dead. It was a success, but it consumed too many souls. Still, it was worth it as the resurrection of the dead wasn't something that even gold experience could accomplish. The mouse immediately fled, but Dio was still deep in his thought. More questions crossed his mind. Like, what was the premise to resurrecting the dead? Did it have to happen right after something or someone died, or did it have some timing? Could the ability do the opposite too? Like instantly killing something that was still alive? He had too many questions that he needed to verify, but after he checked the soul count, he knew that he couldn't verify them now. Reality overwrite was indeed an extraordinary ability. But it came costly, so Dio couldn't use it on a whim. Although he only killed criminals, he couldn't kill them all as the world would deem him criminal too. Then again, Dio knew that the soul required to resurrect a human would be different from resurrecting a mouse. It would probably be higher than 324 souls. With that in mind, Dio made sure to only use reality overwrite as his last resort, his hidden trump card. Well, if I can gather millions of souls, this ability would surely be the ultimate ability. Dio sighed helplessly. He knew that the game was balanced in some way, so props to whoever tweaked with the game balance. It seems like I can't hunt in Hell's Kitchen for too long, probably I can stay for a couple of days, but that is it. Dio said with a frown on his face. He knew that he shouldn't destroy Hell's Kitchen entirely as he might end up changing the MCU plot too much. Dio was wondering where else he could obtain a large amount of soul. He knew that he couldn't wait for the criminals in Hell's Kitchen to regenerate again as it would take a long time while the condition to use the reality overwrite was too demanding. He knew that he needed the reality overwrite to deal with the blue-flamed Ghost Rider. As for the last stand arrow, he decided to keep it for now as he still didn't know which stand he would evolve. He would have to think about it carefully and did it in the future, and there was no need to rush it now. Just as he finished his thought, he got a transmission from Steve. It seems he had returned to New York from his visit to Wakanda. With that information, Dio immediately packed his stuff and left. He appreciated Steve and the other support because he had time to test out his ability thanks to them. But then again, he wouldn't be able to tell anyone or Steve about his ability as Steve was obsessed with not killing any of his enemies. Even though many people disagree with Steve's view, Dio still respected that thought. But because Dio didn't share the same opinion, it was best to respect Steve by not telling him anything. Anyway, since the police wouldn't be able to cover and clean the mess in Hell's Kitchen fast enough, the media would come soon, and by that time, Steve would know about what was going on anyway. An hour after, Dio brought Steve directly towards the New York sanctuary to help repair the sanctuary with the tools Steve bought from Wakanda. Dio also brought him there so that he could meet Stephen Strange in person as they were helping Stephen this time. Although it was Stephen's responsibility as the Sorcerer Supreme to protect the Earth from other dimensions' invasion, it was the Earth's problem nonetheless. Therefore, Dio had to help as he knew that Stephen wasn't strong enough to deal with Hell, at least for now. With that in mind, Stephen, who also realized that he didn't stand a chance in repelling the Hell's invasion, didn't show any of his sarcastic and rude remarks towards the Avengers. On the contrary, Dio threw some sarcastic remark that easily insulted Stephen's inability to deal with the invasion on his own. But as Stephen already knew how bad Dio's personality was, he didn't care and chose to ignore it. He wanted to keep the situation under control and cooperated in a friendly atmosphere with the Avenger as he could tell that he would work with them again in the future. Then, the next task after this would be to protect all three Supreme Sanctuaries. Chapter 584. Dio planned to have Stephen stand by on New York Sanctuary, and then Steve would take the other sanctuary while he would guard the other one. But now, because Dio has collected a good amount of souls, he was thinking of guarding the one in New York as he could accumulate souls in Hell's Kitchen that way. And thus, Dio left the London Sanctuary to Stephen while Steve guarded the Hong Kong Sanctuary. This way, no matter which sanctuary that the Ghost Rider attacked, they would be able to stall long enough until reinforcement came. Thanks to the built-in portal in each sanctuary connected with Kamartaj, they could travel to other sanctuary without a hitch. After the briefing was done, the respective Guardian walked into the portal for their task. This marked the first official alliance between the Sorcerer Supreme with the Avengers. But they certainly didn't know that after experiencing his first failure, Robbie, who has lost part of his memory, didn't realize that his sense of humanity has been dulled to some extent, leaving him with no sense of regret for destroying the building he was tasked to do. Therefore, he wasn't in a rush like before, as he knew he should take his time unless he wished to end up in hell again, probably losing part of his memories again. So, Robbie thought of another way to complete the contract without the possibility of having his memory taken from him. After all, his contract now is to destroy a building, not kill another person like his previous contract. When night fell, Dio left the New York sanctuary in Wanda and Pietro's hand. While he changed his appearances and drove towards Hell's Kitchen once again. Although the place was swarmed by police in the day, there was no one there at night. The police were too scared of waging an all-out war with the thugs, as they left Hell's Kitchen alone at night. That was to say, Hell's Kitchen was really chaotic once the sun went down. It wasn't this bad when the Kingpin was still alive, now that there was no prominent ruler on Hell's Kitchen. It got really chaotic there. Every thug, mafioso, and gang wanted to be the best in Hell's Kitchen, rampaging the street at every chance they got to prove their point. It was nothing unusual to find a body in a dumpster in the morning. Some were even found inside a ditch beside a busy road or even in the middle of the road sometimes. There was a time when the government wanted to take control of the place and made sure that everyone obeyed the law, like every other area in the USA. However, the thugs retaliated and killed many government officials that stayed in Hell's Kitchen during the whole process. The government didn't know how the information about the takeover leaked, but that certainly forced them to stop what they were doing and leave Hell's Kitchen alone. This reasoning reluctantly brought Hell's Kitchen to its current circumstances, a lawless place at night where the thugs thrived on doing whatever they want. But Dio's sudden intervention seems to bring change once again in Hell's Kitchen. His massacre took a great toll on the gang activities as they lost a lot of members in one night. They also didn't understand why the outsiders massacred that many people in Hell's Kitchen, which inflicted fear to these thugs. They realized that at this rate, Hell's Kitchen criminal activity would become history. "You guys say that a murderer will show himself tonight?" A young man dressed in a hip-hop style said uneasily towards his friend. He felt a little bit paranoid as he noticed that fewer thugs roamed Hell's Kitchen tonight. "Murderer? You just don't get it, do you? It was a massacre, at least a few hundred people died last night. There is no way a single murderer could accomplish something like that." It was obvious that he couldn't believe the rumors. Furthermore, the only creature that could do it was probably Iron Man, Hulk, or Thor, but they wouldn't care about small-time criminals that festered Hell's Kitchen. They were too classy to do something like that. A lot of people say that they saw it with their own eyes. It shouldn't be a hoax if many people saw the same thing. The young man said nervously. It was clear that he was still afraid that the murderer would come in the middle of the night and catch him off guard. "I don't care if he was real or not. The only thing on my mind tonight is drugs, baby. But unfortunately, I don't have any cash to buy it tonight, so I hope that I can sell your service to the fat pig next door," the friend said with a smirk on his face, which scared the young man immediately. "Ha ha ha, I knew you'd give me that face. Don't worry, I am just kidding. But I really want some drugs tonight, hope you can find a way to find some cash for us." But the young man was frozen solid as he looked at his friend's shoulder. "Behind you," the young man said frantically. As the friend turned their attention to whatever it was that made the young man so scared, he frowned as he saw a plain-looking Asian standing behind him with a polite smile on his face. Chapter 585. The poor man had no time to completely turn around as he suddenly fell into eternal darkness. But he wasn't alone, as many people were also destined to accompany him that night. As time went by, Dio reaped many souls in Hell's Kitchen. He even used mirror dimension to make sure no one found out about his hunt. But as more people were found dead or missing, Hell's Kitchen seemed to be woken up from its slumber. A large number of thugs began to gather with various weapons in their hands. It was clear that they were determined to confront whatever it was that targeted their missing or dead friend tonight. In only 10 minutes, a siege team of 200 people began searching for the killer. They were determined to find the killer until they turned Hell's Kitchen upside down. Little did they know that Dio was hunting for them at the same time. There was no way Dio would miss the opportunity to get 200 souls that were ready for the taking. Furthermore, they were already grouped up so nicely that it saved Dio the trouble searching for them. To make it even easier for himself, Dio took care of the small group of thugs that strayed off from the large group. He couldn't afford to scare the 200 people, as it would be troublesome if they started running away. As much as Dio wanted to shout his lungs out to announce his hunt, he refrained from doing so. At the same time, he used mirror dimension to hide the corpses, making sure that the main group did not discover them. He found mirror dimension really convenient in a hunt like this, as he could do anything he wanted to the people he trapped inside. But after hundreds of men were missing mysteriously, The main group began to sense how grave the situation was. They stuck closely and actively told anyone not to stray off from the group. They seemed to be aware that the killer was hunting them too, but they seemed to be thinking that the killer wouldn't attack them if they were together from the fact that the killer was after the people that strayed off from the main group. With that in mind, the thousands of people seemed to be relieved and regained their courage. But the truth was far from that. If Dio knew what the thugs were thinking, he would be laughing so hard at these thugs. After a while, Dio suddenly appeared and dragged more than 1,000 people towards the mirror dimension. Once inside, Dio summoned the 2 ice stands before the thugs had the time to react. In an instant, a huge magic circle appeared above the thousands of men, and huge ice was materialized above it. "Fall down!" Dio shouted, and countless ice spears blasted the crowd like a downpour. "Look out! Hail is coming!" The situation got chaotic real quick as they were desperate to run into the open field, and to that end, they didn't care if they had to trample their own friends to get away, but then again, it was already too late. "Oh, God! Save us!" When Dio stopped the ice bombardment, more than 1,000 people have been killed. The ice and blood have mixed together, creating a beautiful pool of blood and bodies on the open field. Dio then moved the bodies together using the mirror dimension ability and sealed it into an ice sculpture. After all the bodies were sealed in ice, he shattered it completely, turning them into snowflakes. After everything was taken care of, Dio nodded in satisfaction as he successfully accumulated a lot of souls and cleaned up the aftermath. He then walked out of the mirror dimension before closing it up. He noticed that the ice also returned to the real world, but he knew that it would melt once morning came. But just as Dio wanted to continue hunting the thugs, 3 sharp blades appeared from behind aimed at his head, heart, and abdomen, respectively. But the next scene shocked everyone in the area as the blades didn't even scratch his shirt, let alone pierce Dio's body. In their opinion, Dio should be dead from the attack, but it was clear that they were wrong. "This is impossible," the attacker said before he leapt out towards the shadow of the building. Dio smirked as he had no intention to let the little rat escape and hide. "This is interesting. A ninja? Or is it an assassin with a superpower? This is great, I am flattered to find you come out of your way to get me," Dio said as he suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of one of the attackers and grabbed his neck. The attacker was shocked to see he was captured so easily as this was the first time it happened throughout his life. He tried to attack Dio's heart once again. "This is my power," the man said as he aimed his short sword directly at Dio's heart, but the reality was cruel as once again, his sword bounced off Dio's body as if it just hit a metal. He looked at his sword and saw that its tip was broken. So there was no point in him struggling any further. He was confused as he didn't see any protective layer beneath Dio's shirt that could break his sword, but he clearly knew that his life was coming to an end. Chapter 586. Dio's Hammon energy enveloped his entire body, which was why the attacker's sword didn't even graze his clothes. Dio then grabbed the assailant's neck and lifted him up high. Another 2 assailants came and threw several shurikens towards Dio, which still couldn't penetrate Dio's Hammon energy barrier. It seemed Dio's suspicion that they were ninja were spot on. Several shurikens hit the ninja in Dio's hand, and he immediately vomited blood. Dio frowned as he realized that the ninja coated the shuriken with some type of deadly poison. But what surprised Dio was that the ninja was quick to sacrifice their companion to complete their task. After their failed attempt, the ninja that was poisoned immediately turned into ash while the other 2 ninjas were still calmly assessing Dio from afar. Dio immediately realized that the ninjas were likely to be trained and brainwashed from an early age, which explained their abilities to react calmly and heartlessly. Dio also noticed that they didn't feel any fear towards death in their eyes. When the one that was poisoned earlier was about to die, they didn't even bat an eye. With this knowledge, Dio knew that he didn't have to keep any of these ninjas alive. So, without wasting any more of his time, Dio pulled out one poker card from his pocket and pulled out Reaper's Gaze from within the card. He then threw the huge scythe towards the ninjas and successfully pinned down both of the ninjas to the wall. Dio then whistled to control the scythe from afar, and the pinned ninjas were caught off guard as they didn't expect the weapon could still move even though Dio didn't touch it. In the end, the pinned down ninjas were easily cut in 2. But they immediately turned to ashes without any warning as soon as they were cut in half. Dio frowned as he felt familiar when he saw this scene, but he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. So, he summoned Moody Blues to investigate the ninjas as he knew that whoever it was that contracted the ninjas could provide him an extra amount of souls. After all, the ninjas that he just killed provide additional 3 souls for him tonight. Furthermore, Moody Blues could easily track these ninjas' origin to Dio's convenience. In a factory in Hell's Kitchen's vicinity, an old woman wearing a white shirt with a crutch on her hand was watching the process of washing powder making. Almost all her workers were Asian. Old and young, men and women, but the common thing among them aside from their race was the empty look on their eyes. An old lady entered the factory, and immediately the worker stopped whatever they were doing and stood up to salute the old lady like a soldier. This old lady was one of the 5 fingers that controlled a group of mercenaries. The Hand was called Mrs. Gao. After the fall of the Kingpin, with the help of Rand Corp., Mrs. Gao absorbed many drugs businesses and used Hell's Kitchen as her base. Although people might think that she was just a 60 or 70-year-old woman, they absolutely had no idea that the old woman has lived 400 years old. In addition to that, this old woman absolutely enjoyed terrorizing her enemy, either physically or mentally. Anyone that dared to cross her would disappear without any trace. After inspecting the factory, Mrs. Gao walked towards her office. "How's the situation? Has the killer been found?" "Yes, number 3, number 4, and number 5 have departed to clean the mess. They will bring back the killer's head soon," the figure said indifferently. "Good," Mrs. Gao arrogantly said as she poured herself a cup of tea. She was perfectly calm as she didn't care that much about the killer that caused unrest in Hell's Kitchen. Had it not for her drugs business, she wouldn't even interrupt this killer's activities. But suddenly, she heard a commotion nearby. Mrs. Gao frowned and lowered her teacup. "See what trouble is coming our way, kill them and put them in concrete," Mrs. Gao said with a frown still on her face. The figure nodded and stepped out without saying anything. Mrs. Gao was satisfied by the figure's loyalty as she was always confident with her strength and the organization behind her. But this time, her confidence came back to bite her. After a few minutes, the commotion stopped and a strong smell seeped in. Mrs. Gao immediately realized what smell it was as she was no stranger to it after living for 400 years. However, it was not normal right now as her ninja hasn't returned to her yet. Mrs. Gao immediately stood up with her cane. But before she could walk towards the door, a footstep was heard approaching the door. A polite knock was heard, and Mrs. Gao sat down once again. "Come in," she said as she realized she wouldn't be able to get away anyway. An Asian man opened the door with a smile on his face and sat in a chair opposite of her. "Where are my people?" Mrs. Gao asked curiously. "Did you mean those ninjas? They all turned into ashes. May I know your name? I don't seem to see you around before." "Well, that is why I have to come here myself. You see, we don't know each other, but why would you send some people to trouble me?" Dio asked coldly. The slight smile on Mrs. Gao's face instantly disappeared as she heard Dio's word. "Oh dear, it turns out you are the killer that caused unrest on Hell's Kitchen," Mrs. Gao said calmly with a little bit of irony in her tone. Chapter 587. "I don't like the title they gave me. I prefer a doctor or a surgeon that sever a tumor inside a city," Dio said with a smile on his face. "So, you saw Hell's Kitchen as a tumor?" Mrs. Gao said sarcastically. But Dio smirked as he didn't really want to clean Hell's Kitchen immediately. He preferred to make Hell's Kitchen his hunting ground. "No, I am keen to the idea of sever the tumor partially and let them grow back to sever it another day," Dio said with a smirk on his face. "Arrogant bastard," Mrs. Gao said as she suddenly flung a pen on top of the table directly towards Dio's eyes, but it clearly didn't work as Dio instantly catched the pen in the air. "You are quite fast for an old lady," Dio indifferently said as he put the pen back on the table. "Who the fuck are you? Who sent you here? Isn't it customary to introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name?" Dio said teasingly. He went ahead and got himself comfortable on the chair as he wanted to stay for quite a while. The old woman suddenly laughed as she never saw someone acting like Dio in front of her and thus she suddenly felt interested in the young man in front of her. "My name is Gao, I am one of the 5 fingers of the hand. I don't know if you ever heard of our organization, but that is my introduction for you," Mrs. Gao said with a smile on her face. Dio was quite surprised to hear Mrs. Gao's identity as he wasn't quite knowledgeable about the Hand in his previous life. However, he knew that the Hand was an assassin group based in Japan and was the mortal enemy of Daredevil. It seemed the 5 Fingers was the leader group of this assassin organization. As for the identity of the other leader, Dio didn't care about it. However, he vividly remembered that his friends brought him to a Marvel conference once and told him that the Hand's black magic could even injure the Ghost Rider and suddenly developed an interest in the Hand's ability. "I've heard of it, but I didn't know much about it. I think I've heard that the Hand has some kind of dark magic, and I am quite interested to see what it is," Dio said interestedly. But unfortunately, Mrs. Gao perceived it as a taunt and a challenge as she suddenly got up and flung everything in her vicinity toward Dio and pulled out a sword, ready to attack Dio. Dio didn't expect this sudden attack, but it didn't faze him. He summoned White Album, and it instantly covered his body from Mrs. Gao's attack. He just sat on his seat and let Mrs. Gao attack him with everything she got until she got tired. She attacked Dio relentlessly with everything she got, but no matter what she did, she couldn't penetrate Dio's white armor. She was perplexed by this situation as this no longer seemed like a fight at all and more like a test of whether she could scratch Dio's armor or not, that apparently she failed on. Seeing that none of her attacks landed, Mrs. Gao fiercely blinked as she tried to attack Dio mentally. However, as she tried to invade Dio's mind, her nose started to bleed. She screamed while taking a step back as she clutched her head in pain. Dio smirked behind the ice armor as he laughed at Mrs. Gao for thinking of using a psychic attack against him. Dio had a mental fortitude that not even the Ancient One could break. So, who did this woman think she was to attack him with a psychic attack? Since he knew that the woman in front of him was useless right now, he got up from his seat. What's the deal with you? How did you have such a strong mental fortitude? Dio looked at Mrs. Gao disinterestedly like some villain in a horror movie. How old are you again? Being a criminal, it's basic knowledge there's no room for a surprise once you start your diabolical plan. Don't you think it's too boring to expect everything would always go your way? Dio said coldly. Mrs. Gao wasn't sure she understood what Dio was saying, but it was clear that it wasn't something good about her. And so, with her survival instinct kicking in, she tried to look for a way to escape. But with her 400 years of experience, she immediately understood that she couldn't get away, at least not from this man. Even so, she just had to try. And so, she gathered her power on her palm and immediately created a strong wind to push Dio away from her as she immediately jumped off from the window of the room. Don't do that. Dio said annoyedly, but he didn't do anything to stop Mrs. Gao. On the other hand, Mrs. Gao that successfully jumped off the second-floor window was frustrated as she thought that Dio was chasing after her. She wanted to get away as soon as possible. So she ran away from the factory as soon as possible. But after a few seconds, she didn't hear any sound around where she jumped off earlier. Was the window too high from the ground that the man chose not to chase her by jumping out the window too? She was confused as she thought that the man was chasing after her for sure, but she seemed to be off the mark. But suddenly, she was hurled into the sky and fell to the ground again, but this time, she was falling a few miles from the ground. She screamed as she was falling. Anyone who went through the same thing would do the same. And she was no exception. She soon splat on the ground as her scream was no longer heard eventually. Meanwhile, Dio was floating in the air near the factory while looking down at Mrs. Gao on the ground. Didn't I say that you aren't allowed to do that? People just never listen. Chapter 588. Dio stood next to Mrs. Gao's body, holding a dark light ball that was Mrs. Gao's soul. After evolving the world, he found out that a human soul was like a disappearing mist after they were dead, and the evil ones turned darker the worse things they had done when they were alive. Dio had never seen the soul of a good person yet, but he thought that their souls would be white. Dio shook his head as he wanted to walk away after throwing Mrs. Gao's soul to the world, and suddenly his soul count increased by 1,000. Dio was surprised by this. But it seemed the quality of the soul affected the soul count too. But he soon frowned as he knew that a high-quality evil soul was hard to find. Mrs. Gao has lived her life for 400 years, so her crime was countless. Compared to her, small-time thugs were like an insect. Dio immediately recollected his thought. Ready to walk away. However, he had to burn down the drug factories before he left. He had to do it for the sake of the unfortunate people that had nowhere else to go and had to call Hell's Kitchen their homes. After dawn, Hell's Kitchen looked a little bit deserted as the usual thugs that roamed the street were nowhere to be seen. But several thugs that survived Dio's hunt last night knew just how many people died in one night. The gang's decision to fight the mysterious killer with numbers seemed like a joke now as everybody was dead. The 200 people arming themselves and walked around the street to search for the killer were all dead in vain. All the gang leaders in the vicinity were scared shitless as they couldn't think of anything at the moment. Moreover, the drug factories that Mrs. Gao of the Hand created were burned down last night. It was a surprising news as everyone knew how ruthless the old woman could be. But even after such an incident, Mrs. Gao hadn't shown herself up. It was a weird situation as everyone knew how attached Mrs. Gao to her factory was. So, with the circumstance in hand, everyone came to a conclusion that Mrs. Gao has been killed. At the same time, Mrs. Gao's body was placed in the middle of some ritual table, and 4 figures surrounded her. Now, the ritual to resurrect Mrs. Gao will take place. Let's take a vote of the current situation, a figure said across the room. After a few minutes, the 4 figures then stood, and the voting ended. 2 votes in favor of resurrecting her, 1 against it, and 1 abstain. Without further ado, let the ceremony begin. The figure across the room said solemnly. The 4 figures nodded and began performing the ceremony. But after a while, the look of surprise was painted on everyone's face. The resurrection failed. The killer didn't only take her life, but also her soul. Who in the world can do such a thing? Is it a demon? There is no way Mrs. Gao would make such an amateurish mistake. One of the 4 figures said with a frown on his face. The reason why they were quick to judge that Mrs. Gao was killed by a demon was that the magic that they used was derived from the devil himself. This devil is the worst kind. He killed thousands of people in the past 2 days, but he is smart enough to do it specifically in Hell's Kitchen, where such matter wouldn't become the head news of the country. Anyway, the demon is a threat. We have to formulate a plan to deal with this as soon as possible. Dio was sitting in his car while eavesdropping on the conversation. He had planted a special tracking device that Shuri made for him inside Mrs. Gao's body, and it seemed his decision was a good one as Mrs. Gao was immediately taken and brought somewhere else for the hand to resurrect. Fortunately for Dio. In order to resurrect Mrs. Gao, the hand had to assemble the remaining fingers as well. Dio believed as long as he would be set for the next battle if he could kill all of them. With enough soul, he could get through any crisis in the future. With that in mind, he created a mirror dimension and dragged the whole building inside. If his suspicion was on the mark, everyone inside the building should be affiliated with the hand. Raise up. Dio said as he flicked his hand up. The whole building suddenly flew into the sky, 10 kilometers away from the ground in a blink of an eye. Fall apart. Dio said, and the building soon cracked apart, with everyone inside falling freely to the ground. They were caught unprepared as no one was able to figure out what was going on. One by one, the hand's members that fell to the ground plopped like a falling tomato, leaving a big blood-stained mark on where they fell. Dio's soul count increased rapidly, and he nodded with a satisfied look on his face as the building was indeed one of the hand's bases. Dio smirked as some of the fingers that he hoped would be there also fell down. Although they were deemed immortal due to their everlasting age and were strong too, as they were capable martial artists, it didn't mean they couldn't die. In this case, no matter what they did, falling from such a height would certainly spell their doom. Chapter 589. Dio wasn't keen on wasting his time, so he immediately restored the building like it used to be and pinned it down on the ground. As he did so, Dio saw 4 people walking on the street while staring furiously at Dio. "Who are you?" one of the 4 figures asked Dio. But Dio wasn't in the mood to answer any question, and so he pulled out Reaper's Gaze from the playing card and summoned the world immediately. He immediately stopped the time with the world's power, and Dio immediately rushed forward and slashed the 4 figures with his scythe. After his attack, Dio resumed the flow of time again and the 4 figures splattered to the ground, looking like a lump of meat. The black souls also came out of these 4 figures, and Dio immediately let the world absorb all of them. The black souls that came from these 4 figures were also jet black, the same as Mrs. Gao's soul. Dio immediately checked the soul count and was excited to see that the amount of soul that he had now was more than 8. The 5 fingers of the hand alone has contributed more than 500 souls. But something bothered Dio like he was missing something. And only after dawn that Dio forgot to ask about the dark magic that the hand was adept in. Dio immediately sighed in annoyance as he couldn't ask any of the finger of the hand now about it. I hope there is some clue about it on their base, Dio said to himself as he immediately followed the tracker that he left on Mrs. Gao's body. But before he entered the building, he undid the mirror dimension as it didn't serve any purpose now. Once he entered the building, he followed the tracker into a secret room where he believed where the hand was planning to resurrect Mrs. Gao. He immediately searched around the room to see any clue about their dark magic, but he couldn't find anything. To make sure he didn't miss anything, Dio immediately summoned Moody Blues and rewinded the event on the room. After a moment, his choice to use Moody Blues turned out to be correct as it showed a wall, which was another secret door leading to another secret room. He then searched the second room and was a little bit surprised that it was littered with so much information. The second secret room contained documents about Kunlun, Hydra, Resurrection, and many other secret documents. It even contained a document about a certain mystical artifact buried below New York and their plan to seize it. There were so many things here that piqued Dio's interest, but he couldn't possibly read it all right now. But certainly, There were so many documents depicting the hand's cruel nature, such as experiments on children and such. And so, Dio started skimming through all the documents he could find and finally found what he came for. It was an old document with a few lines of spells engraved on it. Dio immediately put the old parchment in his pocket and left the secret room. Although he wanted to burn everything down out of disgust for what the hand had done. He knew that it was better to let the world know about this organization and let someone else take care of them. Dio even considered letting Kun Luan know about this hand's base to hasten their purge of the hand. 2 days later, in a Chinese restaurant inside Chinatown, New York. A blond man with curly hair was enjoying his fried rice when suddenly a white man in a suit came and sit in front of him. "Mr. Danny Rand?" The man in the suit asked indifferently. "Who are you? I don't think we have met before." "We indeed never met before, but I know you. A person that has been declared dead 15 years ago has returned to the Rand Corporation and wants to take back what belongs to him." It sounds so fictional now, doesn't it? The man in the suit said with a smile on his face. Danny was surprised and even stopped eating as soon as he heard the man's words. He was totally confused right now, but he tried to keep his cool as best as he could. "Who sent you here? Are you here to kill me?" "Quite the contrary, I am here to give something that may interest you," the man said as he put a paper with a certain address written on it and a key on the table. Danny took a look at the address on the paper and saw a note indicating that it was the hand's base. "How did I know this isn't a trap?" Danny asked with a frown on his face. "You don't, but if you want to find out, you better go there yourself. My job here is done, goodbye." The frown on Danny's face became clearer as he was really suspicious of the man. But the note clearly drew his attention. It said, "5 fingers of the hand has been cut off, the cleanup is up to Kun Luan. Don't let me down. A man who happens to strolls by." Danny couldn't believe it as he knew that the hand was one of the most secretive and formidable organization that has been a thorn in Kun Luan's path for a long time. Yet someone immediately recognized him and even brought up Kun Luan even though he has just arrived in New York not too long ago. Although Danny thought it was a trap as there was no way the 5 fingers could be killed so easily. His intuition told him that the man was telling the truth. Danny knew that he had to take a risk and visited the address. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good sleep tonight. So, without waiting any longer, Danny paid for his meal and took the paper and the key before immediately driving towards the address on the paper. At the same time, the same man in the suit that gave the paper and the key to Danny was watching him inside a car while making a phone call. "The target has received the objective and is making his way towards the address as we speak," the man said stoically. "Good job, now take some rest," Dio said from New York Sanctuary. He was in the middle of cooking lunch at the moment, and as soon as he hung up the call, he threw the phone to the sofa and served the lunch on the table. "Wanda. Pietro. Lunch is ready, come on, I made seafood fried rice and sweet sour pork." Chapter 590. Danny Rand arrived at the address on the paper and saw that it was an ordinary house in a downtown area. He observed in case anyone entered or left the house as he had to remain vigilant no matter how weird it would be. After a while, he didn't see anyone around and immediately opened the house with a key that the man gave earlier. As he entered the house, he didn't find any trap on the door, but he immediately saw some strange documents on the table in front of him. Danny immediately checked the document and was surprised to see the content. He quickly flipped through the document to thoroughly check the content of the document. It was records of a peace conference and a document about the truth of his parents' plane crash. He never thought that the one who murdered his family was none other than his father's partner, Harold Meacham. He kept reading the document. And his complexion changed once again as he learned that Harold has already suffered from cancer. Harold struck a deal with Mrs. Gao in despair to gain his health back, but the price for his deal was the death of 3 of his family. Unfortunately, Harold lived alone and the closest he had to a family was the Rand family. In the past 15 years, Rand Corporation has been controlled by Harold Meacham and, secretly, by the Hand. Harold Meacham himself couldn't do anything as the Hand wrapped him around their finger. These documents that contained all the truth of what happened after the death of his parent overwhelmed Danny. But one thing for sure was that Danny could trust the man from earlier. There was no doubt in his mind that the 5 fingers of the Hand had been killed. And the Hand should be in utter chaos right now. He had to inform his master as soon as possible because this was the right time to put an end to the Hand once and for all. At night, a man in his 50s sat uncomfortably on a sofa, looking frightened as he poured a tea into a cup with shaking hands. The reason behind his fear sat across him, which was a man with a fiery blue skull. "The time has come, now tell me your answer," the blue ghost rider said indifferently. The general was shaking to the point that he even accidentally poured the water out of the cup. He immediately took the kettle to the table and took a deep breath to calm himself down. As long as I destroy the building that you specified, you promise me that my wife and children would be fine, right? They won't go to hell later, right? But what kind of assurance do you have for all this? Maybe you want to experience hell again? The Ghost Rider said with a smirk on his face. The man was instantly horrified by the Ghost Rider's word. He couldn't forget his experience in hell as the demon in front of him brought him to hell for a couple of seconds. The following fact that his family's life was also in this demon's hand took the choice away from him. Okay, I will do as you say. The man said frightenedly. Although he didn't know why the demon wanted him to destroy the building, it was better than killing another person. At most. He had to give a reasonable explanation to the public later. Furthermore, he could get some other benefit from this demon later, such as a longer age. Robbie, the blue Ghost Rider, sarcastically laughed as he saw through the nature of the man in front of him. He knew that the man was full of greed and treasured his life the most. But that didn't matter right now. As long as the man could do his task well, Robbie's contract would be completed soon. It was calm and peaceful for the past 2 days, which bored Steven and Steve's team. But they know that the storm would come soon. Sure enough. At 10 in the morning, a large number of troops showed up in the street of New York and London, and the army immediately blocked the street towards the 2 sanctuaries in the city. Everyone who witnessed the situation immediately knew that there was something off, but as they saw so many soldiers with heavy artilleries, they were afraid to voice their minds. Anyone inside the building, listen up. This building has been surrounded. We receive a report that an international wanted criminal has hijacked this building and used it as a hideout. Everyone has to come out now for an inspection. The army general said via speaker towards the sanctuary. Dio and Steven that stayed in the respective sanctuary, immediately noticed that something has gone terribly wrong. Dio himself began to think that his identity has been exposed, so Dio immediately changed his appearance before walking out to see what the army wanted. He ordered Pietro to take Wanda somewhere safe in the meantime. The moment he walked out, he was welcomed by so many guns pointed at him, so Dio immediately raised his hands as a way to say that he meant no harm and willing to cooperate with the army. The army saw that the man didn't have any weapons and began charging inside the sanctuary uninvited. Report, sir. There is no one else inside, and we already set everything in order. A soldier said to the general. Dio frowned as he didn't understand what they were setting inside the sanctuary, but it quickly hit him that the army was setting a bomb inside the sanctuary. Sure enough, the general pulled out a trigger and immediately pressed it. A blaring sound was heard from inside the sanctuary as the bomb set off. But the general frowned as the building wasn't destroyed, although he could see the fire raging inside the building. What is this? Who set the bomb so poorly? No, we don't know what happened, but we are sure that the bomb was set perfectly, sir. The soldier said with a frown on his face. Doesn't matter, now destroy the building and make sure that the surrounding building doesn't receive any damage. The general ordered coldly. Yes, sir. The soldiers shouted at the same time as they pulled out a bazooka and aimed it directly at the sanctuary. Dio immediately understood what was happening. It was clear that the army only wanted to destroy the building, not capturing anyone. He didn't expect the Ghost Rider would use the army power to achieve its purpose. Fortunately, he already set up the mirror dimension in advance. Otherwise, the sanctuary would have fallen by now. Chapter 591. Dio's response was quite fast, but Steven didn't realize what was happening that fast. In addition to that, Steven didn't even let the soldier enter as his pride prevented him from doing so. Fire and destroy this place. The general shouted as he was getting annoyed by Steven's uncooperative behavior. Steven's complexion changed right after, and he immediately raised his hands to create a big shield from his spell. The soldier was shocked to see Steven's spell and immediately thought of the worst. He is an alien. He isn't human. Kill that alien heretic. The general angrily shouted as he fired his gun at Steven. He was at a loss as the higher-ups wanted him to destroy a building in a public space like this, but knowing that they had a good reason right now. He was elated. So, the army started to fire their weapon at Steven, while Steven tried his best to defend the sanctuary and himself. Steven used a spell that he had learned in his spare time and split himself into several copies. He learned this spell to deal with the Ghost Rider. But it seemed that he has to use it now. He had to give his best as he couldn't let the London sanctuary fall. Destroy their weapons. Steven ordered his copies. The copies immediately conjured a magic whip and disarmed the army. Wong. who was standing at the door the whole time, also stepped down to help Stephen fight the army without harming them. Stephen frowned as this wouldn't end well, as he was exposed now. The Sorcerer Supreme had a mission to protect the Earth from any danger from the other realm, but doing so while keeping secrecy from the world government was a must. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Dio didn't really have a hard time. He trapped the soldier inside the mirror dimension until they gave up. It seems to work wonders, as the soldiers' morale dramatically dropped since they couldn't even make a dent on the wall of the sanctuary. To make matters worse for the soldiers, Dio summoned Red Hot Chili Pepper and gave them a shock therapy that they wouldn't forget. Watching their comrades fell one after another by sudden electrocution, the rest of the soldiers suddenly felt their lives were in danger, but clearly, Dio wouldn't let them go that easily. Although Dio summoned Red Hot Chili Pepper, he didn't mean to kill anyone. He summoned the electric stand so that he could stun and knock the soldiers unconscious. And after he knocked everyone out, he undid the mirror dimension, but at the same time, an additional jet fighter was dispatched towards New York Sanctuary with a missile attached. Dio noticed the incoming jet and frowned, as it seemed the government has gone mad. How could the government launch a missile towards a plaza full of civilians without any warning? He then summoned White Album to stop the missiles from detonating. He reached out towards the missiles, dropping the temperature around him extremely, and thick ice was building up around the missiles before it fell to the ground without detonating. "Here, I will give it back to you," Dio said as he took the missiles from the ground and threw it at the jet fighter after strengthening his arm with Hammond energy. The missile hit the jet fighter head-on and exploded in mid-air. Dio wasn't quite sure whether all of this was orchestrated by the Ghost Rider or Mephisto. But the situation didn't look good right now. Still, Dio knew that the sanctuary couldn't stay here, as the government would certainly check this place thoroughly later. However, he had to solve the current situation first, so without any delay, he called Chala and asked him to call the USA government under the name of Wakanda to call off this operation. He knew that the government would be sanctioned by the United Nations for attacking a civilian building in the middle of the crowded city. But after waiting for a while, Dio found out that the situation was worse than he thought. Unlike the New York and London sanctuary, Hong Kong sanctuary wasn't swarmed with soldiers. In fact, there were so many tourists and local residents walking in the street in front of the sanctuary. But Robbie, that was still in his human form, was among those tourists. His target was Hong Kong sanctuary all along, and the soldier was a good diversion for his plan. Without waiting any longer, he transformed to his Ghost Rider's form and immediately used a crane nearby and turned it into a catapult with his Hellfire's demonification. Robbie laughed as he attacked the sanctuary mercilessly while the crowds were screaming from the terrifying presence. Scott was shocked as he saw the Ghost Rider for the first time. "What is that? Will I also become like that once I die?" he asked Steve as he looked at the Ghost Rider curiously. "No time to play, Scott. We have to defend the building at all cost, but remember, never look into that demon's eyes. Don't get burned with his fire either, otherwise, we won't get off unscathed," Steve said as he raised his shield and parried one rock that the Ghost Rider threw at them. "Okay, Captain. I will go and wear my gear first," Scott said as he ran towards his room. Unlike Captain America that was always ready, Scott and Sam needed their gear to fight. So, after a few days without any action, they didn't wear their gear right now. Steve sighed but said nothing about it as he gripped his shield tighter and got ready for a fight. Honestly, Steve regretted his decision to protect the sanctuary with these two, but it was too late to complain right now. Chapter 592. Steve was struggling to deal with the Ghost Rider as he couldn't look at the demon in the eyes. He also kept an eye on the blue flame that was constantly flaring from the Ghost Rider. However, Robbie had no intention to play along with these people, and so he tried to ignore them, but they kept getting in his way. Finally, Robbie grew impatient and rammed his car towards the sanctuary. Almost every Ghost Riders had their own unique skill, and Robbie was no exception. But usually, the Ghost Rider needed their ride to perform this special ability. With that fact, Robbie activated his ability and immediately summoned a copy of himself. This copy could do everything he could as long as his ride was intact. "Stop them!" Robbie shouted in command. The copy immediately nodded and charged towards Steve and the others with chains in their hand. He swung his chain towards Sam and immediately caught Sam's wing and tore it apart, which caused Sam unable to fly anymore. Then the copy swung his chain around, creating a wall that prevented Steve and Scott from coming close to Robbie. But, the chain didn't stop Scott from moving forward. He shrunk down to ant size and leaped over the copy's head. The copy didn't seem to realize it at first. But he suddenly turned his head around and attacked Scott with the Hellfire. Steve was too far away from Scott to save him, and Scott himself was not in a position to maneuver out to safety. So, with a limited option, Scott shrank down again, entering the quantum realm to stay out of the fire. But unfortunately, Steve and Sam didn't know that Scott has managed to get away, as they thought that Scott was burned to death. Steve was angry that he couldn't save his comrade and attacked the copy in a blind rage. But it was useless, as the copy itself was as tough as the real Ghost Rider, so once again, the real Ghost Rider could focus on attacking the sanctuary. Then, as he saw that Steve and Sam were still occupied with his copy, he immediately gathered the hellfire beneath his feet and exploded it, causing a surge of hellfire inside the sanctuary. Steve and Sam immediately sensed impending danger from the explosion and immediately jumped toward the portal on the corridor without any hesitation. The sanctuary was engulfed in the blue hellfire, destroyed completely without any trace. Steve and Sam, that barely escaped death, arrived at Kamartaj with injuries across their body. The landing wasn't smooth, and the portal that connected Kamartaj with Hong Kong's sanctuary has been destroyed as well. But when the dust subsided, a dazzling light emerged from the once Hong Kong's sanctuary. Scott arrived safely from the quantum realm. But as he didn't know what happened, he was surprised to see that everything was already in shambles. He looked around, but the portal that was supposed to connect Hong Kong's sanctuary with Kamartaj was already destroyed too. Steve. Sam. Where are you? At the time, both Steve and Scott thought that they both must have died. Robbie, that was still in the vicinity, looked at Scott indifferently. He knew that Scott no longer possessed a threat to him. He then carved a series of demonic words to the ruins according to the content of his contract. Suddenly, after the demonic words were carved into the ruins, the ground turned dark red. And a pungent sulfuric smell immediately wafted through the air. After seeing the situation, Robbie frowned. He noticed what was happening right now and was confused why Mephisto wanted him to destroy 3 buildings that were too far apart. Furthermore, the words that he carved to the ruins looked suspicious. But after seeing what happened once he destroyed the building and carved the demonic words to the ruins, he knew that he was summoning the hell itself. Although he wanted to get rid of the spirit of vengeance, he wouldn't do it if the entire world was at stake. He would rather live under the curse forever, rather than become the cause of mankind's destruction. Fortunately, it wasn't too late for him to do the right thing, as he has only destroyed one of the 3 buildings that Mephisto ordered him to destroy. Mephisto clearly underestimated him too much. At the same time, a portal suddenly appeared. Steven walked out the portal to take the lead, and Dio, accompanied by Steve and Sam, followed after Steven not too long after. They had solved the army issue temporarily and got the news that the Ghost Rider was attacking the Hong Kong sanctuary. So, Dio and Steven got into Kamartaj from their respective sanctuary only to find that the portal to Hong Kong has been destroyed. Steven burst into anger as he saw what happened in Hong Kong, but he didn't fall into a blind rage immediately as he tried to use the Eye of Agamotto to reverse the time, in the hope that the sanctuary would be restored. But it was already too late. No matter how hard Steven tried to twist the green magic array on his hands, the sanctuary couldn't be restored to what it was before. Just like the Dark Dimension invasion in the past, the power of the Time Gem couldn't drive out another dimension from influencing the Earth. It's too late. This area has been transformed into Hellground, and as the 2-dimension intertwined, Hell has the power to create a gate of Hell here. Dio and the others have surrounded Robbie while Steven was trying to restore the sanctuary, ready to strike at any given moment, but they were surprised that the Ghost Rider was willing to comply. Chapter 593. When the gate materializes, I will try to lock it with my chain to prevent it from opening. Robbie said, ignoring everyone that pointed their weapons at him. Everyone instantly frowned as they didn't expect that the Ghost Rider would want to help them. Is the destruction of the 3 Supreme Sanctuary the requirement of your contract? Dio asked curiously. Robbie was startled by the knowledge of the unknown person, but he couldn't refute that. I don't really know what Supreme Sanctuary is, but yes, my contract stated that I need to destroy 3 specified buildings. Robbie said with a frown on his face. It seems the demon has deceived me once again. Robbie said with a disappointed sigh. Dio was confused by what the Ghost Rider meant by once again, as he knew that Robbie and Duke was the latest Ghost Rider. Do you know a Ghost Rider by the name of Robbie Reyes? He went to hell not too long ago. Dio asked curiously. Do you know me? Robbie asked confusedly. Are you Robbie? Dio asked once again. He didn't expect that Robbie would be the one beneath the blue Ghost Rider, as he knew that Robbie's goal when he went to hell was to rid himself of the spirit of vengeance. But as soon as Robbie transformed back into human, it answered Dio's question. But Dio was confused why Robbie didn't recognize him at all. although his appearance might be different. His power was still the same. So, Robbie should have figured out that he was up against Dio earlier in New York. Dio began to suspect that Mephisto might have something to do with it. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "I am Dio. Don't you remember that we caught Duke together before you took him to hell to find a way to nullify your contract?" Robbie immediately became frustrated as he realized what was going on. "I remember Duke, but in order to free myself from the demon's contract, I have to kill Duke, but I end up having to form a new contract with him in order to gain the power to kill him, but the demon took my memory in exchange, and whenever I die and return to hell, he will take some more." Robbie said annoyedly. Dio nodded as it explained everything now. Robbie was just a tool for Mephisto to create his way to advance to Earth. He was tricked and manipulated by the master of trickery itself. Meanwhile, the other heroes that were with Dio the entire time were confused as Dio suddenly talked with the demon as if they were old buddies. Was it really that easy to turn an enemy into an ally? "I see, but you see, this building isn't any normal building, this is part of an ancient protection system that prevents any extra-dimensional creatures, such as hell, from invading the Earth," Dio said as he explained the function of the sanctuary to Robbie. He was a little bit worried as Robbie has lost some of his memories, and from the look of it, he was heavily influenced by the spirit of vengeance too. Dio knew that Mephisto could easily make the spirit of vengeance go on a rampage. Furthermore, the current Robbie seemed incapable of controlling the Ghost Rider completely. But before Robbie could speak a word, a hand penetrated Robbie's chest, and a figure appeared within Robbie's shadow. "Robbie!" Dio shouted, but it was already too late as the figure immediately decapitated Robbie, and Robbie fell to the ground. Lord Mephisto is always right. He already knows that the human would betray him and thus tasked me to dispose of him before he ruins His Majesty's plan. Now everything is back to His Majesty's plan. No one can stop the Hell's Gate from opening now. "Oh, I am sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Arimanes, shadow demon that serves the Hell Lord Mephisto. Now, I will spare your life if you surrender yourself to my lord, Mephisto." "Oh yeah? You and what army? Look into my eyes," Robbie said as he stared at Arimanes' eyes. "Are you stupid? Did no one ever tell you that Shadow Demon has no soul? Is that so? Then what about this?" Robbie said as his body started moving and hugged Arimanes from behind. Robbie's headless body was suddenly enveloped in bright light, and suddenly, an image of an angel appeared behind Robbie in the demon, revealing its white wings. Suddenly, Arimanes spewed a dark black smoke from his mouth as he screamed horrifyingly. "Let go of me! Save me, Lord Mephistopheles!" Arimanes screamed on top of his lung. He suddenly felt disappointed in himself for underestimating Robbie while he was weakened on Earth. He slowly melted from the angel's dazzling light. Mephisto that he praised so much didn't even come to save him either. What an idiot creature! Robbie said as he picked up his head and put it back on top of his shoulders. Although he was completely surprised by the demon as he couldn't sense its presence in his shadow, the demon wasn't hard to deal with. Furthermore, Robbie thought that maybe Mephisto didn't think that Robbie would be able to control the spirit of vengeance's power and thus send some demon with a terrible affinity with the angel. But either way, Arimanes was dead. Chapter 594. After knowing that Ghost Rider now became their ally, everyone felt slightly confused. Except for Dio. They were confused about who the real enemy was now. Furthermore, they became confused after seeing the angel that appeared to help the demon. Everyone began to wonder why the angel helped the demon. Weren't angels and demons supposed to be archenemies? They were confused by what just happened. Nevertheless, they knew that they had to do their best to protect the Earth right now. Especially as Hell's red sand began to spread in all directions. The intense sulfuric smell wafted through the air, and temperature also rose as Hell was slowly taking over. In the center of it all, Hellfire began to boil the ground, spitting magma out of the red sand. Suddenly a huge black door appeared, slowly materializing out of nowhere. It's the Gate of Serpent. It has to remain closed, no matter what happens. But Robbie was immediately met with resistance as something on the other side of the door began to slam the door to pry open the door. And whatever it was that struggled to come out of the door was making quite a struggle as Robbie's chain began to creak. "Is this door impenetrable, or is it not?" Stephen asked worriedly. He saw that Robbie's chain was having a hard time preventing the door from opening, but he was worried that the door would yield and break apart from the intense power on the other side. "No, the Serpent Gate is a multi-dimensional door that couldn't be destroyed, but it will automatically disappear if it weren't open for some time," Robbie said solemnly. "Define how long is this some time?" Stephen asked worriedly. It's supposed to disappear after 5 minutes if it weren't opened. This door can't materialize outside of hell, so even though hell is already encroaching this land, it was still not the real hell. The door wouldn't be able to manifest longer than that. Now, everyone, get back and out of this hell sand. Dio said as he thought about the situation on hand for a moment. He wanted to find out whether there was something he could do to stop hell from assimilating further into the earth. With his prestige. Everyone nodded except for Ghost Rider, that was still trying to keep the door closed and began to leave the red sand. Dio immediately summoned his 2 ice stands. I am going to freeze everything in this land, can your flame hold up? Dio asked curiously. Just do it. I won't be able to keep the door closed for much longer. Dio nodded and placed his hand on the red-hot sand of hell. At the same time, he pumped a large amount of Hammond energy into the 2 ice stands, Horus and White Album. Immediately, freezing air close to absolute zero began to condense around Dio. Ice Age! Dio shouted, and immediately the freezing air swept the entire area, turning the red sand into blue crystallized sand. Even Robbie and the door were frozen solid in a flash. Apparently, the problem was solved as there was no way the door could be opened at its state now. The hell sand that was spreading around the land has stopped too. Now, the red land has turned into a land of ice. Dio looked at Robbie to check on him just in time to see Robbie's body began to flare up, liberating him from the frozen state he was in. Robbie immediately glanced at Dio as he didn't know Dio could do something like this. But before he had the time to be relieved, a booming sound was heard from the door. Robbie looked at the door again, but it was already too late. His chain immediately broke apart, and the serpent door was pried open. Your naivety disgusts me. A tall figure said as he stepped out of the door. A hot air immediately swept the entire land, melting the ice that Dio had made in a blink of an eye. The figure left a scorched mark on the ground as he walked, spreading the red sand of hell back into action. Mephisto! Robbie said with a sullen face. Dio squinted his eyes to get a good look at the infamous Hell Lord and to estimate his opponent's strength. But no matter how he looked at it, he knew that he would have a tough time dealing with Mephisto. Robbie, when will you destroy the other 2 sanctuaries? I promise that I will share my glory with you. Don't expect me to believe anything you said anymore. Although I suspect something was amiss when I signed that contract, I have no idea that you were trying to get your ass in here. Now, go back to hell, or I will kill you with my own hands. I know that I haven't signed anything that states that I can't harm you. Robbie said coldly. He wouldn't be fooled again. That was the first thought that crossed Robbie's mind as soon as he saw Mephisto. What a shame. You are always such a waste of space. Did you ever think that you could defeat me with the power that I gave? How naive of you. Charge forward my demon army. Let us conquer the earth once again. Mephisto shouted coldly, and immediately, countless demons with all colors and appearance rushed out of the gate, swarming the land and wreaked havoc. Mephisto smirked and laughed hard as he thought his time as the conqueror and ruler of the earth has come. He never expected Robbie to complete his contract from the beginning as it was only a scam. But he knew that Robbie would at the very least destroy one sanctuary before giving up. Mephisto felt invincible at the moment as he thought of his time opposing the Ancient One in the past. Now, let the game begin. Mephisto said with a maniacal laugh, shuddering anyone that heard it.